Symmetry. The problem of symmetry is one created by evolution rather than by taxonomists. Ideal symmetry would exist if all taxa at every categorical level were of equal size. For the quinarians, the ideal number was 5. The thought that all taxa should have approximately the same number of species first arose when natural theology still dominated the thought of naturalists. The problem was first treated by A. von Humboldt, later by von Buch, and in 1835 by an anonymous entomologist, Ent. Mag. 2, 44-54, 280-286, whose article drew Darwin's attention. To have taxa of highly uneven size seemed too capricious to be worthy of the planning of the Creator. Unfortunately, evolution, together with extinction, is indeed so capricious. There are whole orders of animals with only a single species, and numerous genera, particularly among insects, with over 1,000 species. It is now evident that rates of speciation 241, as well as of survival, are highly unequal in different areas of the natural system. Sequence. Perhaps the most intractable problem in classification is that of converting the phylogenetic tree into a linear sequence. As long as one thought that there was only a single scale of perfection, the task was simple in principle. As Lamarck stated it, one starts with the least perfect organisms and ends with the most perfect. When 242 Cuvier destroyed the Scala Naturae, he found in the subordination of characters a new sequencing criterion. He rejected any continuity between the 4 animal phyla recognized by him. Nevertheless, their ranking according to the development of the central nervous system clearly dictated a sequence. The basic idea of the scale of perfection was thus still maintained. The acceptance of evolution had singularly little influence on the theory of taxonomic sequencing. The language of the Scala Naturae was simply given an evolutionary ring. The more perfect organisms became the more highly evolved or simply the higher organisms. Virtually all classifications of animals and plants are based on the explicit or implicit principle that the more primitive or lower organisms are placed first, and the higher ones later. In due time, however, considerable soul-searching began, concerning the meaning of the word higher. Why should fish be higher than the honeybee? Why should mammals be higher than birds? Is a parasite higher or lower than the free-living form from which it was derived? As the study of animal and plant relationships matured, it became ever clearer that neither a scale of perfection nor even a simple phylogenetic tree correctly describes organic diversity. Rather, most groups of organisms are best visualized as highly complex phylogenetic bushes, with numerous equivalent branches, each of them beginning with rather simple, primitive ancestors and terminating with rather complex and specialized descendants. The fact of adaptive radiation makes the establishment of a truly logical theory of taxonomic sequencing impossible. In large parts of the natural system it is impossible to demonstrate that one particular taxonomic sequence is superior to other alternatives. As a result, there has been an increasing tendency to adopt purely practical criteria that would aid in information retrieval. Mayr, 1969. 1. The most important principle is to retain any widely accepted sequence unless it is clearly demonstrated that it had. Grouping according to common ancestry. Brought unrelated taxa together. The continuing arguments in the taxonomic literature concerning the best sequence of the orders of angiosperms or of the families of songbirds show that even these minimal constraints are not sufficient to ensure stability, and yet a linear sequence is a practical necessity. Specimens in collections are arranged in a linear sequence, and so is the printed word in all revisions, catalogs, and reviews. Current state and future of systematics. Considering the fact that taxonomy is the oldest branch of biology, its current vigor is quite remarkable. It manifests itself in the founding of new journals explicitly devoted to taxonomy, taxon, systematic zoology, systematic botany, and so on, to a whole series of major texts, to numerous international symposia, and to an ever-growing annual bibliography. There is activity on many fronts, not merely on the methodology of taxonomy. The mere description of new species is an unending business. What is more surprising is the number of major new types discovered or at least recognized in recent decades. For instance, the new phylum Paganophora was described as late as 1937 and Gnathostimulata even more recently, 1956. The only surviving coelacanth, Latimeria, was discovered in 1938, the primitive mollusk Neopilina in 1956, the ancient crustacean group Cephalochorida in 1955. Just about all we know about the rich interstitial fauna of marine sands and muds was discovered in the last 50 years. That Trichoplax is the most primitive metazoan was realized only in the 1970s. Perhaps the most astounding discovery is represented by the Precambrian fossils described by Bargorn, Cloud, and Scove. They pushed the history of life back from about 650 million years to about 3.5 billion years ago. But discoveries are sometimes made simply by a more careful study of existing fossils, as shown by the recent description of the Agmata, an extinct phylum of invertebrates from the early Cambrian. Indicative of the vigor of recent taxonomic research are the improvements in the classification of higher taxa in all groups of organisms from the bacteria, fungi, and protozoa up to the vertebrates, including the primates. The old controversy, whether the polyp or the medusa is the ancestral form of the coelenterates, has been clarified by many recent researches with the polyp now 243 having far more supporters than the medusa. The Scyphozoa seem to have more ancestral characters than any other class of coelenterates, and the newly recognized class of Cubozoa, Werner, 1975, connects them very nicely with the Hydrozoa. In the plants the work of Thorne, Karlquist, Cronquist, Stebbins, and Tactogen have led to a complete reclassification of the angiosperms. The number of higher taxa of unknown or at least uncertain relationship is, however, still very large, and even more progress is to be expected in the 2 or 3 next decades than in the preceding ones. As far back as Linnaeus, and even earlier, Aristotle and Theophrastus, 2 kingdoms of organisms were recognized, Plantae and Animalia. Fungi and bacteria were called plants. The more the study of one-celled organisms and microbes has advanced in recent times, the more the artificiality of this classification has been recognized. First of all, it was realized that the blue-green algae, better called cyanobacteria, and bacteria differ radically from all other organisms, and have therefore been segregated as prokaryotes, Stanier and Van Niel, 1942. They lack an organized cell nucleus and complex chromosomes and differ from the remaining organisms, eukaryotes, in most of their macromolecules. There is great diversity, metabolically and otherwise, among the bacteria, but even the most divergent, and apparently most primitive, group of the bacteria, the methanobacteria, have so many characteristics in common with the other bacteria that they are best combined with them in the kingdom Monera. The fungi are now also rather generally separated as a separate kingdom from the plants, from whom they differ not only in metabolism, no photosynthesis, but also in cellular structure, always haploid, and in other ways. Whether or not to recognize still another kingdom, Protista, for the one-celled animals and plants, as is advocated by some authors, is a matter of taste. Since the literature on protozoans and one-celled algae is rather separate from that of metazoans and metaphytes, such a separation might facilitate information retrieval. Such questions of the best structuring of the classification of all organisms have been discussed by Margulis, 1981. Among the many reasons for the steady advances in the classification of organisms, the improvements in methodology are foremost. It is now realized that classification is not a one-step procedure, and that therefore simplistic methods rarely lead to satisfactory results. Classifying consists of a whole series of steps. Grouping according to common ancestry. Mayr, 1981, and at each of these steps different procedures are needed and are most useful. For instance, phonetic methods are most useful in the first tentative delimitation of taxa, and again in the ranking of taxa on the basis of degrees of patristic and cladistic differences. Cladistic methods are most useful in the testing of inferred branching patterns, cladistic analysis. The question, to what extent numerical methods are useful and indeed superior to the human computer, is not yet settled. Most morphological characters are so riddled with convergence, polyphily, and mosaic evolution that they are very vulnerable as raw material for numerical analysis. Convergence and polyphily occurs also in the evolution of macromolecules, and presumably in that of DNA, but there are indications that certain changes in macromolecules pose such strong constraints on the subsequent evolution of these molecules as to suggest that molecular similarities, if sufficiently large numbers of molecules are evaluated simultaneously, are more reliable than an indiscriminate morphophonetic analysis, as originally proposed by numerical phonetics. The study of diversity. The terms taxonomy and systematics were generally considered as synonymous during the first half of the century. If asked what the tasks of systematics are, the taxonomist would have answered, to describe the diversity of nature, meaning, to describe the species of which the diversity exists, and to classify it. And yet as far back as the days of Leeuwenhoek and Swammerdam in the 17th century, it had become evident that the study of organic diversity comprised more than the description and classification of species. Already then, and as a matter of fact as far back as Aristotle, it was apparent that the study of diversity did not exhaust itself with these elementary preoccupations of the taxonomist. From the very beginning, the study of diversity included the analysis of stages of the life cycle and of sexual dimorphism. When living animals were studied in nature, it was also found that different species occurred in different habitats, preferred different foods, and had different behaviors. But it was not until the middle of the century that the great importance of the study of diversity was fully realized, in the wake of the new systematics and the evolutionary synthesis. It then became apparent. 245. 246. That the traditional definition of the function of systematics was far too limited, and failed to reflect the true situation. As a consequence, Simpson, 1961, made a clear terminological distinction between taxonomy and systematics. He retained the term taxonomy in its traditional meaning, but gave to systematics a much broader scope, defining it as the scientific study of the kinds and diversity of organisms, and of any and all relationships among them. Systematics thus was conceived as the science of diversity, and this new broadened concept of systematics has been widely adopted. The new definition raised at once the question as to what should be included among the functions of this broadly conceived science of diversity, and what role it should play in contemporary biology. Taxonomy, narrowly defined, remains the backbone and foundation of the entire science of systematics. To make a complete inventory of the existing species of animals and plants and to order them in a classification seems to be a never-ending task. A specialist of the taxonomy of mites, acarina, nematodes, spiders, or of some neglected group of insects or marine invertebrates can still productively spend his entire life doing nothing but describing new species and assigning them to appropriate genera. The diversity of organic nature seems to be virtually unlimited. At the present time about 10,000 new species of animals are described annually, and even if we accept the lowest of the estimates of undescribed species, it would take another 200 years to complete the task of simply describing and naming all existing species. A curious aspect of taxonomy is the far-reaching autonomy of its different branches. Depending on the degree of maturity in the knowledge of a group, the methods and concepts applied in each group show different degrees of sophistication. Indeed, one can find, in various specialized areas of contemporary taxonomy, each of the different stages in the conceptual struggles of taxonomy from Linnaeus and Cuvier right up to the new systematics. Even today, for instance, there are some authors for whom the word classification simply means an identification system. Polytypic species taxa are universally accepted in ornithology but are unheard of in many other areas of animal taxonomy. The independence of the various groups is well illustrated by the fact that zoologists, botanists, and bacteriologists each have their own different codes of nomenclature. Diversity is one of the two great aspects of organic nature. Grouping according to common ancestry. The life processes being the other one. Yet this importance of the study of diversity was not always recognized. As a result, systematics has had its ups and downs in the history of biology. At the time of Linnaeus it virtually monopolized the held, and it received another boost during the post-Darwinian period of phylogeny construction, from Haeckel and his followers. But, in part as a reaction to the excesses of the preceding period, there followed a period of neglect, if not suppression of the study of diversity. When one looks at the writings of Max Hartmann, General Biology, Hans Driesch, T.H. Morgan, Jacques Loeb, and other experimental biologists, one would never guess that the study of diversity was also an important and flourishing held of biology. Part of this neglect was deserved, since the work of those who studied diversity at this period was usually excessively descriptive, as in synecology and most of taxonomy, or one-sidedly concentrated on phylogenetic problems, comparative anatomy, the ethology of Heinroth and Whitman. When students of diversity were interested at all in more general problems, the reconstruction of the common ancestor often seemed to be their ultimate objective. At the present time we lack any useful historical analysis that would tell us when and how this situation changed. It is evident, however, that in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, new developments took place. There are many indications that population systematics was the entering wedge. It led, in Russia, to the origin of population genetics in the work of Chetverikov, 1926, C. Adams, 1972, Mayr and Provini, 1980. Population systematics culminated in the new systematics, Wrench, Huxley, Mayr, which in turn contributed decisively to the evolutionary synthesis, Mayr, 1963. The spread of evolutionary thinking, and, more particularly, of population thinking, led to a new conceptualization in paleontology, Simpson, 1944, 1953, in evolutionary morphology, Davis, 1960, Bach, 1959, in ecology, Lack, MacArthur, and in ethology, Lawrence, Tinbergen. Questions relating to diversity as well as a comparative approach based upon diversity played a dominant role in all these developments. The new emphasis on diversity drastically affected the conceptual climate of entire branches of biology. For decades, for instance, evolution was described as the change in gene frequencies in populations. This reductionist definition limited evolutionary biology to the modification of existing species, that is, to the adaptational component of evolution. The origin of diversity was neglected as if it were not even part of evolution. The same at f. 247. 248. Tude was displayed in the writings of most paleontologists up to the 1950s and 60s. Simpson, 1944, 1953, and other contemporary paleontologists confined themselves almost entirely to the treatment of the vertical component of evolution and omitted the problems of the origin of diversity even in the discussion of adaptive radiation. Not until 1972, Eldridge and Gould, was the origin of diversity given proper attention by paleontologists. In evolutionary morphology, the study of diversity also led to new concepts. The single-minded interest in the common ancestor, through the study of homologous similarities, is now being replaced by an interest in the origin of differences among the descendants, that is, by an interest in diversity. It seems that the same is happening in ethology, although there the development is still very much at its beginnings. Seeing the extent to which the influence of a modern attitude toward diversity has pervaded all of organismic biology, it may be worthwhile to study in more detail the specific contributions made by systematics. This is also necessary to refute the widespread impression of outsiders that systematics is nothing but a kind of glorified stamp collecting. There has been a tendency to credit some of the most important contributions of systematics to some neighboring fields such as population genetics, ecology, or ethology, even when the advances were actually made by practicing taxonomists and had been made possible only through the experience they had gained as taxonomists. It is quite misleading to limit the labels taxonomy or systematics to purely clerical, descriptive operations, and to give a different label to the broader findings and concepts that emerge from the more elementary descriptive operations. It must be remembered that in the beginning, 17th and 18th centuries, systematics and natural history were very much a single field. Most now recognized branches of organismic biology developed out of systematics. A large part of ecology deals with the interactions of different species, whether they be competition, symbiosis, or predator-prey relationships. The nature of these interactions cannot be understood except through a close study of the interacting species. Almost all the work of the MacArthur School in ecology deals with diversity, and so does the study of ecosystems. Since much of animal behavior is species-specific, and since most of the evolution of behavior comes from the comparison of different species, it is again obvious how closely the study of diversity is integrated with this branch of biology. There. Grouping according to common ancestry. Are many branches of biology that depend entirely on systematics. This includes biogeography, cytogenetics, biological oceanography, and stratigraphy. I shall not again dwell on the indispensability of systematics for applied sciences such as public health, agriculture, and conservation. As important as systematics is to the foundation of the mentioned branches of organismic biology, it is perhaps even more important through its contribution to the conceptual broadening of modern biology. The greatest unifying theory in biology, the theory of evolution, was largely a contribution made by systematics. It is no coincidence that Darwin wrote his Origin of Species after encountering taxonomic problems during the Voyage of the Beagle and after 8 years of concentrated work on barnacle taxonomy. Taxonomists also supplied the major clues to the solution of many individual evolutionary problems, including the role of isolation, the mechanisms of speciation, the nature of isolating mechanisms, rates of evolution, trends of evolution, and the problem of the emergence of evolutionary novelties. Taxonomists, including paleotaxonomists, more than any other kind of biologists have made significant contributions to all these subjects. Taxonomists were active participants in the evolutionary synthesis, Mayr and Provini, 1980. Most of the authors who most successfully integrated genetics with the major problems of evolution, like Chetverikov, Wrench, Dobbs-Hansky, Mayr, and Simpson, were taxonomists by background. Environmental physiology owes much to systematics. Zoological systematists, like C. L. Gloger, J. A. Allen, and Bernhard Wrench, have made major contributions to the discovery of adaptive geographic variation and to the establishment of climatic rules. It was zoologists with taxonomic competence who demonstrated the genetic basis for adaptive differences among geographic races. Perhaps the greatest contribution made by the study of diversity is that it helped to develop new approaches to philosophy. It was the study of diversity more than anything else which undermined essentialism, the most insidious of all philosophies. By emphasizing that each individual is uniquely different from every other one, the students of diversity focused attention on the role of the individual. This in turn led to population thinking, a type of thinking that is of the utmost importance for the interaction of human subgroups, human societies, and human races. By showing that each species is unique and thus irreplaceable, the student of diversity has taught us a reverence for every single product of 249. Evolution, one of the most important components of conservation thinking. By stressing the importance of the individual, by developing and applying population thinking, and by giving us a reverence for the diversity of nature, systematics has supplied a dimension to man's conceptualization that had been largely ignored if not denied by the physical sciences, and yet it is a component which is crucial to the well-being of human society, and for the planning of the future of mankind. 6J. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. The entities which the taxonomist assembles into genera and still higher taxa are the species. They are the basic kinds of living beings that make up the diversity of nature. They represent the lowest level of genuine discontinuity above the level of the individual. The song sparrow and the fox sparrow are different species, and so are the red oak and the pin oak. The entity designated by the term species would, at first sight, seem obvious, simple, and easily defined. But this is not the case. There is probably no other concept in biology that has remained so consistently controversial as the species concept. One should have thought that the animated debate of the post-Darwinian period would have produced clarity and unanimity, or, at least, that the new systematics of the 1930s and 40s would have brought final clarity, but this was not the case. Even today several papers on the species problem are published each year, and they reveal almost as much difference of opinion as existed 100 years ago. The advance that has been made is that the nature of the disagreement is much more clearly formulated than in earlier periods. What is particularly interesting for the student of ideas is that the history of the species problem is, to a large degree, quite independent of the history of the problem of classification. The branch of systematics dealing with the species problem can be designated as microtaxonomy, and its history will be treated in this chapter. When one speaks of species, one ordinarily has species of plants and animals in mind. Actually, the term is often applied to all sorts of objects, in the sense of kinds of. The chemist may speak of species of molecules and the mineralogist of species of minerals. Niggli, 1949, Huikas, 1952. Yet, the species concept in chemistry and mineralogy is fundamentally different from that of contemporary biological systematics. For a species name in mineralogy is on the whole a class name, defined in terms of a set of properties essential for membership in the class. Species of inanimate objects, thus, correspond more or less to the Linnaean or 251. Pre-Linnaean species, but not in the slightest to the modern biological species. But even if we limit our attention to species of organisms, we encounter a great diversity of viewpoint, in part because the species category performs different functions in different branches of biology. For the working taxonomist, the species taxon is the elementary kind that needs to be identified and classified. For the laboratory biologist, it is the organism that has definite species-specific characters with respect to physiological, biochemical, or 252 behavioral attributes. For the evolutionist, it is the unit of evolution, Mono, 1974b, and for the paleontologist, it is a section of a phyletic lineage. Different specialists at best will emphasize different aspects, at worst they will arrive at widely diverging conclusions. The result is continuing controversy. It seems to be one of the most elementary urges of man to want to know what the different kinds of things are of which his environment is composed. Even primitive people have names for kinds of birds, fishes, flowers, or trees, and the species recognized by them are usually exactly the same ones recognized by the modern taxonomist, Gould, 1979. Such naming of kinds is made possible because the diversity of nature is not continuous but consists of discrete entities, separated from each other by discontinuities. One finds in nature not merely individuals but also species, that is, groups of individuals that share certain characteristics with each other. The concept of species is needed because the term kind of is not sufficiently precise. The problem of delimiting species taxa against groupings of higher and lower categorical rank is one of demarcation. The discrimination of true biological species within genera, thus, is the problem of demarcations against more comprehensive groupings. But each biological species contains many phenomena too, which are often so different from each other that they were first described as different species. If the term species is equated with different kind, there is no discriminating criterion that permits an unequivocal attribution of different kinds to the three categories phenon, true species, and genus. It is the task of the species concept to serve as a yardstick in the proper classification of kinds. This at once poses a problem. What are the characteristics that permit the assignment of individuals to species? This question is easily answered, when the difference between two species is as clear-cut as that between the lion and the tiger. In many microtaxonomy, the science of species. Other cases, variation among the individuals of a species seems, at first sight, to be of the same order of magnitude as that between species. For there is an enormous amount of variation within species of animals and plants, reflected in sexual dimorphism, the existence of different stages in the life cycle, such as caterpillar and butterfly, an alternation of generations, and many other forms of individual variation. These cause great difficulties in the delimitation of species. If one wants to solve these problems, it is necessary to have not only sufficient biological information but also a clear concept as to what is meant by the term species. Species taxon and species category. In retrospect, it has become evident that great confusion was caused by the application of the term species to two fundamentally different logical categories, both of them referred to as the species. The introduction of the new term taxon 3 now permits a clear distinction between the two concepts. A taxon is a concrete zoological or botanical object. Groups of individuals like wolves, bluebirds, or houseflies are species taxa, see Chapter 4. When a taxonomist first encounters specimens or individuals in nature that he wants to assign to a species, he deals with a strictly zoological or botanical problem. Are the individuals from a given district members of the same population? He is concerned not with problems of rank, as in the case of the problem of the species category, but with problems of delimitation. He deals with a given zoological object, let us say snow geese, answer Seralescens, and attempts to determine whether white and blue birds are products of the same gene pool. But he also deals with an ontological problem. Are the animals that belong to a species members of a class or are they not? Gazellin, 1974b, has come out quite emphatically in favor of the interpretation, see also Dobbs-Hansky, 1951, to consider all the products of the gene pool of a species as parts of the species, not as members of a class, and to consider the species as a whole as an individual, ontologically speaking. That species taxa are not classes but have a different status had been said by perceptive zoologists for some time. Species taxa are individuals in the sense that each species has spatio-temporal unity and historical continuity, Hull, 1976, 1978. Each species has reasonably discrete boundaries, internal coherence at any one time, and, with limits, continuity through time. Any aggregate of populations that satisfies the definition of the species category is a species. 257. Taxon. The practical problems relating to the species taxon are twofold. 1. The assignment of individual variants, phenomena, see Mayr, 1969, to the appropriate species taxon, and, 2. The delimitation of taxa against each other, particularly the decision which populations of a single variable aggregate of populations in time and space to include in a single species. The species taxon must be sharply distinguished from the species category. The species category is the class, the members of which are species taxa. The particular definition of the species category 254 which an author adopts determines which taxa he must rank as species. The problem of the species category is simply one of definition. How do we define the term species? The changing definitions represent the history of the species concept. The determination of species status is thus a two-step procedure. The first step consists of the delimitation of the presumptive species taxon against others, and the second is the ranking of the given taxon into the appropriate category, for example, population, subspecies, or species. This clear recognition of the fundamental difference between the species taxon and the species category is a development of only the last few decades, and has finally eliminated a major source of confusion, at least in principle. Many controversies, supposedly about the species concept, actually concern the recognition of species taxa, and the assignment of individual variants, or other phenomena, to species taxa. Polytypic species, for instance, are not a separate category of species but only a special kind of species taxa. Most taxonomists, including myself, were confused about this until a few years ago. Early species concepts. The ancients did not recognize the biological integrity of each species. Aristotle, for instance, accepted the frequent occurrence of hybridization among species, as between fox and dog or between tiger and dog. Both Aristotle and Theophrastus accepted the folklore belief that seeds of one species of plant could germinate into plants of another species, heterogeny. Most herbalists and early botanists also accepted this as true or at least made no effort to refute it. For Albertus Magnus described 5 ways of transforming one plant into another. In view of these uncertainties about the nature of species, it is not surprising that no consistent terminology existed. Accord. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Ing to our dictionaries, the Greek word for species is eidos and for genus genos, yet Plato used the two words completely interchangeably. He never used eidos in the sense of species, subordinated to a category genus. Aristotle did make a distinction between the two words, but primarily in his treatises on logic. In his biological writings the word genos is used 413 times, but in 354 cases it refers to a kind of animal and only in the remaining cases to a generic category. In the 96 instances where eidos is used, only 24 denote kinds of animals. Thus the term eidos is used in only 6% of the 378 cases where reference is made to a kind of animal, in all others the term genos. The traditional assumption that Aristotle did actually classify animals into genera and species is not supported by the evidence. Baum, 1962. The principal use of the terms genus and species in Greek philosophy was in discussions on logic. In logical division the genus was divided into species, regardless of the rank of the genus. Canis would be a species in the genus of carnivores, but the poodle would be a species in the genus dog. The terms genus and species regulated the inclusion of members in larger classes. This usage, which emphasized relative rank, continued from the ancients to the time of Linnaeus, who in one of his earlier publications wrote, Vegetabilium species sunt, Lithophyta, algae, fungi. And so on, Fundamenta, 1735. The adoption of Christianity and acceptance of the dogma of creation changed the situation remarkably little at first. Saint Augustine declared that plants on the third day of creation had been brought forth causa liter, that is, the earth had then received the power to produce them. This allowed for spontaneous generation, heterogeny, and all sorts of other changes in the subsequent history of the earth. His species definition, similia et ad unam originum pertinentia, what is similar and of a single origin, foreshadows that of re. The attitude towards species changed drastically after the Reformation. The fixity and complete constancy of species now became a firm dogma. A literal interpretation of Genesis required the belief in the individual creation of every species of plants and animals on the days prior to Adam's creation. The species, thus, was the unit of creation. The rapid progress of natural history at that period favored this development. Most of the herbalists, in their studies of wild plants, likewise arrived at the idea that species were well-defined units of nature and that they were constant and sharply separated from each other. 255. The essentialist species concept. The creationist interpretation of species by the Christian fundamentalists agreed well with the essentialist species concept, according to which each species is characterized by its unchanging essence, eidos, and separated from all other species by a sharp discontinuity. Essentialism assumes that the diversity of inanimate as well as of organic nature is the reflection of a limited number 256 of unchanging universals, Hull, 1975. This concept ultimately goes back to Plato's concept of the eidos, and this is what later authors had in mind when they spoke of the essence, or nature, of some object or organism. All those objects belong to the same species that share the same essence. The presence of the same essence is inferred on the basis of similarity. Species, thus, were simply defined as groups of similar individuals that are different from individuals belonging to other species. Species, thus conceived, represent different types of organisms. Individuals, according to this concept, do not stand in any special relation to each other, they are merely expressions of the same eidos. Variation is the result of imperfect manifestations of the eidos. The criterion of similarity worked reasonably well in the sorting of species of minerals and other inanimate objects. Similarity, however, is a rather unreliable yardstick when one has to classify highly variable organisms. How can one know whether or not two individuals share the same essence? This can be assumed for those that are very similar, those sharing the same characters. But what are we to do with individuals that are as different as are males and females in sexually dimorphic animals, or as are larvae and adults in invertebrates, or as are any of the other strikingly different variants so often found in a species? The method of inference from similarity completely broke down in all cases of pronounced sexual and age variation or any kind of polymorphism. One was forced to ask, is there any other criterion by which one can determine shared essence? John Ray, History Plant, 1686, Tre Silk in Bedell, 1957, was the first to provide a biological answer to this question. In order that an inventory of plants may be begun and a classification of them correctly established, we must try to discover criteria of some sort for distinguishing what are called species. After a long and considerable investigation, no surer. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Criterion for determining species has occurred to me than the distinguishing features that perpetuate themselves in propagation from seed. Thus, no matter what variations occur in the individuals or the species, if they spring from the seed of one and the same plant, they are accidental variations and not such as to distinguish a species. Animals likewise that differ specifically preserve their distinct species permanently. One species never springs from the seed of another nor vice versa. Here was a splendid compromise between the practical experience of the naturalist, who can observe in nature what belongs to a species, and the essentialist definition, which demands an underlying shared essence. Quite obviously the entire range of amplitude of variation that any given pair of conspeciesy parents can produce in their own offspring is contained within the potential of the essence of a single species. The importance of reproduction for the species concept is that it permits inferences on the amount of variation compatible with the existence of a single essence. Ray's definition was enthusiastically adopted by generations of naturalists. It had the additional advantage that it fitted so well with the creationist dogma. This is what Cuvier had in mind when he defined species as individuous descendants to parents communes. 5. He explained this in a letter to his friend Pfaff. We imagine that a species is the total descendants of the HRST couple created by God, almost as all men are represented as the children of Adam and Eve. What means have we, at this time, to rediscover the path of this genealogy? It is assuredly not in structural resemblance. There remains in reality only reproduction, and I maintain that this is the sole certain and even infallible character for the recognition of the species. Coleman, 1964, 145. Actually this was nothing but Ray's criterion, and later Cuvier himself admitted that in practice similarity was the primary criterion in the delimitation of species taxa. Clearly, there are no evolutionary overtones in Cuvier's species definition. Numerous species definitions from Ray to the end of the 19th century affirmed on one hand the fixity, permanence, and bridgeless discontinuity of species, and used at the same time biological criteria to reconcile the seeming contradiction between conspicuous variation and the presence of a single essence. The words common descent so frequently used by writers of that period had the purely operational meaning of blood relationship, rather than any belief in evolution. When such an emphatically anti-evolutionary author as von Baer, 1828, defines the species as the sum of the individuals that are united by common descent. 257. 258. It is quite evident that he does not refer to evolution, nor does Kant when he says, the natural classification deals with lines of descent, grouping animals according to blood kinship. Lovejoy, 1959 d. 180. To a creationist it simply meant descent from the pair that had been originally created. Such descent was reaffirmed by Linnaeus. Carl Linnaeus, the great Swedish botanist, is always described as a champion of the essentialist species. That he was, but this characterization by no means describes adequately the versatility of his species concept, for Linnaeus combined the experiences of a local naturalist, a pious creationist, and a disciple of logical division. 6. Even though all three components of his thinking stressed the constancy and sharp delimitation of species, it is necessary, for a complete understanding of Linnaeus' thinking, to keep all three sources of his concept in mind. He first, 1736, articulated his species concept in the famous aphorism, "We count as many species as different forms were created in the beginning." In 1751 in the Philosophia Botanica, para 157, he expanded it in the statement, "There are as many species as the infinite being created diverse forms in the beginning, which, following the laws of generation, produced as many others but always similar to them, therefore there are as many species as we have different structures before us today." When Linnaeus said created, he meant this quite literally. In an essay he stated his belief that at the beginning of the world, there was created only a single sexual pair of every species of living things. By a sexual pair I mean one male and one female in every species where the individuals differ in sex, but there are certain classes of animals natural hermaphrodites, and of these only a single individual was originally formed in each kind. He came to this conclusion not only on the basis of his religious convictions but also because this expressed the then modern scientific findings. Spallanzani and Redi had refuted the occurrence of spontaneous generation, and Ray as well as Linnaeus had convinced themselves that the conversion of seeds of one species into such of another species, heterogeny, was likewise impossible. The assumptions of St. Augustine were not confirmed. The species never played as important a role in Linnaeus' thinking as the genus. As a result he was often rather casual in microtaxonomy, the science of species. His treatment of particular species in his taxonomic catalogues, those on plants, Species Plantarum, and on animals, Systema Naturae, two works in which his compilations of species are rich in errors. This necessitated frequent revisions of these writings. The observations of the naturalists, the requirements of Christian faith, and the dogma of essentialism all led to the conclusion of the existence of well-defined and completely constant species, a concept which had an enormous influence for the ensuing 100 years. As long as it was believed that species readily changed into others, heterogeny, or were equally readily produced by spontaneous generation, the whole problem of evolution could not arise. Poulton, 1903, Mayr, 1957, and Zirkel, 1959, have called attention to the fact that Linnaeus' insistence on the reality, sharp delimitation, and constancy of species did perhaps more to encourage subsequent evolutionary studies than if he had endorsed the traditional belief in a great plasticity of species. It was his species concept which generated a contradiction between the many indications of evolution in nature and the seeming constancy of species, a contradiction which had to be resolved. Curiously, Linnaeus later in life reneged on the typological species concept of constant species, so well known under his name. He removed the statement nulli species novi, no new species, from the 12th edition of The Systema Naturae, 1766, and crossed out the words natura non facit saltus in his own copy of the Philosophia Botanica, Hofston, 1958. A number of botanical discoveries were responsible for this change of mind. Zimmermann, 1953, 201-210. First he encountered a striking mutation of flower structure, Peloria, in the plant Linaria which he thought was a newly arisen good species and genus, and later he encountered a number of putative species hybrids. It led him to a curious belief that perhaps only genera had been created in the beginning and that species were the product of hybridization among these genera. This hypothesis was, of course, not only inconsistent with everything he had said and believed before but was in fact irreconcilable with essentialism. Not surprisingly, Linnaeus was at once bitterly attacked from all sides, because the production of new essences by hybridization was unthinkable for any consistent essentialist. No one made this point more strongly than Karl Reuter, who in a series of experiments, 1761 to 1766, showed that newly produced hybrids between species are not constant new species but highly variable and could be returned to the parental species. 259. By continuous back-crossing, Albee, 1966. 70s later ideas of Linnaeus were almost entirely forgotten in the ensuing period and had apparently no influence whatsoever on any later evolutionary thinking. His contemporary Michel Audonson, so revolutionary in some of his thinking, had an entirely orthodox species concept. He made a careful analysis of the species problem and then concluded that the transmutation of species does not happen among plants, no more than among animals, and there is not even direct proof of 260 it among minerals, following the accepted principle that constancy is essential in the determination of a species, 1769, 418. This quotation illustrates particularly well how formalistic and non-biological a species concept was held even by perceptive and otherwise enlightened biologists. The essentialist species concept was accepted by taxonomists in the post-Linnaean period almost unanimously. This concept postulated four species characteristics. 1. Species consist of similar individuals sharing in the same essence. 2. Each species is separated from all others by a sharp discontinuity. 3. Each species is constant through time. And 4. There are severe limitations to the possible variation of any one species. This, for instance, was Lyell's species concept. Buffon. In his Thought on Species, Georges Louis Buffon, although earlier in time, was nearer to current thinking than Linnaeus or Cuvier. It is rather difficult to present a concise summary of Buffon's ideas on species, not only because they are scattered through numerous volumes of his Histoire naturelle but also because his thinking changed through time, from his first statement in 1749 to his last one in 1766. Different students of Buffon have therefore presented different interpretations. 8. Buffon's earliest pronouncements on the species had a strongly nominalistic flavor, and seemed to emphasize the existence of individuals rather than species, and of continuity between them. Nature progresses by unknown gradations and consequently does not submit to our absolute divisions when passing by imperceptible nuances from one species to another and often from one genus to another. Inevitably there are a great number of doubtful species and intermediate specimens which one does not know where to place. Over. Philosophy, 10, trans. Farber, 1972. Microtaxonomy, the Science of Species. Actually, this statement in Volume 1 of Histoire naturelle was part of an attack on the Linnaean system, and in two other volumes of the Histoire naturelle, all three published simultaneously in 1749, Buffon supported the concept of constant, well-delimited species. Though it has been denied by various specialists, Buffon's species were essentialistically conceived. Each species was characterized by a species-specific moule interior which, although differently derived, shared many attributes with Plato's eidos. Furthermore, each species was clearly separated from all other species. There exists in nature a general prototype in each species upon which all individuals are molded. The individuals, however, are altered or improved, depending on the circumstances, in the process of realization. Relative to certain characteristics, then, there is an irregular appearance in the succession of individuals, yet at the same time there is a striking constancy in the species considered as a whole. The first animal, the first horse for example, was the exterior model and the internal mold from which all past, present, and future horses have been formed. Hist. Nat. 4, 215 to 216, from Farber, 1972, 266, it was this succession of individuals which Buffon considered the most important characteristic of species, because each succession of individuals is sharply separated from all others. It is then in the characteristic diversity of species that the intervals between the nuances of nature are the most noticeable and best marked. One could even say that these intervals between species are the most uniform and the least variable of all, since one can always draw a line between two species, that is, between two successions of individuals that cannot reproduce with each other. This distinction is the strongest that we have in natural history. Each species, each succession of individuals that can successfully reproduce with each other will be considered as a unit and treated separately. The species then is only a constant succession of similar individuals that can reproduce together. Hist. Nat. 4, 384 to 385, supplementing Ray's criterion, which had demonstrated that exceedingly different appearing organisms could belong to the same species if sharing a common descent, Buffon discovered a criterion by which one could decide whether or not two very similar kinds were different species. For instance, are donkey and horse one species? His solution was that individuals that cannot produce fertile offspring belong to different species. We should regard two animals as belonging to the same species if, by means 261 of copulation, they can perpetuate themselves and preserve the likeness of the species, and we should regard them as belonging to different species if they are incapable of producing progeny by the same means. Hist. Nat. 2, 10. A species is a constant succession of similar individuals that can reproduce together, p. 385. The conspicuous novelty in Buffon's species concept is that the criterion of conspecificity is no longer, as in Ray, the range of morphological variation in the descendants of one set of parents, but rather their ability to produce fertile offspring. By introducing 262ing this entirely new criterion, Buffon had gone a long way toward the biological species concept. Yet, by considering species as constant and invariable, Buffon still adhered to the essentialistic species concept. There is a second aspect by which Buffon differs from Linnaeus and other orthodox taxonomists, namely, his downgrading of morphological characters and his emphasis on habits, temperament, and instinct, which he considered far more important characteristics of species than purely structural features. It is not sufficient, he says, to identify a species by a few key characters. If one wants to know an animal, one must know all of its characteristics. No one took this admonition more seriously than the field naturalists. The great flowering of the natural history of living animals, particularly birds, in the ensuing generations owes a great deal to Buffon's concepts. One can always recognize a species by characteristics of its life history. A species, therefore, is something natural and real, in contrast to the Linnaean genus, which is a purely arbitrary construct. Later in life, after 1765, Buffon somewhat modified his species concept, by defining the word species in a narrower and rather restricted sense. Roger, 1963, 576. When he realized, particularly by studying birds, that there were closely related groups of species, some of them apparently producing fertile hybrids, he assigned to such families of species the attributes he had previously assigned only to species. Yet, he maintained at the same time his concept of well-defined species at a lower level. This groping for a new species concept, foreshadowing the idea that groups of species might have a unity owing to common descent, had apparently no lasting impact on his readers and played no further role in the later history of the species concept. On the other hand, Buffon's rather biological way of looking at species exerted an important influence. Zimmermann, 1778, I. 130, states that he is following Buffon, Blumenbach, and Spallanzani in adopting cross-fertility as the species criterion, and that microtaxonomy, the science of species. He is including all dogs in a single species, first because they all mate with each other and, what is most important, produce fertile young. Secondly, because all the races of dogs have the same instincts, the same attachment to man, and the same capacity to be tamed. Such a biological concept of species was widespread between 1750 and 1860, as reflected in the writings of Pallas, Gloger, Faber, Altum, and the best naturalists of the 19th century. Yet, simultaneously a strictly essentialistic concept survived, particularly among the collector types, who described every variant as a new species. Pastor C. L. Bram named no less than 14 species of house sparrows from his little village in Thuringia. A French specialist of freshwater clams based more than 250 species names on variants of a single species. For these authors, species were types and any consideration of species as populations was alien to their thinking. It is this way of thinking of species which is often referred to in the systematic literature as the typological species concept. There is hardly any higher taxon of animals and plants in which there have not been one or two such species mongers active, accounting for hundreds and thousands of synonyms. Mayr, 1969, 144 to 162. In botany, perhaps even more so than in zoology, variation was made the excuse for the description of innumerable new species, particularly in so-called difficult genera like Rubus or Crataegus. The situation was aggravated by the almost universal failure of botanists to distinguish terminologically between individual and geographical varieties. The first beginning of an improvement came when the International Botanical Congress of 1867 adopted proposals by Alphonse de Candolle to recognize subspecies, varieties, and other subdivisions of the species. In the ensuing years the publications of Kerner, 1866, 1869, and Wettstein, 1898, helped to clarify the situation. But even after the rise of the new systematics, all too many botanists still used the term variety indiscriminately for geographical populations and for intrapopulational variants. The nominalistic species concept. Opposition to the essentialistic species concept developed on two fronts, among naturalists and among philosophers. The two philosophers who exercised the greatest influence in the early and middle 18th century, Leibniz and Locke, were both uncomfortable with the concept of well-defined, sharply separated species. Locke did not necessarily deny the existence of species, but 263. 264. Said, I think it nevertheless true that the boundaries of species, whereby men sort them, are made by men. He exclaimed that he was unable to see why two breeds of dogs are not as distinct species as a spaniel and an elephant, so uncertain are the boundaries of species of animals to us. When the concepts of plenitude and continuity began to dominate Western thinking in the post-Leibnizian period, Lovejoy, 1936, 229 to 241, the concept of discontinuous systematic categories, including that of the species, became a liability, and philosophers fell back on a nominalistic definition of species. For the nominalist, only individuals exist while species or any other classes are man-made constructs. Nominalism, a medieval school of philosophy, rejected the notion of essentialism that similar things share the same substance, essence, and claimed instead that all that classes of similar things share is a name. This interpretation was also applied to the species by several 18th century authors, Crombie, 1950. Thus, Robinett claimed, there are only individuals, and no kingdoms or classes or genera or species, de la nature, 4, 1-2. Similar statements can be found in the writings of several French naturalists beginning with the first volume of Buffon, 1749, and continuing in Lamarck, Burckhardt, 1977, and Lacépède, 1800. Buffon quickly abandoned this concept, if he ever truly believed in it, and the other naturalists like Lamarck and Lacépède dealt with species in a thoroughly orthodox manner in their actual taxonomic treatises. In his later years, 1817, Lamarck became more and more convinced of the importance of species. He emphasized that the species of inanimate objects was something entirely different from the species of organisms. Species of organisms are complex systems of heterogeneous molecules, which explains their capacity for variation and change. Finally, he raised questions concerning their evolutionary change and whether they do not multiply and thus become diversified. This prophetic view of species was a long way from Lamarck's earlier nominalistic claim that only individuals exist. 9. The nominalistic concept of species remained popular among botanists throughout the 19th century. Schleiden and Nageli were among its chief proponents. Messy genera like Rubus and Hieracium were the evidence, most frequently cited, to defend this view. Among paleontologists it was likewise popular, particularly among authors working on such artifacts as conodonts where a delimitation of species taxa is indeed often difficult. Spirited de Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Fences in favor of considering species a purely arbitrary convention were published by prominent botanists such as Cronquist and paleontologists such as A. B. Shaw within the last decade. The botanist Bessey, 1908, stated this viewpoint particularly well: nature produces individuals and nothing more. Species have no actual existence in nature. They are mental concepts and nothing more. Species have been invented in order that we may refer to great numbers of individuals collectively. 10. Some recent opponents of the biological concept, for example, Sokol and Crovello, 1970, also endorse ideas that are basically nominalistic, though they are very much in the minority. The evidence for intrinsically maintained discontinuities between sympatric natural populations is so overwhelmingly conclusive that most students of local faunas and floras have adopted the biological species concept. The reason why 18th and 19th century authors who were dissatisfied with the essentialist species concept adopted the nominalist concept was not necessarily because they were impressed by its superiority but simply because they could not think of any other alternative. It lost this advantage with the coming of the biological species concept and is now no longer in vogue, at least not among biologists. Darwin's species concept. No author reflects the struggle with the species concept more vividly than Darwin. The species which he encountered as a youthful collector and naturalist at Shrewsbury, Edinburgh, and Cambridge was the typological, non-dimensional species of the local fauna. This was also the species of his beetle-collecting friends, and of Henslow and Lyell, Mayr, 1972b. It was still Darwin's species concept when he landed in the Galapagos on September 16, 1835. The Beagle visited 4 islands, Chatham, Charles, Albemarle, and James, all within less than 100 miles of each other. Never before having been exposed to geographic variation, Darwin took it for granted that the fauna of all these neighboring islands was the same, and apparently labeled all of his specimens simply as coming from the Galapagos Islands, Soloway MS. The fact that the local Spaniards could distinguish each island race of giant tortoise apparently made at first little impression on Darwin, whose mind at that time was very much preoccupied with geology. When Darwin subsequently sorted his collections of birds, 265, he was confronted by the problem of how to classify the populations on different islands. For instance, there is a mockingbird, Mimas, on every island of the Galapagos, but the birds of a given island are somewhat different from the birds on most of the other islands. Are the inhabitants of the various islands different species or are they varieties? Was the question Darwin asked. There was no doubt that they were different taxa, because the differences could be seen and described. The problem was one of ranking, that is, of placing them in the appropriate category. 1 has to 266. Keep this in mind when one analyzes Darwin's statements on species. It is even more important to realize that Darwin's species concept underwent a considerable change in the 1840s and 50s, Kotler, 1978, Soloway, 1979. In the 1830s Darwin's concepts of species and speciation were determined almost exclusively by the zoological evidence. Indeed, he conceived of species as being maintained by reproductive isolation. That this is the way Darwin thought about species at that period was unknown to Darwin scholars until his notebooks were rediscovered. Here he wrote, For instance, my definition of species has nothing to do with hybridity, is simply an instinctive impulse to keep separate, which will no doubt be overcome or else no hybrids would be produced, but until it is these animals are distinct species, NBT, c. 161. 1.1 Here we have a clear description of reproductive isolation, maintained by ethological isolating mechanisms. There are repeated references in the notebooks to mutual repugnance of species to intercrossing. The dislike of two species to each other is evidently an instinct, and this prevents breeding. B. 197. Definition of species, one that remains at large with constant characters, together with other beings of very near structure. B. 213. In these notebooks Darwin emphasized repeatedly that species status had little if anything to do with degree of difference. Hence species may be good ones and differ scarcely in any external character. B. 213. Here he refers to the two sibling species of the leaf warbler Philoscopus trochilus, Collibitta and Sibyllatrix, discovered in England by Gilbert White in 1768, which were so similar that they were not formally recognized by taxonomists until 1817. It is no exaggeration to state that in the 1830s Darwin had what was very close to the modern biological species concept. When one goes to the Origin of 1859 and reads what it says about species, one cannot help but feel that one is dealing with an altogether different author, Mayr, 1959b. Since until the notebooks were rediscovered this is the Darwin known to the biology. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Cal World from 1859 on, it is of historical importance to quote what Darwin said in The Origin, no one definition has as yet satisfied all naturalists, yet every naturalist knows vaguely what he means when he speaks of a species. P. 44, in determining whether a form should be ranked as a species or a variety, the opinion of naturalists having sound judgment and wide experience seems the only guide to follow. P. 47, from these remarks it will be seen that I look at the term species, as one arbitrarily given for the sake of convenience to a set of individuals closely resembling each other, and that it does not essentially differ from the term variety, which is given to less distinct and more fluctuating forms. P. 52, see also P. 469. Hence the amount of difference is one very important criterion in settling whether two forms should be ranked as species or varieties. Pages 56 to 57, varieties have the same general characters as species, for they cannot be distinguished from species. P. 58, and a similar statement, P. 175, it can thus be shown that neither sterility nor fertility affords any clear distinction between species and varieties. P. 248, in short, we shall have to treat species in the same manner as those naturalists treat genera, who admit that genera are merely artificial combinations made for convenience. P. 485, and in a letter to Hooker. December 24, 1856, Darwin wrote, I have just been comparing definitions of species. It is really laughable to see what different ideas are prominent in various naturalists' minds. When they speak of species, in some, resemblance is everything and descent of little weight; in some, resemblance seems to go for nothing, and creation the reigning idea; in some, descent is the key; in some, sterility an unfailing test; with others it is not worth a farthing. It all comes, I believe, from trying to define the undefinable. LLD, 2, 88. What could have brought about this complete turnaround in Darwin's species concept? His reading as well as his correspondence indicate that after 1840, and particularly from the 1850s on, Darwin was increasingly influenced by the botanical literature and by correspondence with his botanist friends. As he himself said, all my notions about how species change are derived from a long continued study of the works of, and converse with, Agri. 267. Culturists and Horticulturalists, LLD, 2, 79. Perhaps no other botanist influenced Darwin's thinking more than William Herbert, who, among other things said, there is no real or natural line of difference between species and permanent or discernible variety. nor do there exist any features on which reliance can be placed to pronounce whether two plants are distinguishable as species or varieties. 1837, 341. Statements almost exactly like this one can be found in the botanical literature from that time until the present. Only rarely is an attempt made to discriminate 268 between sympatric and allopatric situations. Herbert did not give cross-fertility primacy over degree of morphological similarity, since he believed that the fertility of the hybrid or mixed offspring depends more upon the constitutional, whatever that means, than the closer botanical affinities of the parents. 1837, 342. Not reproductive isolation but degree of difference had now become the yardstick of species status. For Herbert, the genus was the only natural category. Many of Darwin's statements are perfectly legitimate if one translates the word variety into geographical isolate. It is as true today as it was in the days of Darwin that the ranking of geographical isolates, particularly those that are strongly marked, is arbitrary. There are literally hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of geographical isolates among birds which as recently as the 1970s were ranked as species by some ornithologists and as subspecies by others. If all Darwin had wanted to say is that it is difficult, and often impossible, to rank isolated populations, no one could have found fault with him. Geographical isolates indeed are incipient species. Unfortunately, Darwin used strictly typological language, and by using terms like forms and varieties, instead of individuals or populations, he introduced confusing ambiguity. Furthermore, instead of using the term variety consistently for geographic races, he frequently employed it, particularly in his later writings, as a designation for a variant or aberrant individual. By this extension of the meaning of the term variety, Darwin confounded two rather different modes of speciation, geographic and sympatric speciation. When one glances over the statements about species made by Darwin in The Origin, one might get the impression that he considered species as something purely arbitrary and invented merely for the convenience of taxonomists. Some of his comments re. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Mind one of Lamarck's statement that species do not exist, only individuals. And yet, in their taxonomic work both men treated species in a perfectly orthodox manner, Lamarck with mollusks, Darwin with barnacles, as if they were so many independent creations. And this, let me add, was quite legitimate because in these taxonomic monographs they listed and described species taxa, and the definition of the species category was, except in borderline cases, an irrelevant consideration. Somehow, Darwin was very pleased with himself for having solved the species problem. Since species continue to evolve, they cannot be defined, they are purely arbitrary designations. The taxonomist no longer will have to worry what a species is, when the views entertained in this volume are generally admitted. Systematists will not be incessantly haunted by the shadowy doubt whether this or that form be in essence a species. This, I feel sure, and I speak after experience, will be of no slight relief. Origin, 484. This explains why Darwin no longer attempted to define what a species is. He treated it purely typologically as characterized by degree of difference. Gazellin, 1969, 101, has stated quite correctly that there is no solid evidence that Darwin conceived of species as reproductively isolated populations. This is surely true for the period when he wrote The Origin. One must further remember that in The Origin Darwin dealt with species in the context of the problem of the gradual origin of species. There was a strong, even though perhaps unconscious, motivation for Darwin to demonstrate that species lack the constancy and distinctiveness claimed for them by the creationists. For how could they be the result of gradual change through natural selection if it were true, as Darwin's opponents continued to claim for the next 100 years, that species are sharply delimited and separated by bridgeless gaps? Hence, it was good strategy to deny the distinctness of species. Considerable support for this claim could be marshaled, provided one defined species simply by degree of difference rather than by reproductive isolation, and provided one made no distinction between geographical and intrapopulational varieties. When species are thus conceived, the origin of new species is not an unsurmountable problem. But the switch from Darwin's species concept of the 1830s to that of the 1850s laid the foundation for controversies that lasted for a century. 269. The rise of the biological species concept. The publication of The Origin created a formidable dilemma for the students of species. Species evidently had descended from common ancestors and, as Darwin claimed, by a slow, gradual process. Yet, the local naturalists found species to be separated in nature by bridgeless gaps and not at all consisting of arbitrary 270 aggregates of specimens, as Darwin seemed to claim in The Origin. As a result, species continued to be dealt with as if no one had established a theory of evolution. Among the museum taxonomists, the essentialist interpretation of species continued to dominate. Stresemann, 1975. It was called the morphological species concept because degree of morphological difference was used as the criterion by which it was decided whether certain individuals belonged to the same or to different species. As late as 1900, a group of leading British biologists and taxonomists, including Ray Lankester, W.F.R. Weldon, William Bateson, and A.R. Wallace, unanimously endorsed a strictly morphological species definition, Koch, 1977. The definition provided by Wallace as species is a group of individuals which reproduce their like within definite limits of variation, and which are not connected with their nearest allied species by insensible variations would raise every isolated geographical race to the rank of a separate species. Whenever variation was encountered, Ray's prescription was applied, that is, to consider as conspecific whatever any given pair of conspecific parents could produce in their offspring. This species concept was not only adopted by the majority of taxonomists, but it was also the dominant concept of the experimental biologists. De Vries' species of Oenothera were based on such a morphological definition, and as recently as 1957 Sonborn refused to designate the varieties of Paramecium as species even though, on the basis of their biological characteristics and reproductive behavior, it was abundantly evident that this is what they were, as Sonborn himself eventually admitted. One too far superior to the morphological concept was a species concept found all along in the writings of field naturalists. Such authors as F. A. Pernot, 1660–1731, and Johann Heinrich Zorn, 1698–1748, studied every aspect of the biology of the birds in their surroundings and never questioned that all of them be microtaxonomy, the science of species. Longed to well-defined species, clearly separated from all others by biological characteristics, song, nest, migratory pattern, and soon, and by reproductive isolation. Zorn, like Ray, was in the tradition of natural theology, and in the ensuing 150 years the finest work on species in nature was done by natural theologians. Indeed, the foremost students of birds during this period, Gilbert White, C. L. Bram, and Bernard Altham, were priests or ministers. Stresemann, 1975. In the study of the species of insects in nature, natural theologians like William Kirby were also at the forefront. It was this tradition of the field naturalists which, when it became self-conscious and scientific, led to the development of the biological species concept. The old species concept, based on the metaphysical concept of an essence, is so fundamentally different from the biological concept of a reproductively isolated population that a gradual changeover from one into the other was not possible. What was required was a conscious rejection of the essentialist concept. This was facilitated by the clear recognition of a number of difficulties encountered by the students of species when trying to apply the criterion of degree of difference. Mayr, 1969, 24–25. The first was that no evidence could be found for the existence of an underlying essence or form responsible for the sharply defined discontinuities in nature. In other words, there is no way of determining the essence of a species, hence no way of using the essence as a yardstick in doubtful cases. The second difficulty was posed by conspicuous polymorphism, that is, the occurrence of strikingly different individuals in nature which nevertheless, by their breeding habits or life histories, could be shown to belong to a single reproductive community. The third difficulty was the reverse of the second one, that is, the occurrence in nature of forms which clearly differed in their biology, behavior, ecology, and were reproductively isolated from each other yet could not be distinguished morphologically, sibling species, see below. When one looks at many of the historical species discussions, one is impressed with how tantalizingly close to a biological species concept some of the earlier authors had come. To a modern biologist, it would seem only a small step from Ray's modified essentialistic definition as species is an assemblage of all variants that are potentially the offspring of the same parents to a species definition based on the concept of reproductive communities alone. Even closer was Buffon's definition, a species is a constant. 271. 272. Succession of similar individuals that can reproduce together and whose hybrids are sterile. Yet, Buffon still considered species essentialistically constant. Gert Anner, Sloan, 1978, and Illiger, Mayr, 1968, in some of their statements likewise came close to a statement of the biological species, but were also unable to shed the essentialistic framework of their thinking. The same is true for many other authors of the 19th century. None of them took the seemingly small step of defining the species in terms of a reproductively isolated assemblage of populations. Why was there such a long delay? There are three aspects of the biological species that required the adoption of new concepts. The first is to envision species not as types but as populations, or groups of populations, that is, to shift from essentialism to population thinking. The second is to define species not in terms of degree of difference but by distinctness, that is, by the reproductive gap. And third, to define species not by intrinsic properties but by their relation to other coexisting species, a relation expressed both behaviorally, non-interbreeding, and ecologically, not fatally competing. When these three conceptual changes are adopted, it becomes obvious that the species concept is meaningful only in the non-dimensional situation. Multidimensional considerations are important in the delimitation of species taxa but not in the development of the conceptual yardstick. It also becomes evident that the concept is called biological not because it deals with biological taxa but because the definition is biological, being quite inapplicable to species of inanimate objects, and that one must not confuse matters relating to the species taxon with matters relating to the concept of the species category. The clear pronouncement and explicit analysis of these characteristics of the biological species was not achieved until the 1940s and 1950s. 1-3 However, the essential points were grasped by a series of pioneers. The first two authors who clearly described and defined the biological species were the entomologists K. Jordan, 1896, 1905, and Poulton, 1903, C. Mayr, 1955. Poulton defined the species as an interbreeding community, as syngamic, and Jordan stated, individuals connected by blood relationship form a single faunistic unit in an area. The units, of which the fauna of an area is composed, are separated from each other by gaps which at this point are not bridged by anything. 1905, 157. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. The properties of the biological species. Leading ornithologists like Stresemann and Wrench applied the biological species concept consistently in the 1920s and 1930s. In 1919, p. 64, Stresemann emphasized that it is not degree of difference that characterizes species, but that forms when they have risen during geographic isolation to species rank have become so different from each other physiologically that they can come together again without interbreeding. Dobbs-Hansky's definition of species as forms which are physiologically incapable of interbreeding, 1937, 312, is virtually the same. The history of the numerous attempts to achieve a satisfactory biological species definition has been told repeatedly. For example, Mayr, 1957, 1963. Mayr's 1942 definition: species are groups of actually or potentially interbreeding natural populations which are reproductively isolated from other such groups, p. 120, still had some weaknesses. The actual versus potential distinction is unnecessary since reproductively isolated refers to the possession of isolating mechanisms, and it is irrelevant for species status whether or not they are challenged at a given moment. A more descriptive definition is, a species is a reproductive community of populations, reproductively isolated from others, that occupies a specific niche in nature. This definition does not instruct one how to delimit species taxa. What it does do is to permit one to determine the categorical rank of taxa. By contrast, degree of morphological distinctness is not a suitable criterion, as proven by sibling species and conspicuous morphs. The biological species concept, expressing a relation among populations, is meaningful and truly applicable only in the non-dimensional situation. It can be extended to multidimensional situations only by inference. The words reproductively isolated are the key words of the biological species definition. They pose at once the problem as to the cause of this isolation, a problem that was solved by the development of the concept of isolating mechanisms. The crude beginning of this concept goes back all the way to Buffon's sterility criterion, a criterion popular among botanists far into the 20th century. Zoologists, and particularly ornithologists and students of butterflies, however, observed that in nature the sterility barrier is rarely tested in animals and that conspecificity is usually determined by behavioral compatibility. In the course of time. 273. More and more devices that prevent species from interbreeding were discovered, for instance differences in breeding or flowering season and occupation of different habitats. The Swedish botanist Du Rietz, 1930, was apparently the first to provide a detailed listing and classification of such barriers to the interbreeding of species. Their study was clearly handicapped by the absence of a technical term. Dobzhansky provided the term isolating mechanism for any agent that hinders the interbreeding of groups of individuals. The isolating mechanisms may be divided into 274 two large categories, the geographical and the physiological, 1937, 230. Even though Dobzhansky realized that geographical isolation was on a different plane from any kind of physiological one, he did not appreciate that only the latter are genuine properties of species. For this reason, Mayr restricted the term isolating mechanisms to biological properties of species, expressly excluding geographical barriers, 1942, 247. There still remained one difficulty: an occasional individual in an otherwise perfectly good species may hybridize. In other words, isolating mechanisms can only provide the integrity of populations, but not of every last single individual. This recognition led Mayr to an improved definition: isolating mechanisms are biological properties of individuals which prevent the interbreeding of populations that are actually or potentially sympatric, 1963, 91. In the last 40 years the study of isolating mechanisms has become one of the most active fields of biology. One for reproductive isolation, however, is only one of the two major characteristics of the species. Even the earliest naturalists had observed that species are restricted to certain habitats, and that each species fits into a particular niche. These ideas were prominent in the writings of Buffon and of all the 18th and 19th century writers who spoke of the economy of nature. Darwin was convinced that the geographic range of a species was largely determined by the species borders of its competitors. 15. Yet, during the development of the modern species concept, the emphasis was at first almost exclusively on reproductive isolation. The person who more than anyone else deserves credit for reviving an interest in the ecological significance of species was David Lack, 1944, 1949. It is historically interesting to compare his evolutionary interpretation of bill size in different species of Galapagos finches. In an earlier paper, 1945, but actually written prior to 1940, he, Microtaxonomy, the Science of Species, had interpreted bill size as a species recognition signal, thus as an isolating mechanism, while in his later book, 1947, he interpreted it as adaptation to a species-specific food niche, an interpretation that has since been abundantly confirmed. It is now quite clear that the process of speciation is not completed by the acquisition of isolating mechanisms but requires also the acquisition of adaptations that permit coexistence with potential competitors. How difficult it is for a species to invade the range of a potential competitor is documented by the great frequency of parapatric distribution patterns of closely related species. Populations or species are parapatric when in contact geographically but not overlapping and rarely or never interbreeding. In such cases one species is superior at one side of the line of division, the other species at the other side. Parapatry can also be caused by cross-sterility but in absence of premating isolating mechanisms. An attempt was made by Van Vallen, 1976, 233, to base a species definition on niche occupation. A species is a lineage which occupies an adaptive zone minimally different from that of any other lineage in its range. This reflects the principle of competitive exclusion, but is not very practical as a species definition because it is often exceedingly difficult to discover the minimal niche difference between two species, as demonstrated by much ecological research. Furthermore, many species, for example, the caterpillar butterfly, occupy very different niches at different stages of their life cycle and in different portions of their geographical range. Is each of these therefore a different lineage and species? Such cases show graphically that the reproductive community is the real core of the species concept. As a matter of fact, niche occupation and reproductive isolation are two aspects of the species that are not mutually exclusive, except in parapatric ones, as shown by Lack, 1947, Dobbs-Hansky, 1951, Mayr, 1963, 66-88, and others. Indeed, the major biological meaning of reproductive isolation is that it provides protection for a genotype adapted for the utilization of a specific niche. Reproductive isolation and niche specialization, competitive exclusion, are, thus, simply two sides of the same coin. It is only where the criterion of reproductive isolation breaks down, as in the case of asexual clones, that one makes use of the criterion of niche occupation. Mayr, 1969, 31. 275. The new systematics. The replacement of the essentialist species concept by a population ally-conceived biological species has been an exceedingly slow process. Prerequisites for this replacement were the development of the theory of polytypic species taxa, a refinement in the terminology of infraspecific categories, and, most importantly, a growing realization of the immense variability of natural populations. 276 taxonomists, biometric ians, population geneticists, and most recently biochemists, through enzyme analysis, have contributed to the increasing weakening of the typological species concept. Experimental physiologists and embryologists have perhaps been the last to become converted to population thinking. Findings made by the new technique of enzyme electrophoresis have contributed to their gradual conversion. The rate at which the populational species concept has been applied to different groups of animals and plants has been highly uneven. When species can be readily studied in nature, the conversion to the biological species concept was virtually completed more than 30 years ago. Where only preserved material is studied, as is true for many groups of insects and other invertebrates, the prevailing species concept is rather typological even today. Particularly perceptive students of birds, mammals, fishes, snails, and butterflies arrived independently at very similar conclusions. Yet the opinions of these progressive leaders of systematics was a minority opinion until the 1930s. Most other taxonomists dealt with species and their variation in a manner not drastically different from that of Linnaeus nearly 200 years earlier. By 1940, however, the new movement was sufficiently visible so that a non-taxonomist, Julian Huxley, referred to it as the New Systematics in a volume thus entitled, even though, curiously, there was little new systematics in that volume. What was the new systematics? It was not a specific technique and is, perhaps, best described as a viewpoint, an attitude, or a general philosophy. It started primarily as a rebellion against the nominalistic, typological, and thoroughly non-biological approach of certain, alas, all too many, taxonomists of the preceding period. The new systematist appreciates that all organisms occur in nature as members of populations. He studies the biological properties of organisms rather than the static characters of dead speck. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Immens. He utilizes the greatest number of kinds of characters, physiological, biochemical, and behavioral characters as well as morphological ones. He uses new techniques not only to measure specimens but also to record their sounds, to perform chemical analysis, and to make statistical and correlational computations. The earliest systematic treatments in zoology of the ideas of the new systematics were by Ranch, 1929, 1933, 1934, and Mayr, 1942. The situation was more complex in botany. Here, a formidable chasm had developed between the herbarium taxonomists, who continued to cultivate the tradition of Linnaeus, and the held naturalists and experimentalists, who became increasingly dissatisfied with the typological morphological approach of the herbarium workers, particularly since the efforts of a few imaginative pioneers seemed to have had no permanent impact. 1/6 The Swedish plant ecologist Turesson, 1922, finally rebelled against this tradition, asserting that the conventional terminology of species and variety was quite unsuited to describe the dynamics of variation in natural populations. To cope with this situation, Turesson introduced the new terms ecospecies for the Linnaean species from an ecological point of view and ecotype for the product arising as a result of the genotypical response of an ecospecies to a particular habitat. More than that, he asserted that the study of the genetic and ecological variation of natural populations had nothing to do with taxonomy and should be made the subject matter of a separate biological science, gynecology, by others called biosystematics. Turesson himself was rather typological in his thinking. One gets the impression from his writings that he considered plant species as a mosaic of ecotypes rather than as an aggregate of variable populations. To some extent the same tendency toward typological thinking can be found in the writings of other Scandinavian authors. Nevertheless, Turesson's revolutionary concepts and his experimental analysis of samples of wild plant populations have had an impact on plant taxonomy that can hardly be exaggerated. He inspired numerous studies of the adaptive characteristics of local populations, which greatly advanced our understanding of the population structure of plant species and their ability to respond to local selection pressures. It was a liberating rebellion against the Linnaean tradition in the herbaria with its commitment to identification and typological thinking. Turesson's cry for a new botany, whether called gynecology or biosystematics, 277, was taken up by Anderson, Torrell, Stebbins, Epling, Camp, Gregor, Fassett, and other students of plant populations. 1/7 Botanists were clearly ahead of zoologists in two respects. They introduced experimental methods earlier and employed them far more extensively, aided by the fact that it is far easier to transplant and cultivate plants and to breed them in cultivation than to breed most animals. Botanists also utilized chromosome studies earlier and more intensively, in part by necessity owing to the frequency of polyploidy in plants. On the other hand, the introduction of the polytypic species greatly lagged in plant taxonomy, and the findings of the chromosomal studies were often interpreted in a strictly typological manner. For a few decades there seemed to be a complete split between the Linnaeanism of the herbaria and the experimental approach of the population botanists. However, in due time the new thinking, thus introduced into botany, spread also into the herbaria, and the gap that had existed in 1922 became increasingly smaller and finally disappeared. Most herbaria now have plant breeding facilities and supplement their understanding of the variation of natural species by studying genetic and karyological variation as well as sometimes the variation of enzymes and other molecules. Mayr, 1963, 351-354, Ehrendorfer, 1970, Grant, 1971, Solbrig, 1979, 1980. When reviewing the species concept in botany, one must realize that species are a far more complex phenomenon in many groups of plants than in most groups of animals, particularly birds. It is not only the immobility of plant individuals, favoring the formation of ecotypes, that leads to complications but also the widespread occurrence of polyploidy, hybridization, and various forms of asexuality and self-fertilization. Certain botanists, not without justification, have raised the question whether the wide spectrum of breeding systems that can be found in plants can all be subsumed under the single concept, and term, species. In addition to the term ecospecies, Turreson introduced the term synespecies for the totality of populations, and species, able to exchange genes with each other by hybridization. The most ambitious scheme to distinguish terminologically between different breeding systems in plants was proposed by Camp and Gilly, 1943, who distinguished by special technical names 12 different kinds of species. Actually, there is so much overlap in the criteria used and so little correlation between genetic mechanisms and visible morphological variation that this elaborate scheme was not adopted by any other author. Yet, the diversity of plant breeding systems, microtaxonomy, the science of species, may help to explain why there has been so much resistance among botanists to the adoption of the biological species concept. Attempts to recognize different kinds of species have not been altogether absent in zoology either. Certain authors, such as Kane, 1954, have attempted to distinguish morphospecies, biospecies, paleospecies, ecospecies, ethospecies, and so on, but one does not have the impression that these terminological endeavors led to any new insights. The term that is perhaps best justified is agamospecies for species of asexually reproducing organisms, see below. The validity of the biological species concept. The biological species concept has not remained unchallenged. The early attacks, from the 1920s to 40s, questioned primarily its practicality. How can a paleontologist test the reproductive isolation of fossils, or, the items I arrange in my collections are discrete and distinct types, and they are best called species. No questions of biological meaning were asked by these opponents, only those of administrative, curatorial convenience. The proponents of the biological species concept had relatively little trouble demonstrating that the opponents confused species taxon and species category, that they did not know the difference between evidence and inference, as Simpson has pointed out perceptively, and that going back to the morphological species concept takes one right back to the arbitrariness of having to decide how different an individual or a population has to be to deserve species status. Another set of criticism made at this period, also largely owing to a confusion of species taxon and species category, was based on the wish to define species quantitatively or experimentally. Since the biological species concept is neither based on quantitative nor experimental criteria, so it was claimed, it is to be rejected. This rejection rests on the fallacious claim that the methodologies and theories of the physical sciences are, without adjustment, applicable to evolutionary biology. Any naturalist can observe the genetically programmed reproductive and ecological discontinuities that exist in nature without applying a sophisticated computer analysis. In the 1950s to 1970s, a new set of arguments against the 279, 280 biological species concept came to the fore. Various authors claimed that in the particular organisms which they were studying, they were unable to find the clear-cut gaps between sympatric populations described by the adherents of the biological species concept. In other words, it was claimed that there is no valid observational basis for the biological species concept and that the biological species is a special situation in a few groups that cannot be generalized and extended to all organisms. To cope with the diversity of nature, one must therefore adopt either a different, more comprehensive concept, or else one must adopt several species concepts to cope with different types of organisms. These are serious objections and they have a certain amount of validity. This leads to the question whether the cases that do not seem to fit are exceptions or whether perhaps it is the biological species concept which is based on an exceptional situation. It is sometimes claimed that the biological species concept was invented by ornithologists and is valid only for birds. The historical facts refute this assertion. To be sure, a number of ornithologists, Hartert, Stresemann, Rensch, Mayr, were very active in promoting the concept, but Poulton and K. Jordan, the two great pioneers of the concept, were entomologists, and the Drosophila workers from Timofey Fresovsky, Dobbs-Hansky, and J. T. Patterson to Spieth and Carson were staunch supporters of the biological species. As unorthodox as some of M. J. D. White's ideas on speciation may seem, he vigorously affirms his acceptance of the biological species, based on his thorough knowledge of orthopterans and other insects. White, 1978. It is evident, then, that the concept does not describe an exceptional situation. The frequency at which the biological species does not work can be determined only by a careful statistical analysis of all the species of a higher taxon. The first author who undertook such an analysis was Vern Grant, 1957. He took 11 genera of Californian plants and determined the percentage of good species, that is, well-delimited species that cannot be confused with other species nor interbreed with others. In contrast to the situation in birds, less than half of the species were good. Only in the milkweed genus Asclepias were all 108 species good. In an analysis of all the species of North American birds, Mayr and Short, 1970, showed that 46 of the 607 species had strongly differentiated, peripherally isolated populations which some ornithologists considered full species, others subspecies. In only about 4 other cases were there any questions concerning species status. The microtaxonomy, the science of species. Ological species concept was of great help in deciding on species status in sibling species, polymorphic species, and in cases of hybridization. In only a single case, 2 species in the genus Papilio, did the concept break down completely. In Drosophila, where species, on the whole, are quite orthodox, a few situations have been found, for example, in the South American D. Willistoni complex, that are rather exceptional. The validity of the frequently made claim that the biological species concept cannot be applied to certain higher taxa of animals or plants can be judged only after thorough quantitative analyses of such taxa have been made, such as those described above. The biological factors which create most difficulties for the biological species concept are the following. Morphological similarity, or identity. The morphological species concept was so well entrenched when the biological concept was introduced that many biologists balked at recognizing morphologically identical populations as sibling species when it was discovered that they were reproductively isolated. The discrimination in 1768 between 3 species of leaf warblers, Philoscopus, by Gilbert White and, in the 1820s, between 2 species of brown creepers, Certhia, and between 2 species of black-capped titmice, Paris, by C. L. Bram, were perhaps the first cases of a recognition of cryptic or sibling species, as such exceedingly similar species have since been called, Mayr, 1942, 1948, 1963. Soon sibling species were also recognized in insects, Walsh, 1864, 1865, even though the majority of entomologists, firmly wedded to a morphological species concept, generally referred to them as biological races, Thorpe, 1930, 1940. It was not until the 1930s and 1940s that the enormous importance of sibling species in agriculture and public health was recognized. In particular, the discovery by various students of the malaria mosquitoes that so-called Anopheles maculopennis was actually a complex of 6 sibling species permitted a dramatic advance in malaria control. Yet, the resistance against the concept of morphologically very similar species, even by outstanding biologists, continued until the 1940s and 50s. When Dobzhansky and Epling, 1944, described Drosophila persimiles, Sturtevant, 1944, objected and continued to call this species D. pseudo-obscura B. After it had become quite evident that the so-called varieties of Paramecium were reproductively isolated species, Sonborn, 1957, refused to accept this conclusion and referred to them as syngens. It was not 281 until 1975 that he finally conceded their species status. From the protozoans to the mammals, there is no group of animals in which numerous sibling species have not been described in recent years. 1-8 The recognition of sibling species faces quite legitimate objections in 3 areas. 1. Among largely featureless protists or prokaryotes, very special techniques, such as nuclear transplants, biochemical analyses, are needed to establish specific distinctness. 2. Among fossils, when all the evidence is missing that would be needed to discriminate among sibling species. 3. In autopoly 252 ploids among plants, individuals with different chromosome numbers may be reproductively isolated but morphologically indistinguishable. None of these special situations refutes the biological species concept, even though the practicing taxonomist may be forced occasionally to use morphological criteria to delimit species taxa and thus treat groups of sibling species under a single binomen. 2 interpretations of sibling species were argued about in the 1950s and 1960s. According to Mayr, 1948, 1963, sibling species provide evidence that the correlation between morphological divergence and the acquisition of isolating mechanisms is not very strong. Sibling species are biological species that have acquired reproductive isolation but not yet morphological difference. If a genus includes both sibling species and morphologically distinct species, the latter are usually more different genetically, but such a relation does not necessarily hold in intergeneric comparisons. According to another group of students, sibling species are incipient species representing a stage in the speciation process. Subsequent researches have revealed rather convincingly that, from the point of view of reproductive isolation, sibling species do not differ from morphologically distinct species. Furthermore, morphologically distinct species, like Drosophila sylvestris and D. heteroneura on Hawaii, are sometimes far more similar genetically than sibling species. It is now evident that sibling species are not incipient species. Borderline cases or incipient species. Since most species originate as geographical isolates, one should expect that a certain percentage of such isolated populations are on the borderline between subspecies and species status. The decision whether or not to call such populations species is by necessity somewhat arbitrary. The existence of such borderline cases is what is to be expected if one believes in evolution. Many. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Of these cases are likewise an embarrassment to the morphological species concept, since they are as intermediate morphologically as they are reproductively. Of the 607 species of North American birds, for example, 46 have populations belonging to the class of incipient species. Uniparental reproduction, asexuality. The biological species concept is based on the reproductive isolation of populations. The concept, therefore, cannot be applied in groups of animals and plants that have abandoned bisexual reproduction. For these organisms, populations in the conventional meaning of biology do not exist. In an asexually reproducing species, every individual and every clone is reproductively isolated. It would be absurd to call each of them a separate species. But how can such individuals and clones be combined into species? This has long been a source of argument among biologists. Whatever solution is adopted, it is at best a compromise. The one that seems to fit most situations better than any other is based on the knowledge that a species is characterized not only by reproductive isolation but also by the fact that it occupies a species-specific ecological niche. This second characteristic of the species can usually be applied to asexual organisms. It is thus customary to combine into species those asexual individuals and clones that fill the same ecological niche or that play the same role in the ecosystem. The ecological landscape is highly diversified, and as a result ecological niches are discontinuous and so are the occupants of such ecological niches. These discontinuities can often be used to discriminate species taxa among uniparentally reproducing organisms. In most cases, the different niche occupations are correlated with certain morphological, physiological, or biochemical differences, and thus one can use these kinds of differences in order to infer ecological differences. Usually whole clusters of more or less correlated differences are involved, and such clusters are called species. Stanier et al., 1970, 525. It is not so, as is sometimes said, that species in asexual organisms are morphologically defined, but rather that morphological differences permit an inference on their niche occupation and thus on their species status. Evidently, the last word has not yet been said about the species concept in uniparentally reproducing organisms, particularly prokaryotes. In these organisms, many puzzling phenomena are encountered, not matched by anything known in the higher eukaryotes. This includes, for instance, the extreme constancy of 283 species of Cyanophyceae, blue-green algae, and the evidence for a good deal of gene exchange in certain genera of bacteria. Far more factual knowledge on these situations is required before one can speculate about what species concept is best applied to these organisms. Leakage of isolating mechanisms, hybridization. In mobile animals with well-developed behavioral isolating mechanisms, hybridization is rare, in fact in most species except 280-fortional. A complete breakdown of reproductive isolation among certain populations of sympatric species of animals has, however, been described in a number of cases. Mayr, 1963, 114-125. Yet, neither in birds nor in Drosophila is it a serious threat to the biological species concept. Most animal groups are not yet sufficiently well known to determine the frequency of hybridization. The impression one gets from the literature is that it is as rare in most other groups of animals as it is in birds and in Drosophila. Where it is more common, as in freshwater fishes, it still does not lead to a serious breakdown of the integrity of species, since the hybrids are usually sterile. Hybridization, of course, creates just as great a difficulty for the morphological as for the biological species concept. The situation clearly is different in plants. Edgar Anderson, 1949, introduced the useful concept of introgression to designate the incorporation of genes of one species into the gene pool of another species as a result of successful hybridization and back-crossing. Botanists are in agreement that such a leakage of genes from one species into another is frequent, although there is still considerable argument as to how common it is. Grant, 1971, 163-184. Sometimes the leakage leads to a complete breakdown of the species border, corresponding to a similar breakdown between the bird species Passer domesticus and P. hispaniolensis, or Papilloerythrophthalmus and P. acai, but far more frequently the two parental species continue to exist side by side in spite of continuous introgression. Stebbins has recorded a case of two species of California oaks, Q. urcus, hybrids between which are known from the Pliocene to the present, and yet where the two species have retained their essential integrity. Additional similar cases, particularly among oaks, have been described in the recent botanical literature. The genetics of such situations is not understood at all, for it seems as if some part of the genotype of the two species is microtaxonomy, the science of species, not affected by the hybridization. The two species, in such a case, seem to remain reproductively isolated, in the sense that they do not fuse into a single population, in spite of the leakage of certain of their genes. Whether or not in such cases of introgression the biological species concept must be abandoned is still controversial. Van Vallen, 1976. I do not think so. Introducing a new technical term for such occurrences may help to call attention to their existence but is of no explanatory value. However, there may be plant genera, like Rubus, Crataegus, or Taraxacum, without discrete species. The so-called species problem in biology can be reduced to a simple choice between two alternatives: are species realities of nature, or are they simply theoretical constructs of the human mind? Attacks on the species concept had evoked a spirited outburst from Carl Jordan, 1905. Wherever he went on his field excursions, he exclaimed, he found well-defined natural discontinuities, each of them characterized not only by visible characteristics but also by a wide array of biological characteristics, vocalization, seasonality, ecological preferences, and so on. For him, an entomologist, species were a simple fact of nature. The ornithologist feels exactly the same way. Indeed, he has trouble understanding why anyone should worry about the species problem. Then, where do the attacks on the biological species concept come from? They come either from mathematicians, like Sokal, who have only a limited acquaintance with species in nature, or from botanists. I am not a botanist myself, but I have collected and identified plants since my earliest youth and on 3 continents. To be sure, there are messy situations, as mentioned above, but I am far more impressed by the clear distinction of most kinds of plants I encounter in nature than by the occasional messes. A myopic preoccupation with the messy situation has prevented many botanists, but by no means all of them, perhaps not even the majority, from seeing that the concept species describes the situation of natural diversity in plants quite adequately in most cases. 19 Amusingly, some of those who have been most active in belittling the species concept seem to put on a different hat when writing taxonomic revisions and monographs, because there they are thoroughly conventional, thus displaying the same conceptual inconsistency as Lamarck did when applying the nominalist species concept. 285. 286. Applying the biological species concept to multidimensional species taxa. In the course of the 18th and early 19th centuries, the species lost more and more the burden imposed upon it by essentialistic dogma and gradually became the unit of observation of the local naturalist. He knew that what he encountered in his study area was neither simply an assortment of individuals, as claimed by the nominalists, nor the reflections of an essence. Local populations had a unity maintained by the interbreeding of the individuals of which these populations were composed. Differences of sex and age, or other kinds of individual variation, rarely confused a naturalist for long. As encountered by him, species were real objects, constant and separated from each other by clear-cut gaps. They were the non-dimensional species known to John Ray and Gilbert White in England and to Linnaeus in Sweden. Mayr, in a series of analyses from 1946 on, pointed out that the species concept has its full meaning only where populations belonging to different species come into contact. This takes place in local situations without the dimensions of space, geography, and time. The word species in such a non-dimensional situation designates a relational concept, like the word brother. To be a brother is not an intrinsic property of an individual, since it depends entirely on the existence of a sibling. A population, likewise, is a species in relation to other sympatric populations. The function of the species concept is to determine the status of coexisting individuals and populations. To know whether or not such individuals belong to the same species is of fundamental importance for the ecologist and the student of behavior. These biologists deal almost exclusively with non-dimensional situations. Whether or not two populations that are not in contact with each other either in space or time are conspecific is in most cases biologically uninteresting, if not altogether irrelevant. There are, however, Three groups of biologists whose research problems force them to go beyond the non-dimensional situations: taxonomists, paleontologists, and evolutionists. They are forced to categorize populations which represent each other in space and time and which show, as it is called, geographical or temporal variation. How do these workers cope with the problems posed by multidimensional species? Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Variation in the space dimension. Let me begin with the problem of geographic variation. When populations of different countries were compared, all sorts of difficulties in ranking them in the appropriate category were found. The first author to encounter this problem was apparently Buffon, when studying the animals of North America. There he found not only mammals that were very much like European species, as the beaver, the moose, and the red deer, elk, but also many birds seemingly related to well-known species of Europe. These observations induced Buffon to state, without reversing the order of nature, it could possibly be that all the animals of the New World are basically the same as those of the Old World from whom they originated. One could further suggest that having been separated from the remaining animals by immense seas or by impassable land, and with time having received all the impressions and suffered all the effects of the climate, which itself has been changed by the very causes that produced the separation, these animals have shrunk, have become distorted, etc. This, however, should not hinder us from regarding them presently as animals of different species. Over. Philosophy, 382. For the sake of convenience, most authors, when classifying vicariants, also rank them as species. Some naturalists preferred a different solution. Pallas, during his travels to Siberia, and other Russian explorers into Eastern Asia, whose collections Pallas studied, likewise discovered numerous vicariants of European species. Even though he recognized them as new, Pallas usually ranked them as varieties. These two solutions to the problem of how to rank geographical representatives of previously known species continued to compete with each other for the next 150 years. Most taxonomists called every geographical variant a different species, but the ornithologist Gloger, 1833, emphasizing the fact that many, if not most, species of birds vary geographically, recommended calling all such geographical variants races or varieties. Two developments were necessary in order to terminate this controversy. The first was the rejection of essentialism with its insistence of the constancy of the species' essence. This permitted the recognition of the fact that there are geographically variable species taxa and that one had to develop an infraspecific terminology in order to cope with this variability. The second was the recognition that the delimitation of these taxa is a quite separate problem from that of developing unambiguous criteria for rank. 257. Ing them, either in the species category or in an infraspecific category. In order to be able to rank a taxon, one must have a concept of the category in which to place it. This is why it was necessary to develop a clear-cut species concept. Infraspecific categories. Essentialists did not know how to deal with variation since, by definition, all members of a species have the same essence. When individuals were found that differed strongly from the norm of 288 the species, they were considered a different species; when they differed only slightly, a variety. The variety, varietas, was the only subdivision of the species recognized by Linnaeus and the early taxonomists, a variety being anything that deviated from the ideal type of the species. In his Philosophia Botanica, 1751, para 158, Linnaeus characterized the variety as follows: there are as many varieties as there are different plants produced from the seed of the same species. A variety is a plant changed by an accidental cause, climate, soil, temperature, winds, etc. A variety consequently reverts to its original condition when the soil is changed. Here Linnaeus defined the variety as a non-genetic modification of the phenotype. Yet, in his discussion of varieties in the animal kingdom, para 259, Linnaeus included also genetic variants such as races of domestic animals and various kinds of intrapopulation variants. As examples he lists white and black cows, small and big ones, fat and lean ones, smooth and woolly ones, likewise the races of domestic dogs. It is evident that the category variety in the writings of Linnaeus consisted of a highly heterogeneous lot of deviations from the species type. He did not distinguish between inheritable and non-inheritable varieties, nor between those that refer to individuals and those that represent different populations, such as domestic and geographic races. This confusion continued for 200 years, and some residues of it can be found even in the contemporary literature. The application of the term variety to such different phenomena as intrapopulation variants and distinguishable populations was one of the reasons why Darwin did not see more clearly the fundamental problem of speciation. Mayr, 1959b. Geographical varieties became particularly important in the history of systematics and evolutionism. Lore Instance, Pallas, and Esper, Mayr, 1963, 335, recognized as early as the 18th century that geographical races are something rather different from ordinary varieties and attempted to express this termino. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Logically. In due time, such varieties were designated as subspecies but were still treated quite typologically. The subspecies was considered, almost to the end of the 19th century, as a taxonomic unit like the morphological species but of a lower categorical rank. 2-1 This typological interpretation of the subspecies was only very slowly replaced by a populational one. A subspecies is now defined as an aggregate of phenotypically similar populations of a species, inhabiting a geographic subdivision of the range of a species, and differing taxonomically from other populations of the species. Mayr, 1969, 41. It is a unit of convenience for the taxonomist, but not a unit of evolution. By the 1850s the most progressive zoologists, particularly students of birds, fishes, butterflies, and snails, began to realize not only that no two individuals of a population are entirely identical, but also that most populations differ from each other in the mean values of many characters. The consequences of this new insight on evolutionary theory will be discussed in a later chapter, but it also had an impact on the classification of species. When a population differed taxonomically, which usually meant morphologically, from previously named ones, it was described as a new subspecies. A name was added to the species name, and thus the name of the subspecies became a trinominal. The British race of the white wagtail Motacilla alba, for instance, became Motacilla alba var. Lugubris. In due time the designation var was omitted and subspecies were referred to simply by trinominals, such as Motacilla alba lugubris. The first author to employ trinomials routinely was Schlegel, 1844. At the same time a tendency already present in the writings of Esper, became a tradition, to restrict the term variety to individual, intrapopulational, variants and the term subspecies to geographic races. Mayr, 1942, 108-113. The consistency with which the term subspecies is applied to geographic races varies from one taxonomic group to the other. Many botanists even, today call geographic races varieties. In certain areas of zoology the term variety is used only for individual variants, geographic races being either ignored, if slight, or raised to the rank of full species. We are still far from consistency in plant and animal taxonomy. Polytypic species taxa. It is only in some species that subspecies are recognized. Certain authors felt that such species taxa should be terminologically 289. 290. Distinguished and various names for them were suggested. Ranch, 1929, proposed the term Rassenkreis, while Mayr, 1942, employed the internationally more suitable term polytypic species, originally introduced by Julian Huxley. This is the term now in universal use to describe species that are composed of a number of subspecies. Mayr, 1969, 37-52. At first it was thought that the adoption of polytypic species would demand the establishment of a new species concept. However, as soon as the terminological distinction between category and taxon was made, it became evident that the polytypic species is merely a special kind of species taxon but does not require any change in the concept of the biological species category. The recognition of polytypic species taxa by the new systematics led to a great clarification and simplification of classification at the species level. In ornithology, for instance, the consistent application of polytypic species permitted a reduction in the number of recognized species taxa from over 20,000 in 1920 to around 9,000 at present. Progress in the modernization of species taxonomy was highly uneven in different areas of biology. For instance, more than 95% of all species of birds had been described by 1930, and only about 3 to 4 new species per year were discovered subsequently. As a result, most taxonomic effort was devoted to the evaluation of the validity of subspecies and to the delimitation of polytypic species. In other groups, so many new species are still discovered that the use of the polytypic species concept has hardly begun. To the present day there is not yet complete unanimity among ornithologists in the treatment of subspecies. The situation was almost chaotic in the 19th century. Stresemann, 1975, 243-268, however. Some authors ignored geographically isolated populations altogether unless strikingly different, others described them as subspecies, still others called each such population a full species. By 1890 the disagreement had narrowed down. It had been agreed that distinguishable populations should be recognized, but there was still disagreement as to which of these populations to call subspecies and which species. Under the influence of the leading American ornithologists Baird, Coos, and Ridgway, the principle was adopted of treating as subspecies all those populations the variation of which overlapped that of the parent population. This principle was expressed in the slogan, "Intergradation is the touchstone of trinomialism." True to the morphol. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Logical species concept, to which these authors adhered, any isolate was called a species that showed a clear-cut morphological or color difference. This criterion for the recognition of species taxa was widely adopted internationally, for instance in the Lancaster-Wallace species definition referred to above. The German ornithologist Ernst took exception to this narrow conceptualization of subspecies and replaced it by a new criterion, that of geographical representation. Even if a geographically representative population differed, and even though one does not have intermediate forms, by calling it a subspecies one shows the closeness of the relationship. His definition of subspecies, thus, was by inference based on the biological species concept. Although vigorously opposed by the ornithological establishment, in America as well as in Europe, Hardert's principle soon found followers in Germany, Mayr, Erlanger, Schalow, and in Austria, Tschüssi, Mayr, and became completely victorious in the 1920s under the leadership of Erwin Stresemann. However, Stresemann and some of his followers often went too far in the application of the principle of geographical vicariance. They tended to reduce every allopatric species to the rank of a subspecies, in part influenced by the Formenkreis of Otto Kleinschmidt, see Stresemann, 1975. It was Rensch, 1929, who called for a halt to this excessive lumping. He proposed to recognize not only groups of geographically representative subspecies, that is, polytypic species, but also groups of geographically representative species which he called Artenkreis, renamed superspecies by Mayr, 1931. Superspecies are groups of geographically vicariant populations, previously considered polytypic species, the members of which, called allospecies by Amadon, have been isolated sufficiently long to have reached species level. Much of the activity of avian taxonomy in recent decades has consisted in the careful scrutiny of polytypic species, particularly in insular regions, to determine which isolated and pronounced subspecies should be raised to the rank of allospecies. The main value in the recognition of superspecies is in zoogeographic research. Superspecies are common also in many other groups of organisms, but this does not become apparent unless a specialist depicts the distribution of the most nearly related species on the same map. Quite often the borders of such species are in contact with each other or overlap slightly, parapatric distribution, with or without a slight amount of hybridization. The Ranapapiens group of frogs in North America, in the 1940s considered a wide 291. 292. Spread polytypic species, has since been shown to be such a superspecies, consisting of at least 6 component, allo, species. The taxonomy of no other group of animals is as mature as that of birds. For this reason birds have been particularly valuable not only in evolutionary studies but also in ecology. In most other groups of animals the application of polytypic species, biologically defined, has progressed to a much lesser degree. There are indications that the situation in birds is a particularly simple one since many of the difficulties encountered by students of other taxa of animals and of plants seem to be absent from birds. Chromosomal variation, for instance, seems very slight and polyploidy absent. Interspecific hybridization is sufficiently rare not to cause any problems, nor is there any ecological specialization or adaptation to specific hosts that would create difficulties. Incipient speciation seems to proceed exclusively by way of geographical isolates. This gives the bird species a simplicity that is rarely found in other taxa. Mayr and Short, 1970. It will require a great deal of additional research to determine whether or not the prevailing species concept has to be modified or additional kinds of species taxa recognized in order to cope with complexities in other groups of animals and plants. Variation in the time dimension. Paleontologists face particularly formidable difficulties in the delimitation of species taxa. At different fossil localities they have to deal both with the time dimension and with the geographical dimension. The student of recent biota deals with an instantaneous cross-section of the evolutionary continuity, while the paleontologist deals with diversity as a continuum. In view of these difficulties paleontologists, until rather recent times, have on the whole sidestepped the species problem. In his Tempo and Mode in Evolution, 1944, Simpson hardly mentions the species at all. When he does, it is only in connection with speciation, as for instance, the phyletic lines are composed of successive species, but successive species are quite different things from the contemporaneous species that are involved in speciation as that word is usually used, p. 202. Like the neontologist, the paleontologist must attempt to solve his problem by beginning with the non-dimensional situation. This approach is possible, since a sample taken at a fossil locality, at a restricted horizon, normally represents a non-dimensional situa. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. Here the paleontologist is able to make an unequivocal decision. The variation here encountered is either that of a single population, or it represents several species. Subspecies in space and time are excluded by the nature of the situation. The analysis of such monotopic samples provides the yardstick to apply in the comparison of samples differing in space and time. To split the material collected at a single exposure into numerous varieties, as was done by some invertebrate paleontologists, may be helpful in stratigraphic researches but is indefensible biologically. It is even less meaningful biologically when paleobotanists recognize separate species for leaves, stems, inflorescences, and seeds collected in the same deposits. Admittedly, even such non-dimensional samples pose difficult problems. It is not always easy to determine whether certain phenomena represent different species or whether they represent age or sex differences. In groups where sibling species occur, these can presumably never be separated in fossils. However, these are technical difficulties rather than conceptual problems. Such conceptual difficulties arise, however, when the paleontologist is forced to expand the local species of a single locality into the multidimensional space of the history of life. By what criteria should he delimit his species taxa? Each phyletic lineage is an open system. Where should one set the beginnings and the end of a species in such continuity? Hennig, 1950, of the cladistic school, attempts to escape this dilemma by defining the species simply as the segment of a phyletic lineage between two branching points. This omits any reference to reproductive isolation and is strongly typological in its exclusive reliance on a limited number of ancestral or derived characters. Furthermore, it is strictly formalistic, since in this scheme species A automatically becomes species B when another species, C, branches off, even when there is no evidence for any difference between species A and B. The cladist E. O. Wiley, 1978, has recently stated that no presumed separate, single, evolutionary lineage may be subdivided into a series of ancestral and descendant species. The claims of Hennig and his followers ignore the fact that speciation events that take place in peripherally isolated populations have no effect on the main body of the species, which continues its evolutionary life without changing its species status, since it is unaffected by the budding off of a peripheral daughter species. The formalistic solution of the problem of species in time, thus, is no solution. As Simpson, 1961, 165, rightly points out, all. 293. Evolutionary lineages, except in cases of saltational evolution, have a complete evolutionary continuity, and if one would not divide such a line into ancestral and descendant species, one could start with man and run back to a protist still in the species Homo sapiens. But how does one divide such a lineage into a sequence of species? Simpson has attempted to solve the problem by introducing a new species concept, that of the evolutionary species. An evolutionary species is a lineage, an ancestral descendant sequence of 294 populations, evolving separately from others and with its own unitary evolutionary role and tendencies. 1961, 153. The vulnerability of this definition is, of course, that it applies equally to most incipient species, such as geographically isolated subspecies. These also evolve separately and have their own unitary evolutionary role but are not species until they have acquired reproductive isolation. Also, what exactly is meant by unitary evolutionary role? Simpson's definition is that of a phyletic lineage, but not of a species. Furthermore, this definition does not tell us at all how to delimit a sequence of species taxa in time. Are the sequences of temporal species taxa described by Gingerich, 1977, in Plesiodapes and other Paleocene-Eocene mammals good species or only subspecies? The answer, they are species if they have different unitary evolutionary roles, is no answer, for how are we ever to determine this? Simpson's definition is basically a typological description which quite ignores the fact that the evolutionarily most interesting species taxa are polytypic species. Many of the populations and races of such complexes differ significantly in niche utilization, they do not have a unitary evolutionary role. The paleontological species definition is trying to replace the non-dimensional by a one-dimensional, time dimension, definition, but becomes involved in contradictions by ignoring the horizontal dimensions, longitude and latitude. The principal weakness of so-called evolutionary species definitions is that they minimize, if not ignore, the crucial species problem, the causation and maintenance of discontinuities between species, and concentrate instead on the problem of how to delimit multidimensional species taxa. Yet, they do not even meet the limited objective of how to delimit such open-ended systems. Incidentally, there have been earlier attempts to incorporate the criterion of evolving in a species definition, for example, that of Alfred Emerson, but they were not adopted when the irrelevance and impracticality of this criterion was recognized. Microtaxonomy, the science of species. The situation, however, is not altogether hopeless. Many phyletic lineages become extinct and this sets a natural end at the last species of the lineage. Likewise, many species originate quite rapidly in a peripherally isolated founder population or in a temporary refuge. Here, the beginning of the first species of the new lineage is given. It is only in the cases of a sequence of ancestor-descendant species which transform gradually into each other in a single phyletic lineage that a sharp delimitation between temporal species taxa is impossible. Here biological evolution fails to accommodate the wishes of the taxonomist. Fortunately, the fossil record is more accommodating. Its deficiencies usually provide sufficient gaps in the lineages to permit a delimitation of vertical species taxa, as artificial as this may be. It seems that we will have to accept this compromise solution since the evidence does not seem to support the claim of some proponents of the theory of punctuated equilibria, see Chapter 13, that there is never any phyletic speciation and that all new species originate in founder, or refuge, populations or even by saltations. The significance of species in biology. Owing to the never-ending arguments about the definition of the species category, those who do not work with species but with cells or molecules may think that the species is an arbitrary and insignificant concept in biology. Actually, the recognition of the importance of species is steadily growing. Mayr, 1969. At one time the species category was largely the concern of the taxonomists. At a later stage the geneticists began to emphasize the genetic unity of species, expressing this either by referring to the species as a single large gene pool or by stressing the co-adaptation of the genes with each other. This in turn affected the evaluation of the process of speciation. This is no longer seen, as it was by Darwin, as a casual, ever-present change but as a rather drastic event. We have again become conscious that it requires a concrete step to get from one species to the next. It is now seen that the genetic changes from population to population within a species are often of a different kind and definitely of a lower order of magnitude than the genetic changes from one species to another. With one of the important aspects of the species being its reproductive isolation from other species, it is evident that the acquisition of the isolating mechanisms is of crucial importance in 295. The history of species. One may find a great deal of genetic change in adjacent and interconnected populations of a species, but they all belong to the same species when they are not separated by reproductive barriers. As long as such barriers are absent, the diversity of populations may be reversed by gene flow, by drastic hybridization, or by converging selection pressures. The point of irreversibility is reached when an evolving population has acquired isolating mechanisms from its parental population. From this point of no return on, the new species can invade new niches 296 and new adaptive zones. The origin of new higher taxa and of all evolutionary novelties ultimately goes back to a founder species. The species, therefore, is the basic unit of evolutionary biology. Mayr, 1970, 373-374. The role of the species in evolution has often been underrated. Huxley, 1942, considered most of species formation a biological luxury, without bearing upon the major and continuing trends of evolutionary process. Mayr, 1963, 620-621, disagreed with this interpretation. A prodigious multiplication of species is a prerequisite for evolutionary progress. Each species is a biological experiment. There is no way to predict, as far as the incipient species is concerned, whether the new niche it enters is a dead end or the entrance into a large new adaptive zone. Although the evolutionist may speak of broad phenomena, such as trends, adaptations, specializations, and regressions, they are not separable from the progression of the entities that display these trends, the species. The species are the real units of evolution. The species also to a large extent is the basic unit of ecology. Since ecosystems are composed of species, no ecosystem can be fully understood until it has been dissected into its component species and until the mutual interactions of these species are understood. A species, regardless of the individuals composing it, interacts as a unit with other species with which it shares the environment, cf. Cody and Diamond, 1974. This interaction of species is the principal subject of ecology. In view of the fact that isolating mechanisms make a species a reproductive community, the animal species is also an important unit in behavioral science. Individuals that belong to the same species share the same signaling system as far as all components of the courtship behavior is concerned. Likewise, members of a species share many other behavioral patterns, particularly all those that have to do with social behavior. Because the species is one of, if not the most significant of, microtaxonomy, the science of species. The units of evolution, of systematics, of ecology, and of ethology, the species is as important a unit of biology as is the cell at a lower level of integration. It is an immensely useful ordering device for many significant biological phenomena. Even though there is no special name for the science of species, as is the name cytology for the science of cells, there is no doubt that such a science exists and that it has become one of the most active areas in biology. The species is also of great practical importance. Much confusion in various branches of biology, including physiology, has been caused by the imprecise, if not erroneous, identification of the species with which the investigator worked. Applied biologists, whether dealing with disease vectors, pathogens, agricultural or forestry pests, or wildlife or fisheries problems, constantly deal with species. In spite of the variability caused by the genetic uniqueness of every individual, there is a species-specific unity to the genetic program, DNA, of nearly every species. This pervading presence of species poses a multitude of problems of origin and meaning, problems which occupy a major portion of the current research in biology. 297. 2. THIRD-WORLDISM answer MTTR TFSR IUDR T hashtag XTRTJRXR IFSTRA XTRTJSR TTF T XHF/RFIS probably not a primitive tribe in the world that does not have some myth about the origin of man, of trees, of the sun, and perhaps even of the world as a whole. A big snake or a giant bird, a fish, or a lion or some other organism with supernatural powers or capacities of generation was the kind of acting force involved in these origins. When religions developed, with concrete deities, it was these gods who created things and life. Among the Greeks it was Zeus, Athena, Poseidon, and other gods who filled this role. The story of creation in Genesis is the prototype of this concept of origin. Most of these early stories of origin have in common that the creation was a once and for all time event. It resulted in a static, timeless world, the only change in which is the coming and going of seasons and of human generations. A process of evolution was an altogether alien concept to the early creationists. Genuine evolutionary thinking rose remarkably late in history, opposing claims notwithstanding. 1. 7 Origins without evolution. The 7th, 6th, and 5th centuries BC were periods of unprecedented flourishing of commerce and trade in the eastern Mediterranean and the Near East. Greeks, particularly the Ionian colonists in Asia Minor, traveled to Egypt and Mesopotamia and became acquainted with Egyptian geometry and Babylonian astronomy. It gradually became apparent that one could explain many phenomena naturally which had previously been ascribed to the activities of gods. Why not, then, also ask questions about the origin of matter, of the earth, of life? And who should ask such questions? Not scientists, because until the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance there was no science as we now understand this word. The place of scientists was taken by philosophers, who searched for the truth and attempted to understand the world in which they lived. Various schools of philosophy were described in Chapter 3, here will be mentioned only what may have a bearing on evolution, Guthrie, 1962. Unfortunately, only fragments are left of the writings of the pre-Socratic philosophers, but there is enough to make us suspect that much of what they taught was apparently part of the Babylonian or Egyptian tradition. The first philosopher we know was Thales of Milet, who lived ca 625 to 547 BC. He was primarily an astronomer, geometer, and meteorologist and evidently not interested in biological phenomena. He considered water the first principle, and Aristotle speculated later that Thales might have done so because water plays such an important role in animal and plant life, even semen being moist. Also, so many animals have some connection with water in their life cycle. His student Anaximander, ca 610 to 546 BC, although best known as a geographer and astronomer, was more interested in the world of life. He had a complete but quite fanciful cosmogony in which fire, earth, water, and air played important roles. Anaximander imagined the first generation of organisms as coming into 301. 302. Being through a metamorphosis, like that through which an insect emerges from the chrysalis stage, the first animals were generated in the moisture, and were enclosed within spiny barks. As they grew older, they migrated onto the drier land, and, once their outer bark was split and shed, they survived for a short time in the new mode of existence. Man, to begin with, was generated from living things of another kind, since, whereas others can quickly hunt for their own food, men alone require prolonged nursing. If he had been like that in the beginning, he would never have survived. Thus men were formed within these fish-like creatures and remained within them like embryos until they had reached maturity. Then at last the creatures burst open, and out of them came men and women who were able to fend for themselves, from Thalmann and Goodheld, 1965, 36. This is not an anticipation of evolution, as has sometimes been claimed, but rather refers to the ontogeny of spontaneous generations. The subsequent generations of philosophers Anaximenes, ca 555 BC, Diogenes of Apollonia, ca 435 BC, Xenophanes, ca 500 BC, and Parmenides, ca 475 BC. Accepted spontaneous generation from slime or moist earth. Empedocles, ca 492 to 432 BC, proposed a preposterous theory of the origin of living beings. At first, only body parts originated, heads or limbs without bodies, heads without eyes or mouths, and so on. While floating, these parts were attracted to each other until perfect combinations were achieved, imperfect ones perished. It is quite ridiculous to call this a forerunner of Darwin's theory of natural selection, since no selection is involved in bringing together complementary parts, nor is the elimination of imperfect pieces a process of selection. Empedocles was perhaps originally inspired to propose his theory by the existence of monstrosities such as two-headed calves. In the writings of Anaxagoras, ca 500 to 428 BC, and Democritus, ca 500 to 404 BC, we encounter the first hints of adaptation. For Anaxagoras, a non-material nous provided the impetus to get the world going but without directing the future course of the origin of things. This was not a theory of creation by design, as has sometimes been claimed. Democritus, who apparently admired organic adaptations, carefully refrained from postulating any directive agency. Rather, he thought, the building up of organization of systems was a necessary consequence of the property of the atoms. Democritus was thus the first to pose the origins without evolution problem of chance mechanisms versus immanent goal-directed tendencies. He also believed in the orderliness of the world, posing problems which Aristotle later attempted to solve through the concept of teleology. Two aspects, in particular, characterize the concepts of world origins of the early Greek philosophers. 1. The acts of creation are deified, that is, the world, or life, or specific organisms, are not the products of the action of a god, as was universally believed in the pre-philosophical period, but are the result of the generative power of nature. 2. The origins were non-teleological, that is, without an underlying design or goal, rather, what took place was the result of chance or of an irrational necessity. Thus, these philosophers were the first to provide a natural explanation of the world of phenomena, that is, a rational explanation that invokes only known forces and materials, like the sun's heat or water and earth. As naive and primitive as these speculations appear to the modern mind, they constitute the first scientific revolution, so to speak, a rejection of supernatural in favor of materialistic explanations. There is another seemingly fundamental difference between the world concept of the Greek philosophers and the priest authors of the Bible. The world of the Bible is new, the creation having taken place only about 4,000 years BC, as Bishop Usher later calculated. Furthermore, this world was soon going to come again to an end, on the day of reckoning. Thus, time was a negligible aspect of the world view. The treatment of time by the Greek philosophers, on the other hand, appears to us inconsistent. Time for us moderns means change, but the predominant concept among the pre-Socratics was an eternal world, without significant change, or at best with cyclical changes that sooner or later resulted in a return to the original condition, a steady-state world. This apparently was true even for Heraclitus of Thebe and Taramoto, all is in flux. Hence, even though time was unlimited, it was of little consequence for the Greek worldview, it did not require a replacement of a world of origins by an evolving world. And origins were indeed of enormous interest to them, the origin of the universe, of the earth, of life, of animals, of man, and of language. But little thought, if any, was given to subsequent change. The approach of the school of Hippocrates, ca. 460 to 370 BC, was drastically different. These physicians placed greater weight on observation and on an empirical approach than on reasoning. They believed unquestioningly in an inheritance of acquired characters and in the principle of use and disuse. Climate and other regional factors were responsible for differences among people living in different places. Plato. Scattered through the teachings of the Ionian philosophers were promising points for the development of evolutionary thinking, such as unlimited time, spontaneous generation, changes in the environment, and an emphasis on ontogenetic change in the individual. But it went no further. Indeed, Greek philosophy soon changed its direction rather drastically. Owing to the influence of Parmenides, and even more so of the Pythagoreans of southern Italy, the thinking of Greek philosophy moved more and more toward abstract metaphysics and was increasingly influenced by mathematics, particularly geometry. This was the first of countless episodes in the history of biology where mathematics or the physical sciences exerted a harmful influence on the development of biology. Preoccupation with geometry led to the search for unchanging realities, ideal Gestalten, underlying the fleeting flux of appearances. In other words, it led to the development of essentialism, see Chapter 2, and this philosophy is, of course, totally incompatible with evolutionary thinking. Once the axiom was accepted that all temporal changes observed by the senses were merely permutations and combinations of eternal principles, the historical sequence of events, which formed a part of the flux, individual variation being another part, lost all fundamental significance. It became interesting only to the extent that it offered clues to the nature of the enduring realities. Philosophers concerned themselves instead with matters of general principle, the geometric layout of the heavens, the mathematical forms associated with the different material elements. More and more they became obsessed with the idea of a changeless universal order, or cosmos, the eternal and unending scheme of nature society included, whose basic principles it was their particular task to discover. Thalmann and Goodfield, 1965-40, these new concepts found their most brilliant spokesman in Plato, the great antihero of evolutionism. Plato's thinking was that of a geometrician, and he evidently understood very little of biological phenomena. Four of Plato's dogmas had a particularly deleterious impact on biology through the ensuing 2,000 years. 1, as stated, was essentialism, the belief in constant ida. Origins without evolution. Fixed ideas, separate from and independent of the phenomena of appearance. The second was the concept of an animate cosmos, a living, harmonious whole, Hall, 1969-93, which made it so difficult in later periods to explain how evolution could have taken place, because any change would disturb the harmony. Third, he replaced spontaneous generation by a creative power, a demiurge. Since Plato was a polytheist and pagan, his demiurge was something of a less concrete person than the creator god of the great monotheistic religions. Yet, it was in terms of monotheism that the demiurge, the craftsman who made the world, was later interpreted. And it was this interpretation which led to the later Christian tradition that it is the task of the philosopher to reveal the blueprint of the Creator, a tradition still powerful up to the middle of the 19th century, natural theology, Louis Agassiz. The fourth of Plato's influential dogmas was his great stress on soul. References to non-corporeal principles can be found also in pre-Socratic philosophers, but nowhere as specific, detailed, and all-pervasive as in Plato. When later this merged with Christian concepts, the belief in the soul made it exceedingly difficult for the devout to accept evolution, or at least to include man and his soul in the evolutionary scheme. It has often been pointed out what a disaster Plato's writings have been for biology, but nowhere else as much as for evolutionary thinking. 1. Aristotle. The first great naturalist of whom we know, Aristotle, would seem to have been the ideal person to become the first to develop a theory of evolution. 2. He was an excellent observer and was the first to see a gradation in living nature. Indeed, he thought that nature passes from inanimate objects through plants to animals in an unbroken sequence. Many marine animals, he said, like sponges, ascidians, and sea anemones, resemble plants more than animals. Later writers converted this into the grand concept of the scala naturae or great chain of being, Lovejoy, 1936, which in the 18th century facilitated the emergence of evolutionary thinking among the followers of Leibniz. Not so with Aristotle. He held too many other concepts irreconcilable with evolution. Movement in the organic world, from conception to birth to death, does not lead to permanent change, only to a steady state continuity. Constancy and perpetuity are thus reconcilable with movement and with the evanescence of individuals and individual phenomena. As a naturalist, he found everywhere well-defined species, fixed and unchanging, and in spite of all of his stress on continuity in nature, this fixity of species and their forms, ida, had to be eternal. Not only was Aristotle not an evolutionist, in fact he had great trouble in imagining beginnings of any kind. For him the natural order was eternal and unchanging, and he would have gladly endorsed Hutton's proclamation, no vestige of a beginning, no prospect of an end. It must be pointed out that the unilinear gradation which Aristotle saw in the world was a strictly static concept. He repeatedly rejected the evolution theory of Empedocles. There is order in nature, and everything in nature has its purpose. He stated clearly, General AN 2.1.731b35, that man and the genera of animals and plants are eternal, they can neither vanish nor have they been created. The idea that the universe could have evolved from an original chaos, or that higher organisms could have evolved from lower ones, was totally alien to Aristotle's thought. To repeat, Aristotle was opposed to evolution of any kind. Biologists, including Charles Darwin, always have had great admiration for Aristotle, but they have had to admit regretfully that they could not count him among the evolutionists. This anti-evolutionary position of Aristotle was of decisive importance for the developments of the next 2,000 years, considering Aristotle's enormous influence during that period. Among the post-Aristotelian thinkers, the Epicureans are sometimes mentioned as potential evolutionists. This is a misinterpretation. Admittedly, in contrast to Aristotle, they were interested in origins. In Lucretius' poem on the nature of things, the spontaneous origin in a bygone golden age of all kinds of creatures is postulated, even that of man. Bailey, 1928, DeWitt, 1954. Yet, he resolutely rejects evolutionary change, but each thing has its own process of growth, all must preserve their mutual differences, governed by nature's irreversible law. He imagined that the earth was so prodigious in its creativity that it produced not only viable creatures but also monsters and weaklings which could not survive and were weeded out. This process of elimination has sometimes been designated as an early theory of natural selection, an interpretation which is, of course, quite misleading, as we shall see. Origins without evolution. Thus, at the end of the classical period, the thinkers had not yet been able to emancipate themselves from a concept of either an entirely static or a steady-state world. At best they concerned themselves with origins. A historical change in the organic world. Organic evolution was quite outside the conceptual framework of the era. Many historians have speculated as to why the Greeks were so unsuccessful in founding evolutionism. We have already touched upon all these reasons. There was the absence of a concept of time, and if there was an idea of time, it was that of an unchanging eternity, or of an ever-continuing cyclical change always returning to the same beginning. There was the concept of a perfect cosmos. There was essentialism, which is completely incompatible with the concept of variation or change. All this had to be weakened or broken down before evolution could be thought of. And yet, in one way, the Greeks did lay a foundation for evolutionary biology, and it was Aristotle more than anyone else who was responsible for this. Evolution, as we now realize, can be inferred only by indirect evidence, supplied by natural history, and it was Aristotle who founded natural history. The impact of Christianity. During the fall of the Roman Empire, a new ideology, Christianity, took over Western thought. Its influence and that of the all-powerful church hierarchy cannot be exaggerated. They introduced a drastically different type of conceptualization and abolished freedom of thought. No longer was man able to think and to speculate as he pleased. Now, the Word of God was the measure of all things, and this Word was revealed in the Holy Scriptures, thus the Bible became the measure of all things. Instead of a timeless eternity, the Christian and Jewish religions believed in an almighty author of all things who had created the world out of nothing and who would someday, on the day of judgment, bring it abruptly to an end. His making of the earth took 6 days, enough for all sorts of origins but not for any evolution. Nor had there been time for evolution since creation, since on the basis of the genealogies recorded in the Bible, it was calculated that the world had been created as recently as 4000 BC. And yet, in the Old Testament there are many allusions to linear sequences, as in the 6 days of creation, which were more suitable as a base for evolutionary thought than either the constant or cyclical world of the Greeks. The early church fathers could afford to be rather liberal in their interpretation of the Bible because with everybody a convinced Christian, heresies posed no danger. Nor was there any science in existence that might have necessitated a more rigid position. Saint Augustine, Gilson, 1960, for instance, even though recognizing the Holy Scriptures as the only authority, adopted a somewhat allegorical interpretation of creation. Not only finished products were created at the beginning but much of God's creation, according to him, consisted in giving nature the potential to produce organisms. Their essences, their naturae, were indeed created in the beginning, but they emerged or were activated often only much later. All parts of nature, land or water, have the capacity to generate something new, inanimate or alive. Thus, spontaneous generation would be no problem to the faithful, it can happen any day. The 1,000 years after the founding of Christianity were a period of depressing intellectual stagnation. Characteristic for the scholastic universities were their attempts to establish truth by legalistic, deductive arguments, but the long, drawn-out controversies resulting from this approach were doomed to failure. A reawakening came from an entirely different direction, from a revival of an interest in nature, a rebirth of natural history, as is evident in the activities of Frederick II and Albertus Magnus, see Chapter 4. Whether Aristotelians or not, the Catholic scholars of the Middle Ages, in spite of frequent references to a chain of being or a grand hierarchy of the phenomena of the world, maintained a belief in the strict fixity of all species. Perhaps the most important event during the scholastic period was a revolt in the camp of the scholastic philosophers themselves. A faction developed, later called the Nominalists, who rejected the basic tenets of essentialism. 3. There are no essences, they said, and all we actually have are names that are attached to groups of objects. Once we have the name chair, we can bracket together all objects that fall under the definition of chair, whether they are dining room chairs, lawn chairs, or upholstered chairs. The attacks on essentialism, called realism, made by the nominalists signaled the first weakening of essentialism. Some of the thinking of the inductive philosophers and empiricists of England, from Bacon on, had nominalist overtones, and there is the possibility of an ideological continuity. Indeed, nominalism was origins without evolution. Perhaps an anticipation of population thinking, see Chapter 2. The Reformation represented a definite setback for evolutionism, because the coming of Protestantism reinforced the authority of the Bible. Indeed, it led to a completely literal interpretation of the word, that is, to fundamentalism. Liberal interpretations, such as that of St. Augustine, were now totally rejected. Curiously, the so-called scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries, a movement largely confined to the physical sciences, caused no change at all in this attitude toward creationism. All the leading physical scientists and mathematicians Descartes, Huygens, Boyle, and Newton were believers in a personal God and strict creationists. The mechanization of the world picture, Dichtsterhuis, 1961, the dominant conceptual revolution of the time, did not require, indeed could not even tolerate, evolution. A stable, uniquely created world maintained by general laws made complete sense to one who was steeped in essentialism and who believed in a perfect universe. Philosophy was equally reactionary. One finds no trace of genuine evolutionary thinking in the writings of Bacon, Descartes, or Spinoza. Descartes emphasized that, considering God's omnipotence, he can have created only perfection, and nothing can evolve that has been perfect from the beginning. For curiously, it was theology, in the form of natural theology, which prepared the way for evolutionary thinking to a far greater degree than philosophy. The coming of evolutionism, in a way, contradicts common sense. The offspring of any organism always develops again into the parental type. A cat always produces only cats. To be sure, prior to the acceptance of evolution there have been theories of sudden change. For instance, there was the belief in spontaneous generation, as well as that of heterogeny, a belief that seeds of one species of plants, let us say wheat, could occasionally produce plants of a different species, such as rye. 5. But both of these were theories of origins and neither of them had anything to do with evolution. It required a veritable intellectual revolution before one could even conceive of evolution. The greatest obstacle to the establishment of the theory of evolution was the fact that evolution cannot be observed directly like the phenomena of physics, such as a falling stone or boiling water or any other process that takes place in seconds, minutes, or hours during which ongoing changes can be carefully recorded. Instead, evolution can only be inferred. But in order to draw inferences one must first have an appropriate conceptual framework. Fossils, facts of variation and of inheritance, and the existence of a natural hierarchy of organisms can serve as EV3 tenets only after someone has postulated the occurrence of evolution. However, the consecutive Weltanschauungen prevailing from the Greeks to the 18th century were incompatible with evolutionary thinking, or at least inimical to it. An indispensable prerequisite for the proposal of a theory of evolution was, therefore, an erosion of the worldview prevailing in the Western world prior to the adoption of evolutionary thinking. It had two major theses. The first was the belief that the universe in every detail was designed by an intelligent creator. This, together with the other one, the concept of a static, unchanging world of short duration, were so firmly entrenched in the Western mind by the end of the Middle Ages that it seemed quite inconceivable that they could ever be dislodged. And yet this is what happened gradually during the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries. What were the causes of this astonishing intellectual revolution? Was it the result of scientific research or of an all-pervasive change in the cultural and intellectual milieu? The correct answer to this is apparently that both were important. Beginning with the 14th century, a new spirit seems to have awakened in the West. The age of the voyages, the rediscovery of the thought of the ancients, the Reformation, the new philosophies of Bacon and Descartes, the development of secular literature, and finally the scientific revolution all weakened previously held beliefs. The more the scientific revolution in the physical sciences stressed the need for a rational treatment of natural phenomena, the less acceptable became supernatural explanations. The changes were not restricted to science. Ferment was found everywhere. A concept of history began to develop in the late 17th and 18th centuries, no doubt stimulated by the revival of the Greek tradition, the study of the Greek classics, and the new interest in classical Greek architecture and culture. The voyages acquainted the Western world with the existence of primitive man, and the question suddenly was asked, how did civilized origins without evolution man develop from an earlier primitive state? This led for the first time to the asking of questions that now occupy the social sciences. The Italian Giambattista Vico wrote the great pioneering text Scienza Nuova, 1725, dealing with the philosophy of history, Croce, 1913, Berlin, 1960. For him, the various periods of human history were not different aspects of essentially the same story, rather, they were successive stages of a continuing process, a process of necessary evolution. The gradual emancipation from the spiritual and intellectual straitjacket of the Church was accompanied by the development of profane literature. Forbidden thoughts were introduced in works of fiction, and new theories concerning the origin of the earth, of man, or of human society were tried out in various utopian works, many of which were published in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. Two of these works of fiction are particularly important as indicating the new thinking. One is Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of the Worlds, 1686, in which Descartes' theory of vortices is consistently and in a radical manner used in the development of a theory of the origin of the world. It postulates the existence of living beings on other planets and on the Moon, and infers their probable characteristics on the assumed temperature and atmospheric conditions of these heavenly bodies. In addition to our solar system, an infinity of other solar systems is postulated, and an infinity of space. And although this was not made explicit, if space is infinite, why not also time? Fontenelle's Plurality of the Worlds was strictly a work of fiction, with strong metaphysical overtones. By contrast, Tel Iamd, a work of fiction by de Maillet, 1748, had a solid foundation in its author's long-continued geological studies. As stated in the subtitle, this work purports to record conversations between an Indian philosopher and a French missionary on the diminution of the sea. It is an extraordinarily imaginative piece of work, in which the most daring, the most heterodox ideas are ascribed to, and placed in the mouth of, the Indian philosopher. The work is divided into three conversations, the first two of which deal almost exclusively with geological matters, being in many respects remarkably advanced for the period and, perhaps, far too much neglected in the history of geology. The third conversation, the longest of the three, has a great deal to say about the origin of life and the metamorphosis of living beings. De Maillet's major geological thesis is that the Earth had once 311. 312. Been entirely covered by the sea, from which it is now gradually emerging. This process occupied millions of years. Originally there were only aquatic plants and animals, some of which, when they came out on land, became transformed into their terrestrial equivalents. The Earth, as we now see it, is not the product of an instantaneous creation but was formed gradually, by natural processes. The air is always full of seeds of all kinds of organisms, which will come to life whenever environmental conditions are favorable. Existing species become transformed whenever a transformation is required by newly arising conditions. For instance, flying fishes can become converted into birds, and human beings previously existed in the seas in the form of mermaids and mermen. Indeed, all terrestrial organisms are merely transformed aquatic organisms. Since there is always merely a transformation of a previously existing organism into a new form, a concept of genuine evolution did not exist for de Maillet. Nevertheless, THIRD is important by showing to what extent the thinkers of the 18th century had emancipated themselves from the restrictions of earlier centuries. Although THIRD was not published until 1748, it had actually been written around 1715, some 30 years after Fontenelle's work, 1686. Both works reflect the deep impression made on the intellectuals of the period by the writings of Descartes, Newton, and Leibniz, and by such scientific discoveries as those of Leeuwenhoek and other naturalists. The massive impact of science on the thinking of the period is evident. Let us now attempt to study in more detail the scientific advances that were responsible for this profound change in the Western mind. There were three rather independent streams of scientific advance in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, helping to prepare the ground for evolutionary theory but in very different ways: natural philosophy, physical sciences, geology, and natural history, broadly conceived. The role of cosmology. The scientific revolution of the physical sciences, from Copernicus and Galileo to Newton and Laplace, laid particular stress on basic, general laws, like the law of gravity, which govern all physical phenomena. They explain not only the movements of bodies, including suns and planets, but also functional phenomena in living organisms. As it was stated by Boyle, origins without evolution. This philosophy teaches that God, indeed, gave motion to matter, but that in the beginning, he so guided the various motions of the parts of it, as to contrive them into the world he designed they should compose, and established those rules of motion, and that order amongst things corporeal, which we call the laws of nature. Thus, the universe being once formed by God, and the laws of motion settled, and all upheld by his perpetual concourse, the general providence. The same philosophy teaches that the phenomena of the world are physically produced by the mechanical properties of the parts of matter, and that they operate upon one another according to mechanical laws. Boyle, 1738, 187. The widespread Greek concept of the universe as an organism, with a soul, was being replaced by that of the universe as a machine kept going by a set of laws. The gradual acceptance of the new way of thinking referred to as the mechanization of the world picture, Dijksterhuis, 1961, pervaded not only the physical sciences but also physiology and other branches of biology. The new interpretation demanded a mechanical explanation for all natural phenomena. If the planets, for instance, moved in their orbits, as dictated by the laws of planetary motion, then there was no longer a need for the Creator to intervene incessantly. He still was the first cause for everything that exists, but subsequent to creation all natural processes were regulated by secondary causes, exemplified by general laws of the physical sciences. The explanation of all natural phenomena by such laws and the search for previously undiscovered laws became the goal of science. This new way of thinking was particularly successful in cosmology. The universe of the Bible and even of the Greek astronomers like Ptolemy was of very limited size. The discovery of the telescope put an end to this. The more powerful the telescopes became, the further the world seemed to expand, no limit ever being discovered. The concept of the infinity of the universe became increasingly accepted, and this process has continued right up to modern astronomy. The more man became accustomed to the concept of the infinity of space, the more frequently the question will have occurred to him whether there was not also an infinity of time. Not only did the concept that the universe was infinite in space and time emerge, but eventually the idea arose that it was not even constant but forever changing. Yet everything that happened had to be consistent with the accounts in the Bible. Indeed, any new findings in natural philosophy had to be reconciled with the Mosaic accounts. In Britain, the first to publish a revolutionary geology was the Reverend Thomas Burnet with his Sacred Theory of the Earth, 1681, explaining the entire history of the earth from creation to the present. The great event was the flood, caused by a bursting of the outer crust and an eruption of the subterranean waters to the surface. All of these events, including the final conflagration on the Day of Judgment, were due to natural causes that God had set in train at the creation. John Woodward, in his essay Towards a Natural History of the Earth, 1695, was far more traditional. The deluge was due to direct intervention by the Lord, but since then the world has again been more or less stationary. All fossils are the product of the flood and prove its actual occurrence, thus confirming the account of the Bible. It was a very comforting interpretation. A third writer on the Earth's history, William Whiston, attempted to interpret the story of the Bible in terms of Newtonian physics. The most interesting speculation in his new theory of the Earth, 1696, was that Noah's flood had resulted from a near approach of a comet. What was important in all three explanations was the urge to find a natural explanation for various events of the Earth's history without deviating too far from the literal accounts of the Bible. Green, 1959, 1539. This was the foot in the door, and henceforth philosophers and cosmologists speculated ever more freely and boldly about the history of the Earth, the Sun, and the stars. However, the idea that the universe as a whole had evolved came surprisingly late. It was for the first time logically and consistently developed by the famous German philosopher Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, in an early publication, entitled A General History of Nature and a Theory of the Heavens, 1755. Here Kant systematically developed the now familiar idea that the world had its beginning with a chaotic universal nebula that started to rotate and eventually formed the galaxies, suns, and planets. What is particularly striking about Kant's interpretation is the gradualness of the entire process. The future succession of time, by which eternity is unexhausted, will entirely animate the whole range of space to which God is present, and will gradually put it into that regular order which is conformable to the excellence of his plan. The creation is never finished or complete. It did indeed once have a beginning, but it will never cease. Ever new stars and galaxies will evolve. This was no longer a static world but a dynamic, continuously. Origins without evolution. Evolving one, only remotely governed by secondary causes, a truly heretical thought. By this revolutionary new idea, Kant deliberately set on one side Newton's careful distinction between the creation of the present order of nature and its maintenance. The only creation we need demand was the progressive victory of order over chaos through an infinity of time. Thalmann and Goodfield, 1965, 133. Kant far outdid Buffon's estimates that the world might be 168,000 or even 500,000 years old. He clearly thought in terms of infinity, and thereby contributed to a change in thinking of the period that was later reflected in the writings of Hutton and Lamarck, even though neither of them was presumably directly acquainted with Kant's publication. The role of geology. Changes in thinking even more fundamental than those in cosmology took place in geology. 6. It was in the 18th century that the students of nature for the first time became fully aware of the constant changes which the surface of the earth is and has been undergoing. A new science began to develop, geology, whose foremost task was a historical one, the reconstruction of the sequence of events which had taken place on the earth through time. The evidence that led to the discovery that the surface of the earth had not always been as it is now, indeed that the earth has a history, came from several sources. One of them was the discovery of extinct volcanoes in central France, Puy-de-Dôme district. This contributed to the realization that basalt, a rock of widespread occurrence, is nothing but ancient lava, a remnant of ancient volcanic extrusions, that layers of such lava are widespread, and that the deeper ones must be very old. At about the same period it was understood for the first time that many, indeed most, geological strata are sedimentary deposits. 7. Furthermore, when these sedimentary deposits were studied carefully, it was discovered that they occupy an enormous column, often as much as 10,000 feet, sometimes more than 100,000 feet, deep. The shock which this discovery caused was so profound because it made the great age of the earth inevitable. since it must have taken an immense amount of time for sedimentary strata of such thickness to be deposited. It was further discovered that neither the volcanic nor the sedimentary deposits had remained in 375 violate after they had been laid down. They were subsequently eroded by water, cutting valleys, sometimes deep ones, through them. More than that, many sedimentary layers had been folded subsequently, often quite violently. In some cases layers were completely turned over. All this is now so much taken for granted that it is difficult to appreciate how revolutionary these interpretations were in the 17th and 18th centuries and how widely they were at first resisted. For a while a bitter controversy raged among different schools 316 of geologists whether the forces of water, Neptunism, or of fire, volcanism, had made a greater contribution to the present configuration of the Earth's crust. In due time the respective roles of volcanism, erosion and sedimentation, and mountain building were properly apportioned. But the understanding of the forces acting on the crust of the Earth continued to grow, with highly important contributions, such as those of plate tectonics, being made as recently as the 1960s. Whatever the various geological discoveries were, they all had one thing in common: they mutually reinforced the realization of the immense age of the Earth. Alberton, 1980. Inevitably this had to lead to a clash with anyone who accepted the literal interpretation of the Bible. The Church, which had more or less officially adopted 4000 BC as the date of creation, considered any substantial departure from this date to be heresy. Nevertheless, Buffon in his LCS Époques de la Nature, 1779, had the courage to calculate the age of the Earth as at least 168,000 years, Roger, 1962. His unpublished private estimate was 500,000 years, a good deal larger. Buffon gave much thought to these problems and seems to have been the first thinker who had a rational and internally consistent concept of the history of the Earth. In his 1779 publication, which was a greatly expanded version of an essay he had published about 25 years earlier, Buffon recognized 7 epochs, as he called them: the first, when the Earth and planets were formed; the second, when the great mountain ranges originated; the third, when water covered the mainland; the fourth, when the water subsided and the volcanoes began their activity; the fifth, a very interesting one, when elephants and other tropical animals inhabited the north. Their fossils had been found in the north, and Buffon could not imagine that these tropical animals could have lived in any other climatic zone than a tropical one. The sixth, when the continents were separated from each other. Buffon postulated this origins without evolution, because he recognized clearly the similarity of the fauna of North America and that of Europe and Asia. Since these continents are now separated by water, he concluded that they must have been formerly connected. Finally, the seventh epoch, when man appeared. This was the last period, so recent, indeed, that man does not occur in the fossil record. Biological facts played a large role in Buffon's reconstruction of the history of the Earth, and we must now turn to the biological discoveries that prepared the way for evolutionary thinking. 317. The role of natural history. Those who concentrate on the discoveries in the physical sciences tend to ascribe the intellectual changes in the 17th and 18th centuries entirely to the mechanization of the world picture. This ignores the important role played by developments in the various areas of natural history. These produced a wealth of new facts which eventually turned out to be incompatible with the story of a single creation. Thus, anything that contributed to a flowering of natural history is part of the history of evolutionary biology. Most important is perhaps the simple fact that nature was being rediscovered after the Middle Ages. Increasingly, authors expressed a delight in birds and flowers. Beginning around 1520, a series of beautifully illustrated works on the native plants of South Germany and other parts of Europe began to appear. See Chapter 4. This stimulated a desire to go outdoors and look for these plants, and even to discover new ones not previously described and illustrated. A similar interest in birds, fishes, and other productions of nature also developed. This led to the discovery that most of these Western European species had not been mentioned in the Bible at all, nor in the writings of Theophrastus, Aristotle, or Pliny. People began to wonder, what do we really know about the world we live in? The Bible knew only the fauna and flora of the Near East, and the salvage of this very limited fauna in Noah's Ark was conceivable. However, when the great voyages began in the 14th and 15th centuries, leading to ever more astonishing discoveries in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, the credibility of the biblical story was fatally undermined by the description of entirely new faunas in Africa, the East Indies. 318. The Americas, and Australia. How could all these rich faunas have been accommodated in the Ark? If all animals had spread out from Mount Ararat, Armenia, the reputed landing place of the Ark, why is not the fauna of the entire world uniform? How were the isolated continents of America and Australia colonized? 8 facts of biogeography posed some of the most insoluble dilemmas for the creationists and were eventually used by Darwin as his most convincing evidence in favor of evolution, see Chapter 10. New doubts about the credibility of the biblical story were raised by the ever-increasing knowledge of fossils. To be sure, fossils had already been known to the ancients. Xenophanes of Colophon, about 500 BC, found fossil fishes in tertiary quarries at Syracuse in Sicily and fossils of marine mollusks on the island of Malta. Rather remarkably, he did not interpret them as the record of past catastrophes but rather as the result of the gradual shifting of sea levels, somewhat along the line of ideas expressed by Anaximander. Aristotle stated similar views in his Meteorologia. Being strongly anti-catastrophic, he also explained fossils as the result of slow shifts in the sea level. Nevertheless, 2 erroneous interpretations of fossils dominated, up to the 18th century, in part also going back to Aristotle. At first, it was widely believed that fossils grew out of rocks, as do crystals or metal ores, and were nothing but a lusus naturae, an accident of nature. Either nature was credited with a vis plastica capable of forming all sorts of shapes in rocks, or fossils were ascribed to a universal occurrence of germs in nature, manifesting themselves either in spontaneous generations or as fossils in rocks. Numerous distinguished authors, like Albertus Magnus, Mattioli, Filippio, Agricola, Kircher, Gessner, Camerarius, and Tournefort, not to mention scores of lesser writers, held such opinions. At the time when, finally, the idea gained general recognition that fossils are the remains of formerly living organisms, the literal interpretation of the Bible was the dominant practice, and accordingly fossils were interpreted as the remnants of the creatures that had perished in Noah's flood, particularly by Steno, Woodward, and Schumacher. Even though Leonardo da Vinci, Frei Castro, and other pioneers advanced much evidence against the simultaneity of all fossils, the dogma of the young age of the Earth was for a long time too powerful to permit adoption of the theory of a sequence of distinct fossil faunas. Origins without evolution. 2 developments eventually undermine the simple-minded explanation of fossils as remnants of Noah's flood. One was the discovery of unknown, hence presumably extinct, animals and plants among the fossils, and the other was the development of stratigraphy. The discovery of extinct animals was not so much directly in conflict with the Bible as with the somewhat peculiar concept of God held in the 17th and 18th centuries. According to the principle of plenitude, adhered to by most of the leading thinkers of the period but particularly by Leibniz, God in the ampleness of his mind had surely created any creature that was possible. But God in his benevolence could not possibly permit any of his own creatures to become extinct. The fossil remains of seemingly extinct organisms thus posed a real dilemma for which various solutions were proposed, see Chapter 8 under Lamarck. The second of the difficulties was caused by the discovery that fossil beds are stratified and that each of the strata has a distinct fauna and flora. The full appreciation of this situation came remarkably late, considering that fossils had been known for over 2,000 years. Xenophanes already had noted that one might find different fossils in different quarries, that is, that different rocks might contain different fossils. Other authors made similar observations. Yet this evidence was ignored as long as fossils were considered artifacts of nature or remnants of Noah's flood. The rapid progress of geological research in the 18th century made it impossible to ignore this any longer. Numerous authors, partly working independently, partly being stimulated by each other, began to understand that rocks occurred in a definite sequence, that most of them were stratified, and that certain strata had a wide distribution. At first the strata were identified primarily by petrographic characteristics, schists, slates, limestones, chalks, and so on, but a few perceptive pioneers discovered that certain fossils were associated with certain strata. Various histories of geology have attempted to give due credit to the work of such authors as Steno, Lister, Woodward, Hooke, Holloway, Strachey, Arduino, Lehmann, Fieixel, Werner, Mitchell, Bergman, Solavy, Walsh, and others. 9. Unfortunately, no good comparative history of this early phase of stratigraphy is available. The observations published by these authors are piecemeal and unsystematic. Nevertheless, it is now agreed that there were two men who converted the scattered information on fossils. 319. 320. And their occurrence into a science of stratigraphy, the English surveyor William Smith and the French zoologist Georges Cuvier. Smith, by profession a surveyor and engineer, discovered, while helping to build canals and attempting to trace seams of coal and ore-bearing strata in mines, that one can identify geological strata by the fossils they contain. It was sometimes possible to trace such strata for hundreds of miles, even when the lithology, rock formation, was changing. Smith developed these principles between 1791 and 1799, but he did not publish his famous map of the strata of England and Wales until 1815, Ills, 1969. In the meantime, French naturalists had actively collected fossils in the limestone quarries of the Paris Basin, and Cuvier and his collaborators worked out the exact stratigraphy of these fossils, primarily mammals, and characterized each of the faunas in admirable detail. 10 Schlitheim in Germany, 1804, 1813, had come to similar conclusions. The findings, both in France and in England, left no doubt as distasteful as this conclusion was to many geologists that a time sequence was involved and that the lowest strata were the oldest. Eventually the additional discovery was made that it was often possible to correlate the stratum not just through England and continental Europe but through large parts of the world, if one makes allowances for the same kinds of regional differences that are found even today between the faunas of, let us say, Europe and Australia or the marine faunas of the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. Still, differences between contemporary faunas in different parts of the world are not nearly as great as differences between the faunas of different geological periods, let us say between recent organisms and those of the mid-tertiary, not to mention those of the Mesozoic or the Paleozoic. Neither Cuvier nor the great British geologists, including Lyell, of the first half of the 19th century drew the conclusion from this evidence, which to us seems so inescapable, that there was a continuing evolutionary change of these faunas. Instead, they maintained for another 50 years either that each fossil fauna was wiped out by a catastrophe, to be replaced through special creation by an entirely new fauna, or else that the extinction was more piecemeal, the replacement nevertheless being due to individual special creations, see Chapter 8. Origins rather than evolution remain the explanatory concept. Origins without evolution. Further developments in biology. One discovery after the other in natural history shook the foundations of previous beliefs. The invention of the microscope, for instance, led to the discovery by van Leeuwenhoek of a previously unknown set of organisms. It added an entirely new dimension to the diversity of the living world and seemed to supply the long-looked-for bridge between visible organisms and inanimate nature. Most importantly, it seemed to give powerful support to the hypothesis of spontaneous generation, Farley, 1977. In spite of the demonstration of Reedy and Spallanzani that maggots would not develop in meat if egg-laying by flies was prevented, the belief became widespread that microscopic organisms, particularly infuser ions, could be generated from inanimate matter. Soon everybody knew the recipe to produce such organisms: place some dry hay in water, and after a couple of days this water will be full of microscopic organisms. This demonstration of spontaneous generation was, of course, totally in conflict with the dogma of a single creation at the beginning of the world. Spontaneous generation subsequently became a key component of Lamarck's theory of evolution. Finally, there was one further development in biology which in due time significantly affected evolutionary thinking: the rise of systematics. From Cézanne and Gessner on, there was a steady advance in the inventory taking of animals and plants, see Chapter 4. For a long time, it had seemed possible to arrange these organisms in a single scala naturae, from the simplest to the most perfect, and such a scale of perfection seemed to conform well with the 18th century concept of the Creator. Yet, the more the knowledge of plants and animals advanced, the more difficult it became to arrange them in a single file. Rather, they fell into well-defined and frequently rather isolated groups like mammals, birds, and reptiles and their subdivisions, and these were much more conveniently arranged in an inclusive hierarchy of categories. Cuvier claimed that all animals belong to no more and no fewer than 4 groups: embranchiments vertebrata, mollusca, articulata, and radiata. He insisted that these 4 phyla were quite unrelated to each other, yet he admitted a rather elaborate system of relationships within each of these 4 branches. In the denial of any connection between inanimate matter and organisms, and between plants and animals, Cuvier agreed with Lamarck, but he went further by denying the existence of a single 321 lineage of animals. His decisive destruction of the scala naturae led to the posing of entirely new questions, and opened the way for the construction of evolutionary classifications, see Chapter 4, even though Cuvier himself failed to take this step. The French Enlightenment. The gradual emancipation from traditional roles in religion, 322 philosophy and politics became a veritable revolutionary movement during the Enlightenment. 1-2 Although this movement had started in Britain, particularly Scotland, at the end of the 17th and the beginning of the 18th centuries, France led in developing new concepts in thinking about the world of life. It was therefore no accident that eventually a Frenchman was the first to develop a genuine theory of evolution. The 18th century was an era of particularly strong and unresolved intellectual tensions. In philosophy it was characterized by attempts to reconcile the opposing thoughts of Descartes, Newton, and Leibniz. A belief in revelation became more and more unfashionable as more and more contradictions were found in the Bible and as the mechanization of the world picture left ever less room for supernatural phenomena. Theism, a belief in a personal God of revelation who forever intervened in natural processes and performed miracles, became unacceptable to most philosophers and scientists. Yet, even deism, a belief in a God who had created the world in the beginning and with it the laws, secondary causes, that have governed the world ever since, ran into formidable difficulties. Could his design have been so detailed that it included every particular structure and functioning of the countless species of animals and plants and their equally countless mutual interactions? And how could such an original design be reconciled with the changes which seemed so evident everywhere on Earth? More specifically, as we shall presently see, how could either design or general laws explain such biological phenomena as extinction or vestigial organs? Throughout the 18th and the first half of the 19th centuries, one naturalist and philosopher after the other tried to compromise between creationist and deist interpretations of the living world. Still other authors quite openly became atheists, denying not only design but even the existence of a creator. The world for them simply was a large origins without evolution machine. But how could that explain the attributes of man and the harmonious adaptations of all organisms to the environment in which they live? There were seemingly unanswerable questions whether one was a theist, a deist, or an atheist. The intellectual turmoil which the clash between these ideologies produced, together with the continuing increase in our knowledge of the living world, culminated in Darwin's thought. The century from about 1740 to 1840 is crucial for the story of evolution because this was the period when the concept of evolution made its breakthrough in the minds of the most advanced thinkers. It was a period of change not only in geology and natural history but also in political and social thinking. The erosion in the natural sciences of the belief in a steady-state world was matched in the political sciences and, indeed, in the practical world of government and society, by a questioning of the belief in Gajavan dynasties and feudal hierarchies, with their emphasis on the status quo. This was challenged by the concept of progress, perhaps the dominant theme in the writings of the philosophers of the Enlightenment. A connection between the two themes, evolution in the natural world and progress in the social world, is obvious. What is far less obvious is where the ideas in the two fields originated, and what the relative contribution of the natural and the social sciences were to this trend of thought. An answer to this question is important in connection with the controversy between externalism and internalism in science. Did the concept of progress originate in the political area and, as the externalists would claim, reappear in the natural sciences as the concept of evolution? An analysis of the concept of evolution is indispensable for answering this question. The ideas of progress and evolution. Progress always means growth and development, even when it involves only imminent potentialities. As far as mankind is concerned, it was predicted by Fontenelle, 1688, there will be no end to the growth and development of human wisdom. In a way this was a new concept, but in another way it was a very old one because all the components of the concept of progress such as growth and development, from Aristotle, continuity, necessity, unfolding purpose, final end, and so on were widespread not only 323 among the ancients but also in the worldview of Saint Augustine. A short time before Fontenelle, Pascal, 1647, had likewise compared the development of mankind with the growth of the individual. Development was equally important in the thought of Leibniz, with his emphasis on continuity and plenitude. In many ways, this was in contrast to the teaching of Descartes, with his stress on uniformity and mathematical constancy. No one stated the importance of potentiality more emphatically than Leibniz. Although many substances have already attained a great perfection, yet on account of the infinite divisibility of the continuous, there always remain in the abyss of things slumbering parts which have yet to be awakened, to grow in size and worth, and in a word, to advance to a more perfect state. There is a perpetual and a most free progress of the whole universe in fulfillment of the universal beauty and perfection of the works of God, so that it is always advancing towards a greater development. Nisbet, 1969, 115, 13. The 18th century, in its optimism, forever stressed progress in the continuing improvement of man. Herder, Kant, and other leading thinkers of the period expressed this belief and joined what one might call the search for a law of progress. Nisbet, 1969, 104-136. Such progress characterizes not only nature but also all human institutions, and it was of course this emphasis which was so important in the shaping of the United States Constitution and the French Revolution. The apogee of this trend of thought was reached in Condorcet's Progress of the Human Mind, 1795, where he states that nature has set no term to the perfection of human faculties, that the perfectibility of man is truly indefinite, and that the progress of this perfectibility, from now onwards independent of any power that might wish to halt it, has no other limit than the duration of the globe upon which nature has cast us. If there were a necessary pathway from a concept of continuous and limitless progress to a theory of evolution, the great naturalists of the 18th century should have speedily taken it. But this did not happen. Neither Buffon nor Needham, Robinet, Diderot, Bonnet, or Haller converted the philosophical political concept of progress into a scientific theory of evolution. Indeed, it was not until after the reaction to the Enlightenment had set in, with Napoleon's usurpation of power in France, that Lamarck developed his theory of evolution. Origins without evolution. There are many reasons for questioning the concept of an inevitable conversion of the political theory of progress into a biological theory of evolution. For instance, the naturalists considered the idea of progress rather incompatible with the countless facts indicating regressive evolution, including parasitism and vestigial organs. Perhaps the most restraining factor was the power of essentialism. Was not all progress merely an unfolding of already existing potentialities without any change in the underlying essence, that is, without any actual evolution? Fontenelle, for instance, rejected any idea of change beyond growth, for has it not been shown by Descartes and others, he said, that nature is uniform in her workings, that she does not vary her prescription from generation to generation? All he could accept was an unfolding of an existing potential. There is a considerable difference between growth and history. Growth is merely an unfolding of an imminent potential, while history is actual change. Leibniz, by contrast, goes beyond such essentialistic unfolding. For him the potentiality of nature was unlimited, and hence no end of progress is ever to be reached. This optimism was a logical consequence of the principles of plenitude, immanence, and continuity, though Voltaire ridiculed it. In spite of this criticism, Leibniz's thoughts were taken up by most social philosophers of the 19th century such as Marx, Comte, and Spencer, who said that progress is not an accident but a beneficent necessity. There were two elements in Leibniz's thought which affected the future history of evolutionary biology. The concept of continuity and gradualness, everything goes by degrees in nature, and nothing leaps, and this rule controlling changes is part of my law of continuity, 1712, 376, with its explicit rejection of Platonism, was an important positive contribution and indispensable prerequisite for modern evolutionary thinking. It was one of the foundation stones of Darwin's explanation of evolution. The other concept, that of an inner drive toward progress, if not perfection, was nothing but a handicap. It forced those, like Spencer, who came to evolution through a belief in progress to adopt entirely erroneous theories for the mechanism of evolution, see Chapter 11. Those who rejected inevitable progress, which includes the school of Scottish philosophers, actually were closer to Darwin's thinking than the French apostles of progress. It is now widely held that a belief in inevitable and continuing progress is disastrous for any ideology incorporating such a belief. Monod, 1970. The idea of progress is closely allied to and in part originated from the concept of the scala naturae or great chain of being. Lovejoy, 1936, a concept that goes back to Plato but took new forms among the scholastics of the Middle Ages and then again in the 17th and 18th centuries. It is based on the belief in a linear continuity, but also rank order, from the world of inanimate objects through plants to lower animals to higher animals to man, and ideally through the angels to God. The additional concept of plenitude, postulating that everything that is possible actually exists, was usually associated with that of the scala naturae. There could be no voids, and the gaps between neighboring links of the chain were so infinitesimally small that the chain was practically continuous. In Leibniz, who particularly stressed this continuity, the influence of his mathematical interests is very evident. Indeed, he expresses his thoughts on this subject often in mathematical terms. Prior to Leibniz, the great chain of being was a strictly static concept, since the chain of being was perfect when it was created and, since, with a movement toward greater perfection being impossible, any change could only be a deterioration, a degradation. The increasing perfection on which the scala naturae was based could be expressed in various ways, by more soul, in the sense of Aristotle, more consciousness, more reason, greater advance toward God, or what not. Basically it was largely a postulated ideal because observation by no means confirmed the existence of such a perfect, continuous, strictly linear chain. On the contrary, one saw everywhere conspicuous gaps, such as between mammals and birds, fishes and invertebrates, ferns and mosses. Hence the delight when corals and other organisms, such as zoophytes, were discovered that seemed to connect plants and animals most felicitously. It was bravely postulated that the other gaps would likewise be filled by future discoveries. Among Leibniz's numerous followers none was as consistent as Charles Bonnet, 1720–1793, who established a most elaborate échelle d'êtres naturels, in which flying squirrel, bat, and ostrich represented the continuity between mammals and birds. For him, organization was the criterion that determined rank in the chain. Where his statements imply evolution, it is clearly merely an unfolding of a pre-existing potential. The existence of fossils and other evidence of seeming extinction was in apparent conflict with the principle of plenitude and required explanation. Leibniz, in his Protogaea, 1693, admits origins without evolution. That many kinds of organisms that existed in earlier geological periods have since disappeared, and that many of those that now live were then apparently non-existent. This leads him to postulate that even the species of animals have many times been transformed in the course of the vast changes which have taken place in the condition of the Earth's crust. The number of monads, however, stayed constant, and no descent was involved as we now understand it, but merely an evoking of pre-existing potentials. Thus the outward appearance of the chain of being underwent a change in time without the underlying essences changing at all. This new version of the chain of being was referred to by Lovejoy as the temporalizing of the chain of being. Contrary claims notwithstanding, this was not the proposal of a theory of evolution. Since the principle of plenitude could not permit the occurrence of extinction, extinct animals had to be interpreted as earlier stages of organisms still existing. This, for instance, was clearly the interpretation of Bonnet, Palingenes, while Robinet had a more fanciful idea of an origin of new types by a combination of earlier prototypes. Nothing new was created, however, since the potential for everything was pre-existing. For Robinet it is the first axiom of natural philosophy that the scale of being constitutes an infinitely graduated whole, with no real lines of separation, that there are only individuals, and no kingdoms or classes or genera or species. Guyenot, 1941, 386. The chain, for him, was due to successive acts of creation by nature, but there was no evolution and no genetic continuity. Curiously, one finds rather similar ideas, although phrased in somewhat more creationist terms, as late as 1857, in the writings of Louis Agassiz. The concept of evolution was, so to speak, in the air throughout the second half of the 18th century, and certain historians of science have designated three Frenchmen Maupertuis, Buffon, and Diderot as evolutionists. The same honor has been bestowed by German historians upon Rodin, Herder, Goethe, and Kant. Subsequent researches have failed to substantiate any of these claims. All these forerunners were essentialists and either postulated new origins, rather than an evolution of existing types, or else merely believed in an unfolding, evolution sensu stricto, of immanent potentialities. Nevertheless, the writings of these authors are highly interesting, not only because they illuminate the steady approach toward evolutionary thought, but also because they illustrate the intellectual milieu in which evolutionary thinking had to attempt to establish itself. In some sense all of these writers were indeed forerunners of Lamarck, in another sense none of them was, for Lamarck was the first to make a complete break with the essentialistic impediments against evolutionism. Maupertuis. Pierre-Louis Moreau de Maupertuis, 1698–1759, was one of the most advanced thinkers of his time. It was he who first brought Newtonian thought to France, where it was eagerly taken up by Voltaire and others. Yet, Maupertuis was also the first person in France to recognize that the simple Newtonian paradigm of forces and motion was insufficient for biology, indeed even for chemistry, and this is why he incorporated Leibnizian thought into his conceptual framework. Through him and Madame Châtelet, Buffon became acquainted with Leibnizianism and, as a consequence, Leibnizian ideas were strong in the writings of most of the French philosophes and 18th-century scientists, including Lamarck. Even though Maupertuis' major concern was mathematics and astronomy, he had a keen interest in biological phenomena and was one of the pioneers of genetics, see chapter 14. Yet, contrary claims notwithstanding, he was neither an evolutionist nor one of the founders of the theory of natural selection, and his explanations were more those of a cosmologist than of a biologist. His real importance was that he opposed the strongly deterministic and creationist component in Newtonianism and went back to Lucretius and the Epicureans in ascribing origins largely to accident. There was far too much diversity and heterogeneity in nature for the world to have been produced by design. He strongly criticized the natural theologians, with arguments such as that an existence of poisonous plants and venomous animals is incompatible with the concept of wisdom and the goodness of the Creator. Materialists, atheists, who denied the existence of a creator had to account somehow for the existence of organisms. They went back to the ideas of Lucretius: organisms can originate by spontaneous generation. But this deus ex machina process allowed for various versions. One could believe in the existence of ever-present living germs or molecules which by fortuitous coming together could produce even the highest organism. Ideas like this were held as late as the middle of the 18th century, by not only Maupertuis but La Mettrie, Diderot, and others. Another possibility would be to combine the concepts of spontaneous generation and the scala naturae. There are no living germs pervading origins without evolution. All of nature, hence spontaneous generation, must be able to derive life from inanimate matter. However, this process can generate only the simplest organisms from lifeless material, and these gradually become transformed into more and more complex creatures, by moving up a temporalized scala naturae. This, in essence, as we shall see, was Lamarck's theory of evolution. Maupertuis' explanation of the origin of the world of organisms involved the massive spontaneous generation of new kinds of animals and plants and an equally massive elimination of those that are deficient. This is, of course, a theory of origins, as they were so widespread among the Greeks, but not a theory of evolution. It must be emphasized, as correctly pointed out by Roger, 1963, that this theory of elimination of deleterious new variants has nothing whatsoever to do with natural selection. Not having any background in natural history, Maupertuis found nothing ludicrous in the idea that any kind of organism, even an elephant, could be the product of a fortuitous combination of material. Chance, one might say, turned out a vast number of individuals. A small proportion of these were organized in such a manner that the animal's organs could satisfy their needs. A much greater number showed neither adaptation nor order; these last have all perished. Thus the species which we see today are but a small part of all those that a blind destiny has produced. Essai de Cosmologie, 1750. Yet, Maupertuis did not rely entirely on spontaneous generation for the origin of new kinds. His genetic studies led him to a theory of what we would now call speciation by mutation. A new species for Maupertuis was nothing but a mutant individual, and in this thought he was a forerunner of de Vries. Races, for him, began with fortuitous individuals. Maupertuis was clearly an essentialist, and even though he could think of the production of new essences, he was unable to conceive of a gradual and continuous improvement of a population by the selection, this is, reproduction, of the best adapted individuals. Nevertheless, his world was not a static one but one in which time played an important role. Buffon. The two greatest naturalists of the 18th century, Buffon and Linnaeus, were born in the same year, 1707. Yet, except for the identity of the year of their birth and their great interest in natural history, the two men were about as different as any two men can be. Buffon, 1707 to 1788, was wealthy, a member of an aristocratic family, and able to take up the study of science as an avocation. 16 Linnaeus was poor and had a hard struggle to obtain a position and make a living. In most of their concepts of science, likewise, they held opposing views, see chapter 4. As a young man, Buffon spent a year in England during which he studied mathematics, physics, and plant physiology. After he had returned to France, he published a translation of Newton's flux ions and of Stephen Hale's vegetable statics. Owing to the special patronage of the minister Maurepas, Buffon was appointed in 1739 the intendant, director, of the Jardin du Roi, even though he was not particularly well qualified for this position. However, he threw himself with great enthusiasm into the new job and developed the plan of writing a universal natural history from minerals to man. 35 large quarto volumes of this work were published between 1749 and Buffon's death in 1788, and 9 further volumes were added to the series subsequently. In this monumental and fascinating Histoire naturelle, Buffon dealt in a stimulating manner with almost all the problems that would subsequently be raised by evolutionists. Written in a brilliant style, this work was read in French or in one of the numerous translations by every educated person in Europe. It is no exaggeration to claim that virtually all the well-known writers of the Enlightenment, and even of later generations, in France as well as in other European countries were Buffonians, either directly or indirectly. Truly, Buffon was the father of all thought in natural history in the second half of the 18th century. 17 Even though, as we shall see presently, he himself was not an evolutionist, it is nevertheless true that he was the father of evolutionism. And it was surely he who was responsible for the immense interest in France in natural history. Burckhardt, 1977, 14-17. There are few thinkers who are as difficult to interpret correctly as Buffon. This has many reasons. For instance, Buffon's great work is a literary encyclopedia of natural history, and references to a given general topic, let us say evolution, species, or variation, are scattered through many different volumes. Furthermore, Buffon's ideas quite clearly evolved during his long and active life, but all attempts to classify his thought into well-defined periods have been rather unsatisfactory. With his versatile, indeed almost mercurial mind, Buffon looked at many subjects from so many different sides that he not infrequently contradicted himself. It requires a study of the totality of his work before one can. Origins without evolution. State with conviction which of Buffon's views should be considered as most typical. Finally, there is the probability that in his earlier publications Buffon was not able to write with complete frankness. In the 1740s, the theologians at the Sorbonne still had a great deal of power, and at one time, 1751, Buffon indeed had to recant some statements he had made on the history and age of the earth. It is probable that at least some of Buffon's observations were phrased in such a manner as to placate the theologians. When Buffon published in 1749 the first 3 volumes of his natural history, he was a rather strict Newtonian. As a result, he was impressed by concepts of movement and continuity, and a preoccupation with large numbers of static, discontinuous entities such as species, genera, and families appeared quite meaningless to him. When he was appointed director of the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, his acquaintance with systematics was quite limited, but he turned this deficiency into a virtue by attacking the nomenclateurs, Linnaeans, as dry as dust pedants, and by preaching instead a study of living animals and their characteristics in life. In the introductory discourse, he states that it is quite impossible to distribute kinds of organisms among distinct categories because there are always intermediates between one genus and another. Furthermore, if one were to adopt any classification, it would have to be based on the totality of all characters and not, as was done by Linnaeus, on an arbitrary selection of a few. In spite of a stress on continuity, Buffon offers no suggestion of evolution in the first 3 volumes. He did not propose a temporalization of the chain of being nor suggest that one species had originated or developed from another. Indeed, in the first volume, the idea is defended that the only real entities in nature are individuals. The sequence of species which Buffon adopts for his natural history is a purely utilitarian one. He begins with the ones that are most important, most useful, or most familiar to man. Hence, domestic species like horse, dog, and cow are treated before the wild animals, and those of the temperate zone, in turn, before the exotic animals. This arbitrary classification was clearly as unsuited as can be to serve as a basis for evolutionary considerations. As far as man is concerned, he is the most superior living being. Everything, even his outward appearance, demonstrates man's superiority over all other living beings. Very much in the spirit of Descartes, Buffon considers man's ability to think as his outstanding characteristic. To be and to think are for us the same thing. Since he is convinced that animals cannot think, there is for him a tremendous gap between animals and man. This made it quite impossible to consider man as having evolved from animals. The wording of the first 3 volumes of the Histoire naturelle, 1749, indicates that Buffon at that time might have been an atheist. In 1764, he definitely uses the language of a deist. When, in 1774, Buffon writes, "The deeper I penetrate into the depths of nature, the more I admire and profoundly respect her author," he seems to express genuine feelings. When Buffon comes to be 332 leave in an eternal order and in laws of nature, he needs a lawgiver who is responsible for the observed secondary causes. Science would be meaningless if the world were not governed by an immutable and universal order. In this concept, Buffon is remarkably close to Aristotle who, on the basis of the same concept of an eternal order of the universe, also came to reject evolution. Buffon was fully aware of the possibility of common descent and was perhaps the first author ever to articulate it clearly. Not only the ass and the horse, but also man, the apes, the quadrupeds, and all the animals might be regarded as constituting but a single family. If it were admitted that the ass is of the family of the horse, and different from the horse only because it has varied from the original form, one could equally well say that the ape is of the family of man, that he is a degenerate man, that man and ape have a common origin, that, in fact, all the families, among plants as well as animals, have come from a single stock, and that all animals are descended from a single animal, from which have sprung in the course of time, as a result of progress or of degeneration, all the other races of animals. For if it were once shown that we are justified in establishing these families, if it were granted that among animals and plants there has been, I do not say several species, but even a single one, which has been produced in the course of direct descent from another species, if, for example, it were true that the ass is but a degeneration from the horse, then there would no longer be any limit to the power of nature, and we should not be wrong in supposing that, with sufficient time, she has been able from a single being to derive all the other organized beings. But this is by no means a proper representation of nature. We are assured by the authority of revelation that all animals have participated equally in the grace of direct creation, and that the first pair of every species issued fully formed from the hands of the Creator. Buffon, 1766. Origins without evolution. This statement could be, and indeed it has sometimes been, interpreted as a mere pro forma refutation, for the benefit of the theologians, of a genuine belief in evolution by Buffon. All recent interpreters of Buffon, Lovejoy, Wilkie, Roger, agree, however, that the statement, when studied in the context of the essay in which it is included, is indeed a serious rejection of the possibility of common descent. The quoted statement is directly followed by a number of different arguments against the possibility of the descent of a genuine species from another. In particular, Buffon lists 3 arguments. First, within recorded history no new species have been known to appear. Second, the infertility of hybrids establishes an impassable barrier between species. And third, if one species originated from another one, for example the ass species came from the horse, the result could have been brought about only slowly and by gradations. There would therefore be between the horse and the ass a large number of intermediate animals. Why, then, do we not today see the representatives, the descendants, of those intermediate species? Why is it that only the 2 extremes remain? These three arguments lead Buffon to this conclusion: though it cannot be demonstrated that the production of a species by degeneration from another species is an impossibility for nature, the number of probabilities against it is so enormous that even on philosophical grounds one can scarcely have any doubt upon the point. Then, how do species originate? Living matter, organic molecules, is continuously formed as the result of spontaneous chemical combination. Organic molecules, in turn, combine spontaneously to form the HRST individual of all fundamental species. This primary being, thus formed, becomes the prototype of a species. It becomes the mule interer, epigenetic inner form, for its descendants and thus guarantees the permanence of the species. This permanence is incessantly challenged by the circumstances which induce the production of varieties. However, the permanence of the mule interer prevents variations from transgressing certain limits. In this respect, the mule interer plays a role similar to Aristotle's eidos, form. Many lower organisms are continuously produced from organic molecules by spontaneous generation. There are as many kinds of animals and plants as there are viable combinations of organic molecules. Inviable combinations perish. There is quite a contrast between the HRST 3 volumes of the Histoire naturelle, published in 1749, and the fourth, 1753, and subsequent volumes. One reason is that Buffon in the early 1750s had become acquainted with the work of Leibniz, with his emphasis on the chain of being, plenitude, the perfection of the universe, and its hints of evolution. Buffon's writings from this point on contain a mixture of Newtonian and Leibnizian thoughts. On one hand he continued to believe in plenitude and stated, it seems that everything exists which can be. On the other hand, he rejected final causes, and his attitude throughout is anti-teleological. The world was created perfect in the beginning, and there was nothing that would necessitate its movement toward greater perfection. Occasionally he clearly rejects Plato's essentialism, as when stating that we have to abstract from the diversity of phenomena, but these abstractions are the product of our own intelligence, and not real. Yet most of his interpretations are typological, as is evident from his treatment of the species. In the first volume of the Histoire naturelle, Buffon denied the existence of species, stating that only individuals exist. This viewpoint is completely abandoned in the second volume, where he defines species as follows: we should regard two animals as belonging to the same species if by means of copulation they perpetuate themselves and preserve the likeness of the species, and we should regard them as belonging to different species if they are incapable of producing progeny by the same means. Thus, the fox will be known to be a different species from the dog if it proves to be a fact that from the mating of a male and female of these two kinds of animals no offspring is born. And even if there should result a hybrid offspring, a sort of mule, this would suffice to prove that fox and dog are not of the same species inasmuch as this mule would be sterile. The production of a sterile hybrid proves that different species are involved because, for the maintenance of a species, a continuous, perpetual, and unvarying reproduction is necessary. As Lovejoy rightly says, this language implies not only that species are real but also that they are constant and invariable entities. Species, for Buffon, are types, and not populations. Having such a rigid species concept, together with the phenomenon of sterility in the hybrids, precluded the concept of an evolutionary derivation of one species from another one. Buffon's species definition has the further disadvantage that it does not truly define a concept but only provides a method for testing whether two individual origins without evolution mules belong to the same or to different species. It is a discriminate function. Buffon's most important discussion of the kind of questions we would now consider to fall under the heading of evolutionary biology is in his essay on the degeneration of animals, 1766. Here he strongly expresses his view that most variation is non-genetic and caused by the environment. This is indicated by the fact that the domestic breeds are the most variable of all animals because man has transported them into all climates and has exposed them to a great variety of foods, an opinion later endorsed by Darwin. Buffon's background in the physical sciences is particularly evident in his discussion of variation. Since he believes that the same causes should have the same effects, he contends that animals that live in the same places must resemble each other, because the same climate produces the same animals and the same plants. Owing to his belief in the primacy of physical causes, he is quite convinced that there is life on other planets, and calculates, on the basis of estimates of their rate of cooling, at what time life would have originated on these planets. Buffon's concept of organisms being the product of a place where they live played an important role in the thinking of biogeographers of the ensuing 100 years. 1-8 These discussions must have made it clear why there is no contradiction between the statements that Buffon was not an evolutionist, and yet that he was the father of evolutionism. He was the first person to discuss a large number of evolutionary problems that prior to Buffon had not been raised by anybody. Even though he often arrived at wrong conclusions, it was he who added these topics to the repertory of scientific problems. Even though Buffon himself rejected evolutionary explanations, he brought them to the attention of the scientific world. We owe to him extensive discussions of the origin of the Earth in general, and of sedimentary rocks in particular. He established the importance of the problem of the extinction of species of animals. He raised the question whether closely related species, like horse and ass, could have descended from a common ancestor, and, finally, he was the first to focus full attention on the problem of problems, the establishment of reproductive isolation, as we would now call it, between two incipient species. What, on balance, was the net effect of Buffon's thought on the future development of evolutionary thinking? He clearly occupies the ambiguous position of having both hindered and furthered evolutionism. He hindered it by his frequent endorsements of the doctrine of the immutability of species. He hindered it, furthermore, by providing a species criterion fertility among members of a species which his contemporaries considered quite impregnable to evolutionary change. Indeed, the problem how a species could give rise to another species from which it is separated by the sterility barrier bothered some geneticists as recently 336 as the first half of this century, Bateson, 1922, Goldschmidt, 1940. These reservations of Buffon's, shared by all the more knowledgeable of his contemporaries, were the reason why a mere demonstration of evolutionary change was not sufficient to establish evolutionism. What was needed, and this was subsequently provided by the proponents of geographic speciation, was a demonstration of how the gap between species could be bridged. Far more important are Buffon's positive contributions to evolutionism. 1. Through his detailed analysis, he brought the idea of evolution into the realm of science, to be treated henceforth as a proper subject of investigation. 2. He generalized the results of his dissections, with his collaborator Daubenton, by developing the concept of the unity of the type. This gave rise at first to the school of idealistic morphology and, subsequently, to comparative anatomy, which produced so much evidence in favor of evolution. 3. He, more than anyone else, was responsible for a new chronology of the Earth, that is, for the acceptance of a vast time scale. 4. He was the founder of biogeography. When, out of opposition to Linnaeus, he arranged species according to their country of origin, he grouped them into faunas. The compilation of faunal lists by Buffon and his followers served as the basis of far-reaching generalizations. Darwin, indeed, derived more evidence for evolution from the fact of distribution than from any other biological phenomenon, see Chapter 10. Natural history, prior to Buffon, had all the earmarks of an avocation, a hobby. Buffon is the one who raised it to the status of a science. Much of the Histoire naturelle consisted of what today we would call ecology, other parts were devoted to the study of behavior. Here was a splendid reaffirmation of the value of study. Origins without evolution. Whole animals as a counterweight against the atomizing influences of contemporary physiology, particularly since Buffon himself was equally interested in physiology, development, and organic molecules. It makes no difference which of the authors in the second half of the 18th century one reads, their discussions are, in the last analysis, merely commentaries on Buffon's work. Except for Aristotle and Darwin, there has been no other student of organisms who has had as far-reaching an influence. Diderot. Among the leaders of the Enlightenment, none was more interested in the living organism than Denis Diderot, 1713 to 1784. In various articles in the Encyclopédie, and particularly in a series of imaginative essays, he grappled again and again with the origin and nature of life, accident or determinism, the interaction of molecules, spontaneous generation, the role of the environment, and similar problems. 19 Diderot, evidently, was an avid reader, and his speculations borrow freely from Buffon, Leibniz, Maupertuis, Condillac, Bourdieu, Haller, and other contemporaries. He produced few, if any, original thoughts, but the brilliant manner in which he fused current speculations into an explanatory fabric had a great impact on French intellectuals. Perhaps his most daring essay was Le Rêve de d'Alembert, d'Alembert's Dream. Although written in 1769, it was not officially published until 1830. Yet, a clandestine version circulated through Paris soon after it was written. Hence, the contents were evidently well known in the Paris salons, and it is almost certain that Lamarck was familiar with it. The flavor of the work is well expressed in the ravings of the fever-ridden d'Alembert: all creatures are involved in the life of all others. All nature is in a perpetual state of flux. Every animal is more or less a human being, every mineral more or less a plant, every plant more or less an animal. There is nothing clear defined in nature. Is there in nature any one atom exactly similar to any other? No. Don't you agree that in nature everything is bound up with everything else and that there cannot be a gap in the chain? There is but one great individual, and that is the whole. You poor philosophers, and you talk about essences. Drop your idea of essences. And what of species? Species are merely tendencies toward a common end peculiar to them. And life? A series of actions and reactions. The living molecule is the origin of all. There's not a speck in the whole of nature that does not feel pain or pleasure. This short monologue contains a catalogue of virtually all the ideas on life and matter that had been held from the ancients to the then modern philosophers like Leibniz and Buffon. Although some of the elements of Diderot's later thought played a role in evolutionary theories, Diderot himself was not in any way an evolutionist. There is no implication in his writings that life on Earth changes with time. By the time Diderot wrote The Dream, he had 338 become an uncompromising atheist. His world was not created, it had none of the designed properties of the world of the natural theologians. It was a thoroughly materialistic world of molecules. Perhaps the most memorable sentence of The Dream is, "The organs produce the needs, and conversely the needs produce the organs." This thought, apparently originating with Condillac, eventually became one of the cornerstones of Lamarck's theory of evolution. Developments elsewhere in Europe. Most of the writers so far mentioned were French, and France, indeed, occupied the intellectual leadership of Europe in the 18th century. But there was much ferment also in Britain, particularly Scotland, Germany, the Netherlands, and Scandinavia. In fact, Britain and Germany took over the helm after the deaths of Lamarck and Cuvier. In Germany things had been rather quiet after Leibniz, with his extraordinary originality. Indications that rigid theism was weakening were widespread, however. A liberal deism, that is, a rejection of all revelation including the Bible, reached its finest flowering in the writings of Riem Aarhus. 20 In biology, his main impact was on the interpretation of animal behavior. The most influential thinker of the period, however, was the historian Johann Gottfried Herder, one whose major contribution was his emphasis on historical thinking and on diversity. In his 4-volume work, Ideas Towards a Philosophy of the History of Man, 1784 to 1791, he deals not only with the rise of man but also, at length, with the universe and the world of animals and plants. Herder exerted great influence on the thinking of Goethe, Kant, and the Naturphilosophien by his consistently historical approach to all questions. But, like all other Germans, he was an essentialist, for whom a transformation of one species into another one was origins without evolution. Quite unthinkable. Herder's basic concept of the living world was that of a temporalized scala naturae, but he never came to grips with the problem of how one could get from plants to animals or from simple animals to higher animals. Yet, he insisted that we see the form of organization ascend, and with it the powers and propensities of the creatures become more various until, finally, they all, so far as possible, unite in the form of man. Many of Herder's thoughts are derived from Buffon, even though he often expands them considerably, as in his treatment of the struggle for existence. Kant has often been called a forerunner of Darwin, but without justification, as has been clearly demonstrated by several writers, particularly well by Lovejoy, 1959 d. Even though Kant saw the problems rather dearly, as is evident from his discussion of adaptation in the Critique of Judgment, 1790, being a thoroughgoing essentialist, he simply could not conceive of evolution. He was much impressed by Buffon's argument that the sterility barrier maintained the sharp delimitation of species against each other, and he took this to be clear-cut proof for the impossibility of getting from one species to another one by anything like evolution. He never resolved the conflict between the discontinuity of species and the continuity in the universe which he expressed in his cosmology and in his adherence to the great chain of being. The seeming conflict between the purely mechanical laws of physics and chemistry and the perfect adaptation of all organisms which seemed to demand ad hoc creation posed a dilemma for Kant which he was unable to solve. Mayr, 1974 d. 383-404, Lovejoy, 1959 d. 173-206. No one reflects late 18th century thinking in Germany better than J.F. Blumenbach, who in his influential Natural History wrote extensively on mutability, extinction, spontaneous generation, degeneration, final causes, creation, catastrophes, and Bildungstrieb. Blumenbach was remarkably knowledgeable but quite unable to emancipate himself from the dominant ideas of his time. England, which in the 17th and early 18th centuries had displayed such leadership in philosophy, Locke, Berkeley, Hume, in physics and in physiology, made virtually no contribution to evolutionary thinking in the 18th century. The only exception is Erasmus Darwin, Charles Darwin's grandfather, who in his Zoonomia, 1794, indulged in some casual evolutionary speculations. He never amplified them further, and thus they had remarkably little impact on subsequent developments. There is no justification for a detailed presentation of his thought beyond emphasizing that three assumptions concerning the ideas of Erasmus Darwin are erroneous: 1. That he anticipated Lamarck, or even that Lamarck got his ideas from him. The belief in an inheritance of acquired characters and other ideas found in both authors were widespread at that period. Lamarck clearly was not acquainted with Erasmus Darwin. 2. That he greatly influenced his grandson. There is hardly a trace of Erasmus Darwin's ideas in The Origin, and Charles Darwin explicitly denied such an influence, even though Darwin's notebooks reflect the reading of Zoonomia, Hodge, 1981. 3. That he was a highly original thinker. He was primarily a synthesizer and popularizer. Virtually all of his individual ideas can be traced to earlier authors with whom Erasmus Darwin was familiar owing to his extensive reading. His so-called evolutionary ideas were widely held by natural theologians and British animal breeders. The lack of interest in evolution in England during the 18th century had several reasons. The great flowering of empiricism which occurred at that time resulted in an overemphasis on the physical and experimental sciences. The pursuit of natural history was entirely in the hands of ordained ministers and inevitably led to a belief in the perfect design of a created world, a belief totally incompatible with the concept of evolution. Linnaeus. At first sight it might seem altogether inappropriate to mention Carl Linnaeus, 1707 to 1778, often considered the arch-foe of evolutionism, in a discussion of the history of evolutionary thinking. Yet he played an important role, see Chapter 4. Although starting out with a theory of classification based on the scholastic theory of logical division, Linnaeus laid the groundwork for the development of a natural, hierarchical classification, which in time virtually forced the acceptance of the concept of common descent. He had an inkling of the relationship of orders and classes as indicated by his well-known statement, all groups of plants show relationships on all sides, like countries on a map of the world, Philosophia Botanica, 1750, 77. And yet, by recognizing genera, orders, and classes, Linnaeus destroyed the continuity of life and replaced it by a hierarchy of discontinuities. This conformed perfectly with essentialistic thinking, but it created a conflict with origins without evolution. The continuism of evolutionary thinking. To reconcile continuity and discontinuity, thus, became one of the great challenges of evolutionary biology. By his insistence on the constancy and fixity of species, in contrast to the vagueness of the rather nominalistic French school, Linnaeus made the origin of species a scientific problem, Poulton, 1903, Mayr, 1957. The problem was compounded by his theory of an origin of species by hybridization, proposed late in his life. Like Ray, Linnaeus decisively rejected heterogeny. In fact, he denied, at least in his major writings, any or all transmutation of one species into another one. His keen interest in the balance of nature and in the struggle for existence was important in the development of the thought of later natural theologians, and of de Candolle and other pre-Darwinians, Hofstede, 1958, Limoges, 1970. It formed an important part of the conceptual background of the theory of natural selection. In fact, a good deal of Darwin's argument can be traced back to Linnaeus, even where it consists of a refutation of Linnaean ideas. In short, Linnaeus made a major contribution to the conceptual milieu that gave rise to later evolutionary theories. 2-3. The heritage of the pre-Lamarckian period. The 17th and 18th centuries, as we have seen, experienced an almost total revolution in man's concept of nature. In an age of reason, revelation could no longer be accepted as the final authority concerning the explanation of natural phenomena. Theism was widely replaced by deism or even atheism. Discoveries in all fields discredited the Bible as a source of scientific explanation. The God of interventions and miracles was replaced by an image of God as the author of general laws which function as secondary causes in the production of all concrete phenomena. This interpretation was consistent with the discovery of great physical laws which keep suns and planets moving automatically without divine intervention. Infinity of time, infinity of space, and cosmological evolution, Kant, Laplace, were being accepted. Discoveries in the biological sciences posed particularly serious challenges to the creationist-interventionist interpretation. These included the heterogeneity of faunas and floras, increasing difference of fossils in lower strata, increasing evidence for frequency of extinction, the inclusive Linnaean hierarchy, the discovery of morphological types, the discovery of microscopic organisms, the recognition of the incredible adaptedness of organisms, the beginnings of a replacement of typological by populational thinking. By the end of the century, it had become evident that two major problems demanded an explanation: the origin of diversity and its seemingly orderly arrangement in a natural system, and the superb adaptation of all organisms to each other and to their surroundings. For the essentialist, there was the additional problem of how to reconcile the discontinuity displayed by species and higher categories with the general continuity of all phenomena of life. Finally, there were a number of rather embarrassing special problems that seemed to be in conflict with the concept of the wisdom and benevolence of the Creator, such as the problems of extinction and of the existence of vestigial organs. Creationism became a less and less satisfactory solution. The stage was thus set for a revolutionary new departure, and it was only a question of time before some naturalist would have the courage and originality to propose a solution clearly in conflict with accepted dogma. This person was the French biologist Lamarck. 8. Evolution before Darwin. To a modern biologist, the time lag between the first provocative intimations of evolutionism by Leibniz in his Protogaea, 1694, and the definite proposal by Lamarck, 1800, seems extraordinarily long. Buffon had teetered on the brink of evolutionism all of his life, and numerous other thinkers had adopted a temporalized version of the chain of being, but none of them had made the decisive step of converting the unbroken chain of a created sequence of ever greater perfection into a line of descent. Lamarck. Jean-Baptiste Pierre-Antoine de Monet, Chevalier de Lamarck, 1744–1829, was born into a poor noble family from northern France. He joined the army at age 17, fought with great bravery a number of battles in the 7 Years' War, resigned at 19, and lived from then on in Paris on a very small pension and whatever else he could earn by hack writing for dictionaries and the like. Eventually, he became very much interested in natural history, particularly botany, and finally wrote a 4-volume Flora of France, which was justifiably praised for the excellence of its descriptions. Shortly afterwards he was chosen by Buffon to be tutor and travel companion to his son. This gave him an opportunity to visit Italy and other European countries, the only traveling Lamarck ever did in his life. In 1788 Buffon secured for him a position as assistant in the botanical department of the Natural History Museum, a post he held for the next 5 years. Lamarck published prodigiously during the nearly 30 years he was interested in plants, and there is no doubt that he believed at that time in well-delimited species created in the beginning and not subsequently changing. Several statements of his clearly indicate that his thinking at that period was that of an essentialist. In 1793, in connection with the reorganization of France's scientific institutions, Lamarck was appointed professor of the inferior animals, or invertebrates, as we now call them with the name given to them by Lamarck. This new appointment was the decisive event of his life. With enormous energy he familiarized himself with the diverse assemblage of the animals which Linnaeus had lumped together under the name worms. Even though Lamarck was already 49 years old when he began these new studies, it is evident that they had a revolutionary impact on his concepts. Up to that time he had adhered to a typically a 340–14th century mixture of deism and a synthesis of Newtonian and Leibnizian ideas. From Newton he had adopted a belief in the lawfulness of the universe and the conviction that all phenomena, not only of inanimate nature but also of organized bodies, could be explained in terms of movements and forces acting upon matter. From Leibniz he had acquired an optimistic conviction of the perfect harmony of the universe, of plenitude and continuity. This synthesis led to numerous contradictions, and it seems evident that the adoption of evolutionism was the consequence of the attempt to resolve at least some of these contradictions. Lamarck had grandiose plans for a universal terrestrial physics, including biology, and, in the pursuit of these aims, he dabbled in just about all branches of science. He made himself ridiculous by opposing Lavoisier's brilliant new discoveries of the chemistry of oxygen and by his meteorological predictions. He also wrote a geology, Lamarck, 1802a, that was virtually ignored by his contemporaries and translated into English only a decade ago. It was one of the duties of his new professorship to give an annual course on the invertebrates. For several years Lamarck devoted the first lecture to a discours d'Ovicha. The manuscripts of these lectures, or at least some of them, were preserved and have, in part, been published in recent years. Lamarck, 1907. The Pound Discours for the year 1799 still represents Lamarck's thinking as he had acquired it from the botanist A.L. de Jussieu and the Linnaean school. Species were unchanging, and there was no hint at the possibility of evolution. Next year's Discours, presented on May 11, 1800, unveils Lamarck's new evolutionary theories, already containing the essential points of his Philosophic Zoologic, 1809. It is evident that between 1799 and 1800 Lamarck had had a conversion, as it would be called in the religious literature. What could have induced a man who was already 55 years old to abandon before Darwin? don his previous worldview and replace it by one that is so revolutionary that it had not been held by anyone previously. Past endeavors to explain Lamarck's evolutionism have almost without exception been unsatisfactory, owing to a failure to separate Lamarck's ideas on evolutionary changes as such and his endeavors to explain the physiological and genetic mechanisms responsible for it. In the subsequent account, an attempt will be made to separate carefully these two aspects of Lamarck's evolutionary theory. A determined effort will also be made to interpret Lamarck in the context of his contemporary intellectual milieu. Other authors have suffered as much in the past from Whiggish historiography as Lamarck, see Chapter 1. To be sure, he is one of the most difficult figures in the history of biology to discuss. This is why there are probably more different interpretations, in fact even descriptions, of Lamarck's thought than exist for any other figure. Even excluding obsolete accounts, one needs only to compare the recent presentations of Mayr, Hodge, and Burckhardt to appreciate this point. Lamarck had profound intellectual commitments to Descartes, Newton, Leibniz, and Buffon. However, he was also clearly affected in his thinking by his zoological material, particularly by the variation and fossil history of mollusks. Hodge, 1971 AB, correctly stresses that one cannot and should not interpret Lamarck in terms of Darwin's evolutionary theory. Lamarck had no theory of an origin of species, nor did he consider common descent. Most remarkably for an early 19th century naturalist, he totally disregarded geographic distribution, a body of information that was one of the most powerful sources of Darwin's theory of common descent. Lamarck's new paradigm. Lamarck states that his new theory is needed in order to explain two well-known phenomena in the world of organisms. The first is that animals show a graded series of perfection. Under increasing perfection, Lamarck understood the gradual increase in animality from the simplest animals to those with the most complex organization, culminating in man. He did not assess perfection in terms of adaptedness to the environment or by the role an organism plays in the economy of nature, but simply in terms of complexity. The other phenomenon in need of explanation is the amazing diversity of organisms, which suggests that anything which it is possible to imagine has effectively taken place. Seemingly he is referring to the principle of plenitude. A further ingredient added by Lamarck is the actual transformation of species in a phyletic line. After a long succession of generations, individuals, originally belonging to one species, become at length transformed into a new species distinct from the first, 1809, 38-39. Everywhere in his discussions Lamarck reiterates the slowness and gradualness of evolutionary change. With 346 regard to living bodies, it is no longer possible to doubt that nature has done everything little by little and successively, p. 11. In a discussion of originally aquatic animals he states, nature led them little by little to the habit of living in the air, first by the water's edge, etc. p. 70. These changes only take place with an extreme slowness, which makes them always imperceptible, p. 30. It is difficult to deny that the shape or external characters of every living body whatsoever must vary imperceptibly, although that variation only becomes perceptible after a considerable time, p. 45. An enormous time and wide variation in successive conditions must doubtless have been required to enable nature to bring the organization of animals to that degree of complexity and development in which we see it at its perfection, p. 50. This is no problem because for nature time has no limits and can be drawn upon to any extent, p. 114. Numerous students of Lamarck's work have asked themselves what new observations or new insights had induced Lamarck to adopt this new viewpoint in 1800. What apparently happened, Burckhardt, 1977, was that, in the late 1790s, Lamarck took over the mollusk collection of the Paris Museum after the death of his friend Bruguière. When he started to study these collections, which contained both fossil and recent mollusks, he found that many of the living species of mussels and other marine mollusks had analogues among fossil species. Indeed, it was possible, in many cases, to arrange the fossils of the earlier and more recent tertiary strata into a chronological series terminating in a recent species. In some cases where the material was sufficiently complete, it was possible to establish virtually unbroken phyletic series. In other cases, he found that the recent species extended far back into the tertiary strata. The conclusion became inescapable that many phyletic series had undergone a slow and gradual change throughout time. Probably no other group of animals was as suitable for bringing before Darwin about such a conclusion as the marine mollusks. Cuvier, who at the same time studied fossil mammals which on the average evolved far more rapidly than marine mollusks, found that none of the fossil elephants or other fossil types had a living analog, and thus came to the conclusion that the earlier species had become extinct and had been replaced by entirely new species. The recognition of phyletic series was of particular importance to Lamarck because it solved for him a problem which apparently had disturbed him for a long time, the problem of extinction. Ever since the study of fossils had become more intense, it had become apparent that many of the fossil species are quite unlike the living ones. The ammonites, so abundant in many Mesozoic deposits, are one conspicuous example. The situation became more acute when fossil mammals were discovered in the 18th century, such as mastodons in North America and mammoths in Siberia. Finally, Cuvier described entire faunas of fossil mammals from various horizons of the Paris Basin. The more sober naturalists and students of fossils eventually accepted the fact that the Earth had been inhabited in former eras by creatures that had since become extinct, and not all of them at the same time. Blumenbach, for instance, recognized an older period of extinction, mostly concerning marine organisms like bivalves, ammonites, and terebratulas, and a more recent extinction, concerning organisms with surviving relatives, like the cave bear and the mammoth. Herder already spoke of multiple Earth revolutions, and other authors spoke of catastrophes, all of them resulting in extinctions. For other naturalists, the concept of extinction was unacceptable for various ideological reasons. It was as inconceivable to the natural theologians as to the Newtonians, for whom everything in the universe is governed by laws. It also violated the principle of plenitude because the extinction of a species would leave a void in the fullness of nature. Finally, it violated concepts of a balance in nature which would not provide any causes for the occurrence of extinction. Lovejoy, 1936, especially 243, 256. The view that extinction was incompatible with the omnipotence and benevolence of God was very widespread throughout the 18th century. During a discussion of fossils, John Ray stated in 1703, "It would follow, that many species of shellfish are lost out of the world, which philosophers hitherto have been unwilling to admit, esteeming the destruction of any one species a dismembering of the universe, and rendering it imperfect, whereas they think the divine providence is especially concerned to secure and preserve the works of the creation." Physico-Theological Discourses, 3rd ed., 1713, 149. Most of the philosophers of the Enlightenment and the first half of the 19th century were deists. Their God was not allowed to interfere with the universe, once he had created it. Any such interference would be a miracle, and which philosopher could 348 afford to support miracles after what Hume and Voltaire had said about them? This created a formidable dilemma. Either one had to deny the occurrence of extinction, which is what Lamarck did, more or less, or else one had to postulate a law established at the original time of creation to account for the steady disappearance and appearance of new species through geological time. But how could such a law of the introduction of new species operate without being special creation? This was the, never fully articulated, objection Darwin raised against Lyell, who postulated such a law. But let us go back to the endeavors to explain away extinction. In the course of the 17th and 18th centuries, 4 explanations were advanced for this disappearance of fossil species, none of them involving natural extinction. One was that extinct animals are those that were killed by Noah's flood or some other great catastrophe. This explanation, which became rather popular in the first half of the 19th century, was quite incompatible with Lamarck's gradualism. Furthermore, since so many of the lost species were aquatic, a destruction by the flood seemed quite irrational. A second explanation was that the supposedly extinct species might well be surviving in as yet unexplored portions of the globe. There are many parts of the Earth's surface to which we have never penetrated, many others that men capable of observing have merely passed through, and many others again, like the various parts of the sea bottom, in which we have few means of discovering the animals living there. The species that we do not know might well remain hidden in these various places. Lamarck, 1809, 44. Finally, some explained extinction by saying that it is the work of man. And this explanation was particularly chosen for the large mammals like mammoth and mastodon. These three explanations still left much if not most of the before Darwin problem of extinction unsolved. The discovery of fossil species analogous to still living ones, therefore, afforded Lamarck the long sought-for solution to a major puzzle. May it not be possible that the fossils in question belong to species still existing, but which have changed since that time and have been converted into the similar species that we now actually find? 1809, 45. In other words, extinction is only a pseudo-problem. The plenitude is nowhere disrupted, the strange species which we only find as fossils still exist but have changed to such an extent that they are no longer recognizable except where we have a continuity of fossil horizons and, as we would now say, an exceedingly slow evolutionary rate. Evolutionary change, then, was the solution to the problem of extinction. Furthermore, a study of evolution was another way to demonstrate the harmony of nature and the wisdom of the Creator. When drawing these conclusions, Lamarck at once noticed that this explanation was eminently logical for another reason. The Earth has been forever changing during the immense period of time during which it had existed. Since a species must be in complete harmony with its environment and, since the environment constantly changes, a species must likewise change forever in order to remain in harmonious balance with its environment. If it did not, it would be faced with the danger of extinction. By introducing the time factor, Lamarck had discovered the Achilles heel of natural theology. It would be possible for a creator to design a perfect organism in a static world of short duration. However, how could species have remained perfectly adapted to their environment if this environment was constantly changing, and sometimes quite drastically? How could design have foreseen all the changes of climate, of the physical structure of the surface of the Earth, and of the changing composition of ecosystems, predators and competitors, if the Earth was hundreds of millions of years old? Adaptations under these circumstances can be maintained only if the organisms constantly adjust themselves to the new circumstances, that is, if they evolve. Although the natural theologians, good naturalists that they were, had clearly recognized the importance of the environment and the adaptations of organisms to it, they had failed to take the time factor into consideration. Lamarck was the first to have clearly recognized the crucial importance of this factor. Lamarck's new evolutionism had strong support from his earlier geological studies. Lamarck, 1802a. Like all Leibnizians, Lamarck was a uniformitarian as, indeed, were most naturalists in the 18th century. He postulated an immense age for the Earth and, like Buffon, he envisioned continuous changes occurring during these immense time spans. Things changed constantly, but they changed exceedingly slowly. This picture of a gradually changing world fitted extremely well with an evolutionary interpretation. However, it formed a complete contrast to the steady-state world of Hutton, which did not include any directional change and was thus not hospitable to evolutionary explanations. Evolutionism, of course, was even less compatible with essentialist thinking, that is, with the belief in unchanging, discontinuous types. For an essentialist, changes in the Earth's fauna could be explained only by catastrophic extinctions and new creations, a view represented in the writings of Cuvier and his followers. Lamarck was uncompromisingly opposed to catastrophism in any form, as is evident from his zoological writings as well as from his hydrogeology, 1802a, 103. Even though his new theory of transformation had solved several problems, it still faced some formidable puzzles. If Lamarck had been an uncritical adherent of Bonnet's chain of being with its gradual, unbroken transition from inanimate matter to the most perfect being, all Lamarck would have needed to do was to apply his species transition principle to the scala naturae. But Lamarck was by no means a strict follower of Bonnet, as much as he believed in a gradation of perfection. Even in his earlier writings Lamarck emphasized that there is no transition between inanimate nature and living beings. And even though Lamarck, the creator of the concept of biology, was a strong proponent of the essential unity of animals and plants, nevertheless he denied any gradation between the two kingdoms. However, the difference between Lamarck and Bonnet was even more profound. The comparative anatomical researches at the Paris Museum, particularly in the 1790s, had revealed more and more discontinuities among the various morphological types, the vertebrates, mollusks, spiders, insects, worms, jellyfish, infusorians, and so on. Contrary to Bonnet, they do not form a graded series of species. Such a series does not exist, rather I speak of an almost irregularly graduated series of the principal group's masses such as the great families, a series which assuredly exists among the animals as well as among the plants, but which, when the genera and particularly the species are considered, forms in many places lateral ramifications, the endpoints of which are truly before Darwin. Isolated, Discars 13, 29. The picture of a linear chain is progressively replaced in Lamarck's writings by that of a branching tree. In 1809 he recognized two entirely separate lineages of animals, one leading from the infusorians to the polyps and radiarians, the other one, containing the majority of animals, arising from worms which had originated by spontaneous generation. By 1815 Lamarck recognized an even larger number of separate lineages. The process of branching was seen by Lamarck as a process of adaptation and not, as in the case of Darwin and later evolutionists, primarily as a process capable of producing diversity of species. For the diversity of organic life had become a nagging scientific problem for those who no longer believed in a designed and created world. Spontaneous generation seemed to be the only conceivable alternative to special creation, in order to account for the origin of new phyletic lines, Farley, 1977. In order that living bodies be truly the productions of nature, nature must have had and must still have the ability to produce some of them directly, said Lamarck, 1802b, 103. Yet, knowing of the work of Redi and Spallanzani and in contrast to Maupertuis, Lametrie, and Diderot, Lamarck denied that organic molecules could combine into complex animals like elephants, even under conditions of greater warmth in past periods of the Earth. It is exclusively among the infusorians that nature appears to carry out direct or spontaneous generations which are incessantly renewed whenever conditions are favorable, and we shall endeavor to show that it is through this means that she acquired power after an enormous lapse of time to produce indirectly all the other races of animals that we know. Once these lower organisms have originated, the known processes of evolution provide for their further development toward ever greater perfection. Nature began and still begins by fashioning the simplest of organized bodies, and that it is these alone which she fashions immediately, that is to say, only the rudiments of organization indicated in the term spontaneous generation, 1809, 40. However, Lamarck also accepted unquestioningly the spontaneous generation of intestinal worms and thought that they were the basis for the evolution of many higher organisms. The shift from one type of organism to a more complex one, he thought, is accomplished by the acquisition of a new faculty, this, in turn, being due to the acquisition of a new structure or organ, see below. 351. Was Lamarck the first consistent evolutionist? Long lists of early evolutionists are recorded in some histories of biology. Indeed, H. F. Osborn, in his From the Greeks to Darwin, 1894, fills an entire book with accounts of such forerunners of Darwin. As we have seen in Chapter 7, closer analysis fails to substantiate these claims. The forerunners either had theories of origins or of the unfolding of imminent potentialities of the type. A true theory of evolution must postulate a gradual trans-352 formation of one species into another and ad infinitum. No such ideas are found in the writings of de Maillet, Robinet, Diderot, and others who supposedly had influenced Lamarck. Several of Lamarck's forerunners, for instance Maupertuis, had postulated an instantaneous origin of new species. Linnaeus, in his later writings, was much impressed by the possibility of an unlimited production of new species by hybridization. Buffon had considered the possibility of the transformation of a species into a closely related one, but had emphatically rejected applying the same conclusion to a possible transformation of entire families. For all of these forerunners, nature was basically static. Lamarck replaced this static world picture by a dynamic one in which not only species but the whole chain of being and the entire balance of nature was constantly in flux. Buffon had still stressed the immense gap between animals and man. Lamarck resolutely bridges this gap by considering man the end product of evolution. In fact, his description of the pathway by which our anthropoid ancestor became humanized is startlingly modern. If some race of quadrumanous animals, especially one of the most perfect of them, were to lose by force of circumstances, or some other cause, the habit of climbing trees and grasping the branches with its feet in the same way as with its hands in order to hold onto them, and if the individuals of this race were forced for a series of generations to use their feet only for walking, and to give up using their hands like feet, there is no doubt that these quadrumanous animals would at length be transformed into bimanous, and that their thumbs on their feet would cease to be separated from the other digits when they use their feet for walking, and that they would assume an upright posture in order to command a large and distant view. 1809, 170. Lamarck here presented his view on the origin of man with far more courage than Darwin 50 years later in The Origin. Man assuredly presents the type of the highest perfection that nature before Darwin could attain to. Hence the more an animal organization approaches that of man the more perfect it is, p. 71. Since evolution is a continuing process, man will continue to evolve. This predominant race, having acquired an absolute supremacy over all the rest, will ultimately establish a difference between itself and the most perfect animals, and indeed will leave them far behind, p. 171. Even though man has now acquired certain characteristics not found in any animal, or at least not to a similar degree of perfection, man, nevertheless, shares most of his physiological characteristics with the animals. These characteristics, very often, are more easily studied in animals than in man, and in order to achieve a full understanding of man, it is therefore necessary to try to acquire knowledge of the organization of the other animals, p. 11. Aristotle had justified his study of the natural history of animals by the same argument. Lamarck's mechanisms of evolutionary change. Lamarck recognized two separate causes as responsible for evolutionary change. The first was an endowment which provides for the acquisition of ever greater complexity, perfection. Nature, in successively producing all species of animals, beginning with the most imperfect or the simplest, and ending her work with the most perfect, has caused their organization gradually to become more complex. The causation of this trend toward ever greater complexity is derived from powers conferred by the Supreme Author of all things, 1809, 60, 130. Could not his infinite power create an order of things which gave existence successively to all that we can see as well as to all that exists but that we do not see? Or, as he stated it in 1815, nature gives to animal life the power of progressively complicated organization. Clearly, the power of acquiring progressively more complex organization was considered by Lamarck an innate potential of animal life. It was a law of nature that did not require special explanation. The second cause of evolutionary change was a capacity to react to special conditions in the environment. If the intrinsic drive toward perfection were the only cause of evolution, says Lamarck, one would find an undeviating single linear sequence toward perfection. However, instead of such a sequence, in nature we encounter all sorts of special adaptations in species and genera. This, says Lamarck, is due to the fact that animals must always be in perfect harmony with their environment, and it is the behavior of animals which re-establishes this harmony when disturbed. The need to respond to special circumstances in the environment will, consequently, release the following chain of events. 1. Every considerable and continuing change in the circumstances of any race of animals brings about a real change in their needs, besoins. 2. Every change in the needs of animals necessitates an adjustment in their behavior, different actions, to satisfy the new needs and, consequently, different habits. 3. Every new need, necessitating new actions to satisfy it, requires of the animal that it either use certain parts more frequently than it did before, thereby considerably developing and enlarging them, or use new parts which their needs have imperceptibly developed in them by virtue of the operations of their own inner sense, par de efforts de sentiments intérieurs. Lamarck was neither a vitalist nor a teleologist. Even the trend toward progressively complex or perfect organization was not due to any mysterious orthogenetic principle but was the contingent byproduct of the behavior and the activities required to meet new needs. Hence increasing perfection and the response to new requirements of the environment were only two sides of a single coin. The crucial difference between Darwin's and Lamarck's mechanisms of evolution is that for Lamarck the environment and its changes had priority. They produced needs and activities in the organism and these, in turn, caused adaptational variation. For Darwin random variation was present first, and the ordering activity of the environment, natural selection, followed afterwards. Hence, the variation was not caused by the environment either directly or indirectly. In order to provide a purely mechanistic explanation of evolutionary change, Lamarck developed an elaborate physiological theory based on the ideas of Cabanis and other 18th-century physiologists, invoking the action of extrinsic excitations and the movement in the body of subtle fluids caused by the effort to satisfy the new needs. Ultimately these physiological explanations were Cartesian mechanisms, which were, of course, utterly unsuitable. Relatively few of Lamarck's ideas were entirely new. What he did was order them into new causal sequences and apply them to evolution. But no one, so far, has made a consistent effort to trace them to their original sources. One of the key elements in law before Darwin. Marx's theory, the claim that efforts to satisfy needs play an important role in modifying an individual, can be traced to Condillac and Diderot. Behavior caused by needs is a key factor in Condillac's explanation of animal behavior, 1755, and Diderot, in Le Réveil de D'Alembert, written in 1769, said quite simply that the organs produce the needs, and conversely the needs produce the organs, p. 180. This is all Lamarck needed to explain the ascent from one type of organism to a more perfect one. He considered this mechanism so powerful that he thought it could even produce new organs, new needs which establish a necessity for some part really bring about the existence of that part as a result of efforts. Even though the higher taxa may appear to be separated from each other by major gaps, this is all merely a matter of appearance, for nature does not pass abruptly from one system of organization to another. When discussing the 10 classes of invertebrates recognized by him, 1809, 66, Lamarck insists dogmatically that races may, nay must, exist near the boundaries, halfway between two classes. If we cannot find these postulated intermediates, it is due to their not yet having been discovered, either because they live in some remote part of the world, or owing to our incomplete knowledge of past animals, p. 23. With the reference to past animals and the statement that existing animals form a branching series, p. 37, Lamarck seemed to have been rather close to the concept of common descent, but he never developed it. He was satisfied with having developed a mechanism that could explain the bridging of the gap between the higher taxa. The idea that an organ is being strengthened by use and weakened by disuse was, of course, an ancient one, to which Lamarck gave what he considered a more rigorous physiological interpretation. Still, he considered this one of the cornerstones of his theory, and dignified it as his Lerst law. In every animal which has not yet passed beyond the limit of its development, the more frequent and sustained use of any organ gradually strengthens, develops, and enlarges that organ, and gives it a strength proportional to the length of time it has been used, while the constant disuse of such an organ imperceptibly weakens and deteriorates it, progressively diminishing its faculties until it finally disappears. P. 113. This principle of use and disuse is, of course, still widespread in folklore and, as we shall later see, played a certain role even in Darwin's thinking. The second auxiliary principle of evolutionary adaptation is the belief in an inheritance of acquired characters. This is formulated by Lamarck in his second law: everything which nature has caused individuals to acquire or lose as a result of the influence of environmental conditions to which their race has been exposed over a long period of time, and consequently, as a result of the effects caused either by the extended use, or disuse, of a particular organ, all this is conveyed by generation to new individuals descending therefrom, provided that the changes acquired are common to both sexes, or to those which produce the young. P. 113. Lamarck nowhere states by what mechanism, pangenesis, the inheritance of the newly acquired characters is effected. As was shown by Zirkel, 1946, this concept was so universally accepted from the ancients to the 19th century that there was no need for Lamarck to enlarge upon it. He simply placed this principle in the service of evolution. Curiously, when Lamarckism had a revival toward the end of the 19th century, most of those who had never read Lamarck in the original assumed that Lamarckism simply meant a belief in the inheritance of acquired characters. Thus Lamarck received credit and blame for having originated a concept that was universally held at his time. Before leaving the explication of Lamarck's paradigm, let me stress that it did not contain two beliefs which are frequently ascribed to him. The first is a direct induction of new characters by the environment. Lamarck himself rejected this interpretation by saying, "I must now explain what I mean by this statement. The environment affects the shape and organization of animals, that is to say that when the environment becomes very different, it produces in the course of time corresponding modifications in the shape and organization of animals." It is true, if this statement were to be taken literally, I should be convicted of an error, for, whatever the environment may do, it does not work any direct modification whatever in the shape and organization of animals. P. 107, even in the case of plants, which have no behavioral activities like those of animals and consequently no habits per se, great alterations of environmental circumstances nonetheless lead to great differences in the development of their parts, so that these differ. Before Darwin, insects produce and develop some of them, while they reduce and cause the disappearance of others. But all this is brought about by the changes occurring in the nutrition of the plant, in its absorption and transpiration in the quantity of heat, light, air, and humidity, which it habitually receives. In other words, the changes in structure are produced by the internal activities of the plant in connection with its response to the environment, as in a plant that grows toward the light. The second belief erroneously ascribed to Lamarck has to do with the effect of volition. Hasty readers of Lamarck's work have, almost consistently, ascribed to Lamarck a theory of volition. Thus, Darwin speaks of Lamarck nonsense of adaptations from the slow willing of animals, letter of January 11, 1844, to J.D. Hooker. In part the misunderstanding was caused by the mistranslation of the word besoin into want instead of need and a neglect of Lamarck's carefully developed chain of causations from needs to efforts to physiological excitations to the stimulation of growth to the production of structures. Lamarck was not as naive to think that wishful thinking could produce new structures. For a full understanding of Lamarck's thinking, it is important to know that Lamarck was not a vitalist but accepted only mechanistic explanations. He was not a dualist, and there is no reference to any duality of matter and spirit in his work. Lineally, he was no teleologist, not recognizing any guidance of evolution toward a goal, predetermined by a supreme being. A detailed analysis of Lamarck's explanatory model shows that it was remarkably complex. It made use of such universally accepted beliefs as the effect of use and disuse and the inheritance of acquired characters, It accepted spontaneous generation for the simplest organisms, as anyone was able to demonstrate any day for the production of infuser ions from hay soaked in water, fully accepting the demonstration by Spallanzani and Reedy that spontaneous generation was impossible for higher organisms, and used the physiological ideas of Cabanis and others on the interaction between the excitation of subtle fluids by efforts and the consequent effects on structures. Lamarck's paradigm was highly persuasive to the layperson, who held most of the beliefs of which it was composed. This is the reason why some of the Lamarckian ideas continued to be accepted so widely for almost 100 years after the publication of The Origin. The difference between Lamarck's and Darwin's theories. There has long been a futile controversy whether or not Lamarck was a forerunner of Darwin, Barthélemy Maddal, 1979. 3. Darwin himself was quite explicit in denying any benefit from Lamarck's book, which is veritable rubbish. I got not a fact or idea from it. In a more charitable moment, he stated, but the conclusions I am led to are not widely different from his, though the means of change are wholly so. Rousseau, 1969. It will help 358 the understanding of Darwin's theory by stating some of the components of an evolutionary theory. The fact of evolution. The simple question here is whether the world is static or evolving. Even those who postulated an unfolding of immanent potentialities of essences believed ultimately in the unchanging nature of the essences. Lamarck's theory was in striking contrast to these static or steady-state theories. There is no doubt that he deserves credit for having been the first to adopt a consistent theory of genuine evolutionary change. Lamarck further postulated gradual evolution and based his theory on the assumption of progressive uniformitarian. In all these respects, he clearly was Darwin's forerunner. The Inchanism of evolution. Here Lamarck and Darwin could not have differed more. The only component, not original with Lamarck, which these authors had in common was that both believed, although Darwin much less so, in the effect of use and disuse, soft inheritance. A primary interest either in diversity or in adaptation. There is a fundamental and rarely sufficiently emphasized difference among evolutionists whether diversity, speciation, or adaptation, phyletic evolution, holds first place in their interest. Darwin came to the study of evolution through the problem of the multiplication of species, as encountered in the Galapagos. The origin of diversity was, at least in the beginning, his primary interest. Evolution was common descent. This leads to an entirely different way of looking at evolution from that of the student of phyletic evolution, Mayr, 1977b. Changes in time, the vertical dimension, are usually adaptive as seen by a Darwinian. Lamarck never explicitly articulated a concept of adaptation, but the entire causal chain of evolution postulated by him inevitably had to result in adaptation. Since the evolutionary force described by him was not teleological but materialistic, it produced adaptation by natural means. For the DAR before Darwin. Winian, adaptation is the result of natural selection. For Lamarck, adaptation was the inevitable end product of the physiological processes, combined with an inheritance of acquired characters, necessitated by the needs of organisms to cope with the changes in their environment. I can see no other way to designate his theory of evolution than as adaptive evolution. The acquisition of new organs and of new faculties was clearly an adaptive process. Accepting his premises, Lamarck's theory was as legitimate a theory of adaptation as that of Darwin. Unfortunately, these premises turned out to be invalid. Lamarck in retrospect. When, after 1859, Lamarck was rediscovered, following a long period of neglect, the term Lamarckism was usually given to a belief in soft inheritance. And the more decisively soft inheritance was refuted, the more Lamarckism became a dirty word. As a consequence, Lamarck's contribution as an outstanding invertebrate zoologist and pioneering systematist was entirely ignored. Equally ignored was his important stress on behavior, on the environment and on adaptation, aspects of biology almost totally neglected by the majority of the contemporary zoologists and botanists whose taxonomy was purely descriptive. No writer prior to Lamarck had appreciated as clearly the adaptive nature of much of the structure of animals, particularly in the characteristics of families and classes. More than anyone before him, Lamarck made time one of the dimensions of the world of life. During the most Whiggish period of biological history writing, Lamarck was mentioned only for his erroneous ideas, for his belief in soft inheritance, in innate perfectibility, and in speciation by spontaneous generation. It is time he receives credit for his major intellectual contributions, his genuine evolutionism which derived even the most complex organisms from infusorian or worm-like ancestors, his unflagging uniformitarian, his stress of the great age of the earth, his emphasis on the gradualness of evolution, his recognition of the importance of behavior and of the environment, and his courage to include man in the evolutionary stream. To determine what real impact Lamarck had on the subsequent development of evolutionary thought is exceedingly difficult. Colbrugge, 1914. He was almost totally ignored in France, he was admired by Grant in Edinburgh and made widely known in England through Lyell's criticism, which made Chambers an evolutionist, but he was apparently more widely read in Germany than elsewhere. He was quoted and extensively used by Meckel, and, in spite of his simultaneous insistence on natural selection, by Haeckel. All this helped the acceptance of evolutionism. Yet, this popularity of Lamarckian ideas eventually became an impediment. It helped to delay for some 75 years after 1859 the general acceptance of the Darwinian explanatory model and of hard inheritance. 360. From Lamarck to Darwin. Lamarck's Philosophie zoologique, 1809, signifies the first breakthrough of evolutionism. Yet, it required another 50 years before the theory of evolution was widely adopted. One must conclude that the creationist essentialist world picture of the 17th and 18th centuries was far too powerful to yield to Lamarck's imaginative but poorly substantiated ideas. Nevertheless, the existence of a groundswell of evolutionary thought is unmistakable. The gradual improvement of the fossil record, the results of comparative anatomy, the rise of scientific biogeography, and many other developments in biological science contributed toward making evolutionary thinking ever more palatable. But this did not mean that it made Lamarck's 18th-century explanatory theories more acceptable. Hence, one must make a sharp distinction between the acceptance of evolution and the adoption of a particular theory explaining its mechanism. This is particularly necessary as we encounter more and more explanations of evolution the further we progress into the 19th century. It is not always easy to understand the differences among these various theories, since some authors combine several of them or at least several of their components. It may help if I tabulate, at this time, the most important theories of evolution and specify how they differ from each other. Each of them was held by numerous supporters from the time of Darwin, or Lamarck, to the evolutionary synthesis. One can perhaps recognize 6 major theories, some with several subdivisions. 1. A built-in capacity for or drive toward increasing perfection, autogenetic theories. This was part of Lamarck's theory. It was widely supported, for example, by Chambers, Nageli, Mayr before Darwin. Orthogenesis, Osborn, Aristogenesis, and Teilhard de Chardin, Omega Principle. 2. The effect of use and disuse, combined with an inheritance of acquired characters. 3. Direct induction by the environment, rejected by Lamarck, but adopted by E. Geoffrey St. Hilaire. 4. Saltationism, mutationism. The sudden origin of new species or even more distinct types, Maupertuis, Colliker, Galton, Bateson, De Vries, Willis, Goldschmidt, Schindewolf. 5. Random, stochastic, differentiation, with neither the environment, directly or through selection, nor internal factors influencing the direction of variation and evolution, Golick, Hagedorn, non-Darwinian evolution. 6. Direction, order, imposed on random variation by natural selection, Darwinism in part, Neo-Darwinism. Theories, 1, 2, and 3, had substantial support for well over 100 years after Lamarck. Saltationism, 4, is now refuted as the normal mode of speciation or of the origin of any other new types. It has, however, been substantiated for special cases, polyploidy and certain chromosomal rearrangements. The extent to which random differentiation, 5, occurs is highly controversial at the present moment. Nevertheless, it is almost universally agreed that most evolutionary and variational phenomena can be explained by theory, 6, in conjunction with, 5. The controversies between the supporters of these 6 theories have often been misinterpreted by non-biologists as controversies over the validity of the theory of evolution as such. It is for this reason that I have focused so early on the existence of these different explanatory theories, even though in the immediate post-Lamarckian period the main argument was over evolution as such. Actually, at first, most of the new evidence in favor of evolution that began to accumulate through the first half of the 19th century was simply ignored. However, the reaction to these new facts was rather different in France, Germany, and England, the 3 major European countries in which biological research was cultivated. The study of the developments in these countries is particularly important in order to refute the idea that evolutionism was a direct continuation of the liberated, materialistic, and often atheistic thinking of the Enlightenment. The facts do not support such an interpretation. The Enlightenment ended, so to speak, with the French Revolution, 1789, and the next 70 years saw not only a great deal of reaction, particularly in England and France, but also new developments that were as important for the rise of evolutionary thought as the philosophizing of the Enlightenment. France. In France, the scene during the quarter century after Lamarck was clearly dominated by Cuvier, even though he survived Lamarck by only 3 years. The only attempt to express less than orthodox ideas was made by Étienne Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, 1772–1844, the great comparative anatomist. There was a total absence of an evolutionary interpretation in all of Geoffroy's earlier anatomical work. However, when studying certain Jurassic fossil reptiles from Caen in northern France in the late 1820s, Geoffroy was surprised to find that they were not members of such typically Mesozoic types as Plesiosaurus as he had expected but were closely related to the living gavials, crocodilians. This suggested to him the possibility of an actual transformation of the Jurassic crocodilians because the environment is all-powerful in modifying organized bodies. He further developed this idea in an essay published in 1833 in which he apparently tried to explain why different animals are different from each other in spite of the unity of plan. Here he attempted to give a physiological explanation by invoking an effect of the environment on respiration which, in turn, necessitates a drastic change in the environment of the respiratory fluids resulting in a profound impact on the structure of the organism. In contrast to Lamarck, Geoffroy does not invoke a change of habits as the intermediary that changes the physiology. For him the environment causes a direct induction of organic change, a possibility which had been definitely rejected by Lamarck. Even though the neo-Lamarckians at the end of the century held such direct induction in high esteem, it would be more appropriate to designate this hypothesis as Geoffroyism, as was indeed done by some authors. The environmental influence, according to Geoffroy, was affected during the embryonic stage, and to substantiate this thesis, Geoffroy carried out extensive experiments with chick embryos. The thesis that Geoffroy in his later years had become an evolutionist is still controversial. It has been ably argued by Bohr before Darwin. Deere, 1969. Geoffroy did not believe in common descent, but he believed that living species which had descended from antediluvian species by uninterrupted generation had, during this period, become considerably modified through external influences. Geoffroy had a number of other ideas of interest to the evolutionist. He admitted that some of the environmentally induced modifications would be more useful than others. Those animals which acquire deleterious modifications will cease to exist, and will be replaced by others, the forms of which had changed to correspond to the new circumstances. He expressed here a typically pre-Darwinian theory of elimination, See below. There are a number of reasons why Geoffroy's evolutionary speculations had little lasting impact. Geoffroy, a deist, was religiously conservative, and his theory was not a theory of common descent but rather one of an activation of an existing potential in a given type. Some of his statements were rather contradictory, and the sudden transformation by saltation, as proposed by him, of lower egg-laying vertebrates into birds was rather a strain on the theory of the emergence of evolutionary potentials. His endeavor to make this credible by saying that such a drastic change could be caused by an equally drastic and sudden change of the environment was not at all convincing. More damaging, probably, was the crushing defeat experienced by Geoffroy's major anatomical thesis, the extension of the unity of plan to the entire animal kingdom, Chapter 10. Cuvier. No one in the pre-Darwinian period produced more new knowledge that ultimately supported the theory of evolution than Georges Cuvier, 1769–1832. 5. It was he who placed the study of the invertebrates on a new basis by discovering, so to speak, their internal anatomy. It was he who founded paleontology and clearly demonstrated for the tertiary strata of the Paris Basin that each horizon had its particular mammalian fauna. More importantly, he showed that the lower a stratum was, the more different the fauna was from that of the present. It was he who proved extinction conclusively, since the extinct proboscideans, elephants, described by him could not possibly have remained unnoticed in some remote region of the world, as was postulated for marine organisms. He, more than anyone else, deserves to be considered the founder of comparative anatomy, little being added to the methods and principles worked out by him until after the publication of The Origin. Given this background and experience, one might have expected him to become the first proponent of a thoroughly sound evolutionary theory. In actual fact, Cuvier throughout his life was wholly opposed to the idea of evolution, and his arguments were so convincing to his contemporaries that even after his rather early death evolutionism was unable to assert itself in France for the next half-century. What facts or ideas were responsible for Cuvier's stubborn opposition? It is often stated that his firm adherence to Christianity precluded a belief in evolution, but a careful study of Cuvier's work does not support this interpretation. Coleman, 1964. He nowhere refers to the Bible in scientific argument, and his own interpretation of the past history is frequently in conflict with Scripture. Thus he accepts several floods before the Mosaic one and states that there was no animal life in the early history of the earth. Cuvier never used the marvels of the world to demonstrate the existence and benevolence of the Creator, as was done by the natural theologians. Indeed, he quite deliberately never mixed science and religion. His theism never intrudes into his writing, except perhaps in the Academy debate of April 5, 1832. A different ideological commitment seems to have been far more important. Cuvier had spent the most impressionable years of his youth at the Karlsschule in Stuttgart and had there become steeped in essentialism. This was reinforced by his subsequent studies in animal classification. Quite in contrast to Buffon, Lamarck, and other followers of Leibniz, Cuvier forever stressed discontinuity. His dismemberment of the Scala Naturae into 4 embranchements is characteristic of his attitude, see Chapter 4. He even insisted that it was impossible to establish any gradations within the embranchements. Each of them contains 4 classes without forming a series or enjoying any incontestable rank, 1812. Even though some members of a group might display greater overall complexity, this was not necessarily true for every structure, and organisms that on the average were far simpler might be highly complex in certain structures. Cuvier, quite rightly, could see no evidence for the steady increase of complexity or perfection claimed by the adherents of the Scala Naturae. On the contrary, he saw everywhere discontinuities and irregular specialization. His essentialism is reflected in his species concept, see Chapter 6. At first, his species definition strikes one as quite biological, before Darwin. A species comprehends all the individuals which descend from each other, or from a common parentage, and those which resemble them as much as they do each other. But then he constantly stresses that only superficial characters are variable. There are other characters among the animals which resist all influences, either natural or human, and nothing indicates that time has more effect on them than climate or domestication. Triumphantly, he calls attention to the fact that the mummified animals from the Egyptian tombs, which were many thousands of years old, were quite indistinguishable from the living representatives of these species. 6. Even though Cuvier is aware of geographic variation, he stresses that it does not affect the basic characters of species. If we study a widespread species of wild herbivore and compare individuals from poor or rich habitats or from hot or cold climates, only such non-essential features as size and color may vary, while the essential features of the important organs and body relations remain the same throughout. Actually, like all other members of the Paris school, Cuvier had only a minimal interest in species. He, the paleontologist and comparative anatomist, was interested in the major types, but in his work he never really came into contact with the species problem. Even in his later work with fishes, he never looked at them from the populational point of view. He simply never studied the kind of evidence which later converted Darwin and Wallace to evolution. Cuvier was the first geologist to stress the drastic nature of many of the breaks in the sequence of geological strata. He discovered that successive faunas might be first marine, then terrestrial, then again marine, and perhaps again terrestrial. There were obviously repeated invasions of the ocean, and these were not merely temporary floods. We are therefore forcibly led to believe, not only that the sea has at one period or another covered all our plains, but that it must have remained there for a long time, and in a state of tranquility. These repeated eruptions and retreats of the sea have neither been slow nor gradual. Most of the catastrophes, Cuvier himself in most cases used the milder term revolutions, though most English translations use catastrophes which have occasioned them have been sudden, and this is easily proved especially with regard to the last of them. He then cites the case of the mammoths that have been found frozen in Siberian ice, preserved with their skin, hair, and flesh down to our own times. If they had not been frozen as soon as killed, putrefaction would have decomposed the carcasses. And yet they occurred in areas not previously Arctic. However, it is not only the fauna which demonstrates the cataclysmic nature of these changes, but also geology, the breaking to pieces and overturnings of the strata, which happened in former catastrophes, show plainly enough that they were sudden and violent like the last. The limited fossil record available in Cuvier's time supported at first the conclusion that each of these catastrophes involved the total destruction of the fauna existing in the area where the Catas 366 trophy occurred. No species was known to continue through several geological horizons, at least none of the mammals Cuvier was most familiar with. Later it was found by Cuvier and Brongniart, 1808, that the faunal change in successive horizons of the same formation was gradual, the main difference being that the most abundant species of a particular horizon were less common or rare in the two adjacent horizons. This discovery permitted tracing the horizons over considerable geographical distances. There are implications in Cuvier's writings that he considered the catastrophes more or less local events which permitted repopulation from unaffected areas. The recent discovery of the extraordinarily different Australian fauna had reinforced Cuvier's belief that entirely different faunas could simultaneously exist in different parts of the globe. Cuvier never speculated as to the cause of the catastrophes but implied that he considered them natural events such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, major floods, drastic climatic changes, and mountain building, which was beginning to be considered by geologists. It can be seen that Cuvier's catastrophism was quite gentle compared to that of such followers of his as Buckland, d'Orbigny, and Agassiz. The universal manifestations of discontinuity seemed to Cuvier quite incompatible with an evolutionary interpretation. Lamarck and Geoffroy had invoked a steady occurrence of spontaneous generation to explain discontinuities. This, thought Cuvier, violated all the available evidence. Everything indicated that living things can only come from other living things. Harvey's Omne vivum ex ovo, all life from eggs, was also his motto. Most importantly, a concept of evolution was quite incompatible with Cuvier's concept of the harmonious construction of each organism. Each species had been created by divine will, and each was assigned from the beginning its special place in the economy of nature from which it could not depart. Fish, for example, were designed for an aqueous environment. This is their place in the before Darwin creation. They will remain there until the destruction of the present order of things. Histo iron citerelle poissons, I. 543. There was no scale of perfection for Cuvier, since each animal was perfectly adapted to its particular station in nature. He would have gladly endorsed Darwin's admonition, never say higher or lower. These considerations inspired Cuvier to establish his famous correlation principle, see chapter 10, which led him to such generalizations as that herbivores always had hoofs and no carnivore would have horns. Only certain combinations of form and function are possible, and only these were realized in nature. It was unthinkable for him that a new habit could induce structural changes. In particular, he rejected the idea that changed habits could affect the simultaneous alteration of many parts of the body and maintain the complex, harmonious interrelations of all organs. Furthermore, Cuvier held the idea that structure has primacy over function and habit, and that only a change in structure might necessitate a change in function. Cuvier and variation. Cuvier was too good a naturalist not to be aware of variation, and this posed for him the problem of reconciling it with his essentialism. He does so by recognizing two levels of variability. One is manifested in the ephemeral reaction of an organism to such environmental factors as temperature and nutrient supply. Such variation does not affect essential characters, and Cuvier implied, if one wants to express it in modern terms, that this variation was non-genetic. That is, it did not affect the essence of the species. The most superficial characters he considered to be the most variable ones. Of an entirely different nature would be variation of the essential organs, such as the nervous system, heart, lungs, and viscera. These organs, according to him, were completely stable in their configuration within classes and embranchements. They had to be stable because any variation in any of the major organs would produce unbalances with disastrous effects. Among the stable characters were also those that distinguish species, particularly fossil and living species, and as the difference between these fossil species and the species which still exist is bounded by certain limits, I shall show that these limits are a great deal more extensive than those which now distinguish the varieties of the same species, and shall then point out how far these varieties may be owing to the influence of time, of climate, or of domestication. Essay 1811, 5-6. Cuvier's claims of a complete constancy of organs and their proportions in the higher taxa of animals were completely unsupported by any investigations. If such studies had been undertaken by Cuvier, he would have discovered that, contrary to his claims, there are considerable differences in the relative size and configuration of the vital organs in related species, genera, and families. But even if he had found such differences, as he must have 368ing his dissections, he probably would have merely gone back to his basic principle that each animal had been created to fill its assigned place in nature. Much of Cuvier's argument is specifically directed against the evolutionary theories of Lamarck and Geoffroy, rather than against evolutionism in general. He particularly objects to the vague claim of evolutionary continuity so often made by Lamarck. To say that this species of animal of the modern world descends in a direct line from this antediluvial animal, and to prove it by facts or by legitimate inductions, is what is necessary to do, and, in the present state of knowledge, no one would even dare to attempt it. Cuvier and Dumeril, 1829. On another occasion he stated, if the species have changed by degrees, we should find some traces of these gradual modifications. Between Paleotherium and today's species we should find some intermediary forms. This has not yet happened. If Lamarck had been a more astute opponent, he could have probably pointed to a series of tertiary mollusks that answered this requirement. As far as Cuvier's fossil mammals are concerned, the fossil record was, of course, far too incomplete for the demonstration of a series, and furthermore many of the fossils represent phyletic side branches that have since become extinct. This argument, of course, could not have been used by Lamarck because he did not acknowledge extinction. In his controversy with Geoffroy and the Naturphilosophien, Cuvier was victorious because he realized that there are two kinds of similarities. On one hand, there is similarity due to the unity of the type, now referred to as homologies. On the other hand, there is the similarity, well illustrated by the wings of bats, birds, pterodactyls, and flying fishes, which is due to similarity of function. Let us then conclude that if there are any resemblances between the organs of the fish and those of other classes, it is only insofar as there are resemblances between their functions, said Cuvier. Curiously, when it came to animals that belonged to the same ana before Darwin, anatomical type, let us say different species of fishes, Cuvier emphasized only their differences and ignored completely any resemblance that was not clearly due to similarity of function. He never asked why the various species of the same type were so similar in their basic structure. Thus, Cuvier ignored the powerful, comparative anatomical evidence for evolution. Even more remarkable is his failure to draw the conclusions from the fossil record that now seem so obvious. This is the more surprising since Cuvier had an excellent understanding of the fossil record and asked very shrewd questions. He insisted that fossils could not be spontaneous products of the rocks but had to be the remains of formerly existing organisms. In contrast to Lamarck, he fully appreciated the importance of extinction. Numberless living beings have been the victims of these catastrophes. Their races even have become extinct, and have left no memorial of them except some fragment which the naturalist can scarcely recognize. He realized how important the fossils were for an understanding of the Earth's history. How could one fail to see, that to the fossils alone is due the birth of the theory of the Earth, that without them one would perhaps never have dreamt that there could have been successive periods in the formation of the globe and a series of different operations. He did not invoke any supernatural processes to account for the replacement of these faunas. I do not pretend that a new creation was required for calling our present races of animals into existence. I only urge that they did not anciently occupy the same places, and that they must have come from some other part of the globe. The fossils provide the investigator with many problems. Are there animals and plants peculiar to certain beds, and found in no others? Which species appear first, and which follow? Do these two kinds of species sometimes accompany one another? Is there a constant relationship between the antiquity of the beds, and the resemblance or non-resemblance of the fossils with living creatures? Is there a similar climatic relationship between the fossils, and the living forms most closely resembling them? Have these animals and plants lived in the places where their remains are found, or have they been transported there from elsewhere? Do they still live somewhere today, or have they been wholly or partially destroyed? He himself provided partial or complete answers to most of these questions. Yet, ultimately Cuvier denied that there is any evolutionary progression from a given fauna to that in the next higher stratum or, more generally, that there is a progression throughout the series of strata. Such a denial was possible as long as the stratigraphy of other regions or continents was unknown, and one could postulate that the new faunas were due to immigration from other areas. But further geological exploration showed that the fossil sequence was quite similar in all parts of the world. There were characteristic Paleozoic, Mesozoic, early and late tertiary faunas, to use modern stratigraphic terminologies. 370. As we have seen, it was Cuvier himself who demonstrated that the fossils occurring in the highest strata belong to species or genera that still have living representatives, but that the fossils become increasingly dissimilar to modern forms, the deeper one penetrates into the geological sequence. In the Mesozoic strata, one finds a rich representation of peculiar reptiles without modern relatives, like dinosaurs, plesiosaurs, or pterodactyls, while mammals do not turn up until higher in the sequence. When they do, the first types are entirely different from living species. Yet, Cuvier refused so firmly to recognize any taxa of animals as higher or lower that the fossil sequence did not convey to him any evolutionary message. Cuvier simply refused to face the issue. The progression of faunas through geological time had become so well established that a causal explanation had to be advanced. There seemed to be only two alternatives: either the older faunas evolved into the younger ones, an option Cuvier adamantly refused to accept, or else new faunas are created after each catastrophe. To admit this would have introduced theology into science, and that Cuvier also objected to. So Cuvier adopted the ostrich policy and ignored the bothersome problem. As far as man is concerned, Cuvier accepted the Cartesian pronouncement that man was qualitatively different from all animals. In contrast to Aristotle and the early anatomists, he rejected the idea that zoology consists of a comparison of the degraded animals with perfect man. The study of man was something quite apart from the study of the four embranchements of the animals. Man was so unique that one would not expect to find him in the fossil record. Indeed, when Cuvier died, 1832, no hominid fossil had yet been found, nor, in fact, not even any primate fossil, the first, Pliopithecus, not being discovered until 1837. Cuvier's concept of the living world was, on the whole, internally consistent in spite of some contradictions and some imper before Darwin. Tant blind spots. It would have required a truly innovative mind to abandon the essentialistic paradigm and use the new facts to develop a replacement. Cuvier was not that person. As Coleman pointed out, Cuvier was by nature a conservative, an adherent of the status quo. Although extraordinarily well informed, industrious, lucid in thought and exposition, he was not an intellectual revolutionary. After his death, facts piled up in rapid succession that made the non-evolutionary interpretation ever more implausible. Yet those who followed in Cuvier's footsteps, for instance Agassiz, Owen, Flourens, and d'Orbigny, were less cautious and more dogmatic than Cuvier. This induced them to support a veritable orgy of catastrophism. As far as Cuvier himself was concerned, he won every battle with his evolution-minded opponents, and he did not live long enough to realize that he had lost the war. England. The situation in England during the first half of the 19th century was in many ways fundamentally different from that in either France or Germany. Natural science, for instance, was totally dominated by geology. Between 1790 and 1850 no other country in the world made as splendid a contribution to geology as Great Britain. At the same time, she was unique in the close alliance between science and Christian dogma. Most teaching of scientific subjects at English universities was done by ordained ministers, and well-known scientists continued the tradition established by Newton, Boyle, and Ray, to occupy themselves both with scientific and theological studies. Piety led the physicist to a rather different emphasis on the manifestations of the hand of the Creator from that of the biologist. The order and harmony of the universe made the physical scientist search for laws, for wise institutions in the running of the universe, installed by the Creator. All was causal in nature, but the causes were secondary causes, regulated by the laws instituted by the primary cause, the Creator. To serve his Creator best, a physicist studied his laws and their working. 7. The naturalist biologist also studied the works of the Creator, but his emphasis was on nothing so mechanical as the movement of falling bodies or of the planets while circling the sun. Rather, he concentrated on the wonderful adaptations of living creatures. These could not be explained as easily in the form of general laws such as gravity, heat, light, or movements. Nearly all the marvelous adaptations of living creatures are so unique that it seemed vacuous to claim that they were due to laws. But what could be the explanation of these wonderful adaptations? It rather seemed that these aspects of nature were so special and unique that they could be interpreted only as caused by the direct intervention of the Creator. Consequently, the functioning of organisms, their instincts, and their manifold interactions provided him with abundant 372 dant evidence for design, and seemed to constitute irrefutable proof for the existence of a Creator. How else could all the marvelous adaptations of the living world have come into existence? The materials of the two groups of investigators led them to rather different approaches. The God who made laws at the time of creation and then abdicated his authority, so to speak, in favor of secondary laws was far more remote than the God of the naturalist, who left the imprint of his design on every detail of living nature. Deism, a belief in a rather impersonal God of laws but not of revelations, was, one might say, almost a logical consequence of the developments in physics. The naturalists, on the other hand, adopted a kind of faith generally referred to as natural theology. 8. It considered the seeming perfection in the adaptations of all structures and organic interactions as evidence for design. All of nature was the finished and unimprovable product of divine wisdom, omnipotence, and benevolence. What better way could there be to pay homage to one's Creator than to study His works? For John Ray, the study of nature was the true preparative to divinity. Indeed, the study of the wonders of nature was the favorite preoccupation of countless country parsons throughout England. British natural theology was distinguished from that on the continent in several ways. German physico-theology was man-centered. God had created the world for man's benefit, and it was the role of every creature to be useful to man. Man could not appear on the globe until the creation was ready for him. British natural theology stressed far more the harmony of all nature, and this led to the study of design in all mutual adaptations. The greater longevity of British natural theology can perhaps be explained by its more appealing conceptualization. While the wave of Deism and Enlightenment swept away physico-theology on the continent, it retained in England its full vigor in the 18th century, in spite of Hume's criticism, and rose to a new crescendo before Darwin. In the first half of the 19th century with Paley's 1802, Natural Theology, or Evidences of the Existence and Attributes of the Deity collected from the Appearances of Nature, and with the 8 Bridgewater Treatises, 1833 to 1836. The 8 authors used various scientific subjects to demonstrate with commendable erudition and complete seriousness the power, wisdom, and goodness of God, as manifested in the creation. Science and theology were so much a single subject to many scientists of the period, like the geologists Sedgwick, Buckland, and Murchison, or the naturalist Agassiz, that even their scientific treatises were exercises in natural theology. This is true even for Lyell's Principles of Geology. Particularly surprising for a late 20th century scientist is the willingness of the natural theologian to accept supernatural evidence on an equal footing with natural evidence. Not only was creation accepted as a fact, but so was the subsequent intervention of God in His world as it pleased Him. However, the alliance between natural theology and science ultimately led to difficulties and contradictions. The canons of objective science came ever more often in conflict with attempts to invoke supernatural intervention. More specifically, the argument from design found it increasingly difficult to reconcile the occurrence of vestigial organs, of parasites and pestilence, and of devastating catastrophes like the Lisbon earthquake with design by a benevolent creator. As we shall later see, much of Darwin's argument in The Origin makes use of such contradictions. Various auxiliary hypotheses proposed to explain the fossil sequence and the pattern of worldwide geographic distribution could delay the downfall of natural theology temporarily but could not prevent its ultimate demise. The critique came not only from science but also from philosophy. Hume, in his Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, 1779, showed clearly that there was neither a scientific nor a philosophical basis for natural theology, and Kant, in his Critique of Judgment, 1790, rejected naive teleology. But this left an explanatory vacuum, since science, prior to natural selection, had no satisfactory explanation for adaptation, considering that Lamarck's speculations were altogether unconvincing. In fact, many pious scientist philosophers, like Lyell, Whewell, Herschel, and Sedgwick, seemed to have been positively afraid of a natural explanation, fearing that this would destroy the basis of morality. This is perhaps the major reason for the continuing survival of natural theology in Britain right up to the publication of The Origin. Natural theology. 373. Played a peculiarly ambiguous role in the history of evolutionism. Darwin's most determined opponents were natural theologians, and yet the biological adaptations so lovingly described by them supplied some of the most convincing evidence for evolution as soon as one substituted natural selection for design. Progressionism. The inclusion of geology into natural theology was a Pico 314 Lyerly British development, Gillespie, 1951. It attempted to reconcile the newer endings of geology and paleontology with the story of Genesis and the concept of design. The two pieces of evidence always cited as demonstrating the agreement of geological events with the Mosaic account were first the absence of man, the last act of creation, from the fossil record, and second the evidence of a great deluge, a universal deluge, of the whole earth. That there had been only a single flood began to be questioned already in the 18th century, by Blumenbach. It became increasingly implausible when the fossil record established one fossil fauna after another, almost always separated from the preceding one by a complete gap. In Cuvier's rather mild explanation, see above, the destruction of these faunas was referred to as revolutions, but among his followers the concept of ever-repeated catastrophes became dominant. Although Cuvier had sidestepped the issue of faunal replacement, some of his followers asserted emphatically that a brand new creation had taken place after each catastrophe, and that each succeeding creation reflected the changed conditions of the world. This concept has been designated progressionism, Rudwick, 1972, Bowler, 1976. In a way it is a creationist reshaping of the Sc alla naturae. The nature of the faunal progression with time was only gradually understood. Cuvier's findings dealt primarily with tertiary changes of mammalian faunas. When the great fossil reptiles were discovered, at first mostly marine forms, it was realized that they lived at an earlier period, now called Mesozoic, than the mammals. The discovery of a Jurassic mammal near Oxford, England, therefore caused great consternation. The preceding late Paleozoic rocks contained the fossils of fishes, and still earlier deposits contained only invertebrates. The heated controversies of the period dealt with the causation, in creationist terms, of the progression with the question which types were lower or before Darwin. Higher, and whether man was or was not the endpoint of the progression. Each author had his own ideas. Louis Agassiz and some of his followers had the peculiar idea that each new creation, after the preceding catastrophe, reflected God's current concept of his creation, and that the succession of faunas represented the gradual maturation of the plan of creation in God's mind. It did not occur to him what a blasphemy this interpretation really was. It insinuated that God, time after time, had created an imperfect world, that he completely destroyed it in order to do a better job the next time, but failed again and again until his most recent creation. Lyell and Uniformitarian. For generations it has been an accepted dogma of British historians that, as first claimed by T.L. Huxley, the doctrine of uniformitarian when applied to biology leads of necessity to evolution. Since Charles Lyell was the great champion of uniformitarian, it was concluded that Darwin's evolutionary thought was directly derived from Lyell. How dubious this claim is becomes evident when we realize how strongly the uniformitarian Lyell was opposed to evolution. It is only in recent years that the weakness of Huxley's argument has been pointed out by Huikas, Cannon, Rudwick, Mayr, Simpson, and others. Nevertheless, the geological arguments of the 1820s and 30s were of fundamental importance for the shaping of the mind of those biologists for whom the history of life on Earth posed a problem. A discussion of uniformitarian, even though primarily of concern to geology, is an indispensable prerequisite of a discussion of the birth of Darwin's evolutionary ideas. The terms uniformitarian and catastrophism were coined by the British philosopher William Whewell in 1832 in a review of Lyell's Principles of Geology. The terms referred to two opposing schools of geologists. Actually they were quite misleading because the principal issue was not the occurrence, or not, of catastrophes but rather the question whether the findings of geology support the steady-state world theory of Hutton and Lyell or the directionalist theory of most other geologists including progressionists and catastrophists. The major thesis of the directionalists was that life on Earth had been changing through geological time. This was a rather new concept, being the result of Cuvier's fossil discoveries in the Paris Basin and of other recent showings. That successive geological horizons often have drastically different faunas, that more often than not they were separated from each other by sharp breaks, and that the lower, earlier, faunas consist largely or entirely of extinct types. Furthermore, it stated that these changes were progressive, as indicated by the sequence in vertebrates, she's reptiles, mammals. The existence of a progressive sequence was also supported by the botanical stratigraphy of Adolf Brongniart, who distinguished three periods: the first, Carboniferous, being characterized by primitive cryptogams; the 316nd, Mesozoic, by gymnosperms, and a reduced number of cryptogams; and the third, Tertiary, by the beginning dominance of the angiosperms. The highest types, both of animals and plants, appeared last in the Earth history. The existence of such a progression was denied by Lyell, or, when he admitted it, explained as part of a cycle due to be reversed eventually, Osbovit, 1977. The term uniformitarian designates an even more complex set of theories than the term catastrophism. In fact, the term conceals a bundle of at least 6 concepts or causations. An attempt is made in Table 1 to tabulate the most conspicuous differences among the opposing camps. As Table 2 shows, Lyell held alternative in all cases but one, but among the catastrophists, one finds different mixes of the various alternatives. Interestingly, it seems to me that Darwin was closer in his paradigm to Lamarck than to Lyell. I must warn the reader, however, that my classification is somewhat subjective and that other assignments are possible. Although most of the 6 components of uniformitarian, here distinguished, are of interest primarily only to geologists, a few words may be said about them as an explanation of the adopted categories in Table 1. 1. Naturalism. Without exception, all the participants in the controversy were devout Christians, and the only issue of disagreement was the extent to which they envisioned God to intervene in the workings of his world. In both camps there were some who thought that after creation only secondary causes were in operation. Obviously, all creations, whether a single original one or multiple creations after each catastrophe, were the direct work of the Creator. For Lyell, all geological processes in the world were the results of secondary causes, not requiring the invoking of supernatural interventions. Lyell's critics reproached him for not before Darwin consistently applying this principle to the introduction of new species, a process which, Lyell's denials notwithstanding, had all the earmarks of ad hoc special creation. 2. A dualism. This principle states that the same causes, physical laws, have operated throughout geological time, since the immanent characteristics of the world have always remained the same. The most important consequence of this postulate is that, as stated by Lyell in the subtitle of the Principles, it is legitimate to attempt to explain the former changes of the Earth's surface by reference to causes now in operation. 3. Intensity of causal forces. Lyell and other extreme uniformitarians postulated that the intensity of geological forces was the same at all times, and that the time factor would account for apparent cases of increased intensity at certain periods. Some of his opponents thought that owing to the cooling of the Earth there was a steadily decreasing intensity of geological phenomena, such as volcanism and orogeny. It is not quite clear whether or not certain authors supported a third possibility, that of an irregular increase or decrease in the intensity of geological phenomena. 4. Configurational causes. This term, introduced by Simpson, 1970, refers to the possibility that different constellations of the same factors can have drastically different results, a possibility entirely overlooked by the straight uniformitarians. The change of the Earth's atmosphere from a reducing to an oxidizing one, also the irregular occurrence of ice ages as well as all the effects of plate tectonics on the size of the land masses and the extent of shallow shelf seas, and finally, the extent of volcanism, fall in this category. As a consequence, the now prevailing physical conditions on Earth do not necessarily reflect accurately the conditions that prevailed at earlier stages of the Earth's history. A problem like the origin of life was insoluble as long as configurational causes were ignored. Lyell allowed for one configurational cause, the effect of the change in the position of land masses on climate, Osbavet, 1977. 3. Gradualism. Lore. Most authors prior to the rise of catastrophism, historical changes on the face of the earth were believed to have been gradual. This was the opinion of Leibniz, Buffon, in part, Lamarck, and of most of Darwin's so-called forerunners. To uphold gradualism became more difficult after the discovery of the frequency of stratigraphic breaks. The greatest merit of Lyell's uniformitarian was that it continued to emphasize the grad. Table 1. Components of uniformitarian. Phenomenon or process. 1. Teleological aspects of causes, naturalism or supernaturalism. 2. Causes through geological time, actualism. 3. Intensity of causal forces. 4. Configurational causes. 5. Rate of change, gradualism. 6. Directional change of the world. Uniformitarian view. A. Naturalistic, even if originally divine, now always due to secondary causes. B. On the whole naturalistic, but allowing for occasional divine intervention. A. Same causes, physical laws, operative at all times. A. Always at same intensity as at present. A. The same at all times. A. Many gradual but some rather drastic, saltational. A. Rejected, world always in a steady state condition, at most changing cyclically. Catastrophist or directionalist view. C. Always allowing for direct divine intervention. B. Different causes operating in early history of Earth. B. Irregular. Varying in geological time. C. Steadily decreasing with geological time. B. Different in certain former geological periods. B. Many truly cataclysmic changes. B. Yes, world changing through history in a more or less directional manner. Usualness of geological changes, in spite of the new findings. Both Lyell and later Darwin were fully aware of the fact that earthquakes and volcanic eruptions could produce rather drastic effects, but that they were nevertheless smaller by several orders of magnitude than the catastrophes postulated by some geologists. Yet, modern geological research has demonstrated that certain events in the past history of the Earth virtually qualify as catastrophes. Baker, 1978, Alvarez et al., 1980. Before Darwin. Table 2. Supporters and opponents of evolutionism and their adoption of various components of uniformitarian. Components of uniformitarian. Solid lines, Darwin agreeing with Lamarck versus Lyell. Broken lines, Darwin agreeing with Lyell versus Lamarck. 6. Directionalism. Lyell had adopted from Hutton the concept of a steady-state world, so popular among the pre-Socratic philosophers, no vestige of a beginning, no prospect of an end, as Hutton had put it, 1795. Lyell's opponents concluded that all the evidence indicated a directional, if not progressional, component in the history of the Earth. This rather than any of the other 5 points was the basic difference of opinion between Lyell and the so-called catastrophists, Rudwick, 1971, but C. Wilson, 1980. What does Darwin owe to uniformitarian? The various recent analyses indicate that, no matter how great Darwin's intellectual indebtedness to Lyell was, uniformitarian, sensu Lyell, was actually more of a hindrance in the development of his evolutionism than a help. 1. Gradualism, naturalism, and actualism were the prevailing concepts from Buffon to Kant and Lamarck. The most distinctive part of Lyell's specific uniformitarian was his steady state, and cyclical, theory, and this was definitely quite irreconcilable with the theory of evolution. Lyell was not a mere geologist. Perusal of the principles of geology shows how well informed he was on biological subjects, including biogeography and ecology, struggle for existence. When speaking of biological matters he spoke with authority, yet, in retrospect, it is quite apparent that his creationism and essentialism led him into conflicts and inconsistencies. Lyell had had his major training in the law and tended in his scientific controversies to give an extreme picture if not a caricature of opposing viewpoints. Thus he tended to attack individual 379 errors in the accounts of the catastrophists and ignore their otherwise so substantial evidence for directional changes, such as the fossil content in the sequence of geological strata. Apparently, he thought that his opponents postulated a fossil sequence strictly in terms of the scala naturae and triumphantly considered this to be refuted by the discovery of fossil mammals, at stones held, in Jurassic strata, in the age of reptiles, without realizing that these were trichonodonts, ancestral mammals, thus fitting quite well into a directional series. He rightly refuted Law 380 Mark's theory of an inherent trend toward perfection, but overlooked the fact that Lamarck had also postulated a second type of evolution, a continuous adjustment to the ever-changing environment, circumstances, which would, of course, inevitably result in continuous evolutionary change. For Lyell, an essentialist, such continuous evolution would make no sense at all. Lyell's writings have long been completely misinterpreted owing to T.H. Huxley's erroneous claim that his uniformitarian would inexorably lead to Darwinism and owing to Whewell's misleading labels uniformitarian and catastrophism. Lyell's steady-state world was not a completely static world, but one undergoing eternal cycles, correlated with the movements and climatic changes of the continents. Extinction was a necessary consequence of the changing world becoming unsuitable for certain species. And, of course, in a steady-state world the lost species had to be replaced through the introduction of new species. Since the loss of species by extinction and their replacement by new introductions occurred at a steady rate, Lyell insisted that he was following strict uniformitarian principles. What was of foremost importance for the history of evolutionism was not Lyell's uniformitarian but the fact that he shifted the emphasis from Lamarck's vague speculations on progression, growing perfection, and other aspects of vertical evolution to the concrete phenomena of species. The question, what are the causes for the extinction of species, led to all sorts of ecological questions. These, and the question, how are the replacement species introduced, were encountered by Darwin when he read the Principles of Geology during and after the Voyage of the Beagle. As a result of Lyell's writings, these questions became the center of Darwin's research program. This Lyell-Darwin relationship illustrates in an almost textbook-like fashion a frequently occurring relationship among scientists. It is the counterpart to forerunner. It has often and before Darwin rightly been stated that Lamarck, even though a genuine evolutionist, was not really Darwin's forerunner. Darwin did not in any way build on the Lamarckian foundations, rather he built on the Lyellian foundations. But one can hardly call Lyell a forerunner of Darwin's, because he was adamantly opposed to evolution, he was an essentialist, he was a creationist, and his whole conceptual framework was incompatible with that of Darwin. And yet he was the first who clearly focused on the crucial role of species in evolution and stimulated Darwin to choose that way to solve the problem of evolution, even though this was done by showing that Lyell's proposed solutions were wrong. What does one call a person who shows the path even though he is not a forerunner in the conventional sense? In an analogous fashion, my own work on geographic speciation and the biological species was stimulated by opposition to Goldschmidt's, 1940, proposed solution of speciation through systemic mutations. There are literally scores of cases in the history of science where a pioneer in posing a problem arrived at the wrong solution but where opposition to the solution led to the right solution. I have analyzed at an earlier occasion, Mayr, 1972, the set of ideas and beliefs that had prevented an earlier acceptance of evolution. It consisted of natural theology and a very literal creationism together with essentialism. Paradoxically, within this framework the advance of scientific knowledge necessitated an ever-increasing recourse to the supernatural for explanation. For instance, the succession of faunas discovered by the stratigraphers necessitated abandoning the idea of a single creation. Agassiz was not afraid to postulate 50 to 80 total extinctions of life on Earth, and an equal number of new creations. Even such a sober and cautious person as Charles Lyell frequently explained natural phenomena as due to creation. And this removed the facts of evolution from the realm of scientific analysis. Nothing, of course, is impossible in creation. Creation, said Lyell, seems to require omnipotence, therefore we cannot estimate it. Chambers' vestiges. After Lyell had crushed Lamarck in his principles, evolutionism seemed to be quite absent from the thinking of British scientists. The rejection was universal, ranging from philosophists like Whewell and Herschel to geologists, anatomists, and botanists. Seemingly, there was happy contentment with the view of natural theology of a world created by a skillful designer. In this peaceful Victorian scene a bomb exploded in 1844 which thoroughly shook up the educated world of Britain, the publication of the Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation. 1. The contents of this volume were so heretical that the author had taken every possible precaution to remain anonymous. Everyone speculated who he might be and the guesses ranged from Lyell and Darwin to the Prince Consort. The reaction was something colossal. The Woodwardian professor of science at Cambridge and president of the Geological Society, Adam Sedgwick, was utterly outraged. He required no less than 400 pages of print to state all of his objections, the flavor of which may be sampled by these sentences: "The world cannot bear to be turned upside down, and we are ready to wage an internecine war with any violation of our modest principles and social manners. It is our maxim that things must keep their proper places if they are to work together for any good, if our glorious maidens and matrons may not soil their fingers with the dirty knife of the anatomist, neither may they poison the strings of joyous thought and modest feelings by listening to the seductions of this author, who comes before them with a false philosophy." With such advertising, it is not surprising that the Vestiges had magnificent sales, 11 editions being necessary between 1844 and 1860, the sales in the first 10 years, 24,000 copies, greatly exceeding those of Lyell's Principles of Geology or Darwin's Origin of Species, 9,500, in a corresponding 10-year period after publication. The identity of the author was not revealed until after his death in 1871. He turned out to be Robert Chambers, the well-known editor of Chambers' Encyclopedia, and author of many popular books and essays. Even though Chambers was widely read and well-informed, he was very much of a layperson with all the deficiencies implied by this designation. Yet, it was he who saw the forest where all the great British scientists of his period, except for the non-publishing Darwin, only saw the trees. Curiously, it was deism, rather than atheism, which led Chambers to postulate evolution. "When there is a choice," he said, "between special creation and the operation of general laws instituted by the Creator, I would say that the latter is greatly preferable, as it implies a far grander view of the divine power and dignity than the other. Since there is nothing in inorganic nature which may not be accounted for by the agency of the ordinary forces of nature, why not consider the possibility of plants and animals having likewise before Darwin been produced in a natural way?" He rejects the suggestion that the origin and development of life is beyond our power of inquiry. "I am extremely loath to imagine that there is anything in nature which we should for any reason refrain from examining, and feel assured that our conception of the divine author of nature could never be truly injured by any additional insight we might gain into his works and ways." His investigations finally led him to advance the principle of progressive development as the simplest explanation, as an explanation involving slow and gradual movement, such as we usually see in nature, as an explanation appealing to and allying itself with science instead of resting on a dogmatic assumption of ignorance. Chambers perceived two things very clearly from the available evidence: 1, that the fauna of the world evolved through geological time, and 2, that the changes were slow and gradual and in no way correlated with any catastrophic events in the environment. Even though Chambers made some disparaging remarks about Lamarck, his thesis was in many ways the same as Lamarck's original theory, a gradual perfecting of evolutionary lines. Except for also postulating evolution, he was in no way a forerunner of Darwin. Chambers marshaled his evidence as follows: 1. the fossil record shows that the oldest strata have no organic remains, then follows an era of invertebrate animals, next a period during which fishes were the sole vertebrate forms in existence, next, a time when reptiles occur but not yet any birds or mammals, and so on. 2. In all the major orders of animals, there has been a progression from simple to complex, the highest and most typical forms always being attained last. 3. The fundamental unity of organization is shown in every major group of animals, as revealed by the study of comparative anatomy. 4. The facts of embryology, as worked out by von Mayr, show that the embryos tend to go through stages resembling their more primitive relatives. Although Chambers' discussions are full of errors and misconceptions, he displays an amount of common sense in his consideration of the evidence that is sadly lacking in the writings of the contemporary anti-evolutionists. When analyzing the arguments of the paleontologist Pictet, at that time still opposed to evolution, Chambers exclaims, "We can only wonder that a man learned in the subject can see such a difficulty in accepting faunal change by natural law." What Chambers had really done was to apply the principles of uniformitarian to organic nature. The hierarchy of animals as reflected in the natural system made no sense to him unless one adopted evolution. Here, as in the discussion of the fossil record, his arguments were remarkably similar to those of Darwin's origin. Like Darwin, he constantly reiterated how many phenomena, for instance rudimentary organs, could be explained as the product of evolution but made no sense in terms of special creation. When seeing all this evidence, the author embraced the doctrine of progressive development as a hypothetic history of organic creation. All this sounds eminently reasonable, and yet Chambers was shredded to pieces by his critics, including some of the most distinguished British scientists of the day. T.H. Huxley, for instance, wrote a review so savage that, apparently, he himself later regretted it. The critics had no trouble pointing out that the evolutionary mechanisms which Chambers suggested were quite absurd. He relied on the universal and frequent occurrence of spontaneous generation. Recapitulation was one of the building stones of his theory, and the whole concept of progressive development was based on an analogy with generation, that is, with the ontogeny of an individual. Like many dilettantes, Chambers was unbelievably gullible and backed up his belief in spontaneous generation by all sorts of folklore myths. Yet, every once in a while he makes some exceedingly shrewd guesses. He admits, for instance, that spontaneous generation may no longer occur. One of the reasons for this might be that it is a phenomenon, as expressly and wholly a consequence of conditions which, being temporary, the results were temporary also. This, of course, is now the accepted explanation for the conditions at the time of the origin of life. Even though Chambers was the only pre-Darwinian 19th-century British evolutionist, he is much too unimportant a figure to deserve further discussion. Still, he converted quite a few people to evolutionary thinking. The most important of these was A.R. Wallace, but Herbert Spencer, apparently, was also influenced. In Germany he made the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer believe in evolution, and in the United States the poet and before Darwin, essayist Ralph Waldo Emerson. There is no doubt that it was through Chambers that a lot of people became accustomed to the thought of evolution. Even Darwin admitted, "In my opinion the publication of the Vestiges has done excellent service in calling in this country attention to the subject and in removing prejudices." It was valuable to Darwin for the additional reason that the critics of the Vestiges supplied Darwin with the standard catalogue of objections to evolution, objections which Darwin took great care to answer in the Origin. The historian of science can derive two rather far-reaching generalizations from the Vestiges. First, Chambers, an ignorant layperson, saw a complex phenomenon rather clearly while all the contemporary, greatly better qualified specialists were distracted by seeming discrepancies, except for Darwin, who however for 20 years was withholding his findings. Second, Chambers saw and described the evolutionary process quite well, even though his explanations were not merely wrong but often positively childish. The frequently made claim that one cannot develop a scientific theory unless one has also worked out the explanation is clearly invalid. Darwin, of course, is another example. He postulated unlimited genetic variability and made it the basis of his theory of natural selection, even though all of his thoughts about the theory of inheritance were badly mistaken and insufficient. What was perhaps most surprising about Chambers was his uniqueness on the British scene. He had almost no supporters, only Owen not being totally negative, Milhauser, 1959, 202. Indeed, all the more renowned British scientists of the period were at that time openly opposed to evolution, not only natural theologians like Buckland, Sedgwick, and Whewell but also Darwin's friends Lyell, Hooker, and Huxley. Even though more evidence in favor of evolution piled up all the time, as Lovejoy has argued so persuasively, the climate of opinion of England was so strongly opposed to evolution that no naturalist considered it seriously. It needed a substantial effort to change the climate of opinion, not the dabblings of a dilettante like Chambers, and this effort did not come until 1859. Spencer. Herbert Spencer is often cited as having anticipated Darwin in propounding a theory of evolution, but there is little validity in this assertion. 1.3 Evolution, for Spencer, was a metaphysical prin. 385. 386. Sipple. The vacuousness of Spencer's theory is evident from his definition: evolution is an integration of matter and concomitant dissipation of motion, during which the matter passes from an indefinite, incoherent homogeneity to a definite, coherent heterogeneity, and during which the retained motion undergoes a parallel transformation. 1870, 396. The stress on matter, movement, and forces in this and other discussions of evolution is a typical example of an inappropriate 18th-century type physicalist interpretation of ultimate causations in biological systems, and has nothing to do with real biology. What little Spencer knew of biology in 1852 when he published his first essay on evolution was based on Chambers' vestiges and on Lyell's refutation of Lamarck. Like Chambers, Spencer derived his concept of evolution from an analogy with ontogenetic development, the growth of the individual organism. It was transferred by him from these teleonomic phenomena to a teleological principle affecting the principles of progress adopted by Condorcet and other philosophers of the Enlightenment. Spencer's ideas contributed nothing positive to Darwin's thinking; on the contrary, they became a source of considerable subsequent confusion. It was Spencer who suggested substituting for natural selection the term survival of the fittest, which is so easily considered tautological. It was likewise he who became the chief proponent in England of the importance of the inheritance of acquired characters, in his famous controversy with Weismann. For worst of all, it was he who became the principal spokesman for a social theory based on a brutal struggle for existence, misleadingly termed social Darwinism, Hofstadter, 1955. It would be quite justifiable to ignore Spencer totally in a history of biological ideas because his positive contributions were nil. However, since Spencer's ideas were much closer than Darwin's to various popular misconceptions, they had a decisive impact on anthropology, psychology, and the social sciences. For most authors in these areas, for more than a century after Darwin, the word evolution meant a necessary progression toward a higher level and greater complexity, which is what it had meant to Spencer rather than to Darwin. This must be stated emphatically in order to dispel a long-standing myth. Unfortunately, there are still a few social scientists who ascribe this Spencerian type of thinking to Darwin. Before Darwin. Germany. The rise of evolutionism in Germany proceeded along fundamentally different lines from that in France or England, for several reasons. Natural theology had reached its height in Germany already in the 18th century under the influence of Christian Wolff and Hermann Samuel Riehm-Arus, and had been far more deistic than the interventionist natural theology of the British. Instead of cultivating natural theology, Germany from Herder to the 1840s passed through an exuberant period of Romanticism. This was an optimistic movement, seeing development and improvement everywhere, a striving toward higher levels of perfection, thus fostering ideas derived from the scala naturae and from the concept of progress so popular among the philosophers of the Enlightenment. This movement gave rise to a special branch of philosophy, nature philosophy. It is perhaps still not yet fully appreciated to what an extent various romantic movements, particularly nature philosophy, were a rebellion against the reductionism and mechanization of Newtonianism. No one has made this clearer than Goethe in his many writings, particularly in his Farbenlehre. To reduce every phenomenon and process in the organic world to movements and forces, or to heat and gravity was, quite rightly, unacceptable to most naturalists, who posited numerous alternatives. For instance, they could fall back on natural theology and explain everything in terms of creation and design. Those who did not want to invoke God to explain everything in nature elaborated a new view of nature, strongly influenced by Leibniz, which stressed quality, development, uniqueness, and usually a finalistic component. The excesses of Schelling and Oken could not have been received with such enthusiasm if it had not been for the prevailing disgust with the heartless mechanization of Newtonianism. Nature philosophy was largely a backlash against a naive mechanistic interpretation of complex organic phenomena, quite inaccessible to such a simple-minded physicalist interpretation. Since all the best-known representatives of nature philosophy, Schelling, Oken, and Carus, ultimately were essentialists, they were quite unable to develop a theory of common descent. Yet, they all talked a great deal about development, meaning one or the other of two quite different processes, either an unfolding of a pre-existing potentiality, rather than any modification of the type itself, or else a saltational origin of new types either by spontaneous generation from inanimate material or from existing types. Much of this literature, particularly the work of Oken, is fantastic if not ludicrous. Most conclusions are based on analogies, often ridiculously far-fetched analogies. It is exceedingly difficult to evaluate this literature and its lasting impact. Some historians have concluded that it retarded the coming of evolutionism to Germany, others that it prepared the ground for it and was responsible for the fact that Darwin and evolution were accepted more readily in Germany than in any other country. This much is certain, that there is a remarkable contrast between Germany and pre-Darwinian England. While in England not a single reputable scientist believed in evolution, in Germany such a belief was apparently widespread. The embryologist von Baer claimed in 1876 that in his 1828 work, I have emphatically expressed myself as opposed to the then dominant theory of transmutation, p. 241. In 1834 he repeated that he could find no probability that all animals have developed from one another through transformation, although elsewhere in the same lecture he records with approval the idea, previously expounded by Buffon and Linnaeus, that the species of a genus may have developed from a common original form. 15 in J. F. Meckel's, 1781-1833, Great Handbook of Comparative Anatomy, 1821, pages 329-350, a considerable number of pages is devoted to the subject of evolution, in particular to the origin of new species. He lists four possible mechanisms: 1. A frequent occurrence of spontaneous generation, 2. An inner drive toward change, 3. A direct effect of the environment, and 4. Hybridization. What is most remarkable in his account is that Meckel takes it completely for granted that evolution is due to natural processes, so much so that God or creation is nowhere mentioned. Nature has taken over the role of God. How drastically different from the contemporary atmosphere in England. Various historians, for example, Potenier, Skindywolf, and Temkin, 1/6 have rescued the names of numerous early German evolutionists from oblivion. Frankly, it is difficult to evaluate fairly the writings of Mayr, Tiedemann, Reinecke, Voigt, Tauscher, Wallenstedt, and other authors who published between 1793, Mayr, and 1852, Unger. They are a peculiar mixture of sound ideas and absurdities. Often they seem to reflect the writings of Buffon, Herder, Lamarck, Geoffroy, and Cuvier, but the sources are never mentioned. It would require a very careful, comparative analysis to determine what is valuable and original in before Darwin. The writings of these authors. Since none of them seems to have had any noticeable influence in the ensuing decades, it seems questionable whether such an analysis would be worth the effort. At any rate, it is evident that these authors belong more to the genre of Chambers than to that of Darwin. Considering the seeming universality of evolutionary thinking in Germany during the first half of the 19th century, it is quite puzzling that this background did not lead to the elaboration of a substantial theory of evolution by even a single German biologist. The mystery is heightened by the fact that at that time no other European country had a more competent group of zoologists and comparative anatomists than Germany, including Othenrieth, von Baer, Blumenbach, Burdake, Dollinger, Ehrenberg, Emmert, Husinger, Kiel-Mayr, Luckert, J. Muller, Pander, Rathke, Reichert, Rudolphi, Siebold, Tiedemann, and Wiedemann. The reasons for this failure are manifold. Most importantly, German philosophy at that period was strongly dominated by essentialism, and this affected everyone's thinking. Typological thinking was reinforced by an admiration for Cuvier, which is quite evident in the writings of some of the outstanding comparative anatomists of the period. A second reason is that the evolutionism of the Naturphilosophien was so speculative and at the same time so sterile that it produced a violent reaction and induced the best zoologists to concentrate on straight descriptive work, as is very conspicuous in the writings of Luckert, Ehrenberg, Muller, and Tiedemann. This reaction went so far that, when Weismann was a student in the 1850s, evolution was never mentioned at his university. The great excitement about evolution of the 1820s had been completely forgotten by then. This rejection of speculation was reinforced by two additional considerations. The more the naturalists studied nature, the more they were impressed by the universality of beautiful adaptations. Since the mechanistic spirit of the period did not permit the acceptance of a teleological or supernatural explanation, one was forced, following the example of Kant's critique of judgment, to adopt an agnostic attitude. Finally, the 1830s, 40s, and 50s were a period of unprecedented developments in experimental biology, including physiology, cytology, and embryology. As a result, the leading German biologists of the period devoted all their efforts to the study of functional processes. Here they were able to apply successfully explanatory models made popular by the physical sciences, models which would have been quite inappropriate when applied to evolution. A revival of evolutionism could not come from the laboratory, it had to be initiated by students of natural populations and species, as was the case in England. Alas, Germany's leading young naturalists, Kohl and Boy, had succumbed to tropical diseases in the East Indies, or, like Illiger, had died of tuberculosis at a young age. Stresemann, 1975. In spite of Weismann's statement, evolutionism was not completely dead in Germany in the 1850s. Braun, Schumacher, 1975, wrote several essays on evolution, although ultimately rejecting it. Hermann Schaffhausen, 1816–1893, the co-discoverer of the Neanderthal skull, Temkin, 1959, stated clearly, the immutability of species which most scientists regard as a natural law is not proved, for there are no definite and unchangeable characteristics of the species, and the borderline between species and subspecies is wavering and uncertain. The entire creation appears to be a continuous series of organisms affected by generation and development. He specifically rejects the argument that the living animals could not have descended from those of earlier periods because we now see no transformation of species. Since such a transformation requires thousands of years, Schaffhausen points out, it would be unrealistic to expect that one could observe it directly. Unger. Among Darwin's many forerunners, few merit mention more than the Viennese botanist Franz Unger, 1800–1870. In his attempt of a history of the plant world, 1852, he devotes a special chapter to evolution under the title The Origin of Plants, Their Multiplication and the Origin of Different Types. He states, p. 340, that the simpler aquatic and marine plants preceded the more complex plants, it is in this marine vegetation consisting of thallophytes, particularly algae, that one must look for the original germ of all kinds of plants that have successively originated. There is no doubt that this empirically reconstructed pathway can be theoretically pursued still further backward until one finally gets back to an herb plants, in fact to an original cell which has given rise to the entire vegetable world. How this plant or rather cell ultimately originated is even more hidden from us than the fact of its existence. This much, however, is certain, before Darwin, that it must have designated the origin of all organic life and thus the representative of all higher development. He continues by saying that on first sight one would expect a constancy of species, since parents always produce offspring of their own kind. However, this would require that all new species would have to originate by some process of spontaneous generation like the herb plants. Since all the evidence contradicts such a possibility, no other alternative remains but to look for the source of the entire diversity in the plant world itself, not only of species but also of genera and higher categories. He adds very perceptibly that there are too many regularities in the relationship of species to assume that the origin of new species could be due to purely external influences. This indicates clearly that the cause for the diversity of the plant life cannot be an external one but must be internal. In one word, each newly originating species of plants must originate from another one. As soon as one accepts this, the whole plant kingdom becomes a single organic unit. The lower as well as the higher taxa appear then not as an accidental aggregate, as an arbitrary mental construct but united with each other in a genetic manner and thus form a true intrinsic unit, p. 345. He then raises various other evolutionary questions such as whether a species undergoes a metamorphosis as a whole to become a new species, or whether only one or a few individuals change to become the ancestral stock of the new species. Indeed, the source of the variation that gives rise to the new species is evidently of great concern to him. Gregor Mendel was Unger's student, and has reported that it was Unger's pondering over the nature and source of variation leading to the origin of new species which had started him off on his genetic experiments. Albee, 1967. The Pre-Darwinian Lull. From the date of publication, 1809, of Lamarck's Philosophic Zoologic on, no one discussing species, faunas, distributions, fossils, extinction, or any other aspect of organic diversity could afford any longer to ignore the possibility of evolution. And it was not ignored, as the frequent references to Lamarck or to development clearly document. It was because he was aware of the threat of evolutionism that Lyell devoted so many chapters of the Principles of Geology to its refutation. In fact, the years from 1809 to 1859 are of fascinating interest to the historian of ideas. Here was a legitimate theory, that of a dynamic, evolving world. Here was an ever-mounting pile of evidence in favor of this heterodox new theory, and here was an ever-increasing number of authors who hesitantly referred to the possibility of evolutionary change. In view of these developments, Arthur Lovejoy has asked the intriguing question, at what date can the evidence in favor of the theory of organic evolution be said to have been fairly complete? 1959a, 356. The answer, of course, depends on the strength of the resistance. One could go so far as to say that Cu 392 Weyr's findings, 1812, of the increasing taxonomic distinctness of the mammalian fossils in the Paris Basin with increasing geological age should have been irrefutable proof of evolution for anyone but a special creationist. Lovejoy, 1959a, and Mayr, 1972b, have shown that by the 1830s and 40s there was abundant other evidence that should have led to the same conclusion. This includes the facts of geographic variation, for example, Gloger, 1833, which refute the constancy of species, later one of Darwin's major pieces of evidence. Every newly discovered biogeographic fact pointed in the same direction. The persistence of certain types of animals, like the brachiopod lingula and certain mollusks, through many geological periods right back to the Silurian refuted the occurrence of universal catastrophes. The discovery that not all species hybrids are sterile helped to refute the claim of the complete isolation of species. The existence of rudimentary or abortive organs was in conflict with the creationist explanation of perfect design, as Chambers rightly pointed out. The unity of type, discovered by the comparative anatomists, the homology of the mammalian middle ear bones, Reichert, 1837, and the discovery of other homologies among classes of vertebrates, the presence of gill arches in the embryos of terrestrial vertebrates, and other facts of comparative embryology, and much of the other evidence so convincingly used by Darwin in 1859 but discovered well before that date all supported the evolutionary theory. Referring to this evidence in at least 20 places in The Origin, Darwin uses exactly this argument. This evidence, he says, makes perfect sense only if we adopt evolution, but it would indicate the existence of an extraordinarily capricious creator if one adopts the creationist explanation. Actually, as we have seen, a considerable number of authors arrived at this conclusion before Darwin. And yet, the leading authorities in zoology, botany, and geology continued to reject evolution. Since Lyell, Bentham, Hooker, Sedgwick, and Wollaston in before Darwin, England and their peers in France and Germany were highly intelligent and well-informed scientists, one cannot attribute their resistance to stupidity or ignorance. The mounting evidence for evolution from the fields of biogeography, systematics, stratigraphy, and comparative anatomy did not reduce their own hypothesis to a grotesque absurdity, as Lovejoy thought it should have done, but was somehow reconciled by them, either with a stable, recently created world, or with a steady-state cyclical world, or with a series of catastrophes. One can explain this attitude only by assuming, and all the evidence seems to support this assumption, that the opponents of evolution found it easier to reconcile the new facts with their established conceptual framework than to adopt the new concept of evolution. What was needed for the victory of the new ideas was a cataclysmic event that would sweep the boards clean. This event was the publication, on November 24, 1859, of The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. In spite of the valiant efforts of various philosophers and such perceptive biologists as Lamarck, the concept of a created and essentially stable world continued to reign supreme until one man, Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, destroyed it once and for all. Who was this extraordinary man, and how did he come to his ideas? Was it his training, his personality, his industry, or his genius that accounts for his success? This has been argued vigorously ever since there has been a historical literature on Darwin. One Charles Darwin was born on February 12, 1809, at Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England, the second son and fifth of 6 children of Dr. Robert Darwin, an eminently successful physician, who, in turn, was the son of Erasmus Darwin, the author of Zoonomia. His mother, the daughter of Josiah Wedgwood, the celebrated potter, died when Charles was only 8 years old, and Darwin's elder sisters tried to fill her place. Our understanding of Darwin's youth and maturation is severely handicapped by the fact that almost all we know about it is taken from his autobiography, 1958, a set of reminiscences written for the benefit of his children and grandchildren when Darwin was 67 years old. Unfortunately, this document is not at all reliable, not only because his memory occasionally let him down but also because it was written with that exaggerated Victorian modesty that induced Darwin to belittle his own achievements and the value of his education. Biographers all too readily have tended to accept his words at face value, particularly where Darwin made disparaging remarks about his own abilities, and then wondered how such an uneducated dullard could have become the architect of perhaps the greatest intellectual revolution of all time. One will never understand Darwin unless one appreciates the truth of his statement, "I was a born naturalist." Every aspect of nature intrigued Darwin. He loved to collect, to fish and hunt, and to read nature books like Gilbert White's Natural History of Selborne. As is the case for so many other young naturalists, school, Charles Darwin, was nothing but a burden to him, and this was still largely true for his university years. Since natural history, or for that matter any science, was not a legitimate subject for study in the England of Darwin's youth. In fact, not until the 1850s, his father sent young Charles to the University of Edinburgh when he was only 16 years and 8 months old, to study medicine like his older brother Erasmus, who had gone there 1 year earlier. Medicine bored and appalled him, and the same was true for the lectures in some other subjects such as geology, by the famous Robert Jameson. Even though Darwin was utterly bored by most subjects, and this was equally true for his Cambridge years, he was conscientious enough to pass his various examinations with reasonably good marks. The myth is forever repeated that Darwin became a naturalist through his experiences on the Beagle. The facts contradict these claims. The Darwin who joined the Beagle in 1831 was already an unusually experienced naturalist. I rather suspect he would have surpassed any contemporary new PhD in biology in his knowledge of all kinds of organisms. He had an amazing knowledge not only of insects, which were his special group, but also of mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, marine invertebrates, fossil mammals, and plants. This expertise is evident not only from his Preb Eagle letters but also from his correspondence with J.S. Henslow during the first months on the Beagle. The facility with which he rattles off the names of the genera and families of organisms he collected is positively staggering. To be sure, he made a few misidentifications, but this was quite excusable considering the limited knowledge of the period and the lack of an adequate library and reference collection on the Beagle. Where did Darwin get that remarkable education that he must have had? The importance of keeping journals and extensive notes on his observations and collections he may have learned already at Shrewsbury Grammar School, or later from Grant at Edinburgh or from Henslow and Sedgwick at Cambridge. His eager reading of the natural history literature, as well as his contacts with geologists, botanists, entomologists, and other naturalists during his university years, were a far better preparation for his future career than would have been a thorough instruction in anatomy and other medicine-related subjects that was, for instance, the education of T.H. Huxley. While at Edinburgh, Darwin actively participated in a local natural history society, Plinian Society, where he himself presented some ideas and discoveries. He collected and 395. Studied marine life in Titapools under the guidance of the zoologist Robert Grant. He visited the local museum and met its curator. He took lessons in bird skinning. In short, he took his natural history very seriously. Only a few professions were suitable for a wealthy, middle-class boy, and the family was in a quandary when Darwin's total lack of interest in medicine became apparent. This was the age of paley and natural theology, the age when the professors of botany and geology at Oxford and Cambridge were theologians. Therefore the family, quite logically, decided 396 that Charles should study for the ministry. He agreed, with the reservation that he would become a country parson, his ideal presumably being the vicar of Selborne. Darwin arrived at Cambridge in January 1828 and received his B.A. in April 1831. He endured a curriculum of classics, mathematics, and theology, which to him must have seemed intolerably dull, with sufficient fortitude to rank as the 10th among those who did not go in for honors. It left him enough time for his favorite pastimes of riding, hunting, natural history collecting, and spending animated evenings with congenial friends, so that he always looked back at his Cambridge life with much pleasure. But no pursuit at Cambridge was followed with nearly so much eagerness or gave me so much pleasure as collecting beetles. 1958, 62. This hobby, begun at Shrewsbury, became an all-consuming passion. It cemented a friendship with W. Darwin Fox, a second cousin, at that time also at Christ College. Fox introduced him to entomology in the widest sense of the word and became one of Darwin's favorite correspondents in later years. The most important factor of his life in Cambridge was his friendship with the professor of botany, the Reverend John Stevens Henslow. Henslow, in addition to being deeply religious and thoroughly orthodox, was an ardent naturalist. He not only had open house on Friday evenings for undergraduates interested in natural history, but during the latter half of my time, says Darwin, I took long walks with him on most days, so that I was called by some of the Dons, the man who walks with Henslow. From him Darwin absorbed a great deal of knowledge in botany, entomology, chemistry, mineralogy, and geology. In Henslow's house he met William Whewell, Leonard Jenyns, and others with whom he later corresponded. Many people belong to one of two extreme classes of learners, the visual and the auditory. In his autobiography, pages 63 to 64, Darwin recites several experiences which document that he had the superb visual memory of a good naturalist and taxonomist. Since Darwin clearly was of the visual type, he never got much out of lectures. There are no advantages and many disadvantages in lectures compared with reading, p. 47. It is therefore not without justification when Darwin later claimed that he was self-taught, for he got his real education from observing and reading. To mention the books that impressed him as a young man is, therefore, as important or more so than mentioning the professors whose lectures he attended in Edinburgh and Cambridge. After reading White's Natural History of Selborne, Darwin took much pleasure in watching the habits of birds, and even made notes on the subject. In my simplicity I remember wondering why every gentleman did not become an ornithologist, p. 45. At Cambridge he was most impressed by the logic and clarity of the writings of Paley on Christian theology, but he also read his Natural Theology, which is an excellent introduction into natural history and the study of adaptation. Two books were particularly influential during the last year at Cambridge, Humboldt's Personal Narrative and Herschel's Introduction to the Study of Natural Philosophy. Darwin read them avidly, and no one or a dozen other books influenced me nearly so much as these two, p. 68. From Herschel he learned a good deal about the methodology of science, and both books stirred up in me a burning zeal to add even the most humble contribution to the noble structure of natural science, p. 68. Reading Humboldt raised in him the ambition to become an explorer, preferably in South America, an ambition which, most unexpectedly, Darwin was soon able to satisfy. Since Darwin had not entered Cambridge until after Christmas, he had to make up 2 terms after his B.A., and Henslow persuaded him to devote these to a study of geology. He also arranged for Darwin to accompany Adam Sedgwick, Woodwardian professor of geology, on a geological field trip to Wales, on which Darwin learned a great deal about geological mapping. When he returned home, he found an invitation to join the next voyage of the Beagle as a naturalist. The objections of Charles's father were overcome by the counterarguments of Josiah Wedgwood, Darwin's uncle, who felt that the pursuit of natural history, though certainly not professional, is very suitable to a clergyman. All of Darwin's biographers agree that his participation in the voyage of the Beagle was the crucial event in his life. When the Beagle left Plymouth on December 27, 1831, Darwin was 22 years old, and on the return to England on October 2, 1836, 5 years later, he was a mature naturalist. When he left the Beagle, he was better trained and more experienced than almost any other of his contemporaries. The voyage gave Darwin a far more thorough and diversified experience than he could have acquired in any other way. Yet it must be remembered that it required a person of Darwin's abilities and character to benefit as much from this opportunity as he did. It required a person with immense enthusiasm, a superb ability to make observations, great endurance, the stamina to work endless hours, the dedication to maintain an orderly and methodical set of notes, and perhaps most of all an unquenchable curiosity about the meaning of every natural phenomenon he encountered. All this was bought at a price. Life on board the Beagle was uncomfortable to the extreme, particularly since Darwin was exceptionally susceptible to seasickness. He was fiat on his back the first 3 weeks of the voyage, as sick as a dog. There was a strong impulse when he sighted the first land to pack up his things and get back to terra firma, but Darwin overcame this temptation and stayed on board even though throughout the entire voyage, which was scheduled to last 2 years but lasted 5, he was intolerably seasick every time the weather was bad. Although Darwin had joined the Beagle as a naturalist, he was best prepared as a geologist, and it was geology on which he concentrated during much of the time. He took with him the first volume of Lyell's Principles of Geology, which had just come out. The second volume, containing Lyell's arguments against Lamarck and evolution, reached him at Montevideo in October 1832. The two volumes gave Darwin a thorough grounding in uniformitarian, but also raised numerous doubts in Darwin's mind, as became apparent in later years. On the Beagle, Darwin was daily challenged to make observations and to place them in the framework of a meaningful interpretation. He who described himself in his autobiography as an incorrigible loafer was just about the hardest working member of the crew. His cramped quarters forced him into extreme tidiness, and Darwin himself ascribes to the Beagle discipline his methodical system of filing his notes. His intention of becoming a clergyman, he said, died a natural death when, on leaving Cambridge, I joined the Beagle as naturalist. Otto, 57. Indeed, the letters which Darwin had sent home to Henslow and to his family, as well as parts of his journals and the specimens he had shipped home, had caused a sufficient stir so that young Darwin was already famous when he returned to England. There was Charles Darwin. No longer any objection to his choosing quite formally the career of a naturalist. After leaving the Beagle in October 1836, Darwin first went to Cambridge to sort and distribute his collections, but on March 7, 1837, he moved to London. In January 1839, he married his cousin Emma Wedgwood, and in September 1842, the young couple moved to a country house in the small village of Down, Kent, 16 miles south of London, where Darwin lived until he died, on April 19, 1882. He visited London rather infrequently and travelled in England only to attend a few scientific meetings and to visit health resorts. After 1827 he never again crossed the Channel to visit the continent. The move to the country was necessitated by the state of Darwin's health, which had begun to deteriorate soon after he had settled in London. The symptoms were severe headaches, almost daily spells of nausea, intestinal upsets, sleeplessness, irregularities of heart rhythm, and periods of extreme fatigue. After Darwin had passed his 30th year, there were often long periods when he was unable to work more than 2 or 3 hours a day, and he was sometimes incapacitated for months on end. The exact etiology of this illness is still controversial, Kolb, 1977, but all the symptoms indicate a malfunctioning of the autonomous nervous system. Some, if not all, of these symptoms are widespread among hard-working intellectuals. It is almost unbelievable that in spite of his constant illness Darwin was able to produce such a great volume of work. He made this possible by adopting an extraordinary working discipline, by taking refuge in a country retreat where he was protected against service on committees, offices in societies, and teaching obligations, and last but not least, by having a devoted wife to care for him. Until a few years ago, all we knew about Darwin were his published works, a somewhat expurgated autobiography, and 2 rather carefully selected sets of his letters. For since the Darwin Jubilee in 1959, a veritable Darwin industry has developed. Every year, some 2 or 3 new volumes on Darwin and some aspects of his work are published, in addition to numerous journal articles. The mining of the rich treasure of unpublished Darwin notes, manuscripts, and letters, mostly at Cambridge University Library, continues, and the total Darwin literature can no longer be fully comprehended by a single person. Furthermore, the new material has not at all helped to dispel differences of interpretation. In fact, it has probably raised more new questions than it has answered old ones. Lack of space precludes any possibility of either a judicious analysis of these controversies or an attempt at a balanced resolution. Instead, my own treatment must by necessity be eclectic and subjective. I will try, however, to present in a logical sequence my own interpretation of the major questions of the Darwin literature. But before taking up the problem of Darwin's conceptual development, it is necessary to clarify the concept of evolution. We will never understand how Darwin became an evolutionist nor the nature of the opposition against him until we have disentangled the multiple threads woven into Darwin's theory of evolution. Darwin and evolution. A retrospective survey of the various terms and definitions for evolution proposed since 1800 reveals quite clearly the ambiguities and uncertainties that have bedeviled evolutionists almost up to the present. Bowler, 1975. Would it be helpful to say, evolution is the history of the living world? Not particularly, because discontinuous special creation would also be covered by this definition, and more importantly, because the definition fails to specify that organic evolution includes two essentially independent processes, which we might call transformation and diversification. The definition widely adopted in recent decades, evolution is the change of gene frequencies in populations, refers only to the transformational component. It tells us nothing about the multiplication of species nor, more broadly, about the origin of organic diversity. A broader definition is needed which would include both transformation and diversification. Transformation deals with the vertical, usually adaptive, component of change in time. Diversification deals with processes that occur simultaneously, like the multiplication of species, and can also be called the horizontal component of change manifested by different populations and incipient species. Although Darwin was aware of this difference, Red Notebook, p. 130, Herbert, 1979, unfortunately he subsequently did not sufficiently stress the far-reaching independence of these two components of evolution, and this has been the cause of several of the post-Darwinian controversies. Two post-Darwinians, however, made a clear distinction between the two modes. Gulick, 1888, used the term monotypic evolution for transformation and polytypic evolution for diversification. Romanes, 1897. Charles Darwin, 21, who adopted Gulick's terminology, also referred to transformation as transformation in time and diversification as transformation in space. Both Gulick and particularly Romanes appreciated that these were two very different components of evolution, an insight that was largely forgotten again after 1897, until Mayr, 1942, and others revived it during the evolutionary synthesis. Lamarck was almost exclusively interested in transformational, vertical, evolution. He stressed change in time and development from the lower to the more perfect groups. Darwin, by contrast, was far more interested in diversification, horizontal evolution, particularly during the early years of his career. The two founders of evolutionism thereby established two traditions that are still with us. Mayr, 1977b. Most evolutionists have concentrated on only one of the two components and have displayed rather little understanding of the other one. The leaders of the new systematics, for instance, were almost entirely concerned with the origin of diversity, while paleontologists, until quite recently, concerned themselves almost entirely with aspects of vertical evolution, that is, with phyletic evolution, with evolutionary advance, and with adaptational shifts and the acquisition of evolutionary novelty. Comparative anatomists and most experimental biologists had similarly restricted interests. They did not inquire into the nature of species as reproductively isolated populations nor into the mechanisms by which such reproductive isolation is acquired. In other words, they completely ignored populational evolutionism and the problem of the multiplication of species. Darwin's conceptual development. The question when and how Darwin became an evolutionist has been much debated. Since the shift from a strict belief in creation to one in evolution requires a profound conceptual, indeed, ideological reorientation, one must consider Darwin's attitude toward Christianity. No fundamentalist can develop a theory of evolution, and the changes in the nature of Darwin's faith are, therefore, highly relevant for our understanding of his conversion to evolutionism. It is evident that Darwin grew up with orthodox beliefs. Not until much later in life did he realize that his father had been an agnostic, or as Darwin called it, a skeptic. Darwin's favorite reading was Milton's Paradise Lost, which he took with him on all excursions during the voyage of the Beagle. Before going to Cambridge to study divinity, he read a number of theological treatises. And as I did not then in the least doubt the strict and literal truth of every word in the Bible, I soon persuaded myself that our Church of England's creed must be fully accepted. Among his favorite reading at that time were also several volumes by the natural theologian Paley. And taking Paley's premises on trust, I was charmed and convinced by the long line of argumentation. When on the Beagle, says Darwin, I was quite orthodox, and I 402 remember being heartily laughed at by several of the officers, though themselves orthodox, for quoting the Bible as an unanswerable authority on some point of morality. Otto, 85. By implication, his orthodoxy included a belief in a created world tenanted by constant species. The scientists and philosophers with whom Darwin had the greatest amount of contact in Cambridge and London, Henslow, Sedgwick, Lyell, and Whewell held essentially similar views. Prior to 1859, none of them reaffirmed more frequently or positively the constancy of species than did Lyell, even though he rejected the recency of the earth. Darwin abandoned Christianity in the 2 years after his return to England. In part this was caused by a more critical attitude toward the Bible, particularly the Old Testament, in part by his discovery of the invalidity of the argument from design. For when Darwin had found a mechanism, natural selection, that could explain the gradual evolution of adaptation and diversity, he no longer needed to believe in a supernatural watchmaker. With his wife and many of his best friends remaining devout theists, Darwin expressed himself rather carefully in the autobiography, but finally concluded, "The mystery of the beginning of all things is insoluble to us, and I for one must be content to remain an agnostic." Otto, 94. 5. In his scientific writings, Darwin deals with the problem only a single time, in the concluding sentences of The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, published in 1868. Here he states rather bluntly that we have a choice of either believing in natural selection or believing that an omnipotent and omniscient creator ordains everything and foresees everything. Thus we are brought face to face with a difficulty as insoluble as is free will and predestination, p. 432, see also Gruber, 1974. This much is certain, that by the time Darwin started to work out his collections, his Christian faith had been weakened sufficiently so that he could abandon a belief in the fixity of species. Charles Darwin. And at this point the species problem became the focal point of Darwin's biological interests. The origin of new species. Darwin called his great work On the Origin of Species, for he was fully conscious of the fact that the change from one species into another was the most fundamental problem of evolution. The fixed, essentialistic species was the fortress to be stormed and destroyed. Once this had been accomplished, evolutionary thinking rushed through the breach like a flood through a break in a dike. Curiously, the origin of species had not been a scientific problem before the 18th century. As long as no real distinction was made between species and varieties, and as long as it was widely believed that the seeds of one kind of plant could produce plants of other species, that is, as long as the whole concept of kinds of organisms was vague, speciation was not a serious problem. It became so only after the taxonomists, particularly Ray and Linnaeus, had insisted that the diversity of nature consists of well-defined, fixed species. Since species at that time were essentialistically defined, they could originate only by a sudden event, a saltation, or mutation, as it was later called by de Vries. This, for instance, was the explanation put forward by Maupertuis. Could we not explain in this way how from only two individuals the multiplication of the most various species could have resulted? Their first origin would have been due simply to some chance productions, in which the elementary particles would not have kept the order which they had in the paternal and maternal animals. Each degree of error would have made a new species, and by repeated deviations the infinite diversity of animals which we know today would have been produced. 1756, 150 to 151. Darwin was not the first to be concerned with the origin of diversity, but the pre-Darwinian solutions were non-evolutionary. According to the natural theologians and other theists, all species and higher taxa had been created by God, while Lamarck attributed it to a dens ex machina, spontaneous generation. Each evolutionary line, according to him, was the product of a separate spontaneous generation of simple forms which subsequently evolved into higher organisms. This postulate left just about everything unexplained. What all the essentialists from Maupertuis to Bateson appreciated was the fact that if the species is typologically defined, then instantaneous speciation through a drastic mutation is one of the only two conceivable methods of speciation. That such instantaneous speciation can actually occur, through polyploidy, was not proven until the second decade of the 20th century. The only other possible form of speciation within the essentialistic paradigm is speciation by hybridization, as proposed by Linnaeus, Larson, 1971, 102. After Linnaeus had found 3 or 4 natural hybrids and had named them new species, he became possessed by the idea that all species had originated by hybridization. 404. In the course of the 1760s and 1770s his views became increasingly bizarre, and in the end he thought that God had created only the orders of plants, and that all taxa of the categories below the order, down to the species, had resulted from mixing, that is, hybridization. This conclusion was vigorously opposed by Linnaeus' contemporaries. The plant hybridizer Karl Reuter made numerous species hybrids in the 1760s but demonstrated that, contrary to Linnaeus' claims, these hybrids were not stable, chap 14. In later hybrid generations, he observed much segregation and a gradual but inevitable breakdown of the supposedly new species. This was a great relief to the essentialists, for it would have been quite unthinkable that one could produce a new eictos by mixing or fusing 2 previously existing ones. A modern is apt to forget that prior to Darwin virtually everybody was an essentialist. Each species had its own species-specific essence, and thus it was impossible that it could change or evolve. This, for example, was the cornerstone of Lyell's thought. All nature, according to him, consists of constant types, each created at a definite time. There are fixed limits beyond which the descendants from common parents can never deviate from a certain type. And he stated emphatically, it is idle to dispute about the abstract possibility of the conversion of one species into another, when there are known causes, so much more active in their nature, which must always intervene and prevent the actual accomplishment of such conversions. 1835, 2. 162. Yet, one searches Lyell's principles in vain for a citation of such causes. It was simply impossible to adopt evolutionary thinking until the dogma of the constancy of species was destroyed. Lyell as well as his catastrophist opponents showed that it is quite conceivable to reconcile the fossil record with an essentially non-evolutionary concept of the history of the Earth. A realization of the dominance of essentialistic thinking helps Charles Darwin to solve another puzzle. Why had all the attempts of the preceding 150 years, from Leibniz to Lamarck and Chambers, to develop a substantial theory of evolution been such failures? These failures are usually attributed to the lack of a reasonable explanatory mechanism. This is in part true, but that this is not the whole truth is indicated by the fact that the majority of the biologists who accepted the theory of evolution after 1859 simultaneously rejected Darwin's proposed explanatory mechanism, natural selection. What had made them evolutionists was not that they now had a mechanism, but that Darwin had demonstrated the evolutionary potential of species and had thus made possible the theory of common descent, which explains so successfully almost everything about organic diversity that had been previously puzzling. The destruction of the concept of constant species and the posing and solving of the problem of the multiplication of species were the indispensable basis of a sound theory of evolution. This new way of approaching the problem of evolution Darwin did not owe to Lamarck or any of the other of his so-called forerunners. They were all concerned with vertical evolution, with improving perfection, with evolution in the grand style. Rather, it was Lyell, the anti-evolutionist, who made the crucial contribution by making the reductionist move of dissecting the evolutionary movement into its elements, the species. 6. Lyell felt that one would never be able to come to firm conclusions concerning the history of organic life as long as one formulated the argument in terms of such generalities as progression and trends toward perfection, as Lamarck had done. Organic life, said Lyell, consists of species. If there is evolution, as claimed by Lamarck, species must be its agents. Thus, the problem of evolution cannot be solved by vague generalities but only through the study of concrete species, their origin, and their extinction. This led him to ask some very specific questions: are species constant or mutable? If constant, can each species be traced to a single origin in time and space? Since species become extinct, what limits their lifespan? Can the extinction and the introduction of new species be currently observed and attributed to currently observable environmental factors? Lyell thus admirably posed the right questions, questions which Darwin and Wallace pondered over in the ensuing decades. Lyell himself, being a dyed-in-the-wool essentialist, consistently came up with the wrong answers to his questions. For him it was types that originated and types that died out. Extinction and origination of species were two sides of the same coin. He never understood, at least not until Darwin and Wallace pointed it out to him, that the evolution of a new species population is a totally different process from the extinction of the last survivors of a dwindling species. By the 1820s almost all geologists had come to agree that many species had become extinct over the course of time and that they had been replaced by new species. Several competing theories were proposed to account both for the extinction and for the introduction of new species. Some geologists believed that the extinctions 406 had been catastrophic, in the most extreme case with God repeatedly destroying his entire previous creation, as Agassiz believed. Or did species die out individually either because their lifespan had run out or because conditions had become unsuitable for them? It was most important for the development of Darwin's theories that Lyell had opted for the last of these alternatives and had thus directed attention to ecology and geography and their contribution to the history of faunas and floras. Lyell's Principles of Geology was Darwin's Bible as far as the problem of evolution was concerned. There is abundant evidence that throughout most of the Beagle voyage Darwin accepted Lyell's conclusions without questioning. Lyell started from the same two observations as Lamarck: species live in a constantly, but slowly, changing world, and species are extremely well adapted to their station in life. Since Lamarck believed that species could not become extinct, he concluded that they must undergo constant evolutionary change in order to remain adapted to the changes in their environment. Lyell, as an essentialist and theist, believed that species are constant and cannot change, therefore they cannot become adapted to the changes in their environment and must become extinct. Lyell's explanation of extinction is reasonably plausible. He contributed one important thought, subsequently particularly developed by Darwin: it is not only the physical factors of the environment that can cause extinction but also competition from other better adapted species. This explanation was of course in agreement with the concept of the struggle for existence, as it was widely held prior to Darwin's reading of Malthus. Lyell was far less successful in his attempts to explain the replacement of the extinct species. In order to uphold his principle of uniformitarian, he postulated that new species are introduced at an essentially constant rate, but he failed completely either to provide any evidence for such an introduction of species or to suggest any mechanism. Thus he laid himself open to the criticism of a German reviewer of the Principles, Braun, who accused Lyell of having abandoned the principle of uniformity with respect to organic life. Lyell, 1881, attempted to defend himself in a letter to his friend Herschel by saying that some unknown intermediate causes might be responsible for the introduction of new species. However, the description of the process by which new species are introduced is quite irreconcilable with any conceivable secondary causes. Species may have been created in succession at such times and at such places as to enable them to multiply and endure for an appointed period and occupy an appointed space on the globe. The repeated choice of the word appointed indicates that for Lyell each creation was a carefully planned event. Mayr, 1972b. Such a frank appeal to the supernatural worried even Lyell a little, and he took considerable solace in Herschel's pronouncement. we are led by all analogy to suppose that the Creator operates through a series of intermediate causes and that in consequence the origination of new species, could it ever come under our cognizance, would be found to be a natural in contradistinction to a miraculous process. As a mathematician and astronomer, Herschel did not realize that except for evolution, and, as we now know, some chromosomal processes, there are no intermediate causes that could produce constant species at the right time and in the right place. Indeed, what Herschel and Lyell postulated was exactly the kind of miracle which they overtly rejected. Elsewhere, of course, Lyell admitted frankly that he adhered to the perpetual intervention hypothesis with respect to the concept of the creation. Lyell, 1970, 89. No wonder Darwin gave so much space in The Origin to the rejection of the special creation hypothesis. Gillespie, 1979. It is quite impossible to develop an evolutionary theory on the foundation of essentialism. Essences, being non-variable in space and time, are non-dimensional phenomena. Since they lack variation, they cannot evolve or bud off incipient species. Lyell thought he had solved the problem of the introduction of new species by pointing out that they will occupy vacant stations, niches. As an essentialist, and just like Linnaeus, he thought of speciation in terms of the introduction of a single pair that would be the progenitor of the new species. There are reasons to believe that Darwin prior to March 1837 held similar typological ideas. This is indicated by his description of the origin of the second rhea species in South America. Progress in the speciation problem was not achieved until naturalists discovered that species taxa are dimensional phenomena. Species have an extension in space and time, they are structured and consist of populations which, at least in part, when they are isolated, are independent of each other. Thus, contrary to Lyell's insistence, species vary and each isolated species population is an incipient species and a potential source of the origin of diversity. According to Lyell's thesis, the vacant mockingbird niche on the Galapagos would be filled by the introduction, by whatever means, of the mockingbird species on the Galapagos. However, that each island had its own species was not explicable by Lyell's mechanism. Isolation and gradual evolution would explain it. This is the lesson Darwin learned from the Galapagos avifauna. Darwin becomes an evolutionist. A great deal of research has been conducted in recent years to reconstruct, step by step, Darwin's conversion. What Darwin himself says on the timing of his becoming an evolutionist is rather misleading. He starts the introduction of the origin of species with these sentences: when on board HMS Beagle, as naturalist, I was much struck with certain facts in the distribution of the inhabitants of South America, and in the geological relations of the present to the past inhabitants of that continent. These facts seem to me to throw some light on the origin of species, that mystery of mysteries, as it has been called by one of our greatest philosophers. This implies, as does a similar statement in the autobiography, that he had become an evolutionist during the South American phase of the Beagle voyage. However, this is not substantiated by his journals. Indeed, when collecting on the Galapagos, he labeled the collections from the different islands simply Galapagos, quite unaware of the phenomenon of geographic variation. 7. He should have seen the truth when the governor of the Galapagos told him that the tortoise of each island was recognizably different from those of the other islands, but this observation was not enough. Yet, what Darwin had seen in the Galapagos puzzled him sufficiently to pen these prophetic comments on the homeward voyage of the Beagle, June 1836. When I see these islands inside of each other and possessed of but a scanty stock of animals, tenanted by these birds but slightly differing in structure and filling the same place in nature, I must suspect they are varieties. If there is the slightest foundation for these remarks, the zoology of the archipelagos will be well worth examining, for such facts would undermine the stability of species. Barlow, 1963. It was not until March 1837, when the celebrated ornithologist John Gould, who was working up Darwin's bird collections, told him of the specific distinctness of the mockingbirds, collected by Darwin on 3 different islands in the Galapagos, that Darwin finally recognized the process of geographic speciation. Apparently it was not until a good deal later that he learned that some of the hunches also were restricted to certain islands. As a result, as Darwin stated in The Origin, when comparing the birds from the separate islands of the Galapagos archipelago, both with one another, and with those from the American mainland, I was much struck how entirely vague and arbitrary is the distinction between species and varieties. p. 48. It became clear to Darwin that many populations, as we would now call them, were intermediate between species and variety, and that particularly species on islands, when studied geographically, lacked the constancy and clear-cut delimitation insisted on by creationists and essentialists. Darwin's species concept was thus shaken to its foundations. The spring of 1837 was one of the busiest in Darwin's life, and it was not until summer that he began to follow up on his conversion to evolutionism. In his journal he wrote, in July 1837, opened first notebook on transmutation of species, had been greatly struck from about month of previous March on character of South American fossils and species on Galapagos archipelago. These facts, especially latter, origin of all my views. His encounter with Gould in March 1837 was the watershed in Darwin's thinking. 8. The destruction of the concept of constant species had a domino effect. Suddenly everything appeared in a new light. What had seemed so puzzling about his observations on the Beagle now seemed accessible to explanation. During the voyage of the Beagle I had been deeply impressed by discovering in the Pampean Formation great fossil animals covered with armor like that on the existing armadillos. Secondly, by the manner in which closely allied animals replace one another in proceeding southward over the continent, and thirdly, by the South American character of most of the production of the Galapagos archipelago, and more especially by the manner in which they differ slightly on each island of the group, none of these islands appearing to be very ancient in a geological sense. It was evident that such facts as these, as well as many others, could be explained on the supposition that species gradually become modified, and the subject has haunted me. Otto, 118 to 119. The aspect of evolution that was clearly of the greatest interest to Darwin was the question of species and, more broadly, questions of the origin of diversity, the comparison of fossil with living faunas, of tropical and temperate zone faunas, of island and mainland faunas. Evidently, Darwin approached the problem of evolution in an entirely different manner from Lamarck, and problems of the evolution of diversity continued to dominate Darwin's thinking and interests. It would be misleading to claim that from this point on Darwin had a clear picture of speciation. As shown by Kotler, 1978, and Soloway, 1979, Darwin vacillated about speciation a great deal throughout his life. In particular, there are indications that he might have thought that speciation on islands is different from speciation on mainlands. Like certain biologists even today, Darwin seemed to have considerable difficulty in visualizing barriers on the mainland which could isolate incipient species, and believed that his principle of character divergence would overcome this difficulty. 2 extreme interpretations concerning the development of Darwin's theory of evolution can be found in the literature, both of them clearly erroneous. According to one, Darwin developed his theory in its entirety as soon as his conversion to evolutionism had happened. The other extreme is to say that Darwin constantly changed his mind and that later in life he completely abandoned his earlier views. The truth that seems to emerge from recent researches and from the study of Darwin's notebooks and manuscripts is that at first, in 1837 and 1838, in rapid succession Darwin adopted and rejected a series of theories, but that he more or less retained the overall theory he had developed by the 1840s through the rest of his life, even though he somewhat changed his mind concerning the relative importance of certain factors, such as geographic isolation and soft inheritance, without completely reversing himself. In fact, his statements on evolution in the 6th edition of The Origin, 1872, and in The Descent of Man, 1871, are remarkably similar to the statements in the essay of 1844 and in the first edition, 1859, of The Origin, all contrary claims notwithstanding. Geographic speciation. Darwin and Wallace initiated an entirely different approach to the problem of the origin of species than did any of their forerunners. Instead of comparing taxa in the time dimension, they compared contemporary taxa in the geographical dimension, that is, they compared populations and species which replace each other geographically. Actually, the concept of geographic speciation was by no means entirely novel in 1837 when it occurred to Darwin. Buffon was perhaps the first to call attention to the fact that when one proceeds from one country to another far distant one finds that many species of the first country are represented in the distant country by similar ones. For instance, when one compares the mammals of Europe with those of North America, it is a real problem to decide whether the beaver, the bison, the red deer, the lynx, the snowshoe hare, to list just a few examples, belong to the same species in the two countries or to different species. The same problem is posed by species of birds, insects, and many plants. A few decades after Buffon, the great zoologist Peter Simon Pallas, 1741–1811, found similar pairs of vicarious forms when comparing the European and Siberian faunas. Closer study revealed that the more distant forms were often connected with each other by a graded chain of intermediates. The principle of geographic variation was discovered by these and similar studies, a principle which greatly helped to destroy the essentialist species concept. However, it was not until 1825 that Leopold von Buch drew what seemed to be the logical conclusion from these observations: the individuals of a genus strike out over the continents, move to far distant places, form varieties, on account of the differences of the localities, of the food, and the soil, which owing to their segregation geographical isolation cannot interbreed with other varieties and thus be returned to the original main type. Finally, these varieties become constant and turn into separate species. Later they may again reach the range of other varieties which have changed in a like manner, and the two will now no longer cross and thus they behave as two very different species. Pages 132 to 133. Von Buch most perceptibly focused on the crucial aspects of geographic speciation, the spatial segregation of populations, their gradual change during isolation, and the concurrent acquisition of species-specific characteristics, most importantly isolating mechanisms, which would permit such a new species to return to the range of the parent species without mixing with it. In the beginning this was very much Darwin's theory of speciation, as is evident from his notebooks and his early essays. 9. Indeed, throughout his life Darwin thought that geographic isolation was an important component in much of speciation. This is substantiated by some statements in The Origin: isolation, by checking immigration and consequently competition, not to mention 412 swamping, will give time for any new variety to be slowly improved, and this may sometimes be of importance in the production of new species. P. 105. Speaking of species on oceanic islands, Darwin says, a very large proportion are endemic, that is, have been produced there, and nowhere else. Hence, an oceanic island at first sight seems to have been highly favorable for the production of a new species. P. 105. Clearly, the new species thus evolving on an island must have descended from immigrants. It is an almost universal rule that the endemic productions of islands are related to those of the nearest continent, or of other near islands. P. 399. And speaking of archipelagos, he says, the really surprising fact in this case of the Galapagos archipelago and in a lesser degree in some analogous instances, is that the new species formed in the separate islands have not quickly spread to the other islands. P. 401. The origin of species, that is, the multiplication of species, is such a key problem in Darwin's theory of evolution that one would surely expect it to be the exclusive subject of one of the 14 chapters of The Origin. But this is not the case. The discussion of speciation forms part of Chapter 4, Natural Selection, pages 80 to 130, a chapter dealing primarily with the causation of evolutionary change and with divergence. When reading this chapter, one is struck by the insufficiency of the analysis. Although Darwin does not say this in so many words, he virtually implies that geographical isolation and natural selection are alternate mechanisms for the production of species. Curiously, this seeming confusion has never been properly analyzed by a modern historian. Not surprisingly, it confused many readers of The Origin, including Moritz Wagner, and the confusion continues into the present. How else could Vortimer, 1965, 148, have said, "Natural selection is the term Darwin gave to the process of speciation, as described by him"? Darwin's ambiguity is the more surprising since speciation is the most characteristic phenomenon of horizontal evolution, while natural selection is the driving force of vertical evolution. His species book was apparently to have natural selection as the title, and it is under this title that the manuscript was eventually published, in 1975, while the 1859 abridgment was entitled, for short, On the Origin of Species, again implying the equivalence of the two terms. Speciation, for Darwin, was apparently always primarily an aspect of natural selection, as is also evident from some of his rejoinders to Wagner. Before he became an evolutionist, while Darwin still adhered to Lyell's concept of an appointed lifespan for each species, with sudden origin and sudden death, he had been rather puzzled over the introduction of new species on continents. Thus, when he discovered a second species of rhea, South American ostrich, on the flat, featureless plains of Patagonia, he thought its origin must have been due to a change not progressive, that is, not gradual, produced at one blow if one species altered. Darwin, 1980, 63. In the years immediately after he had become an evolutionist, Darwin explained speciation not only on islands but also on continents as being made possible by geographical barriers like oceans, rivers, mountain ranges, and deserts, CFSA, 1844. Furthermore, he postulated that parts of continents, for instance, South Africa, might have experienced periods of rapid sinking, during which they had been converted temporarily into archipelagos, thus providing the needed isolation origin, 107 to 108, until they were subsequently again elevated. From his notebooks we now know how widely Darwin had accepted at that time the necessity of geographical isolation for speciation. One is rather surprised, therefore, when one discovers to what an extent Darwin later reversed himself in Natural Selection, written 1856 to 1858, and in The Origin, 1858 to 1859. He is now quite ready to accept sympatric speciation for many continental species, owing to some sort of ecological, habitat, seasonal, or behavioral specialization. He applied this mechanism particularly to species whose ranges were slightly overlapping or simply in contact with each other, osculating. Such distributions are today called parapatric. They are common, particularly in the tropics, and are now interpreted as zones of secondary contact of previously isolated species or incipient species. Darwin, on the other hand, took it for granted that these distribution patterns had developed in situ. I do not doubt that many species have been formed at different points of an absolutely continuous area, of which the physical con. 4/5 ditions graduate from Pine Point to another in the most insensible manner, Nat Cell, 266. As he explains elsewhere, he thought that one variety would develop at one end of the chain of populations, another one at the other end, and finally, an intermediate variety in the narrow zone where the two major varieties meet. Since the two major varieties would occupy a larger area than the intermediate variety, they would soon outcompete it, in a strictly typological manner, and cause its extinction. This would cause a clear discontinuity between the two major varieties and speciation 414 would have been completed. As he said in The Origin, p. ill. The lesser differences between varieties become augmented into the greater difference between species, See also pages 51 to 52, 114, 128. Darwin's basic oversight was that he failed to partition isolation into extrinsic geographical ecological barriers and intrinsic isolating mechanisms. This is well illustrated by a statement in Variation, 1868, to 185. On the principle which makes it necessary for man, whilst he is selecting and improving his domestic varieties, to keep them separate, it would clearly be advantageous to varieties in a state of nature, that is to incipient species, if they could be kept from blending, either through sexual aversion, or by becoming mutually sterile. He completely overlooked the fact that here he was dealing with two entirely different principles. Races of domestic animals are developed in strict spatial, many-geographical, isolation, while Darwin does not explain at all how the genetic differences could be built up in nature that would lead to sexual aversion or mutual sterility. Darwin ignores the same difficulty when he lists cases where members of the same variety preferably pair with each other, homogamy, when two different varieties are brought together. He cites 13 cases, Nat. Cell, 258, where he thinks that such preferential mating has been observed. Actually, when closely analyzed, none of the cases supports this contention. Omitting inappropriate cases, such as overlap outside the breeding season, each of the varieties, now partly kept segregated by behavioral isolation, had clearly originated during a preceding period of spatial isolation during which the genetic isolation had been built up. This Darwin did not see, because at that time he did not appreciate the efficacy of ecological, vegetational, barriers, including those caused by the Pleistocene advances in the ice caps. This much is certain, that a rather drastic change in Darwin's thinking had occurred between 1844 and 1856, when Darwin began writing his Natural Selection. When I attempted to trace the reasons for Darwin's later downgrading of the role of isolation, Mayr, 1959b, it was prior to the discovery of the notebooks on transmutation, and my analysis was one-sided and incomplete. I attributed Darwin's uncertainties to 4 factors. 1. His ambiguous use of the term variety, both for individual variants and for subspecies, populations. Of 24 usages of the term in the origin, 8 refer to individual variants, 6 to geographical populations, and 10 to both, or are ambiguous. 2. His morphological species concept, in contrast to his earlier, biological concept. 3. His frequent confounding of the process of multiplication of species and that of phyletic evolution, and 4. His desire to find a single-factor explanation, curiously seeing natural selection somehow as an alternative, instead of as an accessory, to isolation. Soloway, 1979, accepts the importance of these factors but points to 4 additional developments in the period from 1844 to 1859 that influenced Darwin's thinking. 1. His taxonomic work on barnacles, where he found a morphological species concept more practical than a biological one. 2. Certain tactical considerations in making his conclusions more palatable to his peers, including the conceptualization of the incipient species as a competitor rather than a reproductive isolate. 3. The transfer of his ideas from birds and mammals to invertebrates, including uniparental ones, and to plants, and 4. His increasing attention to the principle of divergence, which he held responsible for the causation of diversity at higher taxonomic levels. All 4 factors tended to strengthen Darwin's tendency to see in species something that is different, rather than reproductively isolated, and to see no need for isolation for the achievement of this difference. Hence, genuine geographical isolation would not be necessary. However, some degree of separation must be advantageous. This may arise from a selected individual with its descendants, as soon as formed even into an extremely slightly different variety, tending to haunt a somewhat different station, breeding at a somewhat different season, and from like varieties preferring to pair with each other. Nat. Cell, 257, Origin 103. The typological frame of his mind is well documented in the statement: if a variety were to flourish so as to exceed in numbers the parent species, it would then rank as the species and the species as the variety, or it might come to supplant and exterminate the parent species, or both might coexist, and both rank as independent species. Origin, 52. Several of Darwin's statements implying sympatric speciation seem to be paraphrases of similar statements in the contemporary botanical literature, for example, Herbert, 1837. The influence of the botanists is not altogether surprising, since in the 1840s and 50s Darwin probably had more contact with botanists than with zoologists. It is evident that Darwin was rather uncertain as to the actual role of isolation during the speciation process. In this he was not alone. Owen, in a review of the Origin, stated, "Isolation, says Mr. 416, Darwin, is an important element in the process of natural selection, but how can one select if a thing be isolated?" Darwin, of course, had not actually said such things, but it is true that he had treated geographic speciation in his chapter on natural selection. Hopkins, another critic, proposes a process of sympatric speciation by homogamy, if it could be proved that there is a predominant tendency in the more perfect and robust of each species to pair with individuals like themselves for the transmission of their kind, then the necessary existence of natural selection as an operative cause must be admitted. What puzzled Darwin's critics consistently, and, for that matter, even Huxley and other of Darwin's friends, was how the interfertility of members of a species, including that of intraspecific varieties, could be converted into sterility. Darwin had brought this criticism unto himself by constantly stressing that varieties gradually turned into species, but nowhere giving convincing illustrations of the gradual process of geographic speciation. Even though Darwin never abandoned the concept of geographic speciation entirely, it is even less emphasized in the 6th edition of the Origin, 1872, than in the first. A weakening of his reliance on geographic isolation is also indicated by his correspondence with Wagner, Weismann, and Semper. Darwin more and more treated speciation as a process of adaptation, an aspect of the principle of divergence, completely omitting any reference to the need for the acquisition of reproductive isolation. As Gazellin, 1969, 101, has rightly said, there is no solid evidence that when writing the Origin he conceived of species as reproductively isolated populations. His own empirical observations had shown him time after time that islands were a favorite place for the origin of new species, but Darwin no longer considered how important spatial isolation is for the genetic building up of isolating mechanisms. It was this which eventually led to his drawn-out controversy with Moritz Wagner, see Chapter 11. Darwin's major ideas on speciation and evolution had crystallized in the course of a few years, 1837 to 1839, even though he continued to modify them. By 1844 he was ready to compose a major essay of 230 handwritten pages which contains the gist of what eventually appeared as the Origin. Darwin himself was so convinced of the importance of this manuscript that he gave instructions to his wife to have it published in case of his death. Yet, the only person to whom he dared to show this subversive document was the botanist Joseph D. Hooker. 15 more years passed by before Darwin finally published his theories, and the wait undoubtedly would have been even longer if it had not been for an event that will now be described. Thinking that the whole world was anti-evolutionary, Darwin felt no urgency to publish his views. But he misjudged the situation. The enormous success of Chambers' Vestiges should have warned him that there was far more interest in evolution than he thought, and that someone might independently arrive at similar ideas. And, indeed, there was such a person, Alfred Russel Wallace, 1823–1913. Alfred Russel Wallace. The extraordinary coincidence of another naturalist coming up with an interpretation of evolution that was remarkably similar to that of Darwin has been a source of amazement ever since 1858. In most respects, both men were about as different as two people can be. Darwin, the wealthy gentleman, with many years of college education, a private scholar, able to devote all of his time to research; Wallace, a poor man's son with only a lower middle-class background, a very important factor in Victorian England, without any higher education, never particularly well-to-do, always having to work for a living, for the longest time in the exceedingly dangerous profession of a collector of birds and insects in fever-ridden tropical countries. But they agreed in some decisive points. Both of them were British, both had read Lyell and Malthus, both were naturalists, and both had made natural history collections in tropical archipelagos. More about Wallace will be said later in connection with the description of his independent discovery of the principle of natural selection, but the part he played in forcing Darwin to speed up the publication of his species book must be reported here. 417. Wallace left grammar school at the age of 13, and served as an assistant to his brother, a surveyor, for the next 7 years. Roaming through moors and mountains in his survey work, Wallace became an enthusiastic naturalist. First he collected plants, but after becoming a friend of a dedicated entomologist, Henry Walter Bates, he added butterflies and beetles to his interests. Even more so than Darwin, Wallace received his most important stimulation from books. 1. Darwin's Journal of Researches and Humboldt's personal narrative inspired the two young naturalists to defore a teen-part in April 1848 for the Amazon Valley, with the rather well-formed purpose to gather facts, as Mr. Wallace expressed it in one of his letters, towards solving the problem of the origin of species, a subject on which we had conversed and corresponded much together after reading the Vestiges in the fall of 1845, Bates, 1863, 7. The mighty tributaries of the Amazon River dissect the entire basin into forest islands, so that many groups of species are distributed parapatrically as on an archipelago. Reminiscing about this more than 50 years later, Wallace wrote, "Ever since I had read the Vestiges of Creation before going to the Amazon, I continued at frequent intervals to ponder on the great secret of the actual steps by which each new species had been produced, with all its special adaptations to the conditions of its existence. I myself believed that each species was a direct modification of the pre-existing species through the ordinary process of generation as had been argued in the Vestiges of Creation." Since Wallace was not an orthodox Christian, he had much less trouble accepting the evolution of species than Lyell or Agassiz. How far the facts of the distribution of Amazonian species helped Wallace to crystallize his ideas we shall never know. Leaving Bates behind 4 years later, Wallace, on his return to England, was struck by catastrophe. The ship on which he travelled caught fire, August 6, 1852, and sank, with his entire magnificent collection and most of his journals, notes, and sketches. Yet, from memory Wallace pointed out, 1853, that the distribution of each of numerous closely related species of monkeys, poorly flying birds, and butterflies was bordered by the Amazon and its tributaries. Undaunted by the crushing experience of the loss of nearly all the fruits of his 4 years in South America, Wallace at once made plans for a new expedition, carefully selecting the Malay archipelago as the most suitable place for a study of the origin of species. McKinney, 1972, 27. He left England in early March of 1854 and less than a year later, in February 1855, he wrote his celebrated paper on the law which has regulated the introduction of new species. To his friend Bates, with whom he had evidently discussed evolution before and during their stay on the Amazon, he wrote, "To persons who have not thought much on the subject, I feel my paper on the succession of species will not appear so clear as it does to you." That paper is, of course, only the announcement of the theory, not its development. What Wallace had really tried to do was to solve the problem of Lyell's introduction of new species. We now know from his unpublished notebooks, McKinney, 1972, that Wallace had rejected already by 1854 Lyell's assertion that species only vary within certain limits and had come to the conclusion of a continuous very slow change of the organic world over exceedingly long periods of time. However, although the rejection of the constancy of species would permit him to adopt Lamarckian vertical evolution, it did not solve the problem of the replacement of extinct species. The introduction of new species continued to remain a puzzle, and it is to this puzzle that Wallace addressed himself. As he clearly stated in his 1855 paper, it was geography, that is, his distributional observations in Amazonia and the Malay archipelago, which gave him the answer: the most closely allied species are found in the same locality or in closely adjoining localities, and therefore the natural sequence of the species by affinity is also geographical. And this observation leads him to the law: every species has come into existence coincident both in space and time with a pre-existing closely allied species. By stating either in the same locality or in closely adjoining localities, Wallace obscured the strictly geographical localization of incipient species, something Wagner had seen much more clearly. Nevertheless, the process of splitting a parental species into two or more daughter species, when read backwards, leads automatically to the concept of common descent and of phylogenetic trees. In short, Wallace had boldly sketched a theory of evolution on an empirical basis, namely, the distribution pattern of closely related species. Darwin and Wallace, thus, had introduced an entirely new approach to evolutionism, although on a Lialian foundation, geographical evolutionism. Instead of attempting to solve the problem of the origin of diversity via the origin of new major types of organisms or through a comparison of taxa in the time, vertical, dimension, they compared contemporary taxa in the geographical dimensions, that is, they compared populations and species which replace each other geographically. How did Wallace's 1855 publication affect Darwin's thinking and activities? Darwin's procrastination. During the 20 years after 1837, Darwin never talked about evolution. What he was interested in was the species problem, and, in the letters to his friends, he referred to his forthcoming work as the Species Book. Can species change, and can one species be transmuted into another species? These were the concrete questions asked by Darwin, and in order to be able to answer these questions convincingly, Darwin felt he had to collect an overwhelming amount of evidence. Had not Lamarck and Chambers also proposed the occurrence of evolution, without gaining any converts? Considering that Darwin became an evolutionist in 1837, and conceived his theory of natural selection in September 1838, one would think that he would rush this, the most important theory in biology, to the printer as quickly as possible. Instead, he postponed publication for 20 years and was forced into action only by circumstances. Why this incredible procrastination? There are a number of reasons. At first, Darwin was committed to giving priority to his geological researches, which were well advanced and belonged to the Beagle reports. But in 1846, when Darwin had satisfied his geological obligations, he started to work on barnacles, Cirripedia, and devoted the next 8 years of his life to this subject, instead of getting on with his species book. This necessitates asking a number of questions. First, was Darwin ready in 1846 to start writing his species book? The answer clearly is that he was not, as he himself stated repeatedly in his letters, and as is evident from the fact that he continued assiduously to collect facts. Even some of his basic ideas had not yet fully matured. For instance, his principle of divergence, which apparently occurred to Darwin only in the 1850s. The second question is, why did not Darwin at least concentrate on getting the still needed material for the species book instead of investing such an inordinate amount of time in his work on the barnacles? A study of the contemporary scene makes me suspect that Darwin was literally afraid to publish his views. The intellectual climate in England was not at all favorable for the reception of Darwin's theory. Chambers' Vestiges, published in 1844. Charles Darwin was savagely cut to pieces by all reviewers in spite of its deistic sentiments. The leading scientists of England, including Darwin's closest friends, Lyell, Hooker, and, at that time, even Huxley, were almost unanimously opposed to evolution. but it was not evolution as such that was so difficult to defend, but rather its purely materialistic explanation by natural selection. It has been well described by Gruber, 1974, 35-45, how clearly Darwin realized what a storm of protest this theory would provoke, and indeed, as we shall presently see, virtually no one in England accepted natural selection after the publication of The Origin except Wallace, Hooker, and a few other naturalists. The third question is, why did Darwin devote so much time to such a seemingly insignificant group as the Cirripedia? The answer to this is presumably threefold. First of all, it is quite obvious that Darwin did not have the slightest intention of investing 8 years in this group when he first started working on a peculiar genus of barnacles he had collected in Chile. However, since he was not deeply committed to any other project, he found it convenient for a full understanding of this Chilean genus to study near and distant relatives and, finally, to prepare a monograph of the whole group. Also, Darwin felt that it would add weight to his opinions if he could establish his reputation as a systematist. The subsequent award of the Copley Medal of the Royal Society for this work is evidence for the correctness of Darwin's reasoning. Finally, he found that working on the barnacles helped him understand variation, comparative morphology, the species concept, and the incompleteness of the geological record. There is little doubt that Darwin's barnacle studies greatly added to his sophistication and competence, and, as Gazellin said, the completed work was nothing less than a rigorous and sweeping critical test for a comprehensive theory of evolutionary biology, 1969, 129. Still, this does not explain why Darwin devoted the enormous period of 8 years to this project. Here one can only suspect that Darwin felt that he had a tiger by the tail. He was unable to find a proper cut-off point, and being always seemingly close to completing the monographs, he would have had to throw away a great deal of investment if he had stopped earlier. Yet it is clear that Darwin did not start the barnacle work with the idea that this would be an excellent way to gain the experience which, in retrospect, he indeed acquired from his studies of this group. Although Darwin published nothing about species and speciation during the 21 years between March 1837, when he first understood speciation, and August 1858, when the Linnean Society paper was published, we have learned from his notebooks and correspondence that the species problem was constantly on his mind. Darwin knew that the origin of species was the key to the problem of evolution, but he was still wavering concerning the meaning of species and the process of speciation. By 1854 Darwin had essentially completed his barnacle work and was beginning to concentrate on sorting his species notes. One would think that the publication of Wallace's introduction of new 422 species paper, 1855, would have stirred him to action, but this did not happen. Darwin did not react to this pioneering paper until 2 years later, and then only because Wallace himself wrote to him, puzzled why there had been so little reaction. On May 1, 1857, Darwin answered, "I can plainly see that we have thought much alike and to a certain extent have come to similar conclusions. I agree to the truth of almost every word of your paper. I am now preparing my work for publication, but I find the subject so very large that I do not suppose I shall go to press for 2 years, LLD, 95-96. There was, however, one person who was rather thoroughly shaken up when reading Wallace's paper, Charles Lyell. As recently as 1851, in a major address, Lyell had vigorously rejected any concession to evolutionary thinking. But in the period from December 1853 to March 1854 he visited Madeira and the Canary Islands, primarily to study volcanism, but here he experienced in person what von Buch, Darwin, and other naturalists had previously described: the extreme localization of every island species of animals. The Madeiras are like the Galapagos, every island and rock inhabited by a distinct species, he wrote in his journal, Wilson, 1970. While working on his observations and collections after his return to England, Lyell on November 26, 1855, read Wallace's paper, and it is evident that Wallace's theory greatly excited him. He started at once a series of notebooks on the species question, recording the results of his readings and his uncertainties. Eventually, he decided to visit Darwin at Down House and get the full story on Darwin's researches. Darwin, realizing how much his own ideas were in conflict with those of Lyell, had not discussed the problem of the origin of species with him as he had with Hooker. On April 16, 1856, Darwin gave Lyell a full report on his ideas. Although Lyell apparently was still not yet convinced, he nevertheless strongly urged Darwin to publish his ideas lest he be scooped by someone else. With the main reason for his Charles Darwin hesitation now removed, Darwin began 1 month later, in May 1856, to write his big species book. 2 years later, in June 1858, when Darwin had completed the first draft of 10.5 chapters, the roof fell in on him. He received a letter from Wallace accompanied by a manuscript edited on the tendency of varieties to depart indefinitely from the original type. In his letter, Wallace said that if Darwin thought his paper sufficiently novel and interesting, he should send it to Lyell and, presumably, submit it for publication. The original Wallace letter is no longer in existence. Darwin forwarded Wallace's paper on June 18 to Lyell, with a letter saying, "Your words have come true with a vengeance that I should be forestalled. I never saw a more striking coincidence. If Wallace had my manuscript sketch written out in 1842, he could not have made a better short abstract. So all my originality, whatever it may amount to, will be smashed." It is a well-known story how Lyell and Hooker presented Wallace's paper to the Linnean Society of London on July 1, 1858, together with extracts from Darwin's 1844 essay and from a letter Darwin had written to Asa Gray on September 5, 1857. The issue of the proceedings with these various papers was published August 20. It is interesting and significant that neither Darwin nor Wallace made any attempt in these papers to demonstrate evolution. They were primarily concerned with the mechanism of evolution. Darwin starts with a long discussion of varieties and their production, Wallace with a discussion of the balance of nature caused by the struggle for existence. In his case, it was quite logical because Wallace's 1858 paper was quite clearly a follow-up of his 1855 paper, in which he had firmly come out in favor of evolution. The publication of The Origin. The joint publication of Wallace's and Darwin's papers proposing the revolutionary theory of evolution by natural selection had astonishingly little effect. The president of the Linnean Society, in his annual report for 1858, stated, "The year has not, indeed, been marked by any of those striking discoveries which at once revolutionize, so to speak, the department of science on which they bear." The ornithologist Alfred Newton claimed 30 years later to have been an exception, and to have found in the papers a perfectly simple solution of all the difficulties that had been troubling me for months past. Newton, 1888, and indeed he persuaded H. B. Tristram, 1859, to interpret the substrate adaptations of larks as due to natural selection. Since there seemed to be no end in sight as far as publication of the big book was concerned, Lyell and Hooker urged Darwin to write a short abstract for one of the journals. To make a long story short, the abstract, prepared between July 1858 and March 1859, became The Origin, with its 490 text pages. Although Darwin still insisted that it was only an abstract, he finally gave in to the demands of the publisher, John Murray, to omit the word of 424 "stract" from the title. The volume was published November 24, 1859, and the entire edition of 1,250 copies was at once subscribed to by the retail trade. There were no major revisions in the next 3 editions, 1860 to 1866, quite a few changes in the 5th edition, 1869, and still more, including a new chapter, in the last, 6th, edition, 1872. By that time, Darwin was so busy with his other interests, particularly his botanical researches and his work on behavior, that he undertook no further revisions of the origin. His later publications, particularly The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, 1872, and The Effects of Cross and Self-Fertilization in the Vegetable Kingdom, 1876, were so pioneering and so outstanding that, it has been rightly said, they, together with his theory of coral reefs and the barnacle monographs, would have made Darwin famous even if he had not proposed evolution by natural selection. The claim by one of his denigrators that Darwin had escaped into these later researches after having been defeated by the opponents of his theory of evolution is quite absurd. It has often been remarked how extraordinary it is that none of the great zoologists, whether physiologist, embryologist, or cytologist, made any contribution at all to evolutionary theory, and that, at least during the 19th century, they all rather completely misunderstood the whole problem of evolution. How remarkable, it is also said, that two such rank amateurs as Darwin and Wallace found the solution. There are several answers to explain this peculiar phenomenon, but the simplest, no doubt, is that physiologists, embryologists, and indeed most experimental biologists deal with functional phenomena and come face to face with evolution only very indirectly. The naturalist, however, is constantly confronted by evolutionary problems. No wonder that this is what he is most interested in, no wonder that his constant attention to this problem places him in a much better position to ask the right questions and to find answers and solutions than the experimental biologist. Finally, Darwin and Wallace were not amateurs, but, as naturalists, highly trained professionals. This may explain why Bernard, Helmholtz, and Hertwig so utterly failed, as far as evolution is concerned. It fails to answer, however, why Owen, von Baer, Ehrenberg, Lückert, or any of the other great systematists and comparative anatomists of the 19th century were so blind. There are probably multiple reasons for their failure. In the case of Owen and Agassiz, it was unquestionably too strong a conceptual commitment to alternate interpretations. In the case of leading German zoologists like J. Müller, Lückert, and so on, it might have been a counter-reaction to the unbridled speculation of the Naturphilosophien. What little speculating these zoologists did was related to the theory of morphology and to the information content of ontogenetic development. They were not interested in larger questions. More importantly, none of them was truly a student of natural populations. 10. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. 426. Darwin was fully aware of the revolutionary nature of his work. He knew that it would encounter massive resistance and that, in order to prevail, he would have to overwhelm his opponents. This is why he had devoted 20 years to the accumulation of evidence and to the perfection of the logic of his proofs. The strategy he adopted, to discuss first the mechanism of evolution and only in the later chapters of The Origin the evidence supporting the thesis of evolutionary change, would probably not be adopted by many contemporary textbook writers, but it was consistent with the prevailing philosophy of science of his day. Hodge, 1977. Not all those who studied The Origin in the past have realized that it does not deal with a monolithic theory of evolution but actually with a whole set of more or less independent theories, each of which will be analyzed in detail below, see Chapter 11. They include Darwin's theories of speciation, common descent, gradual evolution, and natural selection, in addition to the basic theory that the world of life is not static but evolving, and so are the species of which it is composed. Darwin had to present evidence for each of these theories and argue against all potential alternatives. Most importantly, he had to try to refute the ideology of creationism, still dominant in mid-19th century Britain, even though often camouflaged under different names. This is why Darwin said of The Origin, p. 459, "This volume is one long argument." See also Gillespie, 1979. It is impossible to give a complete abstract of everything presented by Darwin on the 490 pages of The Origin, but I shall try to describe what kind of evidence Darwin considered as supporting his theses, and how this fit with the biological knowledge of his day. I shall begin with the problem of an evolving world. As we have seen, Darwin was not the first to advance a theory of evolution, but he was the first not only to propose a feasible mechanism, namely, natural selection, see chapter 11, but also to bring together such overwhelming Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Evidence that within 10 years after 1859 hardly a competent biologist was left who did not accept the fact of evolution. The evidence for the evolution of life. The basic, direct evidence for evolutionary change is twofold: for horizontal evolution the non-constancy of species as revealed by geographical researches, and for vertical evolution the fossil record, as revealed by geological researches. I have above already discussed Darwin's interpretation of the problem of the non-constancy, multiplication, of species and shall now turn to the fossil record. The incompleteness of the fossil record. In the Beagle and post-Beagle years Darwin was primarily a geologist. He had read Lyell's Principles of Geology systematically and with enthusiasm, and was thus thoroughly familiar with the geological problems of the Earth's history. Being at that period the most flourishing branch of natural history, geology had made tremendous strides during the first half of the 19th century. There was no longer any doubt that the Earth was millions of years old, but was it really old enough to have permitted the development of the enormous diversity of the living world by gradual evolution, as required by Darwin's theory? Wouldn't it be necessary to postulate the occurrence of saltational evolution? Fossils were used both to refute the theory of evolution, as by Cuvier, Agassiz, Braun, and all British geologists, or to support it, as by Chambers and Wallace. It was therefore only natural that Darwin devoted 2 chapters in The Origin to the geological evidence in favor of evolution. From his earliest writings on, Darwin had adopted the strategy of anticipating and answering all possible objections to his theories before they were even raised. The objections raised by the geologists were so numerous and so formidable that Darwin devoted all of chapter 9 to their refutation. Let me begin with the problem of the age of the Earth. Lyell, following Hutton, had postulated an Earth of unlimited age. Darwin thought in terms of several thousand million years. In order to avoid circular reasoning, Darwin tried to prove his point with the help of purely geological data. He presents concrete figures. 427. On the enormous thickness of the geological strata, the slowness by which they are deposited, the slowness by which erosion takes place, all of it providing impressive geological evidence for the immense age of the world. Darwin was satisfied that it gave him enough time to allow for the production of any observed evolutionary phenomenon, even under the assumption of slow, gradual evolution. His actual figures were on the large side but of the right order of magnitude. For instance, he calculated that it might have taken 300 million years for the denudation of the Weald in 428 Britain, while the best present estimate is 70 to 140 million years. While Darwin was wrong by at most a factor of 2 to 4, the contemporary physicists were wrong by several orders of magnitude. William Thomson, later Lord Kelvin, by calculating the rate of cooling of a body the size of the Earth, while receiving radiant heat from the Sun, concluded that the Earth could not have been more than 100 million years old, and most likely only 24 million years old. Birchfield, 1975. This, of course, would not have been nearly enough time for the gradual evolution of the entire known animal and plant life. Kelvin's claims should have driven Darwin to abandon slow gradual evolution and to adopt instead evolution by large variations, sports, that is, macromutations. Actually Darwin was so sure of his observations that, in response to Jenkins' critique, he ascribed in later years even less importance to sports than in 1859. Here was a clear confrontation of biological and physical evidence. For a physicist it was unthinkable that he could have overlooked some important factor, and so he simply concluded that the biological theory was wrong. Darwin, although greatly disturbed by the findings of the physicists, continued to be convinced of the validity of his biological findings and inferences, and finally concluded, "I feel a conviction that the world will be found rather older than Thomson makes it." The biologist, of course, was right. By allowing for radioactivity, then unknown, the physicists' estimate of the Earth's age had to be enlarged by 2 orders of magnitude to about 4.5 billion years, more than enough for biological evolution. Darwin has sometimes been unjustly accused of having accepted, like Hutton and Lyell, an infinite age of the Earth. This he did not do. He postulated several thousand million years, which turns out to be just about right. There are a few physicists and mathematicians, however, who are still unhappy about the chronology adopted by the Darwinians. Some of the world's most distinguished physicists, including Niels Bohr and Wolfgang Pauli, expressed doubt to me that the Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent, accidental process of random variation and selection could produce within less than 4 billion years the great diversity of the world of life and the marvelous mutual adaptations of organisms to each other. When the arguments of a representative group of physicists and mathematicians were carefully scrutinized by a group of evolutionists, it became apparent that the physical scientists had a rather oversimplified understanding of the biological processes involved in evolution. Being typologists, they had failed to take the uniqueness-producing qualities of recombination sufficiently into consideration. Furthermore, they thought in terms of tandem evolution, that is, the advance from one homozygous genotype to another, forgetting that genetic change in a species during evolution can proceed simultaneously at thousands, if not millions, of gene loci. In short, Darwin's prophetic estimates were once more confirmed, and the criticism by the physical scientists was shown to have been based on assumptions that are inappropriate for biological systems. Moorhead and Kaplan, 1967. Perhaps the greatest advance made by geology in the 50 years prior to the origin was in the recognition, delimitation, and naming of the geological ages, from the oldest Sedgwick's Cambrian and Murchison's Silurian to the tertiary ones to whose chronology Lyell had made particularly important contributions. These researches clearly demonstrated that each of the successive formations is characterized by a distinctive assemblage of fossil species and that the history of this succession had been essentially the same in all parts of the world. There was a rather acrimonious controversy whether the succession of faunas did or did not represent a progression, but in due time it became clear that fishes first occurred in the Silurian, reptiles in the Carboniferous, mammals in the Triassic, and placental mammals in the very latest Cretaceous. In broad outlines this had become evident by the 1850s, although much accuracy was added after 1859. The replacement of floras and faunas, as well as the seeming progression, was explained by catastrophists like Agassiz in non-evolutionary terms. For an evolutionist like Wallace, 1855, all this indicated a gradual change of organic life. He was further impressed by such facts as that in each period, there are peculiar groups, found nowhere else, and extending through one or several formations. Species of one genus, or genera of one family occurring in the same geological time are more closely allied than those separated in time. And all geographical and geological facts indicate that no group or species has come into existence twice. There is nothing haphazard about the history of life on Earth. Yet only Chambers, largely based on misinformation, Darwin and Wallace seem to be able to see the fossil evidence as documenting evolution. Lovejoy, 1959a, chided the geologists for being so blind, but one must realize that evolution, prior to 1859, meant evolution à la Lamarck and Chambers, that is, a scalci naturelle-like, steady, largely linear advance from primitive to more complex. Hence the fact that the earlier known fishes, the Placo 430-derms, were highly complex, or that some primitive, non-placental, mammals were found in the Jurassic, the age of reptiles, was considered refutation of evolution. That strata as well as organisms were sometimes misidentified had added to the confusion. Except for indicating a general progression of floras, no angiosperms before the Cretaceous, and faunas, the geological record was almost more of an embarrassment to the evolutionist than a help. If the major groups of animals and plants had evolved slowly, it was believed that one should find connecting links between them. Actually, none were then known. Even Archaeopteryx, the almost perfect link between reptiles and birds, was not discovered until 2 years after the publication of The Origin. Darwin's opponents asked other embarrassing questions: why are there such sharp breaks between the major geological periods? Do they not support catastrophism rather than evolutionism? Why are most of the major phyla fully formed already in the lowest fossil-bearing strata? Why are so many of the extinct types, like ichthyosaurs, pterodactyls, and dinosaurs, aberrant types that do not fit into any reconstructed evolutionary sequence? Not surprisingly, Chapter 9 of The Origin is defensive from beginning to end. It opens at once with the most serious question of his opponents: why are specific forms not being blended together by innumerable transitional links? p. 279. The reason, says Darwin, is that the geological record is far too imperfect for the preservation of such forms, and Darwin supplies one piece of evidence after the other to substantiate his claim. The geological researches of the last 100 years have thoroughly vindicated Darwin's assertion of the imperfection of the geological record. As it is preserved, it is a story of discontinuity. In Darwin's day it provided far better support for those who postulated the sudden origin of new types and species, saltationism, than for gradual evolution by natural selection. Indeed, the gaps in the record, in spite of the discovery of numerous missing links since Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent, are still so numerous and so large that the theory of an origin of new types by saltation, macromutation, was upheld by some paleontologists, for example, Skindie-Wolf, and geneticists up to the 1940s, and by some paleontologists even today. In spite of the absence of decisive evidence, Darwin had found the right answer by consistently treating the origin of new species as the key to the solution of evolutionary problems, a lesson the Galapagos Islands had taught him. He reduced all macroevolutionary problems to the species level, and to variation at the species level. As a consequence, the chapter on the geological record, somewhat unexpectedly, contains quite a few astute observations on speciation, pages 297 to 298. What is most impressive in Darwin's treatment of the fossil record is that he deals with it consistently as a biologist. Whenever possible he supplies ecological answers for puzzling phenomena of the geological record, in this respect following Lyell's lead. To the question why rich and diversified groups so often turn up so suddenly in the fossil record, he answers that this might be due not only to the imperfection of the fossil record but also to adaptive shifts. It might require a long succession of ages to adapt an organism to some new and peculiar line of life, for instance to fly through the air, but that when this had been effected, and a few species had thus acquired a great advantage over other organisms, a comparatively short time would be necessary to produce many divergent forms, which would be able to spread rapidly and widely throughout the world. p. 303. The fossil histories of birds, bats, or other organisms that invaded drastically different adaptive zones have fully substantiated Darwin's thesis. Darwin was particularly anxious to find reasonable explanations for the sudden appearance of what seemed to be entirely new groups of organisms in the geological sequence, because this phenomenon had been cited by Agassiz, Sedgwick, and the Swiss paleontologist Pictet as an argument against the theory of gradual evolution. In addition to the shift of adaptive zone, Darwin lists several other reasons why the geological record is so imperfect, pages 287 to 302, space forbids listing all of them. In tropical forests, for instance, the immediate decay of dead animals and plants prevents fossilization except under special circumstances such as burial by volcanic ash or mud. In continental areas with little erosion and sedimentation, there is often a total absence of sedimentary, fossil-containing deposits, for example, in large parts of Africa for the Tertiary or for certain stages of the Triassic or Permian in many parts of the world. One other important cause of the loss of potential fossil deposits unknown, of course, to Darwin is the disappearance of continental shelves at the frontal edge of advancing plates, as demonstrated by plate tectonics. The best evidence for the fact that a group may be in existence without leaving any trace in the fossil record is provided by some living types that are almost or totally non-existent as fossils. For instance, the agnath fishes, lampreys and hagfishes, are not known between the Paleozoic and the present. The coelacanth 432 fishes, quite flourishing between the Devonian and the earlier Mesozoic, were thought to have become extinct in the Cretaceous, more than 70 million years ago, until a living species, Latimeria, was rediscovered in 1937 in the Indian Ocean. Among all the sudden origins of faunas, none bothered Darwin more than the sudden appearance of most major phyla of animals in the lowest fossil-bearing rocks. Where could they have come from? In the 80 years after 1859, this difficulty became even more serious. Wherever new strata were explored, the earliest types invariably turned up in the Cambrian while nothing was found in the Precambrian strata. Yet, the Cambrian is only about 600 to 650 million years old, while the Earth as a whole is now believed to be 4.5 billion years old. Certainly a large part of the geological column is older, indeed much older than the Cambrian. The fact that there are rich faunas of trilobites, brachiopods, and other fossils in the oldest fossil-bearing strata but no trace of their common ancestors in still older strata forces Darwin to admit, the case at present must remain inexplicable, p. 308. Here, as always, Darwin was honest in admitting a difficulty, and a difficulty it still is, even today. To be sure, the fossil record has now been extended backward as far as about 3.5 billion years, thanks to the researches of Bargorn, Scove, Cloud, and other investigators, but virtually all these older fossils are microorganisms and, in strata older than 1,000 million years, prokaryotes. Scove, 1978. We have no choice but to conclude that the marvelous radiation of the invertebrates was indeed a comparatively sudden event in the late Precambrian, between 700 and 800 million years ago. Presumably, a whole series of factors contributed to this outburst. There may have been a change in the chemistry of the oceans, diploidy and genetic recombination may have become more frequent, and there may have been changes in the ecosystem, such as the origin of predatory types. Perhaps we shall never know. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Inferences from the fossil record. Having attempted to answer in Chapter 9 all the embarrassing questions that his opponents might ask, Darwin was ready in Chapter X to apply to the geological record the question he asked about all other aspects of diversity and adaptation, whether the several facts and rules relating to the geological succession of organic beings better accord with the common view of the immutability of species, or with that of their slow and gradual modification through descent and natural selection, p. 312. Actually, Darwin upholds his own theory not only against the thesis of the immutability of species but also against orthogenetic theories such as Lamarck's and against catastrophism, or saltational theories. The chapter contains a particularly masterful application of the hypothetico-deductive method. Darwin not only presents the geological evidence but he also develops some rather general evolutionary principles. He stresses that the variability of each species is quite independent of that of all others, p. 314. As a result of this and of some other factors, each species has its own rate of evolution, and these rates can be either very slow or very fast. The same is true for higher taxa. Genera and families follow the same general rules in their appearance and disappearance as do single species, p. 316. This stress on the individuality of taxa and on the uniqueness of the evolutionary behavior of each taxon was a very unorthodox view in an age that was dominated by the thinking of physical scientists. They believed in general laws that could be expressed with mathematical precision, and they expected rates of evolution to be the same in all evolving organisms. This is emphatically denied by Darwin. I believe in no fixed law of development, causing all inhabitants of a country to change either abruptly or simultaneously or to an equal degree, p. 314. Extinction. there were few aspects of the geological record that fitted Darwin's theory better than extinction. Lamarck, as we remember, considered extinction an impossibility. From Cuvier on, the incessant extinction of species and of whole higher taxa could no longer be denied, not even by those geologists who did not support extinction by catastrophes. Yet, if one denies evolution, extinction is an embarrassment. Why should the Creator have produced so many vulnerable species? Why does He have to replace them? And by what process does He introduce the numerous new species to fill the vacant places in the economy of nature? For Darwin, extinction was the necessary concomitant of evolution. With the world constantly changing, some species would find conditions no longer suitable, with the result that species and groups of species gradually disappeared, one after another, first from one spot, then from another, and finally from the world. p. 317. Biological factors, however, are even more important, says Darwin, than physical factors. The improved and modified descendants of a species will generally cause the extermination of the parent species, p. 321. Furthermore, a species may also be exterminated by a species belonging to a distinct group. When 434 an entire major group disappears, like the trilobites or ammonites, extinction is a slow and gradual process, sealed by the extinction of the last surviving species. We need not marvel at extinction, says Darwin, for it accords well with the theory of natural selection, p. 322. But for Lyell it had accorded well with a theory that had a strong emotional appeal. It is only in the last 12 pages of Chapter X that Darwin presents the decisive evidence on evolution as revealed by the study of the fossil record. His conclusions can be summarized in a number of broad generalizations. 1. All fossil forms can be fitted into one grand natural system, even such extinct types as the ammonites, which are cephalopods, or the trilobites, which are arthropods. 2. As a general rule, the more ancient a form is, the more it differs from living forms. 3. Fossils from any two consecutive formations are far more closely related to each other than are the fossils of two remote formations. 4. The extinct forms on any given continent are closely related to the living forms of that continent, as in Australia where the extinct tertiary mammals, like the living ones, are mostly marsupials, and in South America, where the extinct quaternary fauna prominently contains armadillos and sloths, like the modern fauna. To this phenomenon Darwin gave the term the law of succession of types. The evidence presented by Darwin in chapters 9 and X is summarized by him in the statement, thus, on the theory of descent with modification, the main facts with respect to the mutual affinities of the extinct forms of life to each other and to living forms seem to me explained in a satisfactory manner and they are wholly inexplicable on any other view, p. 333. Since paleontology is the only biological science that can study Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent, macroevolutionary phenomena directly, the theory of evolution was a tremendous boon to paleontology. That evolution had occurred and that groups of related taxa are derived from a common ancestor was almost universally accepted by paleontologists soon after 1859. By contrast, Darwin's two other theories, gradual evolution and natural selection, were widely, indeed almost universally, rejected by paleontologists, as will be discussed in later chapters. 435 The evidence for common descent. Once Darwin had abandoned the concept of the constancy of species, there was no longer any obstacle in the path of the theory of common descent. If an ancestral species of cats could give rise to several species, then it was conceivable, indeed logical, to derive all cats from a common ancestor. And since cats, weasels, dogs, and bears had a great deal in common, it was a legitimate hypothesis to derive all of them from a common ancestor that gave rise to all carnivorous mammals. Thus, common descent, when consistently applied, tied the whole organic world together. The enormous diversity of plants and animals which, up to that time, had seemed so chaotic and totally incomprehensible to the human mind suddenly began to make sense. This thought was at the same time so exciting and so satisfying that Darwin expressed it like a capstone. In the last sentence of The Origin, there is a grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers, having been originally breathed into a few forms or into one, and that from so simple a beginning endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been, and are being, evolved. The failure of Lamarck, Chambers, and other earlier evolutionists to focus on the species had prevented them from discovering the concept of common descent which, except for natural selection, is perhaps the most heuristic concept developed by Darwin. A very large proportion of the phenomena of organic nature that before 1859 had seemed arbitrary and capricious acquired a logical pattern when explained as being due to common descent. Most of the arguments of chapters 6 and x13 of The Origin are based on the demonstration that certain phenomena are more easily explained as due to common descent than due to special creation. 2. Darwin was a great admirer of the philosophers John F. W. Herschel and William Whewell, who based their philosophy and methodology of science on Newton. Whenever possible, Darwin tried to apply their principles in his own writings. This included the admonition to look everywhere in natural phenomena for laws, and in particular to look for mechanisms or causes that were able to explain phenomena in widely different areas. Roos, 1975b, Hodge, 1977. The theory of common descent must have delighted Darwin in this respect more than anything else he ever proposed, for the number of phenomena it was able to explain. 436. This includes the Linnean hierarchy, patterns of distribution, the facts of comparative anatomy, and indeed virtually all the facts that are now usually cited as substantiating evolution. Even the cell theory acquired a new significance because it explained why animals and plants, in other respects so different, are composed of the same basic components, cells, as a heritage of their common ancestors. Common descent and the natural system. The adherents of the concept of the scala naturae, as we have seen, believed in a steady progression from the most simple to the most perfect organisms. Lamarck's theory of evolution was largely based on this concept. Yet, the more the knowledge of plants and animals advanced, the less did the similarities and differences of organisms conform to this pattern. Instead, organisms usually fell into well-defined and frequently rather isolated groups, like mammals, birds, and reptiles, that could not be arranged in a linear sequence from simple to perfect. On the other hand, nearly all taxa of organisms were clearly more similar to some than to other taxa. It was on the basis of this principle of degrees of similarity that naturalists from Aristotle on had grouped organisms, resulting, since the 17th and 18th centuries, in the Linnean hierarchy. See Part 2. As stated by Darwin, from the first dawn of life, all organic beings are found to resemble each other in descending degrees, so that they can be classed in groups under groups. This classification is evidently not arbitrary like the grouping of stars in constellations. Origin, 411. But what was the cause for the apparent pattern? What was the nature of the apparent constraints? To say, as did Louis Agassiz, that it reflected the plan of the Creator explained nothing. Everything, however, became clear as soon as one made the assumption that the members of a taxon are the descendants of a. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Common ancestor. Darwin illustrates this in his famous diagram opposite to p. 116 of The Origin. This principle of common descent explains why species descended from a single progenitor are grouped into genera, and the genera are included in, or subordinate to, subfamilies, families, and orders, all united into one class. Thus, the grand fact in natural history of the subordination of group under group, is in my judgment fully explained, p. 413. And indeed it was. 2 matters, however, need to be stressed at this time. The first is that Darwin, when proposing the theory of common descent, had found the solution of the great problem of the natural system that had exercised systematists for more than 100 years. The inclusive hierarchy of groups under groups is a necessity if species are descended from common ancestors. Reciprocally, as Darwin continues to emphasize, the fact of the hierarchy of organisms is extremely powerful evidence in favor of his theory. There simply is no other possible explanation for the hierarchy unless one wants to postulate an extremely capricious creator. In the end, Darwin reiterates that descent is the hidden bond of connection which naturalists have sought under the term of the natural system, p. 433. Indeed, every systematist since Darwin has accepted or at least paid lip service to the fact that any system of classification must be consistent with the theory of evolution, that is, that every recognized taxon must consist of descendants of a common ancestor. The question is sometimes asked, did Darwin become an evolutionist because he wanted to explain the Linnean hierarchy? Or more broadly, what is the causal connection between evolution and classification? Looking at the work of Lamarck or Cuvier will give us an answer to these questions. The excellent classifications of Apelles, Latreille, Ehrenberg, or Lückert did not lead to the establishment of evolutionary theories, nor did those of Cuvier or Agassiz. They all took the Linnean hierarchy for granted but explained it in static terms, for it is quite possible to explain the best natural classification in terms of essentialism. Nor does the acceptance of evolution lead necessarily to a causal explanation of the Linnean hierarchy. Most of the early evolutionists, like Lamarck, thought in terms of the scala naturae and tried, as much as possible, to list the higher taxa in an ascending lineage of growing perfection. For a tentative answer to the questions posed above would be that a knowledge of the Linnean hierarchy alone would not automatically lead to the conception of the theory of evolution by common descent, but also that mere evolutionary thinking, like that of Lamarck and Meckel, without a full understanding of the Linnean hierarchy would likewise fail. Darwin was in the possession of both ingredients: man and common descent. Combining all animals into a single hierarchy, phylogenetic tree, of common descent at once raised the problem of the position of man. Linnaeus, 1758, without making any noise about it, 438 had included man in his mammalian order primates and had made it very clear in various of his writings how close he thought man was to the anthropoid apes. I do not have the space to present the evidence that has accumulated since that time, particularly through comparative anatomy, which shows the essential similarity of man and anthropoids. It is well known how proud Goethe was to have discovered the intermaxillary bone in man, the absence of which had been considered a diagnostic feature of Homo. However, all Darwin said in The Origin, p. 488, was, light will be thrown on the origin of man and his history. It was not until 1871 that Darwin was ready to state without reservations that man had arisen from ape-like ancestors. This had already been proclaimed in the 1860s by T.H. Huxley and Ernst Haeckel, and was soon accepted by most knowledgeable biologists and anthropologists. The claim, or, one might say more correctly, the demonstration by science that man was not a separate creation but part of the mainstream of life caused a tremendous shock. It was in conflict with the received teachings of the Christian Church and even with the tenets of most schools of philosophy. It ended the reign of the anthropocentric worldview and necessitated a reorientation of man's position toward nature. At least in principle, it provided a new basis for ethics, and in particular for conservation ethics. White, 1967. The shock waves of the dethroning of man have not yet abated. Depriving man of his privileged position, necessitated by the theory of common descent, was the first Darwinian revolution. Like most revolutions, it went at first too far, as reflected in the claim made by some extremists that man is nothing but an animal. This is, of course, not true. To be sure, man is, zoologically speaking, an animal. Yet, he is a unique animal, differing from all others in so many fundamental ways that a separate science for man is well justified. When recognizing this, one must not forget in how many, often unsuspected, ways man Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent reveals his ancestry. At the same time, man's uniqueness justifies, up to a point, a man-directed value system and man-centered ethics. In this sense, a severely modified anthropocentrism continues to be legitimate. Common descent and patterns of geographical distribution. The first sentences in the origin are, when on board HMS Beagle, as naturalist, I was much struck with certain facts in the distribution of the inhabitants of South America. These facts seem to me to throw some light on the origin of species, that mystery of mysteries. In chapters 11 and 12, Darwin again refers to these distributional facts, and does so also in his autobiography. Two phenomena in particular had impressed Darwin: the fact that the fauna of the temperate parts of South America consisted of species closely related to those of the tropics of the same continent rather than to temperate zone species of other continents, and second, that the faunas of islands, Falklands, Kill, Galapagos, were closely related to those of the adjacent parts of continental South America rather than to those of other islands. The history of the introduction of these faunas thus seemed more important than the ecology of their area of occurrence. Distribution was clearly not random, but what factors exactly determined it? This was by no means a new question, and it is necessary to give a short survey of the history of biogeography to understand why Darwin in the origin asked the kinds of questions he did. With the help of the modern understanding of these problems, we can phrase more precisely the distributional problems with which the naturalists were particularly concerned in the 18th and 19th centuries. Is the seeming relatedness of the species in a local fauna, monkeys in the tropics, bears in the temperate zone, caused by the environment or by a common history? Are disjunct distributions due to multiple creations or due to a secondary separation of a previously continuous range or, alternatively, due to long-distance colonization? The ancients knew already that there were regional differences in the distribution of animals and plants, and ascribed the occurrence of certain species to climatic factors, while they attributed discontinuities, such as between the Indian and African elephants, to former connections, Hippocrates, Aristotle, Theophrastus, and others. When the idea began to spread that the Earth is a globe rather than a flat disk, it raised new problems, for instance the question of the possible presence of humans, antipodes, on the other side of the globe. Free speculation about such questions was no longer possible after the Church usurped total dominance over the Western mind, and zoogeographic problems were posed in biblical terms. This made the problem of different faunas and floras much more formidable. Since according to the Bible all life had descended from the inhabitants of the Garden of Eden or, more precisely, from the survivors of Noah's flood, 440 their descendants must have spread out from the place where the ark had set down, supposedly on Mount Ararat. This interpretation precluded a purely static conception of patterns of distribution, since it was based on the occurrence of dispersion and migration. A dispersal from Mount Ararat appeared credible when only the faunas of Europe and the adjacent part of Africa and Asia were known. The discovery of the entirely new continent of America and the realization by the end of the 16th century that it had a rich fauna that was drastically different from anything known in the Old World caused great consternation. The further discovery of the faunas of Central and Southern Africa and the East Indies, and finally the even more unique Australian fauna, raised ever more formidable questions for the pious biogeographer. A dispersal of an immutable animal life from a single center of creation over the entire world became more and more a logical impossibility. 5. The botanist J. Gmelin, 1747, was apparently the first to suggest that a creation of species had taken place all over the world. The biblical story of the Garden of Eden and of Noah's Ark was quietly superseded by various theories of centers of creation. Some authors still postulated an origin from a single pair, others had each species originate in the number of individuals characteristic for that species and all over its present range. No one in the 18th century had as great an influence on the development of biogeography as Buffon, who, therefore, has been called the father of zoogeography. In his violent antagonism to Linnaeus, he refused to classify animals on the basis of shared characters and chose instead the practical system of arranging them according to their country of origin. In other words, he grouped them into faunas. The faunal lists which he thus obtained enabled him to draw all sorts of conclusions. For instance, Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. That the fauna of North America was derived from that of Europe. Buffon, 1779, postulated both historical and ecological causal factors. Roger, 1962. When the Earth began to cool off, life was first created in the far north, because the more tropical regions were still too hot for animal life. As the Earth gradually cooled off, the northern fauna moved with the decreasing temperature toward the tropics, and a new northern fauna originated, presumably in Siberia. The fauna that had been able to occupy South America was protected by mountains on the Isthmus of Panama from being invaded by the new northern fauna, and this is why of all the animals of the southern parts of our continent not a single one is found in the southern parts of America, p. 176. In the Old World not a single large and prominent species is known in the tropical parts Terrace du Midi that had not previously existed in the north, p. 177. Since Buffon believed that faunas are the product of the country, he is rather puzzled by the amount of difference in the tropical faunas of the two continents because the species produced by the creative / proper forces of the southern regions of our continent ought to resemble or ought to resemble the animals of the southern regions of the other continent, but, as already stated, not a single species of the two tropical regions is the same. What Buffon proposed was that when born, a fauna is the product of the district where it originated, but that it can and will disperse as the climatic conditions change. When born, species are created according to definite laws, each species adapted to its climatic zone, and this is the reason why we can observe tropical faunas, desert floras, arctic faunas, and so forth. As nature has made the climate for the species, said Buffon, so it has made the species for the climate. The earth makes the plants, the earth and the plants make the animals. Buffon, 1756, 6. The fossil and subfossil proboscideans and other distributional data had a dominant impact on the historical component of Buffon's theories. Where his product of the country beliefs came from is less clear, but I suspect that his Newtonian philosophy was responsible. Origins had to be due to certain forces. The explanatory conflict revealed in Buffon's writings continued until 1859. Even though every traveler described the drastic differences between faunas and floras, this was subconsciously unacceptable for those who felt that distributions should display a sign just like everything else in God's created world. Thus the tropical faunas of different continents or of different islands ought to resemble each other, as Buffon had said, but they did not. In pre-evolutionary days there was no explanation for this failure of expectation. Buffon was not alone in his emphasis on historical factors. Linnaeus, in 1744, derived all plants from a mountainous tropical island from which they had spread all over the world. Hofstyn, 1916. Remarkably advanced ideas were published by the Zoolo 442 E.A.W. Zimmermann, 1778–1783. The distribution of mammals, he demonstrated, is not sufficiently explained by climate but is clearly influenced by the history of the earth. Indeed, the distribution of animals provides evidence of changes on the surface of the earth. When two countries that are now separated by an ocean have different mammal faunas even though they have the same climate, then they must always have been separated. However, when such countries have similar or the same species, then it is legitimate, he said, to infer a former connection. He lists islands, like Great Britain, Sicily, Ceylon, and the Greater Sunda Islands, which formerly must have had continental connections, and postulates a former connection of North America with Northern Asia. With some justification, Zimmermann is considered by some authors the founder of historical biogeography. C. F. Wildenau, 1798, was the first botanist to explain discontinuous ranges of species as the result of a secondary interruption of previously continuous ranges. Alexander von Humboldt, in his younger years, had wanted to write a history and geography of plants or historical information on the gradual dispersal of plants over the whole globe, 1805. but when he finally published his ideas on a geography of plants, it was almost entirely devoted to floristics and plant ecology. His interest was evidently in the present distribution of plants and their dependence on the physical factors of the environment. By then, he had come to consider questions of origins as insoluble. The rapid advances of biogeographical knowledge toward the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries raised new difficulties. More and more cases were discovered where related species like the beaver in Eurasia and North America had adjacent but separated ranges, or where even the same species occurred at widely separated localities, such as plants of the Alps being also in the Pyrenees, in the mountains of Scandinavia, or even in the Arctic lowlands. The explanation of such Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Disjunct distributions became one of the major issues of biogeography in the first half of the 19th century, von Hofstein, 1916. When the two Forsters discovered European plants in Tierra del Fuego on Cook's second voyage, they concluded at once that similar climates had led to the production of similar species, 1778. By contrast, the very same distribution was one of Darwin's favorite illustrations of the extraordinary dispersal power of plants. The emphasis on historical factors that can be found in the writings of Buffon, Zimmermann, Willdenow, and other 18th-century writers can no longer be perceived in the writings of biogeographers of the early 19th century. As the faunas and floras became better known, and, in particular, after the strangeness of the Australian biota was discovered, the main emphasis was placed on the uniqueness of the biota of various places. Engler, 1899, 1914. Each flora and fauna had been introduced at a definite center or focus of creation. Alphonse de Candolle, 1855, 1862, recognized 20 botanical regions, not including the separate floras of islands, each presumably a separate center of creation. Those who, like Louis Agassiz, 1857, 39, believed in an entirely static world could conceive of no limitations to the creative power of God and proposed, therefore, that species had been separately created in every disjunct portion of the range of a species. He thus carried the theory of multiple centers of creation to its logical extreme. When Agassiz, in the 1850s, wrote about biogeography, his uncompromisingly fundamentalist interpretation seemed like a throwback to a long past period. The emphasis on regional difference and centers of creation also dominates the writings of Lyell, to whom Darwin owes much of his thinking about biogeography. Hodge, 1981. Not surprisingly, Darwin still adhered to a creationist interpretation of distributions when he was on the Beagle. When studying the impoverished animal life of some terraces, he states, "It seems a not very improbable conjecture that the want of animals may be owing to none having been created since this country was raised from the sea." Darwin, 1933, 236. Local creation under the influence of the local environment, particularly climate, was Darwin's interpretation at that time. Happenings in the 23 years between Darwin's return from the Beagle and the publication of The Origin had profoundly affected biogeographical theory. The so-called catastrophists, no matter how wrong they might have been in most of their other claims, made the important point that the face of the Earth had undergone rather drastic changes which, if one assumes that the biota are in harmony with their environment, could not have helped but greatly affect distributions. This was strikingly and unexpectedly confirmed by Agassiz's Ice Age theory. With much of northern Europe covered by ice, and the climate of the remainder profoundly influenced by this ice cap, drastic shifts in the zones of vegetation and their inhabitants were inevitable. Two authors who used this new insight to convert static biogeography into a dynamic, developmental science were Edward Forbes and Alphonse de Candolle. In a major monograph, Forbes, 1846, attempted to explain the distribution of the flora and fauna of the British Isles as a product of the recent geological history. He postulated that each species had a single center of origin and that all discontinuous ranges were the result of secondary disruptions of former continuity. He explained the composition of the British biota as being due to post-Pleistocene colonization by southern and eastern elements. He emphasized that, in addition to purely physical barriers like oceans and mountain ranges, there are also climatic and vegetational barriers as, for instance, those which separate the alpine flora of the European mountains and the closely allied Arctic flora. Darwin had reached similar conclusions in manuscript but did not publish them until 13 years later. Forbes differed from Darwin in two important respects. Impressed by geological change and underestimating dispersal abilities of animals and plants, he was a great land bridge builder and in particular a proponent of a now sunken former mid-Atlantic continent, Atlantis. More importantly, Forbes retained a belief in the immutability of species, and when he found related species in different areas, he ascribed this to separate creations rather than to evolutionary differentiation during isolation. This is a typical instance of the phenomenon so well described by Thomas Kuhn of the reluctance of authors to abandon a long familiar paradigm. No other pre-Darwinian author paid as much attention to the problem of disjunct species, his terminology, as the botanist Alphonse de Candolle, 1806–1893. He defined disjunct species as plants which live in separate areas that are sufficiently isolated so that a current dispersal from one to the other area seems impossible. In an early paper, 1835, he had still accepted the multiple creation of disjunct species, but in his great Géographie botanique raisonnée, 1855, he had decidedly shifted to a historical explana. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Dawn of divided ranges, emphasizing that the current geographical and climatic conditions play only a secondary role. 6. Rather, different dispersal opportunities in former periods must have been responsible. Although de Candolle's plant geography is a splendid analysis of the origin of distributional discontinuities and the first fully consistent attempt by a plant geographer to explain present distributions as a product of history, he was unable to provide a comprehensive explanation of the history of faunas and floras, not yet having accepted evolution. After the publication of The Origin, he suggests that the theory of a succession of forms by deviations of anterior forms might be regarded as the most natural hypothesis to explain disjunctions, 1862. Darwin's explanation of geographical distribution. It was Darwin who took the decisive step to free biogeography from the restrictions imposed on it by creationist presumptions. 7. Prior to 1859 there had been essentially two theories concerning the origin of biota, ignoring at this moment subsequent migrations. The theists proposed that each species had been separately introduced by creation and that there were in principle as many centers of creation as there are species or disjunct species areas. This explanation implied a creator of extraordinary capriciousness, an implication acceptable only to an extreme fundamentalist. The deists and the natural theologians who believed in a designed world believed that the creation and introduction of new species had to obey certain laws and was caused by appropriate forces. Consequently, they expected to find similar, related, species in all hot tropical regions, in all arid and desert regions, on all mountains, and on all islands. But this, of course, is not at all what the biogeographers found, as Darwin pointed out again and again. And this failure of the two existing theories induced him to introduce a third causal theory, distribution as a result of common descent. By postulating common descent of related species and of members of the same higher taxon, Darwin was able to draw far-reaching conclusions on the former distribution and movement of these taxa. He presents his evidence in chapters 11 and 12 of The Origin, chapters which are a delight to read owing to their methodological rigor and the logic of the argument. Darwin no longer had to ask, "Is this species where it is because the Creator placed it there?" Unfettered by such religious constraints, he was able to ask questions such as, why does the fauna or flora of a given district have its particular composition? Why are the biota of certain districts similar, and those of others dissimilar? What determines the faunal composition of islands? Or, what are the causes of disjunct patterns of distribution? By asking these questions, Darwin became the founder of causal biogeography. Indeed, his whole interest centered in questions of causation, and we find very little descriptive biogeography in these chapters. In the actualist tradition, Darwin insisted on interpreting distributions in terms of the present configuration of 446 the continents and opposed any reckless construction of land bridges, in contrast to Forbes and to most biogeographers of the ensuing 80 years. In this respect, as in so many others, Darwin was far closer to modern thinking than his contemporaries and early followers. His argument is essentially two-pronged. On the one hand, he attempts to refute previously held invalid beliefs, and on the other he attempts to introduce new causal theories. He begins by supporting the view that each species was first introduced within a single region. He who rejects it calls in the agency of a miracle, Origin, 352, precisely what Asa Gray had said of Agassiz' theory of multiple creations. The fact that the British Isles and the European continent have so many species in common while Europe has not a single species of mammal in common with either South America or Australia, argues Darwin, fits the laws of dynamic biogeography but is inexplicable under the theory of special creation. According to the theory of laws of creation, one should expect biota to be the immediate product of local climate. Darwin thoroughly refutes this theory, whether we compare climatically similar tracts of Europe and North America or in the Southern Hemisphere. If we compare large tracts in Australia, South Africa, and Western South America between latitudes 25 degrees and 35 degrees, we shall find parts extremely similar in all their conditions, yet it would not be possible to point out three faunas and floras more utterly dissimilar, p. 347. The same can be shown for forested regions, for islands, and for the oceans. Thus, there is no indication whatsoever for the introduction of constant species according to appropriate laws. According to Darwin's causal theory of biogeography, patterns of distribution, particularly discontinuities, can be explained rather simply by making one of two possible assumptions: either, 1. The taxon in question has the dispersal ability to cross barriers. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. As a mountain species that is able to cross lowlands to colonize another range of mountains, or, 2. The discontinuous ranges are the remnants, relics, of previously continuous ranges. The postulate of descent from common ancestors together with the two stated assumptions permits the explanation of any pattern of distribution without any recourse to supernatural agencies. Thus, it becomes the main task of the biogeographer to study the nature of barriers and of the dispersal abilities of animals and plants. Barriers of any kind, or obstacles to free migration, are related in a close and important manner to the differences between the productions of various regions, p. 347. Darwin did not envision barriers as purely physical obstacles because there is a close inverse relation between the efficiency of barriers and the dispersal facilities of species and, furthermore, because he considered the ranges of competing species also as constituting powerful dispersal barriers. Darwin knew that the correct evaluation of dispersal is the key problem in the explanation of patterns of distribution, pages 356 to 365. He was the first to approach these problems by ingenious experiments which showed that the dispersal power of organisms, particularly of plant seeds, is much greater than previously believed, and that there is no particular need to invoke land bridges to explain much transoceanic dispersal. The one factor which he grossly underrated was the power of wind and air currents to transport not only seeds but also small animals. Darwin, like Forbes, though he arrived at this conclusion independently, places great stress on the effect of the glacial period on present distribution, pages 365 to 382. He deals with it on a worldwide basis, attempting to explain the presence of northern elements in the southern hemisphere and on tropical mountains. Disjunct distributions are of crucial importance in his chain of argument when he reasons by analogy from the distribution of disjunct populations of the same species to the distribution of allied species of the same genus, and so on up the hierarchy of categories. Most of Chapter 12 is devoted to a discussion of the inhabitants of oceanic islands, pages 388 to 406. Darwin points out that creationists are utterly unable to explain why there are so few species on oceanic islands, or why certain groups of animals, such as terrestrial mammals, urodel amphibians, and true freshwater fishes, are consistently absent from them. The strange imbalance of the biota of oceanic islands and the striking difference between the faunas of continental and oceanic islands are inexplicable on the view of independent acts of creation and seem to me to accord better with the view of occasional means of transport, p. 396. This also explains why invariably the inhabitants of oceanic islands are most closely related to those of the nearest continent, which induces Darwin to ask the creationists, why should the species which are supposed to have been created in the Galapagos archipelago, and nowhere else, bear so plain a stamp of affinity to those created in America. p. 398. Darwin, who forever looked at natural history phenomena from a biological point of view, was fully aware that successful dispersal involves two capacities, the ability to get to a new location, and the ability to colonize it successfully. We should never forget that to range widely implies not only the power of crossing barriers but the more important power of being victorious in distant lands in the struggle for life with foreign associates, p. 405. He finally summarizes his findings with typical Victorian indirectness as follows: I think the difficulties in believing that all the individuals of the same species, wherever located, have descended from the same parents, are not insuperable, p. 407. In biogeography, as in so much else of his work, Darwin was far ahead of his contemporaries, and biogeographical science did not really catch up with him until the 1940s, even though a few advanced authors in the intervening years were strictly Darwinian biogeographers. Biogeography after 1859. Scientific biogeography, as it exists today, had its beginnings in chapters 11 and 12 of The Origin of Species. Considerations of space forbid giving an extensive treatment of the rich history of the ensuing 120 years. An attempt shall, however, be made to mention some of the major trends. 8. Regional biogeography. An interest in comparing the faunas and floras of different regions goes back to the 17th century. With Buffon and Linnaeus it was a major preoccupation, and so it was with various biogeographers like de Candolle, Swainson, and Schmarda in the first half of the 19th century. The publication of P. L. Sclater's classification of the world into 6 zoogeographic regions on the basis of the distribution of birds, 1858, was, however, the beginning of a new period. Darwin was never particularly interested in regional biogeography. Apparently he considered this method of dealing with Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Tributional phenomena as too static and descriptively taxonomic. Nevertheless, in the first 60 years after the origin, the regional treatment preoccupied most biogeographers. The Bible of this school was A. R. Wallace's authoritative 2-volume work, The Geographical Distribution of Animals, 1876. Although everyone agreed that the major zoogeographic regions coincided more or less with the major continental land masses, different schemes were proposed for combining these into regions according to the group of organisms on which the geographical classification was based. Students of mammals were impressed by the similarity of the mammal fauna of Eurasia and that of North America, combining them into a Holarctic region. Students of birds, in contrast, discovered much relationship between the birds of North and South America, and some of them proposed to separate a Neogaea from the Old World, Paleogaea, see Mayr, 1946a. FOI the botanist, still other delimitations seemed more natural. For instance, the plants of the entire region from the Malay Peninsula to New Guinea and the Pacific Islands belong to a single flora, while, for animals, there is a conspicuous break between a Western Indo-Malayan element and an Eastern Australo-Papuan element, separated from each other by a north-south line between New Guinea and the Greater Sunda Islands. The exact location of this line remained controversial for 3/4 of a century until it was recognized that Wallace's line between Borneo and Celebes reflects the edge of the Asiatic continental shelf, while Weber's line between Celebes and the Moluccas is the line of faunal balance. Mayr, 1944b. Unsatisfied with this coarse-grained analysis, regional biogeographers, beginning with de Candolle, devoted much effort to attempts to produce a fine-scaled classification of subregions and biotic districts, endeavors that have continued to the present day. On the whole, such studies remained on a descriptive level and contributed little to generalization. A rebellion against this static approach was started by E.R. Dunn, 1922, who proposed instead a causal analysis of faunas. G.G. Simpson, 1940, 1943, 1947, became the leader of this new movement, particularly as far as mammals were concerned, and Mayr for birds. 9. Simpson showed that there are different kinds of bridges connecting land masses, for example, Koirido-is, Bider bridges, and stressed in particular the statistical element in considering the probability of dispersal across water. This, actually, was a return to Darwin's classical framework of causal biogeography which had been neglected by Wallace and his followers. Dispersal is the key problem in this approach. History of continents and means of dispersal. The two great bones of contention, with respect to Darwinian biogeography, are the former history of continents and their connections and, second, the means of active and passive dispersal in various animal groups. As far as continental connections are concerned, three major schools can be recognized. One of them continued Forbes' proclivity of postulating land bridges and formerly existing islands 450 and sunken continents. Distributional discontinuities were explained by the existence of former land bridges between Europe and North America, between Africa and South America, between South America and Australia, between Madagascar and India, between Hawaii and Samoa, and so forth. There is no ocean that was not crisscrossed by land bridges during the heyday of this school. The authors of these land bridges had one thing in common: they had a very low opinion of the dispersal abilities of animals and plants. 10. However, not all land bridges were without geological support. All biogeographers agreed that islands situated on continental shelves, the so-called continental islands such as Great Britain, Ceylon, and the Sunda Islands, once had had continental connections, as had already been stated by Zimmermann and by Forbes. A land bridge across the Bering Strait between North America and Northeast Asia was also universally accepted. The land bridge builders, however, went much further and, completely disregarding all geological considerations, often proposed land bridges to explain the occurrence of species on islands that are nothing but the peaks of volcanic cones rising from ocean deeps. Reckless land bridge building was vigorously opposed by all those biogeographers who continued Darwin's Lialian tradition, which postulated an essential permanence of continental masses and ocean basins, only admitting occasional rises and falls of sea level as during the Pleistocene glaciations. A.R. Wallace sided with Darwin in the opposition to land bridges. Fitchman, 1977. The reaction against land bridge building was particularly strongly expressed by Matthew, 1915, and Simpson, 1940, but also by Mayr, 1941, 1944a, Darlington, 1957, and several plant geographers, Carlquist, 1974. 11. The biogeographers of this school have two things in common. They are averse to accepting any changes in the outlines of the continents not validated by geology, and they had an even greater faith than Darwin in the ability of most kinds of animals and plants to cross seemingly formidable water gaps. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. A third school arose after the publication in 1915 of Wegener's continental drift theory. This theory, although supported by a number of biogeographers, was at first not very successful, for two reasons. First, the geophysicists unanimously opposed it because they were unable to discern any forces which could account for such large-scale movements of parts of the Earth's crust as postulated by Wegener. Second, those biogeographers who adopted continental drift misused it badly, invoking it primarily to explain late Tertiary and Pleistocene phenomena. The resistance of biogeography to the continental drift theory, as originally proposed, was not reactionary but soundly based on the then existing information. Continental drift took a new lease on life in the 1960s through the development of the theory of plate tectonics. 1. This theory has its greatest success in explaining distribution patterns that originated in the Jurassic and Cretaceous, for instance the distribution of the major groups of freshwater fishes, but it still leaves many open questions. According to plate tectonics, for instance, Australia and Antarctica were attached to South America until early Tertiary. Later, Australia separated from Antarctica and drifted northward, coming only rather recently in contact with the outliers of the Asian continent. Why, then, does the bird life of Australia, with the possible exception of a few small groups, consist almost entirely of Asiatic elements? The history of the Pacific also is still controversial. Madagascar, India, and Southeast Asia pose additional puzzles. The two major mistakes made by some recent biogeographers is a failure to recognize that different higher taxa have established their present pattern of distribution at different geological ages, when the position and distances of the various plates were different from today and from that existing during the major dispersal period of other higher taxa, and second, that the distribution pattern of a group is profoundly affected by its dispersal ability. Groups with a relatively low active dispersal ability, like most terrestrial mammals, true freshwater fishes, or earthworms, have very different patterns from those of easy dispersers like freshwater plankton, ballooning spiders, birds, and some groups of insects. A specialist who sweepingly generalizes on the basis of his familiarity with a single group of organisms is apt to arrive at unbalanced conclusions. In a way, the continental drift theory is a synthesis of the theory of the permanence of oceans and continents and the theory of land bridges. Although the major land masses, plates, are still considered permanent, their positions and connections are changing in the course of time, even though these changes occur so slowly that the reconstructed outlines of the continents in the middle of the Tertiary are not strikingly different from the present ones. As far as the reconstructed history of the distribution of mammals and birds is concerned, accepting plate tectonics necessitated less of a revision of the conclusions of the permanency-Phocian school than one might have expected. It affects primarily the interchange of the older Holarctic element between Eurasia and North America, across the North Atlantic rather than Bering Strait, and the origin of the older Australian fauna, South America via Antarctica. Plate tectonics required more revision for the interpretation of the distribution of groups that had their major dispersal prior to the mid-Cretaceous. Discontinuities. The explanation of the origin of discontinuities has continued to be one of the most controversial subjects in biogeography. One can distinguish two kinds of discontinuities, primary and secondary. A primary discontinuity originates when colonists reach an isolated area and succeed in establishing a permanent population there. For instance, when Scandinavian insects and plants dispersed to Iceland in the post-Pleistocene period, such colonization, it is now quite certain, took place across a large water gap. This is a typical case of a primary discontinuity. Secondary discontinuities originate owing to the fractionation of an originally continuous range through a geological, climatic, or biotic event. The blue magpie, Cyanopica cyanea, occurs in Eastern Asia, Transbaikalia to China and Japan, and has a completely isolated colony in Spain and Portugal. Clearly, this pattern of distribution could not possibly have become established by long-distance dispersal but resulted from the breakup of an originally more or less continuous Palearctic range owing to the Pleistocene deterioration of the region between the two isolates. Unfortunately, the situation is not always so clear, leading to arguments as to whether or not long-distance dispersal could account for the discontinuity or, on the contrary, whether there is evidence for a former physical continuity. When the exuberance of land bridge building had abated, indeed when it was considered rather disreputable to postulate any land bridge that was not well documented geologically, particularly in the 1940s and 1950s, the extraordinary ability of many groups of organisms to colonize exceedingly isolated places was discovered. The entire fauna and flora of the Hawaiian Islands. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. To mention only one case, is the product of transoceanic colonization, even though this was apparently facilitated by the availability of some, now drowned, stepping stones in the eastern Pacific. However, a reaction against too great a reliance on long-distance dispersal developed in the wake of plate tectonics. Perhaps there was a continental connection, it was said, wherever there is now a wide ocean. Indeed, it is now known that Africa and South America were still connected in the earlier Cretaceous, and that Europe and North America had a transatlantic connection as late as the Eocene. A somewhat eccentric biogeographic theory was proposed in the late 1950s, Vicariant's biogeography, which, so far as I can understand it, stresses former continuities and downgrades the importance of long-distance dispersal. 1-3 Quite logically, it found its chief support among ichthyologists, because primary freshwater fishes have a particularly low dispersal ability. Actually, it does not seem that Vicariant's biogeography has introduced any new principles, since the occurrence of secondary discontinuities was already well known to Forbes, Darwin, Wallace, and other pioneers of biogeography, von Hofsten, 1916. Darwin in particular was fully aware of the two causes for disjunction. Faunal elements. Barriers come and go. The rise of the Isthmus of Panama connecting North and South America about 5 million years ago, the establishment of the Bering Strait Bridge, and the Pleistocene lowering of sea level and temperature with the advancing ice fronts are a few examples of the elimination or production of barriers. As a result, partly isolated faunal areas alternate between periods of high isolation, providing an opportunity for the production of endemics, and periods of faunal interchange. Biotas, for this reason, are not homogeneous but consist of various biotic elements, differing in the time of immigration. The oldest traceable element, if not known from elsewhere at an earlier date, is usually called the autochthonous element of the area, actually simply meaning that its earlier history is unknown. On the basis of various patterns of autochthonous radiation and invasion by extraneous faunal elements, Mayr, 1965b, distinguished 6 types of faunas. This classification stresses that, in addition to an original old element, usually unanalyzable, there are faunal elements that can be classified according to the time of arrival. This methodology allows for a dynamic interpretation that is more realistic than typologically assigning faunas to the permanent pieces of the Earth's crust recognized by plate tectonics. Ecological biogeography. The factors of the environment which influence distribution were of great interest to Darwin. In a way, one might say, this interest was a return to the traditions of Buffon, Linnaeus, and Humboldt, except that now the study of these factors was firmly based on evolutionary principles. Such factors were the major theme of Wallace's Island Life, 1880. Recent ecobiogeography is again paying particular attention to a component of the environment that had first been emphasized by Lyell and was considered by Darwin to be of greater influence on the distribution of species than any other: competition. He felt that the presence or absence of a competing species determines the success of colonizations and is, more than anything else, responsible for extinction. This emphasis on competition, never entirely dormant after Darwin and quite prominent in the writings of Wallace, Simpson, and Mayr, has experienced a renaissance in the work of David Lack and the school of Hutchinson MacArthur on species diversity. A mathematical model was proposed in MacArthur and Wilson's Theory of Island Biogeography, 1967, in which the vague ideas of Darwin and his followers are formalized and quantized. This publication has proved immensely stimulating and has resulted in numerous, precise, biogeographical analyses by such authors as Diamond, Cody, and Terberg. 1-4 The emphasis in this research is on the colonizing powers of individual species, on the interaction of species in determining species diversity at concrete localities, and on the causes of extinction of individual species. Only the very first beginnings have been made in the comparison of the effect of these factors on groups of animals and plants that differ in their dispersal facilities, reproductive strategies, life expectancies, physiological tolerances, genetic systems, and other attributes that can affect colonizing power and competitive ability. There are still rather drastic differences of interpretation in the evaluation of these factors, and since this is the hallmark of all active fields of research, one is justified in believing that this will long remain an active branch of biogeography. Unfortunately, those who have published in this area have often confused two subject matters. The word biogeography means the science dealing with the distribution of organisms, while ecological biogeography means the effect of ecological, environmental, factors on distribution. However, the geographic variation of the adaptations of organisms to their environment is known as geographical ecology. The first major book in this field was Semper's Natuurlijke Gezinsbedingungen Theorie, 1880. A more recent one, Darwin's Evidence for Evolution and Common Descent, was Hess's Tiergeografie auf ökologischer Grundlage, 1924, in spite of its misleading title. The question that is most important in this field is what adaptations enable an animal or a plant to exist in certain climatic zones, and particularly in such special or stressful environments as the Arctic, deserts, brackish water, the deep sea, caves, or hot springs. This geographical ecology merges directly into ecological physiology as represented, for instance, by the work of Schmidt-Nielsen, 1979. Morphology as Evidence for Evolution and Common Descent. Among the lines of evidence for evolution, morphology was ranked very high by Darwin. He said of it, "This is the most interesting department of natural history, and may be said to be its very soul." Origin, 434. Why did Darwin think morphology was so important? We cannot answer this question without a short review of the history of this field. Morphology is the science of animal and plant form. Just where it belongs within the theoretical framework of biology has always been controversial and, to some extent, continues to be so. Rather remarkable were the frequent attempts, beginning late in the 18th century, to establish a pure morphology, more or less independent of biology, a science that would appeal equally to the biologist, the mathematician, and the artist. It is quite impossible to understand the complex history of morphology unless one realizes that the term is used to designate several independent and rather different developments. Two of these deal with proximate causes: 1. The morphology of growth, including all processes of growth and development that can be formulated mathematically, particularly allometric growth, and 2. Functional morphology, the description of structures in terms of the functions they serve. 3 others concern ultimate causations. 3. Idealistic morphology, that is, the explanation of form as a product of an underlying essence or archetype. 4. Phylogenetic morphology, the derivation of form from that of a common ancestor, or quite often the tracing back of form to that of the reconstructed common ancestor. And 5. Evolutionary morphology, which views form either as response to environmental needs, Lamarck-type explanations, or as adaptation produced by selection pressures. In view of these many different ways of looking at form, and there are others not here mentioned, it is obvious that a unified treatment of form is quite impossible. In particular, those aspects of morphology that deal with proximate causations belong either to physiology or to embryology and will not here be treated. The center of interest in morphology from the Greeks to the 18th century had been in human anatomy. 10 Yet the anatomy of a Galen or Vesalius was simply an auxiliary discipline of physiology, based on the observation that a painstaking study of structure, preferably combined with experiment, can reveal a great deal about bodily functions. Not surprisingly, anatomy was considered a branch of physiological medicine from the Greeks to the Renaissance. A new trend began to develop in the 16th century when animals were dissected not merely in order to contribute to the understanding of the function of the parts of the human body but also as part of the great revival of interest in nature. Bellens, 1555, famous illustration comparing the skeleton of a bird with that of man was an early indication of this new interest. As more and more animals were dissected and compared with each other, and this included not only vertebrates but also insects, Malpighi, Swammerdam, and marine invertebrates, zoologists began to remember the pioneer in this field, Aristotle. Indeed, in his great biological works Aristotle had laid a substantial foundation for a science of morphology. Three of Aristotle's ideas in particular had a lasting effect. The first is the clear recognition that there are groups of animals that are joined together by a unity of plan. All warm-blooded terrestrial quadrupeds, for instance, not only are characterized by hair and other external features but also resemble each other in heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and virtually all other internal organs. Aristotle established a similar unity of plan for other groups of vertebrates and for several taxa of invertebrates such as crustaceans and some of the mollusks. He took it for granted that animals sharing the same plan have equivalent parts that we would now call homologous. However, owing to his primary interest in function, he made no distinction between similarities due to what we would now consider common descent and those due to function. And this confusion persisted for another 2,000 years. Aristotle was also keenly aware of certain correlations. He observed, for instance, that no animal has both tusks and horns. If one part of an animal was enlarged, as compared to other similar ones, this would be compensated by the reduction in another part. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. For, as Aristotle said, nature invariably gives to one part what she subtracts from another. This thought was taken up again by Goethe and later elaborated in Geoffroy's Loi de Balancement, see chapter 7. A third Aristotelian concept important in the history of morphology is, of course, that of the scala naturae. Those who revived an interest in comparative anatomy in the 17th and 18th centuries were very much impressed by the unity of plan and attempted to establish similarities as, for instance, in the extremities of various kinds of mammals, even though some dig underground like moles, others swim like whales or fly like bats. These efforts suffered from the same weakness as those of Aristotle, that no further analysis was made of what similarity meant. As a result, some of the comparisons were rather ridiculous, such as when the botanist Cesare Pinot compared the roots of plants with the stomach of mammals, the stem with the heart, and so forth, because the equivalent organs had similar functions. The discovery of ever new types of animals and plants in exotic countries and of new internal structures revealed by the comparative studies of anatomists steadily added to the seemingly unlimited diversity of the living world. Yet, there were glimpses of underlying patterns, documented particularly by a seeming unity of plan in certain groups of organisms. This was used by morphologists to bring order into the living universe, just like the laws of Galileo, Kepler, and Newton had brought order into the physical universe. Any structure or phenomenon that resembled, even in the slightest, something similar in a different organism was used at once to draw far-reaching analogies. Linnaeus was a past master of analogy, rather charmingly displayed in his description of the flower, Ritterbusch, 1964, 110. This trend reached its culmination in the idealistic morphology of the German Naturphilosophien. It is no coincidence that this movement was ushered in by a poet, Johann Wolfgang Goethe, 1749–1832, for in a way it was a fusion of Plato's essentialism with aesthetic principles. A search for an underlying eidos induced Goethe to propose that all organs of the plant are nothing but modified leaves. Goethe took his studies very seriously and was the person who in 1807 introduced the term morphology for this field. He was as much interested in animals as in plants and did, himself, quite a few dissections to learn about the structure of vertebrates. These, together with his theoretical ideas, led him to assert that all the more perfect organic natures, as which we consider fishes, amphibia, birds, mammals, and at their highest point man himself, are all formed according to an urbuild archetype, which varies only more or less in its basically constant parts, and which still daily develops and becomes modified by reproduction. Goethe, 1796. As Lovejoy and others have shown, these ideas had nothing to do with evolution, but some of Goethe's ideas were vague anticipations of principles later formulated by Geoffroy. 16. Lorenz Oken, 1779–1851, was the most imaginative but also 458 the most fantastic representative of idealistic morphology. The more bizarre of his comparisons are now charitably forgotten, but one of his ideas, although largely erroneous, preoccupied morphology for the next 50 years. Like Goethe in his leaf theory, Oken compared not only the same structure in different organisms but also different structures in the same organism, particularly those serially arranged in different segments like, for instance, the vertebrae. This led him to the famous theory that the skull was composed of fused vertebrae. Although Oken later turned out to be wrong in this particular case, the approach as such was actually very productive in arthropod morphology, helping to homologize mouthparts and other cephalic appendages with extremities. Morphology in this pre-evolutionary period was searching desperately for an explanatory theory. Under the influence of the then dominant philosophy of essentialism, it finally combined the observation of certain types of structure, unity of plan, with the concept of Plato's eidos, postulating that organisms represent a limited number of archetypes. Morphologists were looking for the real essence, the ideal type, or, as the Germans called it, the Urform, under the great observed variability. The period when idealistic morphology, as it was called, flourished was quite short in zoology, Richard Owen being the last serious representative, 1847, 1849, even though a few attempts to revive it were made in this century. 17 in botany, in spite of an early and vigorous opposition by Schleiden, Hofmeister, and Goebel, a school of idealistic morphology has survived to the present day. Alexander Braun, 1805–1877, was its early leader, and Agnes Arber and W. Troll were recent representatives. Indeed, there is a strong element of this philosophy in the writings of many of the plant morphologists of the last generation, for instance, Zimmermann and Lamb. When idealistic morphology originated early in the 9th. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. 10th century, as pointed out by Bowler, 1977b, and Osbavet, 1978, it was quite a radical departure from orthodox natural theology, according to which each structure of an organism was designed purely for the sake of utility for a particular species, to provide greatest adaptation. But then why should the anterior extremity of a mole, digging tool, a bat, wing, a horse, running leg, and a whale, paddle, have essentially the same structure, while the wings of insects, birds, and bats, all serving the same function, have very different structures? This made no sense at all under the theistic concept that every creature, in all of its details, was specifically designed to fill a particular niche in nature or was the result of pure adaptation to its environment. The more the comparative anatomists and paleontologists learned, the less the theistic, ad hoc explanation of designed adaptation fitted the facts. A deistic mode of ascribing structure to natural laws that would produce types and be accountable for the unity of the type attempted to escape the contradiction. As it turned out, this idealistic morphology concept of structural variation ultimately provided a perfect stepping stone to the theory of common descent. See also McPherson, 1972, Windsor, 1976b. The satisfaction which idealistic morphology gave by supplying an ordering principle was more than offset by two great weaknesses. Not being based on evolution, it made little effort to discriminate between structural similarities due to common descent, homologies, and those due to similarity of function, analogies, and thus often produced highly heterogeneous assemblages. More importantly, being devoid of explanatory capacity, it was not at all able to account either for the origin of archetypes or for their mutual relationships. What satisfaction idealistic morphology gave was primarily aesthetic, which is why it had such appeal during the Romantic period in the first half of the 19th century. Cuvier. The most important event in the history of morphology was perhaps the founding of the Paris Natural History Museum by Buffon. It was the world center of morphological research during the ensuing 100 years. Daubenton, who did the anatomical work for Buffon's Histoire naturelle, stressed the unity of the plan but otherwise limited himself largely to description. An entirely new spirit is found in Vicq d'Azur's work, 1748–1794, Russell, 1916. He was the first anatomist to adopt a consistent comparative approach. Unlike Daubenton's work, which was confined to the study of external morphology and the principal visceral organs, lungs, stomach, and so on, Vicq d'Azur's interest encompassed all anatomical systems, not just a few selected ones. But perhaps his greatest achievement was to have created a close bond between anatomy and physiology. Cuvier's functional approach was clearly the result of Vicq d'Azur's influence. While virtually all outstanding anatomists prior to him had been physicians by training, Georges Cuvier, 1769–1832, was first and foremost a zoologist. 1-8 His stress on physiology was not motivated by an interest in human physiology but by his conviction that structure could be understood only through the study of its relation to function. Description for Cuvier was necessary to provide the raw material for broad generalizations. The two morphological generalizations for which Cuvier is most famous are the principle of the correlation of parts and the principle of the subordination of characters. According to the principle of the correlation of parts, each organ of the body is functionally related to every other organ, and the harmony and well-being of the organism results from their cooperation. It is in this mutual dependence of the functions and the aid which they reciprocally lend one another that are founded the laws which determine the relations of the organs and which possess a necessity equal to that of metaphysical or mathematical laws, since it is evident that the seemly harmony between organs which interact is a necessary condition of existence of the creature to which they belong, and that, if one of these functions were modified in a manner incompatible with the modifications of the others, the creature could no longer continue to exist. Coleman, 1964, 68. This principle enabled Cuvier to explain the gaps found between various animal groups, particularly between his four great embranchements. Intermediate organisms would have to possess combinations of organs that would be disharmonious, and they would not be viable. In a practical application of this principle, Cuvier stated that on the basis of only a small part of a fossil, he thought mostly in terms of mammals, one could reconstruct the entire organism. As he said, at the sight of a single bone, of a single piece of bone, I recognize and reconstruct the portion of the whole from which it would have been taken. The whole being to which this fragment belongs appears in my mind's eye. Bourdieu, 1969, 44. Although this is surely a fertile heuristic working rule, it has also serious limitations. Thus, it tricked Cuvier into identifying the skull. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent of a chalicotherium as that of a horse and its foot, claws, as that of a sloth, being unaware of the existence of the fossil family of chalicotheres which has this unusual combination of characteristics. Cuvier had such an exalted concept of the perfection of the correlation of parts that this was one of the major reasons why he could not conceive of any evolutionary change. Actually, he never undertook any studies of variation of the correlation of parts either within species or within higher taxa which would have shown him at once that the correlation is not nearly as perfect as he claimed. Cuvier's second great principle, although in some ways just an application of his first one, is the subordination of characters. This is basically a taxonomical principle, which permitted him to establish hard and fast rules by which to recognize and rank the higher taxa of animals, see Chapter 4. The two principles together permitted Cuvier to demonstrate the non-existence of a gradual chain of being and to replace it instead by his four great embranchements, phyla, which had no special connections with each other. Buffon's unity of plan became in Cuvier's hands the type concept. This continued to dominate the teaching of zoology for 100 years after Darwin, as is evident from any elementary textbook published during that period. There were two reasons why Cuvier's influence on morphology was so impressive and lasted so long. The first is that his sober empirical approach, free of all metaphysical speculations, appealed to an age that was rebounding from the excesses of nature philosophy. The second reason was Cuvier's biological approach. His was an adaptational morphology, which stressed the functional meaning of all structures in relation to the mode of living of each organism. It was, one can say, an almost ecological approach. At the same time it was felicitously combined with the recognition that all adaptive variation was constrained by the unity of the type. There were, however, some important questions that were rather conspicuously sidestepped by Cuvier. The first was, how far does the unity of the type extend? Is there not as much difference within some of his embranchements, for instance among the radiata, as between them? Far more bothersome was another question: what is the meaning of these four types, and what is their origin? Why are there exactly four types and not, rathii, 10 or only a single one? The question of the origin and the meaning of the great morphological types remained a deep concern of the comparative anatomists for decades to come. It was, of course, Darwin who succeeded in answering the questions that Cuvier had bequeathed to his followers. Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire. The interests of the other great French morphologist of the period, Étienne Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, 1772–1844, even though he was a colleague and friend of Cuvier's for nearly 40 years, developed in a very different direction. 19 In contrast to Cuvier, he was almost exclusively a morphologist and, as is indicated in his great theoretical work, Philosophie anatomique, 1818, his ideal was the establishment of a pure morphology. He carried comparison and the establishment of homologies to a much greater refinement than did his predecessors. Man was no longer the great type with which everything else was compared. Indeed, Geoffroy extended the systematic comparison right through the entire class of vertebrates. Two principles which he established are guidelines for decisions on homology to the present day. One is the principle of connections, which states that, when one is in doubt as to the homology of structures in widely different organisms, say a fish and a mammal, the sole general principle one can apply is given by the position, the relations, and the dependencies of the parts, that is to say, by what I name and include under the term of connections. This principle, says Geoffroy, is a sure guide when a structure is greatly modified by a functional transformation, for an organ can be deteriorated, atrophied, annihilated, but not transposed. For instance, the humerus will always lie between the shoulder articulation, and the bones of the lower arm, radius and ulna. An auxiliary principle is that of composition, which states that all homologous structures are composed of the same kinds of elements, and this facilitates identifying specific components in a series of elements, let us say individual hand bones. The entire modern method of establishing homologies throughout the vertebrate series or throughout the arthropods is ultimately based on Geoffroy's method. Geoffroy's reputation would be shining even more brightly if he had not also promoted several other rather fantastic ideas. There is little doubt that he was strongly influenced by the writings of Oken and other German Naturphilosophen and idealistic morphologists. This induced him, in opposition to Cuvier, to extend the unity of plan to all animals, both vertebrates and inver. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Vertebrates. He thus adopted Goethe's great ideal of a single prototype for the whole animal kingdom. Geoffroy and some of his younger friends claimed that one could homologize, as we would now call it, the anatomy of the squid, a mollusk, with that of a vertebrate by turning the squid upside down and partly inside out. As Geoffroy put it, every animal is either outside or inside his vertebral column. In a public debate in Paris before the Academy of Sciences on February 15, 1830, this theory was decisively refuted by Cuvier. Geoffroy had made no distinction between similarities due to relationship and those due to function, convergence. Cuvier summarized his demonstration by stating that the cephalopods do not form a connection with anything. They are not the result of evolution from other kinds of animals, and they have not led to the development of any kind of animal superior to them. This totally demolished Geoffroy's claim that he could reduce the 4 branches of the animal kingdom recognized by Cuvier to a single one. 20. In contrast to Cuvier, who believed that function determines structure, Geoffroy held that structure determines function. If changes of structure occur, says Geoffroy, they will cause changes in function. Animals have no habits but those that result from the structure of their organs. If the latter varies, they vary in the same manner all their springs of action, all their faculties and all their actions. Russell, 1916, 77. The bat is forced to live in the air as a result of the modification of its hand. The thoroughly unbiological assumption that structure precedes function was curiously revived by the mutationists after 1900. Quinault, De Vries, and Bateson claimed, between 1900 and 1910, that organisms are exposed to the mercy of their mutations, but that some mutations pre-adapt them to new behaviors and adaptive shifts. Geoffroy's writings are full of original ideas. He was the author of the Loi de balancement, according to which the amount of material available during development is limited so that, if one structure is enlarged, another one has to be reduced in order to maintain an exact equilibrium. The atrophy of one organ turns to the profit of another, and the reason why this cannot be otherwise is simple: it is because there is not an unlimited supply of the substance required for each special purpose. Roux's struggle of the parts was a later revival of this thought, also stated by Goethe in 1807, and supported in our time by Huxley and Ranch, except now in terms of selection pressures. 463. Richard Owen. Owen, 1804–1892, was the last great idealistic morphologist of the pre-Darwinian period. 2. His major work, On the Archetype and Homologies of the Vertebrate Skeleton, 1848, was an attempt to produce an internally consistent theory of morphology. It was an eclectic system incorporating Cuvier's teleology, Geoffroy's principle of connections, Oken's idea of the serial repetition of parts, and some aspects of Lamarck's dual nature of evolution, translated into static terms. The concept of an archetype was carried 464 by him to an extreme, the vertebrate archetype being strictly segmental, including even the entire skull. His endeavor to determine the homology of every bone in the vertebrate skull caused him to provide an elaborate nomenclature of these bones, much of which is still in use long after Owen's theories have been forgotten. Another terminological proposal of Owen's likewise had a lasting impact. One of the greatest weaknesses in the work of the idealistic morphologists was that their conclusions were largely based on similarities revealed by comparison. However, they failed to make a terminological distinction between those analogies that were due to similarity of function and those others that seemed to be of a different and more fundamental kind, already known to Cuvier, Chapter 7. Owen separated the two as follows: analog. A part or organ in one animal which has the same function as another part or organ in a different animal, and homologue. The same organ in different animals under every variety of form and function. The difficulty, of course, was to determine which was the same organ, and this is where Geoffroy's principle of connections was particularly helpful. Homology and common descent. The idealistic morphologists were completely at a loss to explain the unity of plan and, more particularly, why structures rigidly retain their pattern of connections no matter how the structures were modified by functional needs. As Darwin rightly said, nothing can be more hopeless than to attempt to explain the similarity of pattern in members of the same class, by utility or by the doctrine of final causes. Origin, 435. The real explanation, says Darwin, is as simple as the egg of Columbus. All mammals, birds, or insects share the same morphological type, resulting in an extraordinary anatomical similarity, because they all have descended from a common ancestor from whom they have. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent inherited this structural pattern. Natural selection will be constantly at work to modify the components of this pattern so as to make them most efficient for the functions they have to serve, but this does not require destruction of the basic pattern. Darwin thus replaced the archetype of idealistic morphology by the common ancestor. As a consequence, homology was redefined by the Darwinians. Attributes of two organisms are homologous when they are derived from an equivalent characteristic of the common ancestor. Darwin himself never clearly gave this definition, but it is implied in his discussions. Owen, lacking an explanation for the existence of homologies, was forced to define homology in terms of Jeffrey's principle of connections. To retain this awkward definition in evolutionary biology would have been absurd, and this is why modern students, Simpson, Bach, Mayr, have redefined homology in terms of derivation from the common ancestor. To prove that this definition is met in a particular case, all sorts of evidence must be utilized, including that of connections. 22. One important aspect of the evolutionary redefinition of homologous is that it is applicable not only to structural elements but to any other properties, including behavioral ones, which might have been derived by inheritance from a common ancestor. There is one curious aspect about Darwin's treatment of morphology in The Origin, in the light of the prevailing thought of 1859. He repeatedly emphasizes the point that natural selection provides the answer to all the listed morphological questions. Actually, it is the theory of common descent with modification that provides the answers, as agreed to by all evolutionary morphologists of the ensuing period, while the observed phenomena did not at all shed a decisive light on the nature of the forces responsible for the modification. This is why post-Darwinian morphologists so often explained morphological changes by use and disuse or direct influences of the environment combined with an inheritance of acquired characters instead of by natural selection. In view of Darwin's enormous stress on the importance of morphology, one is surprised how little, pages 434 to 439, he says on the subject in The Origin. In part this is due to the fact that he had by implication stated his evolutionary morphological principles already in his Barnacle monograph, Gizelin, 1969, 103 to 130. In part the explanation is also that this is a subject which Darwin had not yet reached in his big manuscript, Natural Selection, when he abandoned it in 1858 to write The Origin. Hence, during the rush of preparing the manuscript of The Origin, all he could do was to sketch out the barest outline of the problems of morphology. It was left to his followers, particularly Gegenbohr, Haeckel, and Huxley, to fill the gap. Morphology after 1859. Morphology somewhat fell into disrepute after Cuvier and Geoffroy, particularly in Germany and France. Either it was considered simply a handmaiden of medical physiology, or it was denounced as being purely descriptive, not making use of X per 466 immense, or on the contrary it was considered as too speculative, particularly as practiced by the Natur-Philosophien. 2-3. The field was in the search of a new identity at the time when The Origin was published. Darwin's theory of common descent gave new meaning to morphological research, particularly in zoology, as indicated by the fact that in the decades, one is tempted to say, in the century, after 1859 the emphasis of evolutionary biology was almost exclusively on phylogeny. It is most instructive to compare the first edition of Gegenbohr's great textbook of comparative zoology, published in 1859 just before The Origin, with the second edition, published 11 years later. There is remarkably little difference except that terms like morphological type or archetype were replaced by common ancestor, Coleman, 1976. What Geoffroy and Owen had started the search for the homology of even the most insignificant element of anatomy was carried out with ever-increasing enthusiasm and extended to all phyla of the animal kingdom. The leading zoologists, from Haeckel and Huxley on, thought about nothing as much as about phylogeny and about the reconstruction of common ancestors. In fact, from 1859 to about 1910 most of zoology was actually comparative anatomy and phylogeny. This intensive activity produced a marvelous descriptive knowledge of the animal kingdom and led to the discovery of many previously unknown types of animals, including new classes and even phyla. As descriptive as much of this work was, the triumphs of this methodology should not be underrated. What could be more fascinating than the derivation of the mammalian middle ear bones from reptilian jaw elements, or the limbs of the tetrapods from paired rhipidistan, fish, fins, or the muscles that move the eyeballs from segmental muscles, to mention some interesting homologies of the vertebrates. Perhaps even more intriguing and in part still controversial are homologies among the invertebrates, particularly the segmental appendages, extremities, mouthparts, and so on, of the arthropods. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. As far as the theory of phylogenetic morphology was concerned, much of this comparative research still reflected pre-evolutionary thinking. The arguments to a very considerable extent were still the arguments and questions of Geoffroy and Cuvier, translated into evolutionary terms. For instance, there was still the problem of the subordination of characters, or as it was now called, the weighting of characters. When it came to establishing the phylogeny of the invertebrates, it was still argued which character had primacy, the presence and form of the chylome, as was long insisted upon by the British zoologists, or the ontogeny of the mouth, protostomia, deuterostomia, as believed by the Vienna school. All sorts of methodological weaknesses became apparent during these controversies, inducing many zoologists to transfer their attention from problems of ultimate causation to those of proximate causation. One school, arising from embryology, attempted to produce a physiological, if not completely mechanical, explanation of animal form. His Rusentwicklungsmechanik was the logical culmination of this trend. Another school stressed the functional aspects of structure, an approach that was particularly fruitful for structures that have to do with locomotion. Boker, 1935, Gray, 1953, Alexander, 1968. The most distinguished representative of purely functional morphology was Darcy Thompson, On Growth and Form, 1917. It is perhaps not a coincidence that this work contains a lengthy introductory statement in which Darwinism, natural selection, is rejected. What united his, Rue, and Darcy Thompson was that they only saw the proximate causation of form, not only ignoring but virtually denying the evolutionary causation. As Ropp, 1972-35, has rightly criticized it, in terms of modern evolutionary biology, Thompson was contending that the genetic makeup of an evolving organism is so plastic, that it can be altered completely as part of species-level adaptation to immediate functional problems. That natural selection is responsible for incorporating in the genetic program the growth constants responsible for geometrically interesting forms of snails, ammonites, foraminifera, is, of course, fully realized in the more recent literature. The fact that the explanation of adaptation was one of the main interests of Darwinian biology was almost totally ignored by the post-Darwinian morphologists. Phylogeny, homology, and the reconstruction of the common ancestry conceptually very little different from Owen's archetype described their sphere of interests for the 100 years after 1859. In fact, authors like Neff, Callan, Lubis, and Zangerl virtually returned to the principles of idealistic morphology. Almost the only exception was Hans Boker, 1935-1937, who in a superb functional evolutionary morphology asked all the right questions, as seen in hindsight, concerning the adaptive value of structures and their changes, but based his interpretations unfortunately on the wrong evolutionary philosophy, neo-Lamarckism. As a result, his visionary study failed to have any effect. It was not until the 1950s that a new movement got started which sometimes refers to itself as evolutionary morphology. Instead of adopting the backward look to the common ancestor so characteristic of classical comparative anatomy, the representatives of the new school start with the ancestor and ask what evolutionary processes were responsible for the divergence of the descendants. Why and how did the ancestral type give rise to new morphological types? To what extent was a change in niche occupation or, indeed, the invasion of an entirely new adaptive zone responsible for the anatomical reconstruction? What was the nature of the selection pressures? Was behavior the pacemaker of the ecological shift? What was the nature of the population in which the decisive shift occurred? These are the kind of questions asked by this school. This approach takes all that for granted which the previous generation still had to establish: phyletic sequences, homologies, and the probable structure of the common ancestor. Evolution for them is not merely genealogy but the totality of the processes that are involved in evolutionary change. The new approach is clearly a borderline held, since it has built bridges both to ecology and to behavioral biology. The new questions which this approach has opened up promise to keep morphology busy and exciting for many years to come. 2. For the solution to perhaps the greatest problem of morphology requires a bridge to genetics, a bridge which at this time cannot yet be built. I am referring to the origin and the meaning of the great anatomical types, already known to Buffon under the name unity of plan. Within the mammalian Baplan, for instance, such strikingly different functional types evolved as whales, bats, moles, gibbons, and horses, without any essential change of the mammalian plan. Why is the Chaudate type so conservative that the chorda still is formed in the embryology of the tetrapods and gill arches still in that of mammals and birds? Why are the relations of structures so persistent that they can form the basis of geov? Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Froue's principle of connections. Clearly this is a problem for developmental physiology and genetics, indicated by such terms as the cohesion of the genotype or the homeostasis of the developmental system, terms which at this time merely conceal our profound ignorance. A new frontier was opened up when morphological studies were expanded to include microstructures. The study of cells revealed that they were built exactly the same way in animals and plants, except for the presence of chloroplasts in the cells of green plants, providing the first convincing evidence for the monophyly 469 of animal and plant kingdoms. At the same time, the study of the cells of lower organisms revealed the drastic break between higher organisms, eukaryotes, which have well-developed nuclei and mitosis, and lower organisms, prokaryotes such as blue-green algae and bacteria, which lack nuclei and well-organized chromosomes. When the analysis was carried still one step further, to the morphology of the macromolecules, a still further frontier was opened which permitted an endless array of new kinds of investigations. It is now possible, for some of the better analyzed macromolecules, like cytochrome C, to construct phylogenetic trees from the lowest eukaryotes to the highest animals and plants, sometimes even including the prokaryotes. Not surprisingly, these studies consistently confirm the results of macromorphological studies, but molecular phylogeny is sometimes able to shed light on previously obscure lines of relationship. Embryology as evidence for evolution and common descent. The last area which supplied Darwin with evidence for evolution was embryology. Darwin, Origin 442, lists 5 sets of facts in embryology that are exceedingly puzzling unless one adopts the theory of descent with modification. He placed great value on the leading facts in embryology, which are second in importance to none in natural history, p. 450, as well as on his own interpretation of these facts. Hardly any point gave me so much satisfaction when I was at work on the origin, as the explanation of the wide difference in many classes between the embryo and the adult animal, and of the close resemblance of the embryos within the same class. No notice of this point was taken, as far as I remember, in the early reviews of the origin, Otto, 125. In letters to Gray and Hooker, he likewise complains that neither his reviewers nor his friends had paid attention to his embryological arguments. Even though they are by far the strongest single class of facts in favor of evolution. Embryology gave Darwin one of his strongest anti-creationist arguments. If species had been created, their ontogeny should lead them by the most direct route from the egg to the adult stage. But this is not at all what one finds, since quite extraordinary detours are usually encountered during development. There is no obvious reason why, for instance, the wing of a bat, or the fin of a porpoise, should not have been sketched out with all the parts in proper proportions, as soon as any structure became visible in the embryo. Origin, 442. Why should the embryos of land-living vertebrates go through a gill arch stage? Why should young baleen whales develop teeth, and the higher vertebrates have a notochord? These are only a few of the countless embryonic structures that can be understood only as part of the phyletic heritage. How did Darwin explain these developmental detours? His interpretation was based on his ideas on the origin of variation. He believed that the adult differs from its embryo, owing to variations supervening at a not early age, and being inherited at a corresponding age. This process, whilst it leaves the embryo almost unaltered, continually adds, in the course of successive generations, more and more differences to the adult. p. 338. In other words, Darwin bases his conclusions on the assumption that the most recent evolutionary acquisitions are due to variations that had occurred very late in ontogeny. Consequently, embryos which have not yet reached the ontogenetic stage in which these variations show ought to be more similar to each other than the adult individuals of different groups of animals that had become distinct owing to diverse new acquisitions. Thus, community in embryonic structure reveals community of descent, p. 449. The younger the embryos, the more similar they ought to be to each other, and by investigating and comparing embryos, one should be able to find clues to common descent. This is, says Darwin, how it was discovered that the Cirripedia belong to the crustacean class. A study of embryology often provides helpful clues on phylogeny. For instance, the two main divisions of cirripedes, the pedunculated and sessile, which differ widely in external appearance, have larvae in all their several stages barely distinguishable, p. 440. In order to strengthen his argument that similarities in ontogeny are indications of common descent, Darwin, true to his method, refutes a conceivable alternate explanation. Someone might claim that the special characteristics and similarities of M. Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent bias are ad hoc adaptadons for the larval existence. This is indeed possible, says Darwin, if the larvae are active and have been adapted for special lines of life, p. 439. But, he continues, we cannot, for instance, suppose that in the embryos of the vertebrata the peculiar loop-like course of the arteries near the bronchial slits are related to similar conditions in the young mammal which is nourished in the womb of the mother, in the egg of the bird which is hatched in the nest, and in the spawn of a frog under water, p. 440. If Darwin's complaint that his embryological evidence in favor of evolution was overlooked is justified, it is in part because everyone's attention was distracted by a controversy of long standing. It is necessary, therefore, to consider the history of embryological thought. 2.5 As far back as the Greeks, it had been recognized that there was some sort of parallel between the seriation of stages in the growing embryo and the seriation of organisms from the lowest to the highest, later known as the Scala Naturae. Aristotle, for instance, classified organisms into those with a nutritive soul, plants, a nutritive and sensitive soul, animals, and those also with a rational soul, man. During the development of the embryo, these three kinds of souls, he postulated, come successively into operation. This vague idea became far more concrete toward the end of the 18th century, particularly with Bonnet, who carried the belief in a great chain of being to its greatest heights. The study of this parallelism led to certain conclusions concerning the relation between ontogeny and the animal series, which was formulated by Meckel, 1821, I. 345, as follows: the development of the individual organism obeys the same laws as the development of the whole animal series, that is to say, the high A animal, in its gradual evolution, essentially passes through the same permanent organic stages which lie below it. These developments were due to a tendency, inherent in organic matter, which leads it insensibly to rise to higher states of organization, passing through a series of intermediate states. It would lead to a complete misinterpretation of these ideas if one did not fully realize that there was no implication of evolution in this idea of a parallelism between the stages of ontogeny and the stages of perfection in the static ladder of being. The word evolution still had the old meaning of the unfolding of an existing potential of the type. The French anatomist Étienne Serres, a pupil of Geoffroy, had similar ideas. He considered the 471, 472 whole animal kingdom ideally as a single animal which here and there arrests its own development and thus determines at each point of interruption, by the very state it has reached, the distinctive characters of the phyla, the classes, families, genera, and species, 1860, 833. All the proponents of the parallelism between ontogeny and the scala naturae were essentialists. For them the scala naturae consisted of a seriation of types, and they believed they could discover the same sequence of types in ontogeny. The end of ontogeny was the permanent stage, the temporary halting point of Serres. The theory of a parallelism between the stages of ontogeny and the stages of the scala naturae was later called the Meckel-Serres law. In post-Darwinian days, when the conceptualization on which it was based scala naturae, essentialism, nature philosophy, had been superseded, the Meckel-Serres law was often grossly misrepresented. The most misleading of the misinterpretations was the replacement of the words permanent stage by the word adult. Most of those who had adopted the Meckel-Serres law were competent embryologists and knew perfectly well that no stage in the development of mammalian or chick embryo was identical with terminology actually used by one of their opponents, an adult reptile or fish. But since mammals and birds have no gills and breathe through lungs, the gill arches represented the fish stage on the scala naturae. To the best of my knowledge, none of the members of the Meckel-Serres school had ever claimed that the ontogenetic stages represented the adult stages of the lower types. Nor did they hold the beliefs in causation and chronology that became associated with the term recapitulation in post-Darwinian days. It must further be remembered that the 1820s and 30s saw the climax in the great controversy between the adherents of a single scala naturae, or a single type for the whole animal kingdom, and the Cuvierians, with their thesis of 4 entirely independent embranchements. K. E. von Baer, 1792–1876, who more or less independently had arrived at views similar to those of Cuvier, not only held that each of the animal phyla had its own ontogeny but rejected the whole idea of a parallelism between ontogeny and level of organization. He devoted a major part, the 5th scholium, of his famous Animal Embryology, 1828, to this refutation. In this scholium he presents a parody of Lamarck's ideas and rejects evolution in any form whatsoever. He rejects any idea of an animal series, stating Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. That all animals are grouped around a certain number of archetypes which coincide with Cuvier's 4 embranchements, and very specifically rejects the prevalent notion that the embryo of higher animals passes through the permanent forms of the lower animals. He repeats his conclusion for the vertebrates: the embryos of the vertebrata pass, in the course of their development, through the permanent forms of no known animals whatsoever. To take the place of these refuted ideas, he proposes his own laws of individual development. 1. That the more general characters of the large group of animals to which the embryo belongs appear earlier in the development than the more special characters. 2. From the most general forms, the less general are developed, and so on, until finally the most special appear. 3. Every embryo of a given animal form, instead of passing through the state of the other definite forms, rather becomes separated from them all. 4. Fundamentally, therefore, the embryo of a higher form never resembles the adult of any other animal form but only its embryo. What actually happens in ontogeny, says von Baer, I. 153, can be summarized as follows: there is gradually taking place a transition from something homogeneous and general to something heterogeneous and special. It is this statement which inspired Spencer's theory of evolution, but it is, of course, rather misleading as far as ontogeny is concerned. Why should the fish-like gill arches be something homogeneous and general in mammalian ontogeny? The same question applies to the teeth of the baleen whale embryos and other instances of recapitulation. Von Baer presumably considered these characteristics to be integral parts of the archetype and hence general. When Darwin began to read up on embryology after 1838, he had the choice between the theory of parallelism of the Naturphilosophien and von Baer's theory of straight-line differentiation. In his sketch of 1842, he seems to be close to von Baer's position, stating that at an early stage of ontogeny there is no difference between fish, bird, etc., and mammal. It is not true that one passes through the form of a lower group. And he reaffirms in 1844 that the young mammal is at no time a fish, or that the embryonic jellyfish is at no time a polyp. In the 1840s and 50s, Louis Agassiz expanded the Meckel-Serres laws into a threefold parallelism by a progressionist interpretation of the fossil record. The stages of the embryo repeat not only the scale of perfection as observed among existing types but also the fossil succession. It may therefore be considered as a general fact that the phases of development of all living animals correspond to the order of succession of their extinct representatives in past geological times. As far as this goes, the oldest representatives of every class may then be considered as embryonic types of their respective orders or families among the living. 1857, 1962, 114. This thought greatly intrigued Darwin, as is evident from his comments in The Origin, p. 338. Agassiz insists that ancient animals resemble to a certain extent the embryos of recent animals of the same classes, or that the geological succession of extinct forms is in some degree parallel to the embryological development of recent forms. I must follow Pictet and Huxley in thinking that the truth of this doctrine is very far from proved. Yet, I fully expect to see it hereafter confirmed. For this doctrine of Agassiz accords well with the theory of natural selection. Perhaps also on the basis of his work on the Cirripedia, Darwin now seems to have moved considerably closer to the Meckel-Serres doctrine. But, as usual, Darwin was rather cautious in his generalizations. The same cannot be said of his exuberant follower Ernst Haeckel, who transformed the Meckel-Serres statement of parallelism into an evolutionary law. In 1866 he published his biogenetic law, Theory of Recapitulation, according to which ontogeny is a concise and compressed recapitulation of phylogeny, conditioned by laws of heredity and adaptation. Fritz Müller had independently come to a similar conclusion. 1864 Ontogeny repeats phylogeny because phylogeny is the cause of the ontogenetic stages. Consequently, an analysis of ontogeny will tell us all about phylogeny, that is, about common ancestry. If true, it would be a most wonderful heuristic principle. With Darwin's silent blessings, 1872, 498, and Haeckel's enthusiasm, the theory of recapitulation was immensely popular and successful in the 3 or 4 decades after 1870. It led to a splendid flowering of comparative embryology and was responsible for many spectacular discoveries, for instance, by Kowalewski, that the tunicates are chordates 2-6 and that the relationship of the major phyla of the animal kingdom is rather different from previous conceptions, the protostomia deuterostomia phylogeny. Embryology also became an indispensable tool in establishing Darwin's evidence for evolution and common descent. Or wise uncertain homology. By the end of the century, various excesses as well as a growing interest in proximate causation led to disenchantment and to the eventual rejection of recapitulation, particularly in its extreme form. The question has been asked recently, how could recapitulation have received such unqualified acceptance in the Haeckelian period in spite of von Baer's cogent arguments against the Meckel-Serres law? Had von Baer's writings been overlooked? Certainly not, because he was widely quoted, Ospovet, 1976. Furthermore, his arguments did have considerable weight, because most authors, including Darwin, rejected the claim that ontogeny is the recapitulation of the adult stages of the ancestors. The majority of phylogenists adopted a mild version of recapitulation which merely states that the embryo during ontogeny passes through a series of stages which correspond to those of the ancestors, as is indeed often correct. Most of von Baer's arguments refuting the thesis that embryos pass through the adult stages of the ancestors were not applicable to the modified version. Indeed, the difference between the opposing theories was much less than usually claimed. Von Baer's laws were not widely adopted because they were largely descriptive and sterile from the explanatory point of view, while the thesis of recapitulation was wonderfully heuristic, because von Baer's attempt to refute the parallelism of ontogeny and the animal series was part of a more extensive argument against evolution, hence after 1859, interpreted as part of von Baer's anti-evolutionism, because von Baer believed in a teleological, necessary progression from lower to higher and from homogeneous to heterogeneous, and because the claim that ontogeny always goes from simple to more complex could easily be refuted for the most conspicuous cases of recapitulation. Also, von Baer's interpretation was pervaded by the spirit of nature philosophy, which by 1866 had become quite unfashionable, even though still upheld by Serres and a few idealistic morphologists. When Haeckel's biogenetic law lost its appeal, attempts were made to return to von Baer's laws, for example, de Beer, 1940, 1951, but it was evident that this was not the right solution either. It was unavoidable that one had to reject both recapitulation and von Baer's laws. How does the modern biologist explain the presence of gill arches in the ontogeny of mammals? To be frank, until the physiology and biochemistry of developmental systems is better understood, only a tentative answer is possible. One can suggest that the genetic program for development consists of a set of such complex interactions that it can be modified only very slowly. This is demonstrated particularly convincingly for the so-called vestigial organs, for instance the remnants of the posterior extremity of whales whose ancestors entered water around 55 million years ago. Darwin's thesis that evolutionary new acquisitions are superimposed on the existing genetic structure, even though frequently attacked, has a correct nucleus. Once the genetic basis of a Stroke 476 tour is thoroughly incorporated into the genotype and forms part of its total cohesion, it can be removed only at the risk of destroying the entire developmental system. It is less expensive to keep the complex regulatory system of mammalian embryogenesis intact, even though, as a byproduct, it produces unneeded gill arches, than to break it up and produce unbalanced genotypes. Our understanding of developmental regulation is far too incomplete to rule out the possibility that late evolutionary acquisitions are indeed added to the genotype more loosely than characteristics inherited from remote ancestors. We do not have a recapitulation of ancestral types, but we do occasionally have in ontogeny the recapitulation of individual ancestral characters and developmental pathways. How they are to be identified and how to explain their developmental physiology are matters of current discussion. Chapter 13 completes Darwin's presentation of the evidence for evolution by common descent. Two aspects of this marshalling of fact and argument are particularly noteworthy. One is the ever-repeated emphasis that all the known facts of natural history are perfectly consistent with evolution by common descent, but that many of them cannot be reconciled at all with creation. The other aspect is that Darwin's theory settled at once numerous arguments in all branches of biology which had seemed hopelessly puzzling for many generations. It is this capacity of the theory of evolution which has induced biologists to refer to it as the greatest unifying theory in biology. The areas which had already supplied Darwin with the most telling evidence for evolution, paleontology, classification, biogeography, morphology, and embryology, have continued to supply the most convincing proofs of evolution up to modern times. 2.7 Almost the only recent, but in fact highly important, addition is molecular biology. 11 The causation of evolution, natural selection. By the summer of 1837 Darwin was a convinced evolutionist. It had become clear to him that species are modifiable and that they multiply by natural processes. But how these changes occur and what factors are responsible for the transformation of species was at first very puzzling to him. Luckily for the historians, Darwin put down all of his speculations and brainwaves in little notebooks, and the rediscovery of these notebooks has permitted a reconstruction of the rather circuitous pathway of Darwin's hypothesizing. Like Lyell, Darwin had speculated on the introduction of new species on the Beagle, when he was still a creationist, and by necessity had adopted a saltationist model, for example, for the origin of the second species of South American rhea, or ostrich. In these early speculations Darwin was dealing with pairs of sympatric species occurring in the plains of Patagonia. Here Darwin neither could see isolation nor, in the case of successive species, could he readily apply Lyell's explanation of the filling of a vacant niche by a new species. He could find no evidence for a change of climate, hence no need for extinction of the earlier species. Yet extinction had occurred in the case of the giant llama, its place now being filled by the guanaco. Cohn, 1981, and others have described this stage in Darwin's thinking well. In July of 1837 Darwin started the first of 4 notebooks labeled B, C, D, E by him and referred to as Notebooks on Transmutation, De Beer, 1960. The thoughts recorded in these notebooks reflect in the most wonderful manner the tortuous path by which some 15 months later Darwin arrived at his theory of evolution by natural selection. Since this is a highly complex theory, as we will see, it could not be conceived at a single moment, even though Darwin remembers a definite date when he experienced a major illumination. In his autobiography, 1958, 120, he telescopes the slow and involved development of the theory into a single moment described in a memorable passage. In October, actually September 28, 1838, that is, 15 months after I had begun my systematic inquiry, I happened 477 to read for amusement Malthus on population, and being well prepared to appreciate the struggle for existence which everywhere goes on from long-continued observation of the habits of animals and plants, it at once struck me that under these circumstances favorable variations would tend to be preserved, and unfavorable ones to be destroyed. The result of this would be the formation of new species. Here, then, I had at last got a theory by which to work. Just exactly what happened on September 28, 1838? From his 478 notebooks it is clear that it was one particular sentence in Malthus which set the intellectual avalanche in Darwin's mind in motion. It may safely be pronounced, therefore, that population, when unchecked, goes on doubling itself every 25 years, or increases in a geometrical ratio. The causal chain of the theory of natural selection is very logical, as will be shown below. Darwin, however, did not reach it in any simple manner but rather by developing and subsequently rejecting a series of alternate theories. Yet, he was able to retain valid components of the rejected theories and use them when eventually constructing the theory of natural selection. Even that theory was not conceived and completed on a single day. Schweber, 1977, attributes much of the change in Darwin's thinking to his reading of Brewster and Kvitelet in the 2 to 3 months before the Malthus episode. Cohn, 1981, also seems to think that most of the theory was assembled by the end of September 1838, but under different influences than suggested by Schweber. Hodge, 1981, makes it plausible that the most decisive change in Darwin's thinking occurred in November 1838. Osbavet, 1979, by contrast, thinks that Darwin's concept of natural selection and the nature of adaptation was still rather immature in 1838 and required many more years of maturation to the form recorded in the Origin, 1859, that is, the form in which the world encountered it. On one point all these authors are in agreement, namely, that the theory evolved slowly and piecemeal. Indeed, even in his later writings Darwin is often inconsistent when referring to selection, and he makes statements occasionally that are incompatible with other statements made almost simultaneously. In the 3 years after his return from the Beagle voyage Darwin read perhaps as much non-biological literature as he did books and papers on animals and plants. Herbert, 1974, 1977, Mayr, 1978. It is evident that Darwin did not live in an intellectual vacuum but was at all times in active contact with the ideas. The causation of evolution, natural selection. That formed the zeitgeist of his period. Not surprisingly, this has led to the question to what extent Darwin's new ideas had originated, so to speak inevitably, as the product of his scientific findings, and to what extent he had simply adopted or modified ideas existing among his contemporaries. Biologists, on the whole, tend to minimize external influences, while non-biologists, historians of ideas, and social historians tend to go to the other extreme. The name Malthus has induced a school of social historians to propose the thesis that it was Malthus's social theory which gave Darwin his theory of evolution by natural selection, see below, an interpretation that is vigorously opposed by the biological historians. However, they, in turn, have major disagreements of interpretation among themselves, as I have pointed out. The reason for this is the extraordinary complexity of Darwin's explanatory paradigm. In the physical sciences, the crucial component of a new theory is usually provided by a single factor, whether it be gravity, relativity, the discovery of the electron, or what else it might be. Biological theories, particularly those in the field of evolutionary biology, are, by contrast, highly complex. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection, for instance, has 8 major components, several of which can again be subdivided, as we will see. More importantly, it is the interpretation of the interaction of its components that is usually decisive in a biological theory. In order to determine exactly what Darwin owes to Malthus, it is necessary to dissect carefully Darwin's explanatory model. The nature of his model can be reconstructed from the first 5 chapters of The Origin entitled Variation Under Domestication, Variation Under Nature, Struggle for Existence, Natural Selection, and Laws of Variation. The logic of the theory of natural selection. Darwin's theory consisted of 3 inferences based on 5 facts derived in part from population ecology and in part from phenomena of inheritance. Fact 1. All species have such great potential fertility that their population size would increase exponentially, Malthus called it geometrically, if all individuals that are born would again reproduce successfully. Fact 2. Except for minor annual fluctuations and occasional major fluctuations, populations normally display stability. Fact 3. Natural resources are limited. In a stable environment they remain relatively constant. Inference 1. Since more individuals are produced than can be supported by the available resources but population size remains stable, it means that there must be a fierce struggle for existence among the individuals of a population, resulting in the survival of only a part, often a very small part, of the progeny of each generation. These facts derived from population ecology lead to important conclusions when combined with certain genetic facts. Fact 4. No 2 individuals are exactly the same, rather, every population displays enormous variability. Fact 5. Much of this variation is heritable. Inference 2. Survival in the struggle for existence is not random but depends in part on the hereditary constitution of the surviving individuals. This unequal survival constitutes a process of natural selection. Inference 3. Over the generations this process of natural selection will lead to a continuing gradual change of populations, that is, to evolution and to the production of new species. The question that the historian of science must ask is which of these facts were new with Darwin, and if none were new, why others before him had not made the same inferences. He must also ask in what sequence Darwin acquired his various insights and why Malthus's reference to the exponential increase of populations proved to be so crucial for the final putting together of Darwin's logical framework. Before we analyze Darwin's theory in detail, a few statements must be made about Darwin's frame of mind in the critical period from 1837 to 1838. His general reading had convinced him of the importance of the gradual nature of all changes. He emphatically rejected sudden origins. Natura non facit saltus, nature makes no leaps, was as much his motto as it had been Lamarck's. It was also fully consistent with Lyell's anti-catastrophism, see Chapter 7. The second point to be kept in mind is Darwin's original preoccupation with diversity. Darwin always had a theory about everything, and long before he conceived the theory of natural selection he had a theory on the formation of species on islands. His theory of speciation was that, if a group of animals is isolated, the causation of evolution, natural selection. From the main body of the species population, they gradually become different under the impact of the new conditions until they become a different species. With reference to his early theory, Darwin proclaimed, "My theory, very distinct from Lamarck's, b. 214, referring to his understanding of Lamarck's evolution by willing." Actually, his theory seems to have been very much the same as later neo-Lamarckian theories of change caused by the local environment, Ruse, 1975a, 341. It was a strictly typological theory, the isolated species population responding to the new conditions equally and as a whole. Rather amusingly, later in life, long after he had given up this theory, Darwin accused Wagner, quite wrongly, of similar beliefs and emphasized that neither isolation nor time by themselves do anything for the modification of species, LLD, 2, 335-336. Many statements could be cited from Darwin's notes, Ruse, 1975, illustrating Darwin's early theory, but I shall give only two. According to this view, animals on separate islands ought to become different if kept long enough apart, with slightly different circumstances, b. 7. As I have before said, isolate species, especially with some change, probably very quicker, b. 17. The years 1837 and 1838 were unquestionably the intellectually most exciting period in Darwin's life. He read an enormous amount, not only geology and biology but a great deal of philosophy and metaphysics. It was in these years that Darwin moved sharply toward agnosticism, that his population thinking began to develop, and that he relied far less on soft inheritance, Mayr, 1977a. Some of this is directly reflected in his notebooks, some of it can only be inferred. It was a period of drastic reorientation for Darwin, and it is not surprising that by the end of 1838 many facts and concepts with which Darwin had long been familiar took on an entirely new meaning. The major components of the theory of natural selection. There is probably no more original, more complex, and bolder concept in the history of ideas than Darwin's mechanistic explanation of adaptation. A number of scholars have attempted to reconstruct the steps by which Darwin arrived at his final model. They attempted to place a whole series of facts and ideas into a new setting. Instead of following this more or less chronological method of analysis, for which I refer to the listed literature, I will take up the major concepts of which Darwin's theory is composed, and attempt to analyze their history before Darwin, as well as in Darwin's thinking. Fertility. The exuberant fertility of living organisms was a favorite theme of authors writing about nature. To mention only authors with whom Darwin was thoroughly familiar, one finds fertility referred to in the writings of Buffon, Erasmus Darwin, Paley, Humboldt, and Lyell. Darwin was particularly impressed by the incredible reproductive rate of protozoans, about which he learned from the writings of C. G. Ehrenberg, Gruber, 1974, 162. Two factors are perhaps mainly responsible for Darwin's failure to incorporate this information in his evolutionary theorizing at an earlier date. One is that Darwin apparently did not see that organisms with relatively few offspring like birds and mammals had, potentially, the same exponential rate of increase as microorganisms. The other one, as we shall see below, is that within the essentialist framework high fertility is indeed irrelevant. If all individuals are identical, it does not matter what percentage of them is killed off before reproduction. Only after some others of his ideas had sufficiently matured did fertility become an important component of his theory. Human fertility had been a concern of social thinkers for many generations, and Malthus did not claim any originality on this question. Indeed, he directly refers to Benjamin Franklin as the author of the calculations which gave him the idea of the geometric increase. Buffon and Linnaeus, Limoges, 1970-80, long before had presented some calculations showing how quickly the world would be filled by a single species if it reproduced itself without checks. And Paley, 1802, 540, one of Darwin's favorite authors, had already stated that generation proceeds by a geometrical progression, while the increase of provision can only assume the form of an arithmetic series. Had Darwin forgotten that he had once read this in Paley, who, in turn, presumably had gotten it from the first edition of Malthus? The Struggle for Existence and the Balance of Nature. In the 2 generations before Darwin, a rather drastic change was beginning to take place in man's interpretation of the harmony of nature. The natural theologians had taken up a theme already popular among certain Greek philosophers, that the causation of evolution, natural selection, action between animals and plants and their environment displayed a beautiful harmony. Everything was ordered in such a way that it was in balance with everything else. If one species became a little too common, then something would happen to bring it back to its earlier level. The idea of a well-ordered interdependence of the various forms of life was evidence of the wisdom and the goodness of the Creator. Derham, 1713. To be sure, predators destroy prey. But predators, once created, must live. Prey providently has been so designed as to provide reproductive surplus and thus sustenance for predators. The seeming struggle for existence is only a surface phenomenon, it nowhere disturbs the basic harmony of it all. The harmony of nature is so great that species can neither change nor become extinct, or else the harmony would be disturbed, nor do they need to improve, because there is no higher level of perfection. The concept and even the term struggle for existence is quite old, being frequently referred to in the 17th and 18th centuries, as Zirkel, 1941, has shown. However, this struggle was considered by Linnaeus, Hofstede, 1958, Kant, Herder, Cuvier, and many others as, on the whole, a relatively benign affair serving to make the necessary corrections in the balance of nature. As the knowledge of nature increased, an opposing interpretation, in which the fierceness of the struggle for existence was beginning to be recognized, acquired increasing cogency and popularity. It is indicated in some of the writings of Buffon and in a few statements of Linnaeus, it is expressed in some of the writings of the German historian Herder, and it was strongly emphasized by de Candolle, from whom Lyell took it over when giving a lengthy expose of the severity of the struggle for existence. It was in the writings of Lyell that Darwin first encountered the concept of struggle for existence, not in Malthus. The concept of the unchanging harmony of the designed world had, of course, become quite untenable when the fossil record became known, showing how many species had disappeared, and also when the studies of the geologists revealed how greatly the world had changed through the ages. Lamarck attempted to rescue the concept of the benign balance of nature by denying extinction and by explaining the disappearance of types by evolution. Accepting such an interpretation spelled the end of the belief in a static world. Adaptation, insofar as such a concept existed, could no longer be considered a static condition, a product of a seed past, and became instead a continuing dynamic process. Isms are doomed to extinction unless they change continuously in order to keep step with the constantly changing physical and biotic environment. Such changes are ubiquitous, since climates change, competitors invade the area, predators become extinct, food sources fluctuate, indeed, hardly any component of the environment remains constant. When this was finally realized, adaptation became a scientific problem. After 1837, Darwin's interests increasingly shifted from problems of diversity to problems of adaptation. What Darwin attempted to do was to analyze in more detail the factors that lead to the struggle for existence. The struggle is of course the result of his facts 1, 2, and 3 above, that is, the checks which the limited resources place on the potential growth of populations. 3. That there are various factors which stabilize human populations had been emphasized by authors since the 17th century, and perhaps earlier. In 1677 Matthew Hale listed 5 major checks on the increase of human populations: epidemics, famines, wars, floods, and conflagrations. Linnaeus, Gruber, 1974, 163, gave this graphic account: "I know not by what intervention of nature or by what law man's numbers are kept within fitting bounds. It is, however, true that most contagious diseases usually rage to a greater degree in thickly populated regions, and I am inclined to think that war occurs where there is the greatest superfluity of people. At least it would seem that, where the population increases too much, concord and the necessities of life decrease, and envy and malignancy towards neighbors abound. Thus it is a war of all against all." The struggle for existence, Linnaeus's vivid description notwithstanding, rarely takes the form of actual combat. Ordinarily it is simply competition for resources in limited supply. In the days of essentialism, competition was usually described, particularly when applied to animals and plants, as competition among species. The crucial event in Darwin's mind, when reading Malthus's statement on fertility, was that he finally fully realized how important is the competition among individuals of the same species, and how entirely different the consequences of this competition are from typologic competition among species. For quantification was greatly stressed by the philosophers of science, such as Herschel and Whewell, and statisticians, Vitelot, in Darwin's day. It has therefore been suggested by several authors, for example, Schweber, 1977, that Malthus's statement made such a strong impression on Darwin because it was expressed in the causation of evolution, natural selection. Quantitative terms, geometrical ratio. It is indeed possible that this added to the attractiveness of Malthus's statement for Darwin, although the law of natural selection is anything but either a quantitative or predictive law. This explains Herschel's later reference to natural selection as the law of the higgledy-piggledy, a definition which illustrates well what that philosopher thought of qualitative non-deterministic generalizations. Several recent authors have shown the gradual change in the decades before 1838 in 2 concepts: the nature of the struggle of existence, from benign to fierce, and the actors in competition, from species to individuals, but we do not yet have a thorough stepwise analysis. A certain amount of awareness of intraspecific competition existed already before Darwin without, however, seriously affecting the concept of the balance of nature. But this is what the reading of Malthus did to Darwin. Even the energetic language of de Candolle does not convey the warring of the species as inference from Malthus. Increase of brutes must be prevented solely by positive checks, except that famine may stop desire. D. 134. Darwin quite rightly remarks that up to then people had always thought that animals had as many offspring as they needed. That reproductive rate is largely independent of the vacancies in the economy of nature was a thought that was quite incompatible with the natural theologian's concept of the balance of nature. The teleological idea that members of a species had as many offspring as they needed was given up very slowly, and had to be combated by David Lack even in recent years. Artificial selection. In his autobiography, as well as in his correspondence, Darwin stated a number of times that he had long been convinced of the importance of artificial selection, but that it was not until after he read Malthus that he realized how to apply this conviction to evolution. For instance, I came to the conclusion that selection was the principle of change from the study of domestic production, and then, reading Malthus, I saw at once how to apply this principle. Letter to Wallace, 1858. This sequence has been questioned by Limoges and other recent writers, since Darwin apparently never used the word selection in his notebooks prior to his reading of Malthus. Instead he spoke of picking, and because the writers could not see how the study of domestication could have influenced Darwin's thinking. However, Wood, 1973, and Roos, 1975a, have shown that Darwin read widely in the literature of the Anatinal breeders in the year before his theory formed, and that his underlining of crucial sentences in pamphlets by Sprite and Wilkinson, read in the spring of 1838, shows how clearly Darwin understood the principles of artificial selection, and how important he considered them. In this connection, it is well to remember that Darwin's college friends at Cambridge, reputed to be mostly interested in riding and hunting, were the sons of country squires and had doubtedly a considerable interest in agriculture and animal breeding. Otherwise one might well question how Darwin at this early stage would have come to discover the importance of animal breeding for his scientific interests. Darwin owed to the breeders good ideas and bad ones. The firm belief that the mere placing of animals or plants under the conditions of domestication would increase their variability was one of the bad ideas. Fortunately, Darwin acquired from the breeders also some exceedingly valuable concepts. The most important among these was, of course, the emphasis on the individuality of every member of a herd. It was this insight rather than the practice of artificial selection which gave Darwin the key component of his theory of natural selection. Many years after the Malthus episode, Darwin stated repeatedly that he had arrived at the concept of natural selection by analogy with artificial selection. Neither the notebook entry of September 28, 1838, nor other portions of his notebooks support this recollection. Even though his reading of the animal breeding literature undoubtedly gave Darwin several important insights, there is much to suggest that he developed the analogy only several months later, when it occurred to him that artificial selection was a splendid experimental confirmation of natural selection. Hodge, 1981, thinks that this occurred in November 1838 during a visit to Shropshire. Darwin's new model of natural selection was purely deductive, and in order to conform to the prescriptions of the leading philosophers of his time, Comte, Herschel, and Whewell, Darwin felt that he had to provide proof for the validity of his theory, preferably, as is customary in the physical sciences, experimental proof. But how could one experiment with evolution, since evolutionary change is so slow? It is at this point that Darwin remembered the activities of the animal breeders. Artificial selection, Darwin concluded, was the greatly accelerated analog to natural. The causation of evolution, natural selection. Selection. It supplied the experimental proof he needed so badly. But later in life artificial selection became so important in his thinking that Darwin even thought it had given him the original inspiration for natural selection, which does not seem to have been the case. Population thinking and the role of the individual. The realization of the uniqueness of every individual was perhaps the most revolutionary change in Darwin's thinking in 1838. This uniqueness was, of course, and always had been part of his daily experience. Who is not aware that no two human beings are identical, nor any two dogs or horses? The individuality of every member of his herd is taken for granted by every animal breeder. This is what gives him the opportunity to change the properties of his herd through the deliberate selection of certain individuals to serve as sires and dams of the next generation. And yet, just because it is so commonplace, this individuality had been largely ignored by philosophers. Once Darwin had been made aware of the importance of the uniqueness of individuals, everything he did in the next 20 years reinforced this new insight. His taxonomic studies of the barnacles were particularly convincing. Darwin found the individual variability so great that again and again he was in doubt whether two specimens were variants of a single species or two different species. This variability was not limited to the external morphology but affected also all the internal organs. Whether the contemporary emphasis on the political individual, the rights of the individual, or that of certain schools of philosophers, Schweber, 1977, also contributed to Darwin's thinking is uncertain, and for me, rather questionable. It was the discovery of the importance of the individual which led Darwin from typological to population thinking. It was this that made him realize that the struggle for existence due to competition, so vividly described by Malthus, was a phenomenon involving individuals and not species. By introducing population thinking, Darwin produced one of the most fundamental revolutions in biological thinking. As stated in Chapter 2, it is a peculiarly biological concept, alien to the thinking of the physical scientist. Adoption of population thinking is intimately tied up with the rejection of essentialist thinking. Variation is irrelevant and therefore uninteresting to the essentialist. Varying characters are mere accidents, in the language of essentialism, because they do not reflect the essence. It is most interesting to read in the essays of Darwin's critics, Hull, 1973, how puzzled they were by Darwin's stress on variation as the all-important feature of life. As far as the philosophical literature is concerned, this lesson still has been learned only by a few. Tolman's recent volume, 1974, is a conspicuous exception. Those who still question the power of natural selection invariably still use essentialist arguments. Darwin's own shift to population thinking was gradual and slow. His language is still quite typological in many of his post-1838 discussions. 488. The origin of the concept of natural selection. Ask any biologist what concept is most characteristically connected with Darwin's name and he will answer, natural selection. This was the great new principle Darwin introduced into biology, in fact into all of man's thinking. Yet, it has been claimed again and again that the concept was not at all new with Darwin but that it had already been often proposed, from the days of the Greeks on, see Zirkel, 1941, for example. In order to substantiate or refute the legitimacy of this claim, it is important to make a clear distinction between two processes that are consistently confused in the literature. I shall call the first one the process of elimination. It is the concept of the existence of a conservative force in nature which eliminates all deviations from the normal, all those individuals that do not possess the perfection of the average type. Such elimination is quite compatible with essentialism. On the other hand, it is obvious that for the essentialist there can be no selection because the essence is unchanging and all variants are merely accidents, such as the occurrence of monstrosities and other degradations of the type. Biological change was usually referred to by the term degradation in the 17th and 18th centuries. If a major degradation proved to be viable, it constituted a new type. Indeed, the whole scala naturae was originally presented as a descending scale of diminishing perfection, degradations. Most degradations, however, are not viable, they are unable to survive or reproduce and are eliminated, thereby restoring the purity of the type. An elimination of clearly inferior or totally unfit individuals indeed does take place all the time and is part of natural selection. It is recognized in modern evolutionary biology. The causation of evolution, natural selection. As stabilizing selection, Schmalhausen, 1949, Waddington, 1957, Dobbs-Hansky, 1970. In his historical study Zirkel, 1941, listed numerous cases of natural selection before the origin of species, beginning with Empedocles. Virtually all the older cases cited by him merely describe elimination. This includes, for instance, Lucretius, Diderot, Rousseau, Maupertuis, and Hume. In the case of Pritchard, Spencer, and Naudin the improvement is ascribed to Lamarckian forces, such as use and disuse, the exercise of faculties, or the influence of the environment, while elimination constantly removes the inferior types. Isoletti, 1959, vigorously promoted the thesis that Edward Blyth had established the theory of evolution by natural selection in 1835 and that Darwin surely had read his paper and quite likely had derived a major inspiration from it without ever mentioning this in his writings. The subsequent discovery of Darwin's notebooks has permitted the refutation of Isoletti's claims. More importantly, Blyth's theory was clearly one of elimination rather than of selection. His principal concern is the maintenance of the perfection of the type. Blyth's thinking is decidedly that of a natural theologian, for whom all occurrences of variation are among those striking incidences of design which clearly and forcibly attest the existence of an omniscient great first cause. Everything attests design and the perfect balance of nature, Schwartz, 1974. Darwin quite likely had read Blyth's paper but paid no further attention to it since it was anti-evolutionary in spirit and not different from the writings of other natural theologians in its general thesis. In later years, Blyth became one of Darwin's valued correspondents. There are two major reasons why a concept of natural selection was so alien to the Western mind prior to the 19th century. One is the all-pervading prominence of essentialism, which made any idea of a gradual improvement impossible. All it could permit was a sudden origin of new types and the elimination of those that are inferior. In discussions of adaptation in the writings of the naturalists, it is only species that are compared with each other, never individuals. The second reason was the equally pervading acceptance of a global teleology according to which the Creator's design automatically effected perfection. It would have been held impious if not heretical to search for any mechanism that would improve on this perfection. In natural theology there